Chapter 1. The Frigid Expanse. Beep, beep. Within the wreckage of a half-destroyed aircraft that lay upon the icy surface, alarms blared incessantly. The cabin was a chaotic scene, with shattered tables and several unconscious, injured passengers strewn across the floor. The anguished cries of the survivors mingled with the blaring alarms. In a corner by the window, Ren Ye, his forehead stained with blood, slowly opened his eyes. Shaking his throbbing head to dispel the fog of confusion, his consciousness gradually returned. Upon surveying the disarray around him, a smile crept upon his lips. Ren Ye was an outdoor vlogger, having ventured to the Arctic at the behest of his fans to film a survival video in extreme cold. Little did he expect that his singular experience of flying first class would culminate in a disaster. With the grim awareness that the fatality rate of plane crashes hovers near 100%, he felt fortunate to be alive. It seems the captain's emergency landing skills are commendable after all he succeeded, Ren Ye mused, propping himself up by his forehead. As he approached the window, he noticed the severed tail sections of the aircraft, a mere 300 meters away, still emitting wisps of smoke. It appeared that the aircraft had split into 3 segments. All around him was an expanse of white, where snowflakes and mountains were the only discernible features, devoid of even a single tree. This flight was destined for Norway, one of the cities on the periphery of the Arctic. It seemed he had indeed arrived at the Arctic. Just as he pondered this, a dull thud resonated from beneath the cabin, causing the entire structure to tilt backward slightly. Ren Ye's body swayed dangerously, almost causing him to lose his balance, as an ominous premonition surged within him. The surrounding terrain was characterized by undulating, snow-covered mountains, yet the cabin was situated on a flat plain. His years of wilderness survival experience immediately alerted him to something amiss. When he glanced down at the cracked ice below, Ren Ye's brows shot up in alarm, and he became acutely aware of his surroundings. The presence of a flat ice layer in such a desolate place, prone to fracturing and sinking, could only indicate the existence of a frozen river. Stop the wailing. The cabin is about to sink into the river. If we don't escape now, we're doomed, he shouted to the injured passengers within the cabin before hastily exiting the first-class section. He was certain that the temperature outside was perilously low. Should he plunge into the frigid waters without suitable thermal clothing, hypothermia could claim his life within 3 hours. He swiftly made his way to the economy class, the site of the aircraft's rupture, where the cries of the passengers were even more pronounced. Tattered chairs and luggage lay scattered about, and some passengers had mysteriously vanished. A cold wind, mingled with flurries of snow, rushed through the large opening in the cabin, sending a shiver down Ren Ye's spine. He ran while urging everyone to follow. Just as he had anticipated, the moment he exited the cabin, a wave of frigid air assaulted him, and his breath turned to mist. It felt as though he had suddenly entered a freezer, with temperatures plummeting to at least -20 degrees. The temperature differential between the cabin and the outside world was nearly 40 degrees. Crack, crack. A sound echoed from beneath the cabin once more, as the ice beneath them began to spread like a spider's web, causing the aircraft to tilt further. Hurry out. If you don't escape now, you're truly doomed, Ren Ye shouted urgently into the cabin. His warning signal quickly took effect, prompting several lightly injured passengers to dash towards the exit. A mother clutching her child was the first to emerge, followed closely by others. However, their hasty exodus accelerated the cabin's descent into the depths. Some robust men even hauled the injured behind them, violently shoving through the throngs in a frantic bid to escape. Many of those who had seemed most likely to escape found themselves tumbling aside, trampled by the relentless tide of bodies. After approximately 30 individuals managed to flee, the cabin plummeted into the water with a thunderous crash, creating a gaping hole about 30 meters wide in the ice above. The terrified screams of the crowd harmonized with the sound of shattering ice, as most were dragged down into the depths alongside the cabin. Yet a few individuals driven by survival instinct surfaced in the frigid water. Help! Help me! A middle-aged man in a suit desperately swam towards the shore, yet his speed was akin to that of a snail. Mere seconds after plunging into the icy waters, fine shards of ice began to form upon his brow and beard, attesting to the frigid temperature. At that moment, the remaining crowd seemed to undergo a transformation. urging these individuals on with words of encouragement, as if entirely oblivious to the fact that they had just pushed these very people down in their haste to escape the cabin. The submerged individuals were already injured, and the sudden temperature shift combined with the icy water enveloping them rendered their limbs nearly numb in an instant. Of the 7 who had entered the water, 6 succumbed to rigidity and sank beneath the surface midway through their struggle. The last man in the suit, as he neared the shore, suddenly found his limbs unresponsive, frozen in place. Ironically, not one of those who had appeared to cheer him on intended to extend a helping hand. A bunch of hypocrites who can only talk, Ren Ye thought disdainfully, yet his feet carried him swiftly to the edge of the ice. With one hand, he grasped the suit-clad man and pulled him up. The man's eyes were glazed, his complexion pale, resembling that of a corpse. His joints were as rigid as stone, refusing to bend. Given his condition, it was evident he had internal injuries, otherwise he would not be unable to utter a word. Ren Ye understood that even if he escaped the icy waters, the man's situation remained perilous. Wet clothing would absorb considerable body heat due to evaporation, leading to a rapid drop in temperature. If not removed promptly, he would soon succumb to hypothermia. With this in mind, he immediately began to strip the man of his wet clothes. However, the onlookers around them were less than pleased. "Hey, what are you doing taking off his clothes? Don't you think he's suffering enough? Are you even human? In such cold conditions, without clothes, he will die. This is premeditated murder. He would be better off left alone. How can young people today lack such humanity?" The chorus of admonitions from both men and women rose as passengers berated Ren Ye, accusing him of committing a crime. Ren Ye's expression darkened as he surveyed the crowd, silently noting those who spoke out, yet he refrained from retorting till he had come to a clear realization. These individuals were not only ignorant, but also ungrateful. Were it not for his timely reminder to escape the cabin just a minute prior, they would likely be facing death at this very moment. Not a single word of gratitude was uttered. Instead, they feigned benevolence. Though displeased, he did not cease his actions, swiftly stripping the suited man of his attire. Ren Ye surveyed the crowd, still incessantly berating him, and smirked disdainfully. "Hey, have you finished your tirade? Words alone will not save anyone. This fellow requires a change of clothes, and since you all are so altruistic, why not contribute a garment or two?" At this proclamation, the loudest critics fell silent. Eyes darted among one another, each face reflecting a myriad of emotions. Some even clutched their clothing tighter, as if fearing Ren Ye might seize their garments. This scene elicited a contemptuous laugh from Ren Ye. "What's this? When you were denouncing me, each of you was the embodiment of compassion. Now that you are asked to part with some clothing to aid another, you suddenly become mute? Playing deaf, are we? I have so few clothes I'm cold myself. I'm too old, I can't withstand this environment. My clothes aren't thick enough, hey. This guy next to me is dressed warmly. Ask him. Shut up, the priority is to call for help, and I'm dialing now." These so-called Good Samaritans pushed and shoved, eventually dispersing with their phones in hand. Ren Ye discerned their true nature. Indeed, the concept of altruism existed solely in the virtual realm. When faced with the necessity of sacrifice in reality, they scurried away faster than anyone else. After all, standing atop a moral pedestal to criticize others incurs no tangible cost. Ren Ye had no intention of begging further. He turned and sprinted toward the wreckage of the tail section some 300 meters behind him. Whether or not he saved the suited man was of little consequence. He had made his effort. His immediate concern was to retrieve his luggage. As an outdoor enthusiast, he had adequately prepared for this Arctic expedition. His belongings included 2 thermal suits, a satellite phone, an axe, and a suite of survival tools. However, during the security check, these items were deemed hazardous by the staff, and he was unwilling to check them in on another flight. Thus, he had left them in a storage compartment at the tail of the aircraft. Currently, he was clad only in 2 thin autumn shirts, and the national rescue teams would require time to arrive. He needed to swiftly acquire the clothing from his luggage, or he would inevitably succumb to the cold. With no signal or network available, the satellite phone was his sole means of communication with the outside world, and he had to secure it. Chapter 2. The Search for the Luggage. At this moment, near the wreckage of the tail section, stood a dozen figures, evidently fortunate to have survived. They were busy retrieving luggage, tending to wounds, changing clothes, and making phone calls, all in a state of frantic activity. The panic and anxiety following the crash, coupled with the bewildering joy of survival, rendered their expressions complex. Ren Ye paid them no heed and immediately entered the cabin. Strangely, however, the interior was filled only with bodies and severely damaged seats. There were no compartments to be found. He quickly exited the cabin and spotted a flight attendant clad in a down jacket, engaged in a phone call. "Excuse me, beautiful, where is the luggage compartment? And where is the key?" The woman cast an impatient glance at him, anxiety palpable as she listened to the busy signal on her phone. She gestured dismissively behind her. "It's at the tail of the plane. The key is with the flight attendant. Go find it yourself and stop bothering me." Ren Ye hurriedly made his way toward the tail, which was the most severely damaged part of the aircraft. The wings were long gone, and the fuselage resembled a wrung-out cloth, riddled with depressions. Only 4 passengers had managed to crawl out from within. Before Ren Ye could reach them, 2 of the girls among the 4 suddenly let out a shriek. The tail section, like the nose of the plane, had breached the ice layer and fissures began to appear around it. It wouldn't be long before it sank beneath the water, just like the nose. "This is bad," Ren Ye thought, a chill of dread running down his spine, causing goosebumps to rise. He quickened his pace. All his luggage was inside, and if it sank, he would be doomed. With only the 2 garments he wore, he feared he wouldn't survive until morning. He had no illusions that the ungrateful passengers would kindly offer him their clothes. Resolutely, he began to strip off his clothes, pants, and shoes while running. In case he accidentally fell into the water, he would at least have dry clothes to wear, preventing an immediate demise. To survive, he had to retrieve his luggage. Otherwise, death was merely a matter of time. By the time he arrived, he was left wearing nothing but his underwear. The gentle breeze did nothing to alleviate the chill that had settled over him, causing his teeth to chatter uncontrollably. The 4 by the tail stared at him, their expressions filled with confusion. They were freezing in their clothes. Did this guy truly wish for death? Ren Ye glanced at the 2 girls, realizing they were not the flight attendants, and his voice trembled with disappointment. He pointed towards the tail. The flight attendant, is she in there?" A tall man, roughly his age, shook his head. No. The plane disintegrated shortly after landing on the slope. Many were thrown out. The flight attendant is likely dead." "Hey, buddy, can your phone even make calls?" "There seems to be no signal here." The thick accent of his Mandarin made Ren Ye frown. It was clear this man hailed from a region far to the west. "Stop thinking about it. We are in the Arctic Circle. There won't be any signal. If you want to make a call, come with me into the cabin to find my luggage. There's a satellite phone inside. If the cabin sinks, we're all finished." Without waiting for a response, Ren Ye dashed into the already tilted cabin. He had no expectation that these people would assist him in such dire moments. Most were still haunted by the specter of survival. Under the pressures of human nature, it was rare for anyone to take further risks. The situation inside was not markedly different from the previous sections, though the casualty rate and number of people were evidently higher. The interior of the plane was a corridor leading to the end, and Ren Ye quickly spotted the storage room. However, upon approaching, he discovered that the door and walls of the storage were forged from steel. Several walls had collapsed inward into the room, yet they had not completely fallen. Small gaps, barely the width of a calf, had formed at the top, rendering entry impossible. Ren Ye climbed onto the wall and peered through the gaps. The warehouse, typically a repository for miscellaneous items, was occupied solely by the contraband tools he had brought aboard. Consequently, it contained mostly cleaning supplies, and his large suitcase had become lodged in the recess at the base of the wall. The walls had compressed the suitcase, causing it to sustain damage, yet remnants of clothing were still visible within. "Damn it!" Ren Ye exclaimed, his frustration escaping in an expletive, for his satellite phone lay within the outer pocket of the suitcase, crushed beneath the deformed steel skin of the wall. He swiftly turned and began to search among the passengers' bodies inside the cabin. Flight attendant, are you still alive?" he shouted as he stepped over the chaotic debris. However, apart from a few barely conscious passengers moaning for help, he received no response from any woman. A crack echoed from the bottom of the cabin, signaling that another layer of ice had shattered. The tail of the aircraft could not withstand much longer. Ren Ye felt a surge of anxiety, almost forgetting the biting cold that enveloped him. "Hey, handsome, we're here to help you." 2 figures dashed into the cabin. One was the tall man from earlier, and the other sported a shaved head. Both were passengers from the tail section. Ren Ye was taken aback. It appeared there were indeed some astute individuals among the passengers. He nodded appreciatively. "Thank you. Quickly, help me find the flight attendant. She's recognizable in her uniform. If we find the keys, we can escape." "Sure." The trio immediately began to move the scattered chairs, each person swiftly searching their designated area for bodies. With 2 additional people, their efficiency markedly increased. Within a minute, the voice of the bald man rang out. "Hey, found her! Over here!" Ren Ye hurried over, and beneath the bodies and chairs lay a middle-aged woman, bloodied and lifeless, likely struck on the head by some object. The distinctive deep blue of her flight attendant uniform confirmed her identity. Ren Ye quickly searched her person and soon retrieved a keyring with 3 keys attached. Phew! Thank goodness there are only 3. No sooner had he spoken than the noises from the cabin's base intensified, and the 3 inside could distinctly feel the movement and tilt. "Get out now! The tail is sinking!" shouted 2 frantic voices from outside the cabin. At this, the tall man and the bald man exchanged worried glances, their eyes wide with fear. "Hey, I'd prefer not to die, just yet if we don't hurry, it'll be too late. Run, handsome. If you fall, it's all over." Ren Ye, however, did not look back as he sprinted toward the warehouse. "You 2 go. I must retrieve my luggage." The men could only shake their heads and depart, yet they could not help but feel a profound admiration for Ren Ye. In such a life-and-death moment, his thoughts were still focused on retrieving the satellite phone to save others. He was undoubtedly a remarkable individual. Little did they know, the satellite phone was merely secondary to him. What he truly sought were the survival tools and winter clothing contained within. With these, he could endure until the rescue team arrived. As for self-sacrifice, he did not possess such nobility. Chapter 3. Acquiring the tools. As the ominous sound of ice cracking beneath the cabin grew increasingly frequent, the tail of the aircraft tilted precariously at a 40-degree angle. Ren Ye's body began to tremble involuntarily, caught between the chill and a creeping sense of dread. Soon, with a definitive click from the door lock, he managed to pry the door open. He dashed into the corner of the room, yanking forcefully on the handle of the suitcase. With a sharp sound, the suitcase emerged, its outer fabric torn by the jagged edges of the wall. Out tumbled a satellite phone, reminiscent of an antiquated model. Upon inspection, Ren Ye noted the screen was marred with a spiderweb of cracks. The frame bore numerous nicks, and even the number 9 key had mysteriously vanished. Fortunately, the screen still flickered to life, suggesting it might still function. Time was of the essence, however. He hastily shoved it back into the suitcase and sprinted towards the exit. The icy water had already reached the storage level, causing the tail of the aircraft to tilt to 50 degrees. Ren Ye found it nearly impossible to run, as the cabin had transformed into a treacherous slope, with bodies and seats gradually rolling in his direction. He could only grasp the suitcase handle with one hand, scrambling over the debris as he made his way to the exit. "Come on, hurry up. We don't have much time left." Outside, the urgent voices of 4 individuals echoed, spurring Ren Ye to ascend with all his might. Years of survival skills honed in the wild had endowed him with considerable strength. After a brief struggle, he finally reached a point just 3 meters from the exit. "Help me." Suddenly, he felt a tight grip around his left ankle. Turning to look, he was met with the sight of a bloodied middle-aged man, barely clinging to life, desperately clutching at him. It was evident that the man realized he would perish if the cabin submerged, and his instinct for survival compelled him to grasp Ren Ye as a lifeline. "Get off me. I can't save you," Ren Ye shouted, raising his right leg to deliver a brutal kick to the man's face. His willingness to assist was contingent upon his own safety. A minor act of kindness was one thing, but he would never risk his life for another. Yet, no matter how forcefully he kicked, the man refused to relinquish his hold, akin to a drowning person clinging desperately to a life raft. Realizing the imminent danger of being dragged down, Ren Ye swiftly extended 2 fingers and jabbed them into the man's eyes repeatedly. After a few agonizing prods, the man finally screamed in pain and released his grip. But it was too late. The ominous cracking sound of the ice beneath the cabin resonated like a barrage of firecrackers, and the aircraft suddenly plunged downward, submerging into the river. As the frigid, bone-chilling sea water enveloped his skin, Ren Ye felt as though his mind had shut down. Every organ in his body seemed to halt. The cold penetrating to his very core, goosebumps erupting across his skin. Fortunately, his consciousness remained intact, and he did not relinquish his hold on the suitcase. He had anticipated such an outcome before entering the tail of the aircraft, and now, with the water surface still within reach, he understood that survival demanded immediate action. Ren Ye exerted every ounce of strength, nearly exhausting himself in the process. He held his breath and swam towards the cabin exit, propelling himself upward with a forceful kick against the fractured edge of the fuselage. The seats within the cabin, primarily composed of sponge, provided significant buoyancy. Given the slow descent of the tail of the aircraft, coupled with Ren Ye's quick reaction time, he managed to break the surface of the water before it had descended more than a few meters. Gasping, hiss, hiss, hiss. The chilly breeze sent shivers through him, causing his lips to tremble uncontrollably, while the water in his hair began to freeze, rendering it even colder than being submerged. Hurry! Hurry! As he swam laboriously towards the shore, he attempted to call for assistance, but the biting cold rendered him unable to utter a coherent word. The four individuals on the ice were initially taken aback, astonished that not only had Ren Ye survived, but he had also managed to retrieve the box. They quickly moved to assist him. The section of the aircraft's tail was shorter than the nose, resulting in a relatively narrow area of compressed ice. As Ren Ye neared the shore, they pulled him up onto the ice. Chapter 4. The Frightened Passengers. Wow. You truly are remarkable. How did you manage to survive this? The bald man gave Ren Ye a thumbs up and handed him a pile of clothing. Upon learning of Ren Ye's predicament, the two girls who had been waiting outside promptly assisted him in retrieving his belongings. Do you need help getting dressed? Shi Guang, the enthusiastic fellow, offered. No, it's all right. Although Ren Ye's limbs remained stiff, a faint sensation lingered within him. He accepted the garments without hesitation, disregarding the presence of the two girls, and proceeded to remove his undergarments to wipe his body. In such frigid conditions, it was imperative to avoid moisture on the skin, as it would continuously drain the body's heat. Ren Ye quickly donned the previously discarded clothing, then retrieved a pair of thick gloves and a black padded coat from his suitcase. These were specially tailored cold-weather garments and gloves that he had invested in prior to his decision to embark on this Arctic filming expedition. While they did not appear excessively bulky, they were crafted from ultra-fine thermal materials designed to effectively insulate against cold air while also providing waterproofing. According to the vendor, one of these pieces was equivalent to 3 standard down jackets. As he felt warmth returning to his body, Ren Ye let out a long, satisfied sigh. The term warmth had never been so vividly personified. After a considerable moment, he turned to the 2 men and 2 women beside him, nodding with a smile. Had it not been for their assistance, he likely would have struggled to retrieve his suitcase. Gratefully, he extended his hand. Thank you all so much. My name is Ren Ye. The group exchanged handshakes and offered brief self-introductions. The tall fellow, Shi Guang, introduced himself as Hong Bing, while the girl with a ponytail, his cousin, was named Chun Xian. The girl with the center part was Huang Si, and the bald man, Dong Bai Run, was called Xie Zhongyi. They were not traveling together, but were all en route to Norway for tourism. The rear of the aircraft had been the first to break apart, and the 4 were quite fortunate, having only sustained minor injuries. Did you manage to bring out the satellite phone? Is it still functional? Yes, I just tested it. Ren Ye quickly retrieved his phone, and as he pressed a key, the screen, resembling a spider's web, remained unresponsive. A wave of dread washed over him. It was now 2030, and satellite phones were generally equipped with waterproof features, especially the mid-range model he had purchased. Could he have been duped by a swindler? Yet it had functioned perfectly moments ago. He pressed several keys randomly. Some numbers appeared, while others remained stubbornly unresponsive. Ultimately, he pressed one final key, and the device froze entirely. What? The joy of having narrowly escaped disaster evaporated in an instant. After inspecting the phone, he discovered that a piece of the casing was missing from the lower side. Looking through the small opening, he could see the internal motherboard, which was speckled with nearly congealed droplets of water. The shopkeeper had informed him that while the exterior casing was designed to be waterproof, the internal components were not. A significant tear in his suitcase must have allowed water to seep in and ruin the phone. Damn it. Ren Ye, in a fit of frustration, cast his phone aside, leaving him with no means to communicate with the outside world, now resigned to await rescue. A palpable despondency enveloped the group, pondering the vastness of the Arctic and the uncertainty of when the rescue team would arrive. Suddenly, the ponytailed girl, Chun Xian, seemed to have an epiphany. I recall that aircraft flying to remote areas typically have satellite phones. And what are the flight attendants? Perhaps we should inquire with them. Her Mandarin, reminiscent of Hong Bing's, resonated with a glimmer of hope among the others. Yet, only Ren Ye, who had sprinted to this point, knew that only one flight attendant had survived, the one who had guided him over the phone earlier. He discerned clearly that her phone lacked a signal antenna, thus ruling out the possibility of a satellite connection. Nevertheless, idleness was not appealing, and any semblance of hope was preferable to despair. He promptly gathered his belongings and, along with the others, made their way toward the wreckage in the middle of the aircraft. From a distance, they spotted a throng surrounding the flight attendant. The cacophony of voices resembled the chaotic shouts of bargain-hunting housewives at a bustling market. Hey, you're with the airline. You must take responsibility for this. In this godforsaken place. It's freezing. Hurry and summon help. What kind of airline allows a plane to crash? What are you people doing? We're freezing to death. Hurry up and find someone. Are you going to let us all die here? The initial elation of survival was swiftly overshadowed by an engulfing fear, as the shouts of the crowd drowned out any response from the flight attendant. 2/3 of the cabin lay submerged in the icy waters, and many had no time to retrieve their belongings. Inside the cabin, the temperature hovered around 20 degrees Celsius, leaving the passengers inadequately dressed for the chill. They rubbed their hands together and stomped their feet, grumbling and blaming one another in their discomfort. Everyone silence. The flight attendant, overwhelmed, let out a piercing scream, her poise evaporating. What is wrong with you? Why are you directing your anger at me? The aircraft and the airline are not my responsibility. I'm merely an intern. Now that we have no signal on our phones, how am I supposed to notify anyone? Her explanation did little to assuage the passenger's ire, and a renewed torrent of vitriol washed over her. In such dire circumstances, rationality was a luxury few could afford, as they sought someone to assure them of their safety, rejecting any words of comfort. Make way! Make way! Ren Ye and his companions pushed through the crowd to stand before the flight attendant. He glanced at her identification badge, which read in turn, by Jiawei. Miss Bai, is it true that your aircraft is equipped with a satellite phone? Upon hearing this, Bai Jiawei smacked her forehead, realizing that in the chaos of the incident, she had forgotten about the protocols. Yes, indeed, we do carry a satellite phone for flights to remote regions. Oh, I remember now. It's with our chief attendant, Wang. What? Ren Ye, Hong Bing, and the others exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with regret. They had previously stumbled upon the body of the chief flight attendant, but at that moment, it was merely to retrieve the keys. Who would have thought that the true lifeline, the satellite phone, lay upon her person? Alas, what a farce this is. Xie Zhongyi rubbed his gleaming bald head, his expression one of indescribable regret. Had we known, we should have searched more diligently at that time. This is truly exasperating. The faces of Ren Ye and his companions mirrored that of someone who had just consumed something utterly distasteful. The flicker of hope that had ignited was now extinguished. What? You just found the chief flight attendant? An elderly man, at least in his 50s, approached. Having observed Ren Ye and his group busily engage at the rear of the aircraft, they were indeed searching for the phone. You didn't manage to retrieve the satellite phone, did you? Ren Ye, in resignation, closed his eyes and shook his head, his regret deepening with each passing moment. Upon seeing this, everyone understood the answer, and the ire of the crowd swiftly shifted from Bai Jiawei to Ren Ye and his companions. Each of them wore expressions of rage, as though Ren Ye had severed their only means of survival. At that moment, a slightly plump middle-aged woman in the crowd suddenly raised her voice. The phone was lost by you. For the sake of everyone, you must go down and retrieve it. This woman, Wang Yaji, had been seated in first class alongside Ren Ye. Previously, she had quarreled with him over a desire to switch to a window seat, And now, she clearly seized the opportunity. Her words struck a chord with the crowd, igniting a chorus of condemnation. She has a point. You lost the phone. And since you're already going down, why not make another trip? Just one satellite phone, and you allowed it to sink? What are you thinking? Is this not a deliberate attempt to endanger our lives? Go down and fetch it. You're young and won't freeze to death. Chapter 5. A pack of treacherous wolves. The majority of the onlookers began to urge Ren Ye and his companions to descend into the river to retrieve the lost phones. Having just witnessed Ren Ye emerging from the water, such a remarkable physique surely made him the only one capable of undertaking such a task. Among the 40 or so individuals present, only a handful of bystanders refrained from joining in the uproar. The majority of those in first class were clamoring for action. 4 wealthy individuals are often the most fearful of death. Among them was a mother cradling her child, echoing the demand as if it were an obligation for Ren Ye and his group to comply. Upon hearing the scathing accusations, Ren Ye and his companions clenched their fists, with Ren Ye gritting his teeth in anger. Several of these individuals were those he had previously marked as ungrateful, proving that like a Trax-like, he had never before encountered such a grotesque aspect of human nature, where the instinct for survival eclipsed all reason. These people seemed to regard themselves as masters, freely issuing commands. Had he known it would come to this, he would not have suggested their escape. The elderly man grew increasingly animated in his tirade, his trembling finger nearly prodding Ren Ye's face as he continued to berate him. You little rascal, why are you still standing there? Should I, an old man, do it? You lost the phones, so it is your responsibility to retrieve them. How dare you? Why should we owe you anything? Hong Bing could no longer contain himself and stepped forward to argue, while Xie Zhongyi dropped his suitcase, ready to confront the accusers. Damn you! Are we your parents? Do you have any idea how frigid this water is? If you want to retrieve the phones, then you should be the ones to dive in. I want to indulge your ridiculous demands. Chun Xin and Huang Xiu also stepped forward, unwilling to back down. Jumping into the water in this temperature is akin to seeking death. Are you even capable of reason? This is precisely the sort of matter that should be addressed with the staff. We are all passengers here. Why are you throwing such a tantrum? The forceful words of the 4 did little to quell the crowd. Instead, it incited further agitation and a cacophony of insults. They were not fools, aware that clad in their thin garments, enduring the night would be a formidable challenge. No one among the others would voluntarily offer their clothing. If it did not leave soon, they might never see the dawn again. These individuals had entirely lost their sanity, rather than await their demise. They preferred to seize the opportunity amidst the chaos to carve out a path for survival. I don't care. Either strip off your clothes, or dive in to retrieve the phones. Blame yourselves. That flight attendant should jump in too. If we perish, you want to escape either. Want to fight? Let us see how many of you can stand against us. With that, at least 7 or 8 young men converged, rolling up their sleeves and encircling Ren Ye and his companions, seemingly prepared for a confrontation. The loudest voices belonged to those whose suitcases had already sunk beneath the surface, leaving them with nothing. Even the elderly man strutted forward, wielding his authority as he pointed an accusatory finger at Ren Ye. Listen, boy, I advise you to comply and jump in. Otherwise, before we freeze to death, we will surely drag you down with us. Hurry up. The old man's words had yet to finish when, unable to contain his rage, Ren Ye seized the elder's finger with his left hand and twisted it with force. The bones of an aged person are inherently fragile, and with Ren Ye exerting all his strength, the old man's index finger bent sharply to a 90-degree angle in the next moment, the sound of the bone fracturing drowned out by his high-pitched scream. Now equipped with a tool, Ren Ye felt no fear towards these defenseless individuals. He had already experienced the truth of the saying that good-natured people are often taken advantage of, and when dealing with treacherous wolves, a touch of brutality was warranted. You old fool, I've tolerated you for long enough, he bellowed, swinging his right fist with tremendous force into the old man's face. A bloodied tooth immediately flew from the elder's mouth, and he collapsed, rendered unconscious by the blow. Ren Ye followed up with a kick, sending the old man sprawling to the ground. The crowd stood momentarily stunned, taken aback by the sudden ferocity of the previously silent young man. However, This display did not suffice to intimidate them entirely. What is so impressive about bullying an old man? Come on, let me see how tough you really are, a burly man declared, clenching his fists and stepping forward. Observing this, Hong Bing and Xie Zhongyi exchanged glances, unwilling to back down, and advanced as well. They were still simmering with anger from earlier insults. Yet, before they could take 2 steps, Ren Ye intercepted them. In their moment of confusion, the burly man had already raised his fist. Swiftly, Ren Ye drew a dagger from his waist and stepped forward with a decisive slash. He had discreetly secured it on his person during their journey, aware that he possessed the most tools and resources at present, and thus remained vigilant. The sharp blade swiftly cut through the burly man's chest, blood seeping forth. The man recoiled in pain, retreating hastily. You actually have a knife? Come on, aren't you tough? Ren Ye glared at the crowd, brandishing the blade. The once boisterous individuals fell silent. Ungrateful beasts. If it weren't for my shout, you would have already sunk with the cabin. How dare you point fingers and chatter at me? Who the hell do you think you are? Do you consider me your father? Am I obliged to serve you? The crowd remained hushed, save for a middle-aged man murmuring quietly. But it was you who didn't bring out the satellite phone, otherwise we. Ren Ye did not need to hear the rest. With a swift kick, he sent the man sprawling across the icy surface. Don't even say I didn't secure it. Even if I had, what would it matter if I tossed it? Do I owe you anything? You ungrateful wretches, how dare you invoke morality? He then pointed the blade at several familiar faces in the crowd. You lot should not forget so quickly what you did to escape the cabin. You were at the back, and it was only by pushing down the passengers in front that you managed to flee. That, my friends, constitutes intentional manslaughter. I do not wish to hold this against you now, but if you dare approach me again, do not blame me for being impolite. Remember, we are abroad, and in the face of a disaster, the loss of more lives is entirely reasonable. Having spoken, Ren Ye raised the knife in his hand and, amidst the discontented gazes of the crowd, departed towards the cabin with Hong Bing and his 3 companions. Behind him, murmurs of disapproval lingered in the air. What is so impressive about wielding a knife? If he is so capable, why is he ensnared here? Without contact with the outside world. He is bound to perish sooner or later. It was his own negligence that led to the loss of his phone. It should be his responsibility to retrieve it. With such robust health, why should we, the women and elderly, be the ones to plunge into the water to salvage it? The youth of today truly lack any spirit of self-sacrifice. Let us see if that wretched knife of his can conjure up clothing and sustenance. These selfish individuals. In a few days, you'll all starve, you scoundrels. Let us resolve to ignore them from now on. Indeed, let us gather our supplies. I still have plenty of food. When their hunger becomes unbearable, they will naturally dive in to retrieve the phone. Upon hearing these words, Ren Ye scoffed disdainfully. Let us see who succumbs to hunger first. I shall be interested to witness whether your bravado remains intact then. Survival in the wilderness is his profession, and with an abundance of tools now at his disposal, starvation is an impossibility for him. Conversely, once these individuals exhaust their provisions, internal strife is likely to ensue. Ren Ye's primary concern remains the uncertainty of their eventual rescue. The Arctic is vast, and the rescue team may struggle to locate them swiftly. It is now late November, the onset of the Arctic's harsh winter, with towering snow-capped mountains blanketing the landscape in a sea of white. Without landmarks or network signals, the search and rescue efforts will undoubtedly face significant challenges. Prior to his departure abroad, he had immersed himself in knowledge about the Arctic. Once winter fully sets in, temperatures can plummet to -40 degrees Celsius, with some areas even reaching 50 degrees. At that point, breath turns to frost, food becomes scarce, and blizzards may strike unexpectedly. Each of these elements possesses the potential to swiftly claim lives, rendering long-term survival here nearly impossible. Chapter 6. Are you a survival expert? Upon this thought, Ren Ye could not help but furrow his brow, casting a glance back at the disgruntled passengers who had already begun to search the surroundings for bodies. The aircraft had fractured into 3 pieces before it had even come to a halt, and many passengers had been ejected from their seats. Their clothing, though not particularly thick, was better than nothing in such frigid weather. Hey, these individuals are not foolish. I shall join you in the search. Could you kindly keep an eye on my luggage? Xiaozhongyi declared as he set down his suitcase, preparing to seek out the deceased. However, Ren Ye interjected, "Do not go. Let them have it." The four were momentarily taken aback, gazing at him in astonishment. "Dude, aren't you a bit too kind? These people deserve their fate. They want to appreciate your goodwill. Indeed, let us strip them of their clothing and allow them to freeze to death," another chimed in. In response, Ren Ye merely shook his head. He was certainly not naive enough to sympathize with a pack of ingrates. Rather than offering these people a chance at survival, it was more about preserving his own. After all, if you were on the brink of freezing to death and saw someone nearby clad in warm attire, would you willingly succumb to your fate? Or would you fight for survival until the very end? Is it not preferable for them to turn against one another? The implication was quite clear. As the night deepened, temperatures in the Arctic would plummet further, and the clothing these individuals wore would hardly sustain them until dawn. In their final moments, desperation would drive some to seize the clothing of others for warmth. Now, stripping the deceased of their clothing was their only means of survival. Just moments ago, Ren Ye had warned them with a knife, and they were already displeased with him and his companions. If at this juncture, Xiaozhongyi were to confront them for the clothing of the dead while still possessing adequate warmth himself, it would effectively sever their last chance at survival. Even a cornered rabbit will bite, let alone a pack of wolves. It had been scarcely half an hour since the crash, and their darker inclinations were already surfacing. If they truly found themselves in dire straits, Ren Ye and his companions would undoubtedly become their primary targets. At that point, a mere knife would not suffice to quell their aggression. Hong Bing and the others swiftly grasped the gravity of the situation. Should we not take some action? Perhaps scout the terrain or signal for help? Ren Ye did not respond immediately. Instead, he retrieved a thermometer from his luggage and pressed it against the air. -29 degrees. He then checked the time on his phone, shaking his head in resignation. It is too late. It is already nightfall. The temperature differential in Oslo can range from 7 to 10 degrees. I estimate it will soon drop to around -32 degrees. We must return to the cabin swiftly to avoid frostbite. This flight's destination was Norway, with Oslo being a major city akin to Beijing and Shanghai in China. The four were certainly aware of this city, yet confusion was evident on their faces. Chenexian could not help but inquire, "Handsome, how are you so certain that this is Oslo during the night?" "It is not Oxy Road, it is Oslo." The Mandarin spoken in the Western Guangxi dialect is not easily comprehensible unless one pays close attention. He slowly opened his suitcase. The river water that had previously entered had frozen alongside some tools, congealing together. As he cleared the ice, he explained, "There is a 7-hour time difference between China and Norway. It is now midnight here, which means it is 5 p.m. in Norway. Being situated in the Arctic, many regions and cities in Norway experience polar nights lasting nearly 4 months during winter. Only Oslo has a distinction between day and night. Yet the daylight lasts for merely around 8 hours, approximately from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Well, the four individuals suddenly realized that the so-called polar night means it is night for 24 hours, with little change in the sky. Their understanding deepened, and they gazed at Ren Ye with admiration. His vast reservoir of knowledge indicated that he had certainly perused numerous guides. This individual, who was of the same age as they were, was undoubtedly remarkable. Xiaozhongyi quickly smiled and crouched down to assist Ren Ye. "Hey there, buddy, what do you do? You seem very professional. How do you know so much?" Ren Ye chuckled, finding these individuals who had helped him quite amiable, and he candidly revealed the purpose of his presence. "Survival in the wilderness is my profession. If you trust me, then follow my lead from now on. I cannot guarantee that all of you will survive, but I assure you that you will not perish before those individuals." After speaking, he cast a glance at the distant figures searching for bodies. He did not intend to recruit followers, nor was he driven by a benevolent heart to save others. He simply bore a wealth of luxurious survival tools and supplies. If rescue teams did not arrive swiftly, and he lacked friends to assist him, he would likely be swiftly robbed by those who had nothing. After all, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, and he could find himself in peril. Yet, if he left, he feared missing the rescue. In such a desolate land, having more friends is certainly preferable to having more enemies. All right. I am someone who knows how to adapt to circumstances. I will rely on you, buddy, from now on." although Xie Zhongyi lacked formal education. Seeing the multitude of tools in Ren Ye's possession and recognizing him as a professional, he deemed it prudent to ally himself with someone capable, especially given that the rescue team's arrival was uncertain. Upon hearing this, Hong Bing, Chun Xin, and Huang Xiu quickly crouched down to help, signaling their intentions. The ice blocks in the suitcase were swiftly cleared, and the group then proceeded towards the aircraft cabin. This section of the wreckage was the largest segment of the plane. Located in the middle, it resembled a large hollow tube. Sleeping there at night would likely result in a draft at both ends. Yet even so, it was undoubtedly better than sleeping on the snow. Ren Ye first inspected the ice surface beneath the cabin and found the ice layer to be quite thick. It should be safe here for the night. Upon entering the cabin, Ren Ye noticed two figures crouched in one corner. One was an elderly man in his 50s, and the other was a young man clad in a military coat, trembling with cold. This young man was the same individual whom he had previously rescued from the water. Previously overwhelmed with busyness, Ren Ye had completely forgotten about this individual. He pondered where on earth this fellow had procured a military coat. As he contemplated, the young man and the elderly gentleman hastily approached him. The young man, with a face full of gratitude, grasped his hand firmly and repeatedly expressed his thanks. Ren Ye briefly inquired about the situation. It turned out that the military coat the man wore had been given to him by the elderly gentleman, who introduced himself as Jiang Shangwu, a 55-year-old veteran. Despite his age, he stood remarkably upright, with very few white hairs and a kind visage. The young man's identity was equally significant. He identified himself as Zhou Pan, a member of the National Scientific Research Team. His current expedition to the Arctic was for the purpose of conducting routine weather studies. However, he lamented that his teammates and belongings had sunk into the river, leaving him as the sole survivor of the scientific team. Although his account seemed credible, Ren Ye remained skeptical, having learned from the previous experiences with ungrateful passengers. In desperate times, individuals could fabricate any lie to preserve their lives, and he had no desire to rescue another ingrate. How can you prove that you are a member of the research team? Chapter 7. Research team member Zhou Pan hurried back to his seat. Extracting his thoroughly frozen wet clothing, and from his inner pocket, he produced a crimson identification card. Ren Ye received it, breaking apart the icy shell that enveloped the card, allowing it to be opened. The first page bore Zhou Pan's photograph, accompanied by a few lines of small text. Zhou Pan, age 24. Formal member of the Polar Research Institute's investigation team. Enrolled in 2027 and confirmed in 2029. Ren Ye skimmed through the details, his gaze drawn to the bold red seal emblazoned with 7 clear characters. China Polar Research Institute. He recognized the name, established in 1989. This organization primarily engages in polar exploration and research activities. The members endure grueling tasks year-round in harsh environments, documenting weather data, conducting geological surveys, and maintaining equipment. They often face unforeseen accidents and natural disasters, with an inexplicable number of personnel lost each year. Consequently, this department holds a significant status, with a stringent selection process for its members. Not only do they undergo political scrutiny, but they also face rigorous demands regarding physical fitness and educational qualifications. By civil service standards, this would be equivalent to a senior division level, typically occupied by mayors or party secretaries, thus indicating a notably high status. Ren Ye nodded with a smile, respectfully returning the identification to Zhou Pan. He held complete faith in the government's judgment. Achieving the status of a formal research institute member at such a young age surely indicated both capability and integrity. As for Jiang Shangwu, despite his age, his willingness to provide his clothing to assist others marked him as a rare individual of virtue. Who would have thought there were such accomplished individuals on this flight? Brother Zhou, Grandpa Jiang. My name is Ren Ye, a survival enthusiast. He introduced himself, shaking hands with the two. Hong Bing and Xie Zhongyi also exchanged brief introductions. They then found a relatively comfortable spot to settle down. Ren Ye succinctly outlined the current situation and his thoughts. To his surprise, everyone shared an extraordinary consensus. In this frigid, desolate place where not even birds would linger, aimlessly wandering equated to courting death. Given the circumstances, their only option was to await rescue. Yet the uncertainty loomed. When would the rescue team arrive? Thus, Ren Ye urged everyone to inventory their existing supplies, preparing for the challenging days ahead. December was fast approaching, and the Arctic winter had only just begun. They not only had to contend with the relentless cold, but also devise means to procure sustenance, all while remaining vigilant against the desperate actions of fellow passengers. Fortunately, aside from Zhou Pan, who had no belongings, the others were adequately equipped with warm clothing, rendering the threat of freezing to death unlikely. However, their food supplies were rather scant. In his pursuit of tools, Ren Ye had only packed a single bag of emergency compressed biscuits. Hong Bing, Xie Zhongyi, and Jiang Shangwu had brought no food at all. The two young women, Chun Xian and Huang Si, had a small assortment of snacks, albeit low in calories and insufficient to stave off hunger. Items like bread and spicy strips had already frozen solid. Even with careful rationing, these supplies would barely sustain them for 2 days. In other words, if rescue does not arrive within the next couple of days, they will inevitably perish from starvation. It seems that tomorrow, they must embark on a quest for sustenance. Alas, while Ren Ye's ambition is in disarray, he has nevertheless equipped himself rather thoroughly. He possesses axes, knives, hemp ropes, flashlights, lighters, flint, coal, and small pots, essential items for survival in frigid regions. However, securing enough food for 7 individuals amidst the Arctic winter presents a formidable challenge. While he was engrossed in his worries, voices suddenly emerged from outside the cabin. What a wretched place! It's freezing as hell. Brother Xiong, shall we not seize a few more items? I sense the temperature is plummeting. No more. We cannot wear the women as clothes, so let us just rest. We're all freezing our butts off. With that, 4 figures gradually entered the cabin. Leading them was a robust man, Gao Xiong, who had previously been scratched on the chest by Ren Ye. Following closely behind was his cousin, Gao Yang. Unluckily, the entrance they chose was precisely where Ren Ye and his companions were taking refuge. The two groups immediately locked eyes. Ren Ye scrutinized the 4 newcomers and noticed their attire was conspicuously ill-fitting. He had overheard their conversation clearly, and it was evident that these garments had been pilfered from others. It was indeed amusing. Merely 10 minutes prior, they had proclaimed their intent to isolate themselves. Yet, here they were, ready to resort to violence over a few garments. Congratulations. It appears you will not freeze to death after all. Oof. Gao Xiong ignored him, snorting disdainfully as he attempted to advance further into the cabin. However, just as he took a couple of steps, Ren Ye's expression shifted suddenly. He seized a broken armrest from a chair and hurled it forward with force. The armrest grazed past Gao Xiong, colliding with the cabin wall with a resounding thud, startling all present. What are you doing? I have no intention of usurping your space. Ren Ye, with a cold demeanor, drew his knife and rose slowly. In response, Xie Zhongyi and Hong Bing also stood up. Although uncertain of Ren Ye's intentions, they had resolved to cling to his side, naturally following the stronger party. What is the meaning of this? This path is blocked. Ren Ye pointed the knife tip at Gao Xiong, adopting a stance that indicated an imminent confrontation. Such bullies typically prey on the weak. If he did not establish his dominance, the next individual might very well seek to rob him. Weren't you intent on isolating me? If you wish to sever ties, let it be complete. From now on, remember, this entrance is off limits to anyone other than us. Should anyone dare to tread here, I will leave my mark upon them. In this weather, wounds are notoriously slow to heal. Gao Xiong clenched his fists. The pain from the knife wound on his chest still fresh, now aggravated by fury. Enough, brother. They outnumber us. A wise man does not court immediate loss. Gao Yang urged his cousin, and after glaring at Ren Ye, the 4 reluctantly retreated from the cabin and circumvented to another entrance. Moments later, the passengers who ventured outside in search of the deceased gradually returned to the cabin. Each of them was ensconced in a shroud of frost, their bodies trembling from the cold. While some had managed to find clothing, others were scantily clad, their faces marred by bruises. Evidently, they had been assaulted by a few individuals from Kaohsiung. Upon encountering Kaohsiung, they instinctively recoiled, their gazes averted in fear. In the Arctic, The clock struck 1 in the morning. The biting wind, laced with tiny snowflakes, swept incessantly through the cabin, settling within. Atop the cabin's ceiling, a layer of snow had already amassed to a height of at least 10 centimeters. Ren Ye's conjecture proved accurate. The temperature had plummeted to a chilling -33 degrees. The occupants of the cabin huddled together, embracing for warmth, their breaths escaping in wispy puffs. Each person lingered in a state of semi-consciousness, for such frigid conditions rendered true sleep elusive. Even Ren Ye, clad in thermal attire, found himself curled up for warmth. Time slipped by unnoticed. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the stillness, jolting him awake. Instinctively, Ren Ye drew his knife and rose, directing his gaze towards the source of the sound. Chapter 8. A death. The winter nights in Oslo do not possess the same profound darkness as elsewhere. Due to its unique geographical position and the presence of the northern lights, the illumination during the night is significantly brighter than in other regions. The visibility resembles that of the early summer dawn in Huagua, around 5 or 6 o'clock. While the details of objects remain obscured, their outlines are discernible. The sound of anguished cries persisted, and Ren Ye clearly observed a figure rolling on the ground at the entrance of the cabin, clutching its abdomen and wailing. Others were roused by the chilling screams and gradually approached the scene. Ren Ye concealed his knife at his waist and followed the crowd. Upon nearing, he recognized the source of the cries as the old man he had knocked teeth out of. "Old Song, what has happened to you?" a balding middle-aged man inquired. Tapping him on the shoulder, Old Song continued to roll on the ground, clutching his groin, his body covered in ice shards. I'm in so much pain down there." A smirk involuntarily crossed Ren Ye's lips as he inwardly cursed him, realizing that there indeed exists a concept of retribution. Beside him, Xie, having overheard his mutterings, quietly asked, "Old friend, what is wrong with him? What else could it be?" He stepped out to relieve himself in the middle of the night without checking the temperature and ended up freezing his genitals, Ren Ye replied. "That doesn't seem right." Xie scratched his head in confusion. He hailed from Dongbai, Liaoning, where winter temperatures are not much warmer than here. The phenomenon of freezing one's genitals typically occurs when one urinates slowly outdoors. The urine freezes rapidly, potentially causing frostbite at the urethral opening. The skin tissue around the urethra is particularly delicate, especially in men. Not to mention the excruciating pain of frostbite. If not promptly thawed, that tissue could necrotize, leading to the necessity of surgical removal. But it's only -33 degrees, right? Such an incident would typically occur at 40 degrees below zero. As you mentioned, that's Dongbai, but this is the Arctic. Ren Ye gestured towards the gloomy sky. The Arctic comprises predominantly ocean and ice cover, with much of the sun's warmth absorbed by the Arctic Ocean. Additionally, the geographical features and snow reflect substantial solar radiation, resulting in even lower temperatures. In contrast, Dongbai experiences rapid cooling due to the influence of high pressure from neighboring regions, which can lead to the southward movement of cold air. At this point, Zhou Pan chimed in. "Not only that, but we've also investigated that large cold cyclones have appeared in the Arctic over the past 2 years. The temperatures linger. And here, -30 degrees feels akin to 40 degrees back in Dongbai." "Oh," Xie nodded in realization. "I thought it felt colder here than in Dongbai today. It must be due to the geographical factors." "Indeed, you two are quite knowledgeable." Ren Ye waved his hand dismissively, casting one last glance at Old Song before returning to his spot. "Remember this for the future. It is best to take care of bodily necessities during the day. If you must relieve yourself at night, try to do so indoors and protect your backside and genitals. Frostbite can lead to significant trouble." The group nodded and returned to the cabin. The Arctic night stretches on for a lengthy 16 hours, an exceedingly protracted duration for all. After a few minutes of calling out, Old Song ceased to make any sound. It was not until the following morning that Ren Ye was roused from his slumber by the cacophony of voices. Upon rising, he realized that Old Song had passed away. The old man lay curled up, his face ashen and frozen, resembling a lifeless sculpture, with shards of ice scattered across his body. In such frigid temperatures, one can simply slip away in their sleep, often unaware of their demise. If the young struggle to endure, how could an elderly man, already burdened by injuries. Withstand such conditions? It served him right. At this rate, he might as well request a phone from the King of Hell. Ren Ye felt no sympathy for the old man. If he could, he would wish for the demise of all these ungrateful wretches. He grasped his suitcase and, alongside Zhou Pan and others, exited the cabin. The thin rays of daylight illuminated the frigid expanse, yet the group felt no warmth. The temperature barely higher than that of the preceding night. Last night, he had learned from Zhou Pan that the rescue team would not be dispatching an aircraft anytime soon. After all, the early winter in the Arctic often brings snowfall, sometimes for an entire day. Utilizing aircraft in such weather poses significant risks, particularly for low-altitude search and rescue operations. Thus, the search would rely solely on the labor of many, and it was likely that they would remain unfound for at least 10 days to half a month. To survive until then, they needed to promptly address two critical matters: high-calorie food and a warm shelter, both of which were indispensable. They had secured a shelter, but food remained elusive. His compressed biscuits had frozen into solid blocks. Each bite required him to lick the ice off before being able to chew. To procure food without venturing far, fishing was the only viable option. Upon hearing of the plan to fish, the seasoned angler Jiang Shangwu cautioned, "Young Ren, I am uncertain of the habits of Arctic fish, but I do know that during winter, fish tend to be less active. It is crucial to choose the right spot. Otherwise, you may end up with nothing after a day of waiting." Ren Ye nodded in acknowledgement. "I understand. So we must first identify a suitable location." With that, he proceeded towards the area where the nose of the aircraft had plunged into the river. Upon arrival, he discovered that the large hole, approximately 30 meters in diameter, had already refrozen. Ren Ye paced back and forth, occasionally stamping his foot on the ice surface. This spectacle left Hong Bing and Xie Zhongyi bewildered. What was he doing? Was he not afraid of falling in? That ice layer had just formed and was noticeably thinner than the surrounding ice. Was this not perilous? "Hey, young Ren, step back. It could be dangerous." They rushed to caution him, but Zhou Pan intervened calmly. "Do not worry. He is searching for the area with the most fish." Jiang Shangwu's interest was piqued. "How can you determine that?" "It's quite simple," Zhou Pan replied, stamping on the ice layer beneath him. "In a frozen river, the thicker the ice, the less oxygen exists below. Conversely, thinner areas have more oxygen. For fish to survive, they must swim towards areas with abundant oxygen. Thus, discovering areas with thinner ice becomes the ideal fishing spot." After a thorough explanation, the group finally grasped the concept. It appears that knowledge of the wilderness can indeed be a lifesaver. Their confidence in having aligned themselves with the right expertise grew exponentially. Soon, Ren Ye identified the optimal location. The sound of the ice beneath his feet resonated with a distinct, crisp thud, markedly different from that of thicker ice, clearly indicating the perfect fishing site. He summoned the others and retrieved a manual ice saw with a cover from his luggage. This tool, slender and compact, not only occupies minimal space, but also possesses remarkable capabilities for cutting through ice. Initially, he intended to use this instrument to enhance the visual appeal of their ice fishing segment, a favorite among his fans. Now it was indeed proving its worth. Chapter 9, How does he have so many tools? He tore off the exterior casing, raised his saw, and began to carve through the ice layer. The ice had only recently formed, having been broken just yesterday, and was still quite thin. In mere minutes, he had cut out a hole the size of a basin. The dark, murky river water emanated a chill, unmistakably indicating a deep water zone. Perfect. This was precisely the kind of location Ren Ye desired. The deeper the water, the larger the area, the more oxygen it contained, and surely, fish would abound. He turned and retrieved a packet of bait and a fishing rod from the compartment of his suitcase. This was his first time in the Arctic, and to ensure a safe and successful filming process, he had not only studied extensively, but had also prepared a comprehensive array of tools. Ren Ye had watched documentaries that advised against dumping an entire packet of bait into the water at once. This would quickly freeze into hard clumps, making it difficult to dissolve. Moreover, if the bait did not break apart in the water, the fish would have no reason to bite. It was imperative to knead the bait swiftly and cast it immediately. To prevent freezing, he grabbed a small handful of red bait, mixed it with water, and quickly kneaded it against his clothing. Once satisfied, He promptly baited the hook and cast it into the water. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out behind him. "Oh dear, young Ren, how can you fish without baiting the spot? You'll catch fish too slowly." Turning around, he saw Jiang Shanwu shaking his head in disappointment. Ren Ye could tell that fishing intrigued him greatly. "Uncle Jiang, this is a deep water area. In winter, oxygen and food are scarce. If there are fish in this river, they will bite without needing baiting." Jiang Shanwu continued to shake his head in denial. "Oh, you clearly lack fishing experience. This is not my first time in the Arctic. Arctic cod stay at the bottom in winter and do not school. You need to sprinkle a bit of bait first to entice them, luring more fish in. Once they are hooked, then you can cast your line for the big ones. This is how you catch fish quickly. Is that so?" Ren Ye raised an eyebrow, realizing there was more to fishing than he had anticipated. He handed the fishing rod to Jiang Shanwu. "Since you are so knowledgeable, I entrust this task to you." "Very well. This is my forte. Leave it to me." Jiang Shanwu, awakened by his fishing instincts, eagerly accepted the rod. It was best to let professionals handle professional tasks. Ren Ye had never particularly enjoyed fishing, so after giving a few instructions, he picked up his saw and departed. In addition to securing food, he aimed to reinforce the shelter. The cabin was drafty at both ends, and the cold at night was unbearable. With insufficient food and poor rest, he feared his health would deteriorate within 2 days. He planned to emulate the Inuit's igloo design, constructing a wall within the cabin. This would shield against the wind while effectively retaining warmth and preventing others from encroaching while he slept. Observing their group bustling about in the snow, the passengers inside the cabin trembled, bewildered by the scene. Did these individuals truly fear no consequences in such frigid weather? "Brother, that young man's suitcase resembles a treasure chest, filled with saws, biscuits, fishing rods, and all manner of tools." Gao Yang bit into a frosty potato chip, each crunch sending a refreshing chill through him. He could hardly contain his envy as he glanced at Ren Ye and the others. "Damn those rescue teams. Where are they?" Gao Xiong cursed, gazing at the relentless snowfall. The two brothers had panicked while escaping the cockpit yesterday, forgetting to grab their luggage. Their clothes and food were scavenged, even stripping the late old song of his garments. Yet they remained cold and famished. This situation was untenable. The meager biscuits did little to satiate their hunger. Thirst compelled them to consume snow, leaving his mouth numb from the cold. If the rescue team did not arrive soon, they would perish from hunger or freeze to death. "What do you mean?" Gao Yang asked, perplexed. Gao Xiong snorted, his gaze fixed on Ren Ye's retreating figure, a plan forming in his mind. "Of course. We must force that kid to hand over his tools. Otherwise, who will survive? And what if he refuses? There are 7 of them, armed with knives," Gao Yang countered. "So what? We have 38 on our side. They will take them whether they want to or not." Gao Yang glanced at the passengers huddled together, munching on snacks. A few of them had even been robbed of their clothes the day before. Had they not managed to dress themselves, they might have already come after them in a rage. "Brother, do you think these people will listen to us? We're wearing their clothes," he remarked. "Oomph. If they don't listen, they'll starve. Who wishes for death?" With that, Gao Xiong curled up and returned to the cockpit. An hour passed, and under the intermittent effort of Ren Ye and his 6 companions, they managed to saw out 20 large blocks of ice. Despite their gloves and thick clothing, their hands and feet grew numb, their teeth chattering. Furthermore, with only snow to quench their thirst, their body temperature was slow to recover. Only Xie Zhongyi and Zhou Pan fared slightly better, possessing unique cold resistance abilities. One was a trained professional in cold endurance, while the other had spent years living in frigid regions. Together, they hoisted another large ice block from the layer, panting from the effort. "Hey, Ren, let me remind you once more. This ice is hard and slippery. Without a proper securing method, the wall you build can easily collapse. Do you have a plan?" Zhou Pan's words prompted nods of agreement from the others. Building an ice wall was indeed a skilled task, and the cockpit was not particularly spacious. If it were to collapse, they might not be crushed to death but would certainly suffer serious injuries. Yet Ren Ye nodded confidently. "Fear not. I have a straightforward method. All we need to do is—" Suddenly, a jubilant shout broke his sentence. "Ha! We've caught a fish." It was Jiang Shanwu, his excitement palpable. The group shared a moment of joy, with Hong Bing and Chen Xin being the quickest to rush over. "Hey, we have something to eat. What kind of fish is it?" At that moment, Jiang Shangwu sat on the ice, his back to the group, gripping the bending fishing rod with all his might, seemingly struggling. "Help! Come quick, it's a big fish." The ice surface was excessively slippery, and the fishing rod was rather diminutive. Upon hearing this, several individuals swiftly rushed forward, grasping the fishing rod and began to pull it outward. In no time, a large dark greenish-black fish was hauled up. As its full form came into view, Ren Ye couldn't help but break into a smile. Today's fortune was indeed splendid. "My goodness, an Atlantic salmon. Uncle Jiang, you truly possess remarkable skills." Jiang Shangwu was equally elated, wiping the ice fragments from his face, his laughter causing wrinkles to form. "It must be your excellent choice of location. There must be more beneath the surface." A bewildered Hong Bing excitedly inquired, "What kind of foreign fish is this? Is it delicious?" "What on earth? This is Atlantic salmon." Ren Ye lifted the still, thrashing fish, estimating it weighed at least 20 pounds. This fish, also known as salmon, contains 100 calories per 45 grams and boasts numerous vitamins absent in many other fish. It is undoubtedly a high-calorie and nutrient-rich catch. At last, we shall no longer have to nibble on biscuits. Chapter 10. Salmon. The issue of sustenance had been temporarily resolved, and joy illuminated the faces of everyone present. Since the plane crash yesterday, their diet had consisted solely of some compressed biscuits and snacks. After laboring for the better part of the day, their stomachs were now utterly empty. Bear Grylls once remarked that to survive healthily in frigid conditions, one must have not only warm shelter and clothing, but also high-calorie food. Ren Ye unsheathed his knife and swiftly filleted the salmon. The flesh, adorned with delicate red and white marbling, emitted a faint fishy aroma. Even in the city, such meat could fetch nearly 100 yuan per pound. As the fish melted in his mouth, Ren Ye emitted a satisfied hum. Aside from its chill, the meat was remarkably delectable, akin to consuming jelly, with a subtle lingering sweetness. For raw fish, this was an exquisite taste indeed. Observing this, the others began to partake, and the group savored the fish with audible delight. This scene sparked envy among the passengers who had been covertly watching them. The entrance of the cabin was now crowded, bodies hunched and hands stuffed in sleeves, trembling from the cold. Occasionally, they would lick their chapped lips, their stomachs grumbling in chorus, faces filled with longing. In low-temperature environments, metabolism accelerates significantly. The body, in its quest to maintain warmth, necessitates the consumption of substantial high-calorie foods. Without sustenance, the body resorts to burning fat. While starvation may not be immediately fatal, the gnawing hunger remains unrelieved, and one feels colder than usual. They were currently ensnared in such a state. Did this fellow truly catch a fish? Where did he procure a fishing rod and knife? Are such items available on the plane? Perhaps we should search as well. There might be more. Whispers circulated among the crowd as they watched Ren Ye and his companions devour the fish, their stomachs growling louder, making them salivate in envy. Some individuals immediately began rummaging through the cabin, hoping to fish for their own meal. However, a middle-aged man with a bushy beard shattered their illusions. "Don't waste your energy. That lad, Ren Ye, is in first class like me." When boarding the plane, he was stopped by the flight attendants, who informed him that his suitcase contained numerous prohibited items that needed to be stored in the hold. I suspect those prohibited items were indeed knives and tools. Upon hearing this, the flight attendant by Jiaowei seemed to recall something. "I thought so. No wonder he was so frantic to reach the rear of the plane yesterday. Nearly drowning in the process, it was to retrieve those tools." Everyone present had witnessed Ren Ye's fall into the water the previous day. They had secretly deemed him foolish, thinking that in such dire circumstances, even if his suitcase contained gold, he should have let it go. Nothing is more precious than life. Yet, it now appeared they were the true fools. Ren Ye had intuitively understood that the rescue team would not arrive promptly. "Oh, if only I had thought to retrieve my suitcase as well," they mused. "This lad carries so many survival tools with him and can fish in such weather. He must be quite knowledgeable. Damn it, who was it yesterday that told us to ignore him? Now, how fortunate it is that the means of our salvation lie solely with him." The voices of contention among the crowd grew louder, each individual engulfed in profound regret at this moment. Some lamented their quarrel with Ren Ye from the previous day, while others wished they had spoken a kind word on his behalf. Had they nurtured better relations, they too would surely be feasting on fish now. It was her, this very woman, amidst the throng, a middle-aged woman in her 40s, Wang Yaji, was seized by 4 men and dragged forth. She, like Ren Ye, had occupied a seat in first class. Yesterday, during the fervent denunciations of Ren Ye and his companions, she had been the loudest among the women, inciting the crowd to ostracize him. Perhaps they should compel her to apologize or bow her head to quell the anger. Upon hearing this, Wang Yaji hastily freed her hands. Though she harbored the same remorse as the others, she stubbornly retorted, "I was not the only one shouting yesterday. You were all more vociferous than I. If apologies and bows were to be made, they ought to be a collective affair. No one should escape unscathed." As her words echoed, the wail of an infant pierced through the crowd. Zhao Mei, a mother cradling her child, chimed in, "Ah, let us all apologize together. It won tea cost us a thing. The tools he possesses are our only hope now. Yet what if he refuses to relinquish the tools?" Gao Xiong, who had been listening quietly, suddenly interjected. His statement silenced the cabin. Indeed, if Ren Ye remained unwilling to part with the tools, they would be left with no avenue for survival. After a long pause, Wang Yaji coldly replied, "Humph. With so many lives at stake, if he chooses to abandon us in our time of need, then we ought to seize the tools by force. Such a selfish individual does not deserve to live. Can you gentlemen tolerate this?" Her words were laced with suggestions, yet she offered no indication of her own intentions. Nevertheless, for the group, who had endured hunger and cold for a day, this seemed to be their last resort. "All right, I'll take a stand on this. We are all starving. Why should they be allowed to enjoy fish while we suffer? It's simply unjust. Indeed, I shall join too. We must compel him to produce the tools. They're a shared resource. Not only the tools, but they should also demand any excess clothing. Surely those few who had been outside for so long must be clad in thick garments. They had lost their satellite phone, so assisting them should be expected." The crowd exchanged fervent words. The more radical voices predominantly belonged to those without luggage. They seemed to have already come to regard Ren Ye's tools as their own. If it did not come to their aid, he was guilty in their eyes. In dire circumstances, the darkest facets of human nature can emerge. These individuals, now fighting for their lives, had cast aside all moral considerations. The clamor had indeed drawn the attention of Ren Ye and his companions, who had just finished their meal of fish not far away. However, the howling wind and snow muffled their words, rendering them indecipherable. Yet, with a little reflection, it was not difficult to surmise that with so many gathered at the entrance of the cabin, they were certainly not uttering anything favorable. What were these foolish beings chattering about? Xie Zhongyi inquired, curiously gnawing on a fish head. Hong Bing wiped the frost from the corner of his mouth, dismissing it with indifference. "Let them be. Those turtles likely envy our feast." However, Ren Ye could not shake a sense of foreboding. Being away from home, it was evident that these individuals had packed little sustenance. When hunger strikes, one can resort to desperate measures. He realized he needed to expedite his actions. With that thought, he swiftly retrieved the axe from his bag and handed it to Xie Zhongyi. "I sense something amiss with these fellows. Let us remain vigilant." Chapter 11. Moral coercion laboring in frigid conditions significantly hampers efficiency. Ren Ye and his companions found themselves retreating to the cabin intermittently to restore their body temperature. Thus, the 7 of them toiled from 8 in the morning until 2 in the afternoon, finally accumulating enough ice bricks for wall construction. Jiang Shanwu, living up to expectations, managed to catch 5 cod and 1 salmon, sustenance ample enough to last them a day. As Ren Ye instructed the group to push the ice bricks and return with their substantial haul, they were met with a throng of passengers approaching them. A sense of foreboding washed over Ren Ye, prompting him to draw his knife. The others hastily seized broken armrests from the cabin. "What do you intend to do?" Ren Ye pointed his blade toward the crowd, halting them in their tracks. At that moment, Wang Yaji emerged from the masses, her portly figure clad in a long black down jacket, waddling like a penguin. Her gaze fixated on the fish wrapped in Ren Ye's clothing, and she swallowed hard. her countenance shifting from yesterday's haughty demeanor to an unseemly grin. Little brother Ren, I must apologize for my behavior yesterday. I should not have spoken to you that way. The bitter cold has made us all irritable. No one wishes to linger in such a place. So, I apologize, and I hope you can forgive me. Following her lead, the other passengers offered sycophantic smiles and apologies. However, this sudden shift in attitude did little to assuage Ren Ye's wariness. First impressions are paramount, and these individuals had already branded themselves in his mind as ungrateful wolves. Their lack of gratitude after their escape from the cabin, coupled with their harsh words urging him to retrieve his cell phone from the water, underscored his suspicions. Ren Ye maintained his grip on the knife, his peripheral vision scanning the nearest individuals, particularly Gao Xiong. Oh, just yesterday you spoke of isolating me, and now you shamelessly approach with apologies. Spare me the pleasantries. Given your demeanor, I assume you seek more than mere contrition. Wang Yaji cast a glance at Gao Xiong and got straight to the point. The food we brought has frozen to the point of inedibility, and everyone is on the brink of starvation. If this continues, we might meet the same fate as Old Song, succumbing to the cold in our sleep. We are all victims in this predicament. Our encounter is serendipitous, and we should support one another. With a shift in tone, she continued, therefore I propose that until the rescue team finds us, we should unite and share resources. We ought to offer excess food and clothing to those in need. Only in this manner can we ensure the survival of all. Upon her conclusion, a chorus of agreement resonated from the crowd, as synchronized as if rehearsed in advance. Indeed, in times like this, we must rely on one another. Only by ensuring everyone's survival can we look out for each other. At that moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward, willingly producing his suitcase. Ren Ye raised his eyebrows in astonishment, utterly surprised that someone would voluntarily offer their supplies at such time. Were there truly such benevolent souls among this group? Yet, in the next moment, upon glimpsing the contents of the suitcase, he nearly burst into laughter. Inside lay merely a thin suit, a shirt, half a box of leftover chewing gum, and a teacup. Before he could fully discern the situation, others eagerly began to unveil their own belongings. Without exception, they revealed only thin garments and food that either barely sufficed to stave off hunger or had become rock-hard from the cold. Some, in a show of ostentation, even contributed their nail clippers. At this point, Ren Ye comprehended the charade. These ingrates were not suddenly generous. They were merely performing for their own amusement. Their intent was clear. Once everyone had surrendered their possessions, anyone who refused would be deemed selfish, opposing the group. Soon enough, a haphazard pile of essential supplies and tools formed a small mountain. Xie Zhongyi and the others discerned the obvious motive, but just as they prepared to speak, Ren Ye took the initiative. With a forced smile, he retrieved a few garments from his seat, clothes he had stripped from Zhou Pan the previous day, now frozen solid due to exposure to water. Since everyone is so kind-hearted, we, as good citizens, must surely partake as well. Here, take these clothes and pants, he declared, generously tossing them onto the ground. In this desolate place, devoid of firewood and beset by frigid weather and snow, clothing that had frozen solid could not be dried out, and discarding it was a trivial matter. Observing this, Hong Bing and the others grasped his intent and immediately donned a facade of false cheer. All right, I have 2 pairs of underwear to offer. Let me fetch those for you. I also have half a pack of toilet paper, which should suffice for wiping. You can use it to trim your nails. Upon finishing, they each produced items that were utterly useless in the current predicament. This spectacle caused the smiles of Wang Yaji and the others to instantly fade. Their objective was, of course, to acquire Ren Ye's fish and fishing rod. If possible, they would even covet all of his tools. Seeing that their desired items were absent, Wang Yaji and the others grew anxious. Don't you still have fishing rods? There are so many fish. I saw yesterday that your suitcase contained plenty of warm clothes. I even noticed some compressed biscuits. What good are these items you produced? We need food and clothing. Witnessing the avaricious and begrudging expressions on their faces, Ren Ye had no intention of indulging them. After laboring in the snow with his own belongings for most of the day, not one of these ingrates had offered assistance. Now, seeing him catch fish, they sought to claim a share, all while hypocritically proclaiming the need for unity to support the weak. It was utterly absurd. Sorry. But didn't you just say to bring out the excess? Regrettably, I possess but a single fishing rod, rendering me incapable of assisting others. As for the fish, well, I have 7 individuals to feed. We barely have enough for ourselves, let alone to help others. Upon uttering these words, the expressions of those present darkened considerably. Wang Yaji's tone lost its previous cordiality. I remarked, "Young man, one must not be excessively selfish. With greater ability comes greater responsibility. It is evident that you possess numerous tools, and you seem quite knowledgeable about survival. Otherwise, you would not have caught so many fish. Given your capabilities, what harm is there in extending a helping hand to everyone?" After she spoke, a middle-aged man in his 40s echoed her sentiment. Our nation values the spirit of selflessness. As a capable young person, should you not lead by example? We all strive to survive, and in doing so, we can look out for one another. If all else fails, perhaps you could lend us your fishing rod, or we could purchase the fish you have in hand. Chapter 12. Seizing tools were not selling. Before Ren Ye could utter a word, Xiaozhongyi immediately dismissed the notion. In this place, money was nothing more than worthless paper, and those capable of leaving the country were predominantly individuals of some stature. Only a fool would trade life-sustaining food for it. Fearing that Ren Ye might foolishly agree, he hastily shouted, "Who the hell needs your trifling offerings? I can catch 2 fish by myself. I don't even have enough to eat, so get lost. We're not selling." These words elicited a laugh from Ren Ye. Fishing on this day was arduous, and food was indeed a matter of survival. There was no way he would squander it on these ungrateful wretches. He extended the fish in his hand towards Xiaozhongyi, his gaze chillingly sweeping over Wang Yaji and the others. "You lot are truly laughable. Where's your spirit of sacrifice? I didn't see any of that when you trampled over the wounded to escape yesterday. Who was the one preaching about sinners while forcing us into the water to retrieve phones? When passengers fell overboard and needed rescue, who among you lent a hand? When I needed clothes to save Zhou Pan, who stood up to offer assistance? Did any of you help when I dived to retrieve boxes? And now you dare play the moral high ground with me? Sorry, but I have no morals to speak of. I'm not buying into this nonsense." As he spoke, Ren Ye picked up the items he had previously discarded. Even if they were of little use, he had no intention of leaving anything for these individuals. "Sister Wang, we're all seated in first class. I recall you brought luggage with you. Why haven't you taken out to help everyone?" He scoffed. "And you so-called kind-hearted folks, last night you scurried about like a pack of rats, gnawing and squeaking. Why aren't you sharing your food now? Who do you think you're fooling with this junk? Hypocritical and disgusting, dreaming of my fishing rod? Not a chance." This tirade pierced the hearts of the crowd. Yes, they all harbored some food hidden away. They were cunning, not foolish. Aware that it was a charade, they would never genuinely share their valuable supplies. Seeing that the soft approach was ineffective, Gao Xiong, who had long been itching to explode, could no longer contain himself. "Kid, let me tell you, if we can't survive, we'll drag you down with us before we die. Give me a straight answer. Are you handing over the tools or not? Go to hell." Ren Ye kicked the luggage before him, sending some clothes flying into Gao Xiong's face. "You little brat, you're asking for it," Gao Xiong roared, pulling out a long steel object from behind, its twisted form resembling a part from the interior of an airplane. "Everyone, this brat clearly wants to watch us perish. Without food, none of us will survive. If you don't want to die, join me in seizing the tools." As his words fell, the women in the crowd retreated, while the men inexplicably brandished an array of weapons. Without exception, they were all armrests from chairs and various components from the aircraft. It was evident that this had been premeditated. "Oh, so you want to fight, do you? Perfect. I have long desired to rid myself of you insignificant wretches." Xiaozhongyi, taking the lead, unsheathed the axe bestowed upon him by Ren Ye. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Panhong, Bing Jiang, and Shang Wu rushed forward without hesitation. "You're breaking the law. Do not presume that being abroad absolves you of consequences. Should anyone be harmed or perish, they will face legal repercussions. How foolish it is to engage in such dialogue. Why do others refer to us, the people of Shiguang, as wolf soldiers? If you are unafraid, then come forth. Let it be known, We of Dongguang are not to be trifled with. Do not be misled by my age. I am well trained. Even Chun Xian and Huang Si. The two young women grasped broken armrests of chairs, though it was evident that they lacked experience in brawls, their hands trembling slightly. Although they had only recently met Ren Ye, he and Zhou Pan were the only ones in their group who understood the necessity of survival. Moreover, this opposing group held animosity towards them. Regardless of the circumstances, their survival hinged upon the safety of these two individuals. Ren Ye tightened his grip on the knife, his gaze sweeping over the throng of adversaries. There were 24 men, a mix of youth and middle age. If a brawl were to erupt in the confined space of the cabin, each person on the opposing side could easily incapacitate them. With this thought, he whispered to his companions, "We shall first retreat from the cabin. It is too cramped to evade effectively. Let us target that instigator, Gao Xiong, once he bleeds. The others will surely hesitate. You two ladies must keep an eye on my suitcase and the fish. Do not let anyone take them." The group nodded, their feet slowly shifting towards the exit. If they could not overpower them, at least they could escape. Upon noticing the axes in their hands, Gao Xiong and his followers were momentarily taken aback, a hint of fear crossing their faces. However, they quickly realized that Ren Ye's suitcase likely contained valuable items, and the desire to seize it intensified. The atmosphere was tense, and after a brief, deathly silence, Gao Xiong shouted, "Follow me." A throng of armed individuals surged forward, while Ren Ye and his companions hastily exited the cabin. Ren Ye intended to distance himself before engaging, planning to confront them at the fishing spot where he could utilize water as a weapon. To his astonishment, the eldest among the opponents, Jiang Shanwu, charged forward with a deformed armrest in hand, his legs steady as he splashed ice from the slick surface. Before the adversaries could react, he delivered a swift kick that sent one man tumbling backward into the others. In an instant, 3 or 4 people fell. Jiang Shangwu swung the armrest with fervor, eliciting cries from his foes. "My goodness, how formidable is Elder Jiang!" Ren Ye and the others stood in stunned silence. Such agility, had his face been obscured, no one would suspect he was a 55-year-old man. Though momentarily taken aback, they soon rushed to assist. The remaining adversaries had now emerged, and a fierce melee erupted among dozens. Ren Ye wielded a short knife, its blade slicing through the crowd. However, most strikes merely met the fabric of his opponent's clothing, leaving tattered holes in their down jackets, with cotton flying in all directions. Having practiced some self-defense techniques, he found it manageable to confront a couple of ordinary individuals while armed. Yet, the sheer number of adversaries was overwhelming. Within mere seconds, he felt an incessant barrage of pain radiating from various parts of his body, unaware of how many blows and kicks he had endured. The enemy surged in waves, and soon the few comrades at his side were being driven back relentlessly. After kicking one assailant away, he surveyed his surroundings and noted that both Xie Zhongyi and Hong Bing bore injuries, while Jiang Shanwu and Zhou Pan were continuously evading attacks. Behind him, Chun Xian and Huang Siyu were retreating while clutching everyone's suitcases. Chapter 13. A murder. The elderly Wang Yaji had brought a group of women who intended to seize the box. The two women found themselves powerless against the onslaught and could only cling desperately to the box while their hair and clothes were being torn. As the situation escalated and it seemed their belongings were about to be taken, a murderous intent surged within Ren Ye. Until now, his mind had been governed by civility. He had believed that injuring a couple of adversaries would surely frighten the rest into retreat. After all, he had always adhered to the law. He had seldom even harmed a chicken, let alone taken a life. However, it became evident that these individuals were resolute in their intentions and clearly aware that a rescue team would not arrive soon. Ren Ye found himself at a critical juncture. Should these beasts succeed in stealing their tools, he had no faith that they would ever be returned. With a steely gaze, he tightened his grip on the knife, preparing to thrust it into the throat of the nearest assailant. Yet, just as he raised the weapon, a piercing female scream and a male voice erupted simultaneously. "Ah, a murder! A murder!" Wang Yaji and Gao Yang's voices echoed through the crowd. Ren Ye turned his head to see a middle-aged man in the throng clutching his neck, rolling on the ice. Blood flowed through his fingers, staining the snow beneath him crimson, and soon he lay motionless. Xiaozhongyi stood before him, wielding a bloodied axe, his expression a mix of terror and confusion. It was clear he had acted in a moment of panic, the axe blade having struck the man's neck with alarming precision. In that moment, he was utterly bewildered, his mind a blank slate. Not far away, a similar scene unfolded among the young women. One girl lay on the ground, struggling as blood gushed from her throat, her face flushed. The perpetrator of this act was none other than the seemingly quiet and reserved Huang Xiyu, who clutched a pair of nail clippers. The sharp file stained with blood. The sheer improbability of using such an object to take a life was staggering. The crowd stood in stunned silence, the women too terrified to continue their attempt to seize the luggage. They had witnessed fatal accidents before, but the brutality of a human murder was an entirely different matter. Their intent in taking the tools had been to survive until help arrived. During the scuffle, they had restrained themselves, never contemplating the possibility of killing. The sudden ferocity of their adversaries took them by surprise. You, how could you be so ruthless? How dare you kill? You are finished. Prepare to face the consequences upon your return home. They shouted. We merely wish to borrow some tools. You refused and resorted to murder. You should be ready to spend the rest of your lives in prison. The crowd's condemnation echoed through the air. Yet they did not perceive their own culpability in the theft. They insisted they only sought to borrow the tools, claiming that the violence was a response to being denied. Though their words were filled with outrage, their bodies slowly retreated, fearful of provoking Ren Ye and the others further. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Ren Ye decided to abandon any pretense of restraint. He pointed the knife at the crowd, his expression twisted in rage as he bellowed, "Come on, keep fighting. Aren't you all relying on your numbers?" Not a single soul dared to respond, nor did they risk making eye contact with him. The act of seizing tools is merely a means of prolonging survival. In truth, one can endure hunger for several days without succumbing to death. If the adversary dares to take a life, they are courting their own demise. What if the rescue team arrives swiftly? No one wishes to engage in a deadly struggle with a murderer, especially when they wield knives and axes. You dare to kill, your fate is sealed. Your time is up. The two brothers from Kaohsiung, while issuing their threats, retreated hastily, fearful of becoming targets themselves. Others, similarly agitated, cursed as they withdrew to the cabin. Listen closely, everyone. Should anyone dare to set their sights on us again, your fate will mirror that of these two. After warning the departing crowd, Ren Ye approached Xiaozhongyi. At that moment, Xiaozhongyi's eyes were wide with shock, his hand gripping the axe, trembling slightly, muttering to himself, I've killed someone. I've killed someone. It's over, I don't want to go to prison. His voice trembled with a hint of despair, revealing the profound aftermath of his first kill. Ren Ye placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. It's all right, my friend. If you hadn't acted, I would have. They sought to rob us. You merely overstepped in your defense. Is that true? Xiaozhongyi gradually regained his composure. But how long will I be sentenced? Surely, they want to imprison me for a decade? Rest assured, you want to serve a single day in prison. Just as Ren Ye was about to elaborate, Zhou Pan approached. Clutching his head, have you forgotten my identity? I am a researcher, a representative of the state. Once we are outside, I will clarify that you were defending me. Do not worry, there will be no repercussions. Upon hearing this, Xiaozhongyi finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he avoided imprisonment and a criminal record, he could endure anything else. Brother, you must help me. I am my family's sole descendant. If I go to prison, my grandmother will surely perish from distress. Zhou Pan nodded. Oh, it's nothing to worry about. As long as it's not premeditated murder, I will handle everything. The group hurried over to Chun Xin and Huang Xiyu. The two girls bore minor injuries, their hair and clothing disheveled. Huang Xiyu appeared even more frazzled than Xiaozhongyi, sitting in the snow with a dazed expression, as if utterly stunned by fear. Upon seeing Ren Ye, she grasped his hand. Big brother Ren. They said they would report me. I'm only 21. I don't want to go to prison. Is there any way to? All right, it's fine. We have official personnel on our side. Ren Ye patted her hand and gestured towards Zhou Pan, reiterating his previous words. After all, girls are often frightened into silence by mere mice, let alone by murder. However, After some explanation and reassurance that she wouldn't face imprisonment, her spirits began to lift. Ren Ye picked up the blood-stained nail clipper, astonished that such an object could indeed take a life. It seems that in the wilderness, any tool can prove useful. The group had suffered minor injuries, with Xie Zhongyi and Hong Bing showing visible marks on their faces. Yet, the eldest among them, Jiang Shangwu, remained lively and unscathed, displaying little sign of distress. Ren Ye inspected the suitcase and found that Chan Xin and Huang Xiu had taken great care of it. Nothing was missing. The group hurried back to the cabin, where Ren Ye retrieved gauze and alcohol from the first aid kit to begin bandaging and disinfecting the injured. Upon seeing this first aid kit, those at the other end of the cabin were taken aback. Several among them were also injured, and although they were aware of the various tools Ren Ye possessed, they had not anticipated the presence of medical supplies. They couldn't help but wonder if this young man had foreseen the impending crash. A wave of resentment washed over them, yet they dared not approach Ren Ye for assistance. Chapter 14. The second night in the Arctic after completing the bandaging, Ren Ye did not pause for a moment and began transporting ice bricks into the cabin. Initially, he intended merely to construct a wall for wind protection and insulation. However, it now appeared that personal safety was of utmost importance. The human heart is notoriously difficult to decipher. He was uncertain whether Xie Zhongyi's act of violence had intimidated the others, nor did he know if they had abandoned their intent to seize the tools. Nonetheless, one must always remain vigilant. If they were to be disturbed again, the night would serve as the optimal opportunity for an ambush. The cabin was only a little over 20 meters long, and a swift individual could reach him in just a few steps. If they chose to attack while he was asleep, it would be exceedingly challenging to defend against. Thus, erecting a sturdy ice wall was an urgent necessity. After explaining his thoughts to his companions, they all nodded in agreement. Only Huang Xiu, perplexed, inquired, "Brother Ren, why don't we simply leave? Wouldn't departing mean we no longer have to face these people?" To which Ren Ye replied, "Do you wish to abandon the rescue team?" Her question rendered her speechless. In truth, Ren Ye had contemplated leaving long before, but where could they possibly go? The frigid winds and swirling snow of the extreme cold, coupled with an expanse of white terrain, posed a daunting challenge. Not to mention, even if he could discern the right direction, did they possess the stamina to make such a journey? What their food supplies? Straying too far could lead them to become lost, potentially perishing from hunger or freezing to death in the storm, becoming mere sculptures of ice in the snow. Conversely, staying close held little significance. With dozens of eyes belonging to Gao Xiong and others searching in the vicinity, they would undoubtedly be discovered. Furthermore, without the cabin shelter, enduring the night in the icy wilderness could easily lead to a fate akin to old songs. Most critically, this was merely the second day. Everyone was hoping for the arrival of the rescue team. If they departed just as the rescue team arrived, it would amount to self-inflicted suffering. Therefore, the best and safest course of action was to remain in the cabin and await rescue. Where there is hope, it is preferable to avoid a path of despair. Do not worry, just watch. These individuals will, at most, be starved for another 2 days before they lose their strength, leading to internal discord among them. We merely need to hasten the construction of the ice wall to protect our tools. They are bound to succumb before us. At this juncture, the remaining 45 individuals within the cabin had clearly divided into factions. Ren Ye, Zhou Pan, Xie Zhongyi, and a few others were now irrevocably united. Since they were all companions, he felt compelled to consider the safety of everyone. Once all the ice bricks were transported into the cabin, Ren Ye swiftly retrieved a water jug and filled it from the fishing hole. He designated the construction site of the ice wall to be 1/3 of the cabin's length. First, he poured some water onto the ground and then quickly placed the ice bricks atop the water. "Brilliant!" Zhou Pan suddenly exclaimed, slapping his thigh, finally grasping Ren Ye's method for wall construction. It was simply a matter of freezing. The ice bricks resting on the water would, once frozen, merge with the bricks to become a natural cement. Why didn't I think of that? He mused. Such an approach was both efficient and effortless. Ren Ye nodded, clearly recognizing that Zhou Pan, as a member of the research team, possessed a commendable intellect. However, He understood that the amount of water they had was insufficient. The ice formed was too thin and prone to shattering. "We shall reinforce it at dawn," he proposed. Zhou Pan, puzzled, inquired why they needed to wait until then. Ren Ye gestured towards the snowfall outside the cabin. "The temperature drops in the early hours, allowing the dripping water to freeze more rapidly and solidly. Furthermore, I intend to build the base of the ice wall in a conical shape. Such a structure will be more robust, preventing those wolves from intruding." As he spoke, he cast a glance at the multitude of eyes fixed upon him ahead. These white-eyed wolves, though not true wolves, were far more fearsome. Should the wall they constructed prove unstable, it was conceivable that someone might topple it during the night, potentially causing harm. Ren Ye and Zhou Pan took on the task of building, while a few injured members assisted with the carrying, and 2 young women remained vigilant. Monitoring the situation with Gao Xiong and his group, the biting wind reddened their cheeks. Yet after more than 3 hours of coordinated effort, they successfully erected 2 ice walls. One was positioned a meter inside the cabin entrance, while the other stood a third of the way into the cabin. Their sleeping quarters transformed into a capsule-like room, with only a half-person high opening serving as an entryway. The ice walls, however, were not perfectly sealed. Numerous gaps remained, anticipating the need for fire. Ren Ye deliberately left a 2-foot-high opening at the top for smoke ventilation. As night fell, they would have to wait until the following day to improve the structure further. Nonetheless, the current outcome was satisfactory, although the temperature inside the cabin showed little significant change. At least the frigid winds and snowflakes were thwarted by the ice walls at the entrance. They could expect a decent night's sleep. At 6 o'clock Arctic time, whoosh, the tiny snowflakes rustled in the cold wind. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, the stars twinkled brightly in the night sky. Ren Ye hunched outside the cabin, his clothing now speckled with snowflakes. He observed the thermometer in his hand, which displayed a chilling -34 degrees, causing his brows to furrow in concern. Just yesterday, the temperature at this hour had been a mere 29 degrees. The Arctic's climate differs significantly from that of his homeland, particularly in early winter, where temperature fluctuations rarely exceed 5 degrees in a single day. This indicated that the coldest moments of winter were rapidly approaching. Soon, this land would be entirely encased in ice, with 80% of its fauna entering hibernation. The crucial aspect was that such weather made rescue operations exceedingly difficult. If winter arrived prematurely, the challenges would intensify. In the short term, it seemed unlikely that help would arrive, though these were merely Ren Ye's speculations. A foreboding sense lingered within him. Bear Grylls once stated that in wilderness survival, one must always prepare for the worst-case scenario. While there was still strength to undertake further actions, one must never succumb to laziness. Those who survive in harsh environments are invariably the ones who are well-prepared. With this in mind, Ren Ye felt compelled to re-evaluate his survival strategy. Undoubtedly, he must prepare himself for a prolonged battle. The most pressing task at hand is sustenance. Upon returning to the cabin, Ren Ye chanced upon Xie Zhongyi and a few others in the midst of dissecting codfish. Just as Xie Zhongyi was about to prepare the 3rd fish, Ren Ye hurriedly called for a halt. "Let us not dissect them all just yet. We shall dine on 2 tonight and preserve the edible innards to conserve resources." "What?" Xie Zhongyi exclaimed, disdainfully prodding a segment of fish intestine with the tip of his knife, the pungent odor assaulting their senses. "This is revolting. Is such frugality truly necessary?" "It is imperative," Ren Ye replied, shaking his head and sighing. "In the short term, it appears unlikely that anyone will come to our rescue." Contemplating the grim reality, he felt compelled to voice his apprehensions. The group, upon absorbing his words, was momentarily rendered speechless, their expressions betraying a singular sentiment: despair. Even a single day in such a wretched place felt interminable. The thought of enduring weeks, or even months, was overwhelming. They pondered that, should they not succumb to the cold or starvation, the toll on their sanity would surely be unbearable. Chapter 15. Kindling Hush. Casting a sidelong glance at the group huddled together for warmth at the far end of the cabin. In a hushed tone, he cautioned, "Let's not alert them just yet. Otherwise, they will undoubtedly seek us out for confrontation. We must first render them too weak from hunger to pose a threat." Aside from Zhou Pan, everyone else nodded with their heads bowed. The laughter and chatter that had filled the air moments before dissipated, leaving a palpable sense of despondency. Despite their awareness of Ren Ye's prowess in survival, no one relished the idea of being stranded in such a desolate place, a barren expanse devoid of even birds. With a threat of freezing or starving loomed large. In a wilderness, negative emotions are an absolute taboo. They can severely impair a survivor's capacity for judgment and action. Regardless of the circumstances, a positive and optimistic mindset is an indispensable prerequisite for success. Ren Ye was acutely aware of this. He forced a smile and clapped his hands reassuringly, saying, "Do not despair, everyone. After all, you did not travel abroad solely for leisure. Consider this a change of scenery. Rest assured, I have survived in regions far more perilous than the Arctic, and this is merely a minor challenge. If you heed my guidance, you will all emerge unscathed. Moreover, I am not the only expert among us." As he spoke, he draped an arm around Zhou Pan's shoulders, exchanging a knowing glance. Zhou Pan, a seasoned member of an expedition team frequently traversing frigid terrains, understood the significance of morale. "Indeed, both of us are professionals, and now we have an abundance of equipment. Oh, it's no trouble at all. We may just linger a bit longer. Witnessing the Arctic's snow-capped landscapes can be quite delightful, and who knows, we might even catch a glimpse of the northern lights." Ren Ye regarded Zhou Pan with an approving look, and before anyone could interject, he retrieved a small pot from his pack, not much larger than the size of his palm. Come. Everyone has worked hard today. Let's enjoy a warm meal to rejuvenate ourselves." "Warm? Where's the warmth coming from? Wow, brother, you truly are a treasure trove. Quickly, where's the stove?" Hong Bing exclaimed, grinning widely as he prepared to rummage through Ren Ye's belongings. "Stop searching. I didn't bring a stove," Ren Ye replied, a tinge of regret in his voice. He had intended to bring one before setting out, but even his specially customized large suitcase could not accommodate it, as the smallest portable stove would occupy a significant amount of space. He swiftly tore the fabric covering from a nearby chair. "We have plenty of chairs here, filled with cotton and fabric. Since we cannot utilize all of them for sleeping, leaving them unused would be a waste." "Excellent." Upon hearing that a fire would be kindled, the somber expressions of the group vanished in an instant. In the frigid wilderness, nothing is more coveted than the warmth of fire. Ren Ye's backpack contained a lighter and 2 flintstones, essential tools for survival in the wild. Xie Zhongyi, a smoker, also carried a lighter. It is worth noting that lighters are generally prohibited on airplanes, yet he possessed a detachable flip-top lighter, a limited edition at that. Due to its immense value, Xie Zhongyi meticulously disassembled the lighter, concealing its components within his shoe. The rest of the group stripped the sponge from a seat, utilizing the steel frame as a makeshift heat shield upon the ground. As the flames flickered to life, the cabin was illuminated, bringing forth the warmth that everyone craved. Ren Ye and his companions instinctively removed their gloves, relishing the gradual return of warmth to their numbed hands and faces. This sensation was indescribable. The act of warming oneself by the fire proved to be an unexpectedly soothing experience. After several minutes, as the sponge began to smolder, Ren Ye recalled the necessity of attending to more pressing matters. In such a place, water was abundant. He scooped a handful of snow into a pot, chopping the fish into chunks to await cooking. Smoke billowed upward from the fire, escaping through the crevices at the top. The smoke from the burning sponge was dark and acrid, an unbearable stench. Soon, coughing and the cries of infants echoed from beyond the ice wall, accompanied by the disgruntled complaints of Wang Yaji and others. "Are you mad? Don't you know the sponge is toxic? Do you wish to suffocate us? If the cabin catches fire, we are all doomed. My child is so small, he could be suffocated. Put out the fire, it's killing us. Cough, cough." Hearing their incessant coughing, Ren Ye couldn't help but chuckle, rising to retort, "What do I care if you perish? If you're dissatisfied, why not light your own fire? What is the matter? Is it that you lack the means?" At this, Xie Zhongyi hastily grabbed an axe and approached the ice wall, directing his ire toward Wang Yaji. "You insolent woman, have I not shown you enough respect? Dare to utter another word, and I swear I'll cleave your head from your shoulders. I've already taken a life. Returning home means prison for me. so I won't hesitate to take a few more. With his bald head and sparse eyebrows, Xie possessed a fearsome visage, particularly after having committed murder that very day. His threats clearly had an effect, as the raucous passengers fell silent, fearful of drawing the wrath of the killer. Yet, while they recoiled from noxious fumes, they envied Ren Ye and his companions their fire. They lacked the protective ice wall, and having endured nearly 2 days of freezing temperatures, their limbs remained perpetually numb. Only by huddling together at night could they find any semblance of sleep. After several minutes of enduring the cold and the stench, Gao Xiong could no longer contain himself. Damn it, let us start our own fire, right? The others, equally desperate from the chill, hurriedly emulated Ren Ye's actions and began to strip the upholstery from their seats. Hey. At that moment, a middle-aged woman interjected with displeasure. Why don't you strip your own seats? Well, I sleep tonight. Although the cabin was spacious, the construction of the ice wall had significantly reduced their living space. With a total of 36 individuals, they were forced to sleep cramped together on the row of seats at night. The chairs were already insufficient, and if they were set ablaze, many would be left to slumber in the aisles. The carpet within the cabin had hardened in the frigid air, making it scarcely different from resting upon a slab of ice. I couldn't care less where you sleep, Gao Xiong exclaimed, striking the woman to the ground before turning back to angrily strip the upholstery from the seats. Foolish woman, on the brink of freezing to death yet still thinking about sleep. Can you truly rest in this cold? In no time, one chair was stripped bare. Gao Xiong, seemingly producing a lighter from thin air, ignited a flame. The moment the fire flickered to life, those who had been bickering rushed over, their hands outstretched as if to seize every trace of warmth. The acrid scent of smoke, once unbearable, now seemed somewhat tolerable. Gao Xiong cast a triumphant glance at Ren Ye, deliberately raising the flames, which soon filled the cabin with thick smoke. Coughing ensued as the haze enveloped Ren Ye and the others. Just as Xie prepared to unleash a tirade, Ren Ye restrained him. Let them burn. Once the chairs are gone, let us see where they intend to sleep. Soon, when the fish is cooked, we shall unveil our grand strategy. Chapter 16. The Lamentation of Hunger. After a span of several minutes, Ren Ye observed the dissipating aroma of smoke, while the flames across from him gradually diminished. A smirk crept across his face as he reveled in their misfortune. There's indeed an art to warming oneself by the fire, throwing everything into the flames indiscriminately, as they had done, only leads to a fierce blaze that consumes quickly. In frigid regions, when firewood is scarce, one must adopt a methodical approach, akin to a gentle stream that flows steadily over time. The human body possesses a built-in thermoregulation system, and igniting a large fire abruptly when one's body is numb from the cold may provide immediate comfort. However, once the heat dissipates, body temperature can plummet at an alarming rate. Consequently, individuals may find themselves feeling colder than before they sought warmth. Such abrupt temperature fluctuations can disrupt the body's ability to regulate temperature, impair the central nervous system, and compromise immunity. This phenomenon elucidates why many office workers fall victim to air conditioning sickness in summer. Upon exiting an air-conditioned environment, they often feel more overheated than before. Indeed, after another 10 minutes, the cabin was filled with the sound of hissing. The infant in Zhao Mei's arms began to wail, prompting the others to huddle together in the corners for warmth. Can you quiet your little Naiga? It's already bothersome enough in this freezing weather. Gao Xiong glared at Zhao Mei, his expression one of irritation. Zhao Mei could only pat the child repeatedly, but in temperatures plummeting below 30 degrees. Even adults struggled to endure, let alone an infant. The dark-skinned baby's cheeks were flushed from the cold, and the cries grew louder, echoing throughout the cabin. Damn it! If you keep crying, I swear I'll drop him. Cover his mouth. It's unbearable. Why did you have to have a child with Ni of all people? Coming all this way to find his father, what a disgrace. The already irritable crowd, chilled and hungry, began to voice their grievances. Having incurred the wrath of the masses, Zhao Mei dared not respond, burying her head as she attempted to soothe the child. The infant was the offspring of a Norwegian man, but the man's racial inclination was solely to procreate without bearing responsibility. Upon learning of Zhao Mei's pregnancy, He had fled without a second thought. Thus, Zhao Mei found herself here, seeking the father of her child. "Hey, handsome, you really called it," Hong Bing remarked with a smirk, gesturing towards the quarrelsome group. "They're truly turning on each other, even resorting to insults among themselves." Ren Ye shook his head with a chuckle. This was entirely predictable. Most of these individuals were strangers to one another, temporarily united only by their shared desire for the resources they coveted. If hunger were to persist for 2 more days, leading them to the brink of desperation, that would be when their true natures would emerge. But that was not enough. Let me offer something enticing to this rabble. With that thought, he grasped the handle of a small pot and positioned it near the crevice of the ice wall. Salmon, even when consumed raw, is delectable. Cooked, it becomes even more enticing. The fish was simmered to perfection, and the broth had turned a creamy white. The aroma of the fish and the rising steam was enough to arouse one's appetite. Taking a deep breath, Ren Ye blew forcefully into the crevice, allowing the enticing scent to waft to the other side of the wall. Within mere seconds, the individuals huddled closest to the ice wall were instantly enveloped by the enticing aroma. They inhaled deeply, their heads swiveling as they hurriedly sat up, eager to locate the source of this delightful scent. "What is that? It smells divine. It resembles the fragrance of braised meat. Who could possibly be concealing such sustenance?" An increasing number of people were drawn to the alluring aroma, rising to their feet in unison. Observing this, Ren Ye couldn't help but smile mischievously as he began to share the feast with the crowd. Although the fish was not abundant, it was rich in calories. In the frigid wilderness, indulging in a warm meal was a luxurious affair. As the fish soup graced his palate, the blend of flavors soothed his entire esophagus. The fish, tender and succulent, devoid of tiny bones, slid effortlessly down his throat with each bite. This meat is delectable, so tender and no bones to contend with. A touch of salt would make it absolutely perfect. Xie Zhongyi and his companions crafted rudimentary chopsticks from splinters of the chair armrests, savoring every mouthful with fervent praise. At this moment, Ren Ye suddenly recalled something and rummaged through the zipper compartment of his suitcase, producing a small transparent bottle filled with a mixture of yellow and white powdery granules. I not only have salt, but also some MSG and chicken essence. A chorus of awe resonated among the group. Zhou Pan eagerly snatched the bottle, unscrewed the cap, and inhaled deeply, raising an eyebrow in surprise. "Is that really MSG and chicken essence?" Xie Zhongyi hurriedly took his turn to smell the bottle, his grin nearly reaching the back of his head. "Goodness, I told you, buddy. Your suitcase is truly a treasure trove. It contains everything. Say, why not retrieve a bottle of liquor while you're at it? I'm really craving that Erguo from Dongbei right now. I want a drink." Ren Ye reclaimed the bottle and cautiously poured a bit into the pot. "Haven't I mentioned before that I make my living from this? Since it was my first time venturing into such a desolate place as the Arctic, I had to bring along ample supplies." Huang Xiu, curious, inquired, "Does bringing so many supplies still count as wilderness survival? Won't the audience accuse you of cheating?" "Not all." Ren Ye nonchalantly shook his head. "I'm a content creator, not a live streamer. I'm merely here to capture some videos. The audience simply enjoys watching this type of outdoor life. They don't scrutinize too closely. Thankfully, I was prudent and brought these items. Otherwise, we would be like those folks." Before he could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by the sound of several people swallowing hard. Turning to the side, he discovered a dozen pairs of greedy eyes intently focused on him. The cabin's semicircular design meant that the rectangular ice blocks did not seal every space, leaving some gaps along the walls. The heads of these individuals were craned through the openings, their noses twitching as they sniffed eagerly. Their rations had been nearly depleted, and upon catching a whiff of the savory aroma, their stomachs began to rumble. Little did they realize that Ren Ye still had a pot in his possession. Observing Ren Ye and his companions indulging in their feast, the others could no longer contain themselves. "Brother Ren Ye, I have not eaten for an entire day. Please grant me a morsel, for I feel I am on the brink of starvation." "Handsome sir, might you allow me a sip of your soup? I would be willing to share your bed for a night. Would you accept payment for a taste? Surely you still possess some fish. Sell me one, please." Driven by the primal instinct of hunger, The crowd implored for mercy. Some brandished wads of cash in a desperate attempt to purchase sustenance, while certain women offered to barter their bodies in exchange. It seemed they had forgotten the altercation they had with Ren Ye merely hours prior. Were it not for the icy barrier separating them, it was likely they would have rushed forward to seize the food. Witnessing the desperate and pitiful expressions etched upon their faces deeply stirred Ren Ye's emotions. Yet, he did not feel sympathy for these individuals. Rather, he experienced for the first time the profound significance of food. It was evident that if he were to offer them a morsel, they would be willing to do anything to secure their own sustenance. Chapter 17. Have you begged for mercy? Oh, yesterday you were proclaiming your intention to isolate me, and now you plead for mercy? Just a moment ago, you were striking me with such ferocity, calling me a murderer, threatening to report us, vowing that we would languish in prison for the rest of our lives. How is it that you virtuous souls have begun to beg us, the so-called murderers? Ren Ye's words rendered the onlookers, hidden within the wall's crevice, visibly uncomfortable. This was all orchestrated by Gao Xiong and Wang Yaji. I was coerced. It was not my choice. Indeed, they even claimed they would watch me starve after robbing me. Wait, I did not lay a finger on anyone. I am not one of you. Brother Run, do not offer them any sustenance. No, Brother Run, I too did not resort to violence, considering I am a woman. Might you grant me a morsel to eat? Listening to these individuals attack one another over a mere bite to eat, Ren Ye couldn't help but chuckle. Just yesterday, he had been their public enemy, and now it had devolved into dogs fighting amongst themselves. The complexity of human nature was vividly illustrated at this moment. Zhou Pan and Xie Zhongyi whispered counsel in Ren Ye's ear, urging him not to show pity for these people. However, upon reflection, Ren Ye realized that if these individuals became desperate with hunger, they would undoubtedly return to trouble him. Since the threshold of violence had already been crossed, killing would no longer be a rarity in the future. Extreme hunger could compel anyone to reveal their primal instincts. With this in mind, Ren Ye turned and selected the smallest cod from his suitcase, waving it playfully in his hand. The eyes of the crowd followed the fish's movements, their throats involuntarily convulsing. If you wish for fish, know that I desire neither money nor companionship in my bed. In this frigid weather, even a simple act of relieving oneself could lead to frostbite. I have no inclination for such distractions. Here is the deal. You shall go and deal a beating to Gao Xiong and Wang Yaji, and this fish will be yours. Remember, blood must be shed. Ren Ye did not wish to witness the unity of these individuals. Inciting discord over a mere fish was the most favorable outcome. In such weather, sustaining an injury would be difficult to recover from, compounded by the lack of food, making death merely a matter of time. While they might hesitate to commit murder, given that they had not yet succumbed to madness from hunger, compelling them to inflict violence became a much simpler task, especially against Gao Xiong, who had already stolen from them. Indeed, a few men immediately agreed. Excellent. I have long found them displeasing. I shall join. 4 Gao Xiong's brothers robbed my snacks last night. Who else wishes to accompany me? They even stole my clothes yesterday afternoon. I am in. Amidst the clamoring, a dozen men and women eagerly accepted the task. However, just as they turned to seek out Gao Xiong, a piercing scream erupted from the crowd. Ren Ye picked up a half-burned piece of wood and focused on the commotion, discovering that Gao Xiong and Gao Yang had made the first move. They were 4 in total, each wielding a bloodied armrest from a chair, and the unfortunate soul who had been struck down was bleeding profusely from his head, moaning in agony. You foolish pigs! Do you not realize that Ren Ye is manipulating you? Even if you strike me, he may not necessarily give you the fish. Gao Xiong's words instilled hesitation among the crowd poised to act, prompting them to glance back at Ren Ye, their eyes betraying a palpable distrust. Observing this, Ren Ye swung his axe, severing the fish's tail and discarding it into the throng. His intention was to incite discord among these individuals. The less united they were, the more advantageous it would be for him. How could he possibly spare mere fish? Instantly, the crowd erupted into chaos, clamoring to seize the fish's tail. This scene resembled the frenzied scramble for a celebrity's personal belongings at a concert. Listen up. Whoever can incapacitate Gao Xiong so he cannot rise by tomorrow, I shall reward him with an additional half fish. The declaration prompted individuals within the crowd to rush forward. A mass of bodies collided, fists and feet flying, chairs and miscellaneous items tumbling about. The din of shouting resonated, causing the entire cabin to tremble. Outside, snowflakes danced in the air, while inside, pandemonium reigned. Yet, Ren Ye and his companions on the other side of the ice wall observed with great interest, Xie occasionally directing the brawlers to strike with precision. Gao Xiong and Gao Yang stood at approximately 185 centimeters. Their physiques, while not overly muscular, could be classified as imposing. Initially, they managed to defend themselves with a combination of punches and kicks. However, the sheer number of assailants proved overwhelming. Compounded by the darkness and the cramped confines of the cabin filled with seats, severely limiting their maneuverability. Before long, they were engulfed by the crowd, their cries of despair echoing as they desperately sought a means to retaliate. Even the elderly Wang Yaji was swept into the fray, her hair disheveled as she struggled to plead for mercy. "Beat that old woman fiercely," one shouted. "I've long harbored disdain for that brat." "Hey, target her mouth. She has been insufferable." Another chimed in. "Put some muscle into it, haven't you eaten?" Xie Zhongyi and Hong Bing crouched by the ice wall, their faces alight with excitement as they orchestrated the melee. Had there not been the wall to separate them, they likely would have joined the fray themselves. Chun Xin and Huang Xiu grimaced at the spectacle, while Jiang Shangwu shook his head repeatedly. Zhou Pan, however, expressed concern, advising Ren, "If this escalates to the point of death, you could be charged with inciting a crime, facing severe consequences." "Is that so?" Ren Ye was well aware of his actions. Having been struck earlier that afternoon, he felt it necessary to teach these two a lesson. There is no choice. We are currently the only ones capable of procuring food. If we do not let them turn on each other, they will inevitably come after us in due time. You've seen the nature of these scoundrels. They are hardly deserving of sympathy. As he spoke, he nudged Zhou Pan with his elbow. I am doing this for everyone's sake. Should anything untoward happen, you must assist me." While Ren Ye was not entirely familiar with Zhou Pan's background, it was evident that anyone capable of becoming a formal member of an expedition team at such a young age must possess some degree of privilege. He assumed that Zhou Pan would not encounter any difficulties if he were to advocate on his behalf. Zhou Pan naturally harbored no objections, especially since his life had been saved by Ren Ye. "Sigh, let's hope that no one dies. What if the rescue team arrives in a couple of days? Should this group of individuals identify you as the instigator of their actions, despite my assistance, you would undoubtedly find yourself in a predicament." Upon hearing this, Ren Ye nodded. He was well aware of the precarious nature of his standing in the digital realm. Should his reputation tarnish, the hard-earned 50,000 followers would become increasingly difficult to monetize. However, before he could call for a halt, the crowd fell silent of its own accord. The throng dispersed, and two young men, seemingly eager to take credit, approached the icy wall, grinning at Ren Ye. "Brother, we can't continue this. It could lead to dire consequences." With a chuckle, one of them remarked, "Hey brother, these two have had their heads cracked open. You've vented your frustration. Haven to you?" Among the group, these two had been the most ruthless, yet they exhibited restraint, refraining from delivering fatal blows. It was evident that their minds had not regressed to a primitive state. They were apprehensive of the legal ramifications of taking a life. Ren Ye glanced at the bloodied Gao Xiong and Gao Yang sprawled on the ground, clearly suffering from significant injuries. Meanwhile, Wang Yaji lay disheveled across a chair, a section of her hair ruthlessly torn from her scalp, still oozing blood. Satisfied, Ren Ye nodded once more before selecting another fish and tossing it through the gap above the icy wall. Chapter 18. Minus 70 degrees? The crowd erupted once more, clamoring to snatch the fish, ultimately captured by the two young men. However, they refrained from consuming their catch immediately, instead gesturing towards the pot behind Ren Ye. "Brother, could we possibly borrow the pot and knife? A bit of salt would be splendid, as the fish is rather bland. Don't even think about it." Ren Ye's expression darkened instantly. These ungrateful wretches remained as selfish and greedy as ever. Having acquired fish, they now sought to borrow the pot and knife, which might seem simple, but retrieving them would prove difficult. They should find their own solutions, If they found the fish unpalatable, they could offer it to others. Moreover, let me warn you once more, do not provoke me again. I assure you, my methods will not be as lenient as yours. Ren Ye raised the knife in his hand, his tone unmistakably threatening. The two men could only nod in acquiescence before dispersing to divide the fish with the others. Yet, how could a single fish suffice for a dozen individuals? In the ensuing minutes, disputes arose over the unequal distribution, with several resorting to blows. The turmoil was incessant. I say, TZ, your approach is as good as killing them outright, grumbled Xiaozhongyi. One fish is clearly insufficient. These fools have tasted a morsel of fortune and will undoubtedly linger in their thoughts, especially that pair from Kaohsiung. They are likely plotting your demise as we speak. Zhou Pan echoed his concerns. Brother Ren, have you considered that given their current state of mind, should rescue teams fail to arrive for several days, the act of killing may become more palatable to them? Upon hearing this, Ren Ye instinctively furrowed his brow. He had contemplated this very issue, recognizing its alarming potential. Hunters often warn against cornering an injured beast. It may unleash unprecedented strength in a desperate struggle for survival. If even a lowly creature can act thus, how much more so a human? The earlier conflict had merely been a result of their collective hesitation to kill. Had they truly wished it, the 7 of them would have surely perished. However, if starvation drove them to madness, they would undoubtedly view each other as prime targets. 2 not-so-sturdy ice walls would hardly suffice to deter these individuals. Yet, to sustain this group was beyond Ren Ye's means, nor did he desire to do so. Fleeing under the cover of night? In such weather, that would likely spell death. To preemptively strike against them? 7 against 36? The absurdity was palpable. Ren Ye, agitated, raked his fingers through his hair. He had no poison at hand, and the situation seemed increasingly troublesome. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke, "Worry not. Tomorrow, we shall scout the surroundings. If we find a more suitable location, we shall relocate. Tonight, we will take turns keeping watch, each for 2 hours. Remain vigilant regarding their movements to prevent any ambush." As midnight approached, after reinforcing the base of the ice wall, Ren Ye surrendered to slumber. Today, I savored some warm food and kindled a fire, while the icy walls shielded me from the biting cold winds, leading to a noticeable improvement in my sleep quality. At the very least, I was not awakened in the dead of night by the chilling air. Outside the cabin, the frigid winds howled and snowflakes danced in the air, a thick layer of snow already blanketing the ceiling. From above, it appeared as if the cabin was seamlessly merged with the white expanse of the earth. In the Arctic, at 6 in the morning, the sky remained in a state of semi-darkness, neither fully bright nor entirely dim, reminiscent of a summer morning at 6 o'clock in Huagua. Ren Ye had awoken early from the cold. The fire had long since extinguished, leaving the remnants frozen into solid blocks. Upon pressing the thermometer, the indoor temperature registered at -32 degrees, while outside it was a chilling -35. He tightened his cold-resistant suit, yet the chill was still quite palpable. Xiaozhongyi's suitcase contained some thermal underwear, which he suggested Ren Ye should don. Zhou Pan, huddled in the corner, handed over a suitcase. He was the last person on duty. Ren Ye waved his hand, already clad in 5 layers of clothing. Any additional layers would render movement exceedingly cumbersome. Moreover, due to the Arctic's unique geographical position and cold air layers, the chill penetrated to the very marrow. Ordinary clothing was insufficient to withstand it. Adding 1 or 2 more layers would provide little benefit. Has your research team ever ventured to the Arctic in winter? Is the winter temperature always like this? Zhou Pan exhaled a breath of warm air, his expression turning grave. This is my 4th visit to the Arctic and my 3rd in winter. However, to be honest, I have never encountered temperatures plummeting to -35 degrees by the end of November. Normally, at this time, it should not drop below -30 degrees. I have heard some of the senior colleagues in our institute mention that if there is a temperature fluctuation in the Arctic winter, it surely indicates an early cold wave. Upon hearing this, Ren Ye furrowed his brow. Can you estimate the approximate time? Zhou Pan pondered for a moment, his demeanor growing even more serious. I estimate that within 2 weeks at most, the cold wave will sweep across over 60% of the Arctic land. The temperatures will generally plummet to a minimum of -40 degrees, reaching -50 at midnight, and in some areas, it could even drop to -70. -70. Ren Ye was so taken aback that he stood up abruptly. Although he had already been aware of this information from literature, hearing it aloud was overwhelming. Perhaps most people in Huaguo lack a true comprehension of such temperatures. It is akin to an ordinary person stepping outside, needing to wrap themselves in the warmest clothing, donning layers upon layers just to survive temporarily. Even breathing must be done cautiously, as taking deep breaths could easily freeze the respiratory tract and esophagus, causing irreversible damage. Any skin exposed to the air for a mere 3 seconds would lose sensation, suffer frostbite within 10 seconds, and endure permanent necrosis within a minute. If that day were to arrive, with the clothing currently possessed by Ren Ye and his companions, survival would be utterly impossible. No wonder 2 days had passed without sight of the helicopter or rescue team. Are you certain -70 degrees is in Norway? Observing Ren Ye's dazed and desperate expression, Zhou Pan hastily clarified, -70 is in Siberia, over 2,000 kilometers away from Norway. However, we must begin to make plans early, as the cold air and blizzards will inevitably descend upon us. As for foreign rescue teams, I have no hopes, from my understanding of them. These individuals would never risk their lives to save us. This statement extinguished the flickering hope that still resided in Ren Ye's heart, leaving him with the sensation that the world had turned to shades of gray. 2 weeks, neither more nor less. What could possibly change in such a brief span? He sank into his chair, anxiously massaging his temples. He possessed a fair amount of survival skills for enduring the extreme cold, yet Zhou Pan, being a professional, undoubtedly had greater knowledge and experience regarding the Arctic. He still wished to hear his thoughts. Do you have any effective methods? Chapter 19. A delicacy for you. Zhou Pan fell silent for a moment before speaking. There is but one solution, which is to find firewood or other sufficient combustible materials. If we reinforce this cabin and adequately windproof it, the indoor temperature might rise by 4 or 5 degrees. Coupled with fire and ample food, we should be able to endure. The only uncertainty lies in how long this cold front will persist. Ren Ye chuckled at this remark, thinking it was essentially a non-statement. Anyone with common sense would understand that in such a place, survival hinges on food, fire, and shelter. While fish could be caught for sustenance and the cabin could serve as shelter, the pressing question remained, where would they find enough firewood? All around was a vast expanse of white snow, devoid of a single leaf. The seats within the cabin were limited, and the sponges inside would burn quickly, likely exhausted in just 2 days. This meant that venturing out to seek firewood was their only option. With this thought, Ren Ye hurriedly opened Xie Zhongyi's suitcase and extracted a set of cotton thermal undergarments. Armed with a knife, he began to cut them into strips. What are you doing? Zhou Pan inquired, sensing Ren Ye's intentions. Ignoring the question, Ren Ye continued to slice the clothing into long strips. Without a mask in this weather, venturing outside would risk severe frostbite on his face. Oh, I almost forgot. Let me assist you. With Zhou Pan's aid, the task was completed swiftly. Ren Ye donned a makeshift mask and stepped outside to test it, only to find it rather thin, offering minimal protection against the cold. Thus, he returned to the snow-covered ground, searching for additional materials. The 2 individuals slain by Xie Zhongyi and Huang Xiyu still lay where they had fallen, now entombed beneath layers of snow, their bodies frozen solid. When he unearthed them, Ren Ye was taken aback. He finally comprehended why a pale face is often likened to that of a corpse. The 2 had complexions as white as freshly painted walls, their lips a faint purple, and their eyelashes adorned with frost, presenting a terrifying sight. Borrowing some clothing, if you don't mind. After all, you no longer need it. Hurry along to your next life. Remember to be a good person, and for heaven's sake, avoid flying. With that, he swiftly stripped the 2 of their garments. They were only 3 thin layers, and not even a pair of thermal pants, likely driven to desperation by the cold. Ren Ye hurried back to the cabin to continue his work. He first cut out long strips of fabric that would cover the entirety of the face, combining several to form a single piece, then crafted openings for the eyes, nose, and mouth. Thus, a 3-layer robber's mask was fashioned. While its appearance was far from appealing, it would effectively prevent facial frostbite. By the time all 7 members were awake, 7 masks had been prepared. They dismantled 2 seats to kindle a fire and began to stew a fish. As the fragrant aroma wafted through the air, the neighboring individuals, akin to cats detecting fish, gathered eagerly at the wall, their hungry eyes fixated on the pot, saliva pooling in anticipation. Last night, only a handful of individuals managed to partake in the fish, and by now, their stomachs have long since emptied. Conversely, there are far more who missed out on the meal, and they now speak with a feeble tone, their condition far more exaggerated than it was the previous night. Fish. I yearn for fish. I beseech you, Ringu, grant me just a morsel. I shall pay any price. They lamented, expressing a profound regret for their prior indifference. Or shall we revisit Kaohsiung for a good brawl to relieve your frustrations? Their words echoed the sentiments from the night before. Some individuals rummaged through their pockets, offering all their cash for a high price. Others even brandished credit cards, bidding as much as 10,000 just for a warm bowl of soup. Those without funds offered to serve Ren Ye as a dog, while women offered companionship, uttering anything to procure sustenance, no matter how morally questionable. Had Ren Ye not witnessed their despicable behavior just 2 days prior, he might have doubted they were the same group. Yet, he could discern from their listless gazes that they were truly at the brink of starvation. This scene left Ren Ye in a state of turmoil. Though not out of compassion, he had anticipated their collapse, but not so swiftly. In the biting cold, maintaining health necessitates a continuous intake of high-calorie foods. Without nourishment, the body instinctively resorts to burning fat to combat the frigid temperatures. Thus, a single day of hunger here equates to nearly 2 days under normal conditions. Calculating the timeline, it had already been 3 days since the crash. It was only natural for this group to falter. If they were to endure further deprivation, it was inevitable that they would resort to violent means to acquire food. In such a state of desperation, they would no longer show restraint as they had the previous day. Yet, Ren Ye grappled with the notion of bestowing the hard-earned fish upon these ingrates, who would likely feel no gratitude and might even turn against him once satisfied. Just as he hesitated, a female voice resonated from the other end of the cabin. "Huh, someone has died. Someone has died." The individuals gathered by the wall were immediately drawn to the commotion, and Ren Ye peered through the crevice to witness 6 familiar figures sprawled upon the cabin floor, bloodied and lifeless. These were the very individuals who had charged at him during the earlier conflict, their faces pale and bodies stiffened, clearly victims of frostbite. In such weather, injuries without proper insulation and sustenance would inevitably lead to death. Unlike the fear and shock that accompanied the death of Old Song the previous morning, this group reacted with a twisted sense of joy. They rushed forward like madmen, stripping the bodies of their clothing in a frenzy. Observing this, Ren Ye realized that their humanity was gradually eroding. In their quest for survival, only primal instincts remained. Witnessing this, Ren Ye turned and instructed Chun Xin to bring forth the remaining snacks. His demeanor prompted his companions to speculate on his intentions. Hong Bing quickly interjected, "Young man, none among this rabble are worthy. Giving them food is a waste. Though I believe kindness is a virtue, it must be discerning. Indeed, these ungrateful wretches are never satisfied. Do you not see? If you grant them a morsel, they will inevitably demand more. Instead, heed my counsel, while they're still feeble. Let us strike decisively and eradicate the threat once and for all." However, the companions urged Ren Ye, pointing out that food was already scarce, and they themselves barely had enough to sustain. Why should they share with those who could turn into treacherous opportunists? It would be sheer folly to nurture a pack of wolves ready to turn against them at any moment. Ren Ye shook his head. He would never be foolish enough to engage in a desperate struggle against a horde of starving lunatics, with only a knife and an axe at his disposal. Even if 6 of the adversaries lay slain, 30 still remained. The odds of victory were pitifully slim, and even if by some stroke of fortune they managed to eliminate all foes, he would surely emerge grievously wounded. Ren Ye did not immediately respond to his companions. Instead, he rummaged through the meager remnants of their snacks. Chapter 20. The more you eat, the hungrier you get. Half a bag of leftover potato chips, a loaf of bread, a packet of spicy strips, and 5 pieces of beef jerky. Chun Xn was a true gourmand, her mouth never ceasing its activity on the airplane. Most of these snacks being her personal provisions. Ren Ye pondered for a moment before extracting half a loaf of bread from the bag and tossing the 5 pieces of beef jerky into it. With a cheerful smile, he rose and inquired, "Do you truly believe I possess such benevolence? Or perhaps, you genuinely think what I hold in my hands constitutes food?" The crowd gazed at the bag containing the bread, their expressions a mixture of confusion. Wasn't that simply bread and beef jerky? How could it not be considered food? Ren Ye cast a glance at the throng still grappling for clothes, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he quietly elucidated, "For us, it indeed qualifies as food. However, for them at this moment, it serves as a slow-acting poison. The principle is quite straightforward. When a human body goes without sufficient nourishment for over a day, gastrointestinal motility slows and gastric acid diminishes, akin to a smartphone entering power-saving mode. As long as the body expends no energy, the sensation of hunger significantly lessens, leading it to tap into other fat reserves for sustenance. Yet, once food is ingested, the stomach resumes its function. After an extended period of hunger, the body craves nutrients, resulting in a surge of gastric acid production. However, the bread and beef jerky in Ren Ye's possession are all low-calorie foods, insufficient even for a child. The moment these individuals consume anything, their hunger will only intensify. Ren Ye was not rescuing them. He was, in fact, torturing them in a roundabout manner. Upon hearing his explanation, the crowd could not help but chuckle, praising his cunning. Yet, amidst their laughter, Zhou Pan suddenly seemed to recall something, his demeanor turning grave. If that is the case, won't they be even more inclined to come after us? Those 30 ravenous individuals could very well lead to our demise. Rest assured, that will not happen, Ren Ye replied with unwavering confidence. If we refuse to assist them, they will lose all hope. With no escape route, they would undoubtedly seek to confront us in desperation. However, if I choose to help them, do they not gain a glimmer of hope? This statement caused several individuals to furrow their brows, evidently still lacking comprehension. Alas, nothing is more profound than the death of hope. In moments of despair, even a faintest flicker of hope compels one to grasp it tightly. We are acutely aware that remaining with these individuals poses great danger, yet we have chosen to stay, waiting for a rescue team, have we not? Similarly, these people understand that we wish to assist them, albeit our current capabilities are insufficient. Thus, do we not become their beacon of hope? Who would consider harming those capable of providing sustenance when on the brink of starvation? Oh, Xie Zhongyi nodded in sudden understanding. Ren Ye arched an eyebrow, directing his gaze toward him. Do you grasp it now? Not quite, Xie Zhongyi admitted with a grin. I don't fully comprehend, but it certainly sounds impressive. You are the one in charge, after all. Very well, you must cooperate with me shortly. Ren Ye beckoned, gathering everyone together. After whispering for approximately several seconds, he made his way to the wall with a bag of bread in hand. Hey, are you all still hungry? The crowd, which had just finished fighting over clothes, turned in unison. Upon seeing the bread in Ren Ye's hands, they all rushed towards him. Some of the girls, weakened by hunger, were even knocked to the ground. I want food. I was here first. Brother Ren, Father Ren, just give it to me, and I'll pay you all. The scene resembled students rushing to the cafeteria after school. Ren Ye intended to share a piece of bread with everyone, but at that moment, Xie Zhongyi and others hurriedly stepped forward to block him. They feigned reluctance, shaking their heads repeatedly. No way, buddy, this is our last lifeline. If we give him this much, what will we eat? Indeed, we have to head out soon, and without food, we'll starve. There are too many of them. We cannot save them all. Brother Run, have you forgotten? These people tried to rob us yesterday, and even called us murderers, threatening to report us. Hearing this, Ren Ye immediately put on an expression of reluctant yet righteous resolve. Let us not speak of that. Upon reflection, we all escaped death together. Our meeting is fate. In such perilous times, we must help one another. Let bygones be bygones. As long as I have a morsel, you shall have half. Come, queue up. With that, he began to tear the bread. Clearly, this small amount would not suffice for 30 people. To ensure everyone received something, he decided to break it into small pieces to distribute. Upon hearing his words, The starving individuals expressed their gratitude, their flattery evident. Ah, Brother Ren is truly kind-hearted. We should have listened to Gao Xiong yesterday. We were wrong. Seeing that Ren Ye was genuinely prepared to share, Wang Yaji and Gao Xiong hurriedly approached, their bruised faces breaking into sheepish smiles. Brother Ren, I was wrong before. You are not murderers, and the two who died yesterday had it coming. Yes, Brother Ren. I should have thought of robbing you. If you still feel wronged, feel free to hit me again. The atmosphere in the cabin suddenly became amicable, with everyone apologizing to Ren Ye, creating a sense of unity as they collaborated to overcome their predicament, reminiscent of the saying, "He who has milk is king." Yet, this harmonious atmosphere did not last long. After Ren Ye distributed the meager food, the cheerful faces quickly vanished. Each of the 30 individuals was left with merely a handful of breadcrumbs and minuscule pieces of beef jerky. Undoubtedly, this paltry offering was insufficient even for a chicken. Wang Yazi, who had been the first to praise Ren Ye, now interjected, "Brother Ren, this little bit is far from enough." No sooner had she spoken than a sound resembling a baby's wail echoed through the crowd. Zhao Mei, holding her child, stepped to the forefront. "It has been quite some time since I last nursed my little one. Thus, I implore you to grant me a bit more. After all, I am responsible for 2 lives. Naturally, others are reluctant as well. Brother Ren, we are all women. Should you not be inclined to share a bit more? Do you not have a few fish left? Perhaps you could stew them, allowing us all to partake in a warm meal." However, the insatiable and avaricious expressions on their faces ignited a surge of unnameable fury within Ren. Yet, contemplating how this group would soon be writhing on the ground in hunger, pleading for mercy, somewhat lifted his spirits. "Indeed, I do have 2 fish remaining, but today we have resolved to venture out in search of sustenance. Additionally, we shall seek firewood nearby, as it requires a considerable journey. Thus, we must have a warm meal. You may consume the fish, but once finished, you must join us in our labor. Are you willing to do so?" Upon hearing this, those who had clamored for fish suddenly fell silent, as if their hunger had vanished in an instant. Chapter 21. Preparing to depart, they were indeed famished, yet not to the extent of losing their wits. Many were clad in garments scavenged from the deceased, predominantly thin autumn attire. Though plentiful, it offered little protection against the biting cold. Inside the cabin, the chill was enough to induce shivers. Venturing outside would be tantamount to courting death. After a prolonged silence, smiles gradually returned to the faces of the assembly. Since Brother Ren was venturing out to procure food for everyone, I shall abstain from the fish. You are all young and require sustenance more than us women do. I shall wait here for your return. What you can offer me is already quite generous. How can we possibly ask for fish? You all have worked hard. Please eat well." Wang Yaji stuffed her mouth with bread and jerky, smilingly echoing, "Brother Ren, I know you are the expert here. Fish should be left to those capable. As a woman, I shall not burden you with my presence outside. Now, please finish your meal and get to work. Bring back plenty of food. I have heard that the Arctic winter is home to many polar bears. Capturing one would suffice for our sustenance for quite some time. I have faith in you." These shameless remarks tightened the fists of Xie Zhongyi and Hong Bing, who, had it not been for the overwhelming disparity in numbers, would have relished the chance to unleash their wrath. At that moment, Ren Ye was also suppressing his anger, observing the avaricious, selfish countenances fixated solely on reaping without labor. He suddenly felt that perhaps allowing them to starve was not so cruel after all. To expect him to capture a polar bear for their consumption? How utterly shameless. "Very well, I shall go procure one for you, but let us see if you can endure until my return." With a cold smirk in his heart, Ren Ye nodded outwardly. "All right, wait here. We shall return shortly." With that, he disregarded the group just as the fish stew was ready. He promptly called over Xie Zhongyi and the others to partake in a meal. The aromatic fragrance of the fish stew wafted through the cabin, making those who had just finished their bread and jerky salivate. They huddled against the wall, inhaling deeply the delightful scent, their eyes glazing over as if they beheld a vision of beauty. The cabin resonated with irregular drum-like sounds as their stomachs protested. Clearly, Ren Ye's strategy was effective. This group, having just eaten, now felt even hungrier. The stimulation of food had awakened their digestive systems, sending commands to consume. Yet, they could only watch helplessly as Ren Ye and his companions feasted, unable to seize the opportunity for themselves. This was the brilliance of Ren Ye's deliberate provision of food. He understood that none among them possessed the knowledge of survival. Even with tools, it would be arduous to secure food. Coupled with their laziness and selfishness, it was far more comfortable to await Ren Ye's offerings than to brave the cold in search of elusive sustenance. Ren Ye had become their beacon of hope. Who would dare oppose their lifeline? Yet, 7 individuals succumbed to hunger, losing their sanity, and knelt at the entrance of the cabin, pleading for a morsel of soup. Among them were the brothers Gao Xiong and Gao Yang. Observing the wounds etched upon their faces, Ren Ye felt a chill in his heart, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. "Listen," he declared, "those who drink the soup must work alongside us. Moreover, I require only 4 individuals. Choose me. Choose me." The 7 clamored, their hands raised without hesitation. Ren Ye promptly selected the 4 who had been beaten the previous night, including the Gao brothers. Generously, he bestowed upon them the remnants of fish and broth from the pot. The 4 embraced the vessel, devouring its contents with wild abandon, their tongues meeting countless times in their fervor. Driven by ravenous hunger, they even gnawed on the fish bones, their gluttonous display reminiscent of refugees enduring famine. In less than 3 minutes, every morsel had been consumed, the pot gleaming as if polished. Once they had finished, Ren Ye instructed them to drag all the corpses onto the ice. Ostensibly, he claimed it was to provide their compatriots with a proper burial, but in truth, it was a precaution against the starving souls who might resort to cannibalism. He had resolved to let them all perish from hunger. With less than 2 weeks until the cold wave struck, Ren Ye felt no sense of security sharing a roof with these beasts. To survive, he knew he must eliminate them. On the ice, the 4 brothers struggled to move the bodies. After consuming something warm, they appeared to regain some strength. "Brother, when shall we make our move? I feel as though I might freeze to death," Gao Yang remarked, donning a pair of gloves he had scavenged, though his hands were still numb with cold. Gao Xiong glanced at Ren Ye, who was busy sawing ice blocks not far away, and gestured for the other 2 to gather around. "Listen closely, we will arm ourselves shortly. Once we exit this place, we strike. I shall deal with that old man Jiang Shangwu. He is trained, so be wary. As for the rest, choose your targets and strike swiftly and mercilessly. I will take down that tall fellow from Shiguang," one declared. "I will handle that bald man from Dongbai," another added. "Leave that fool Ren Ye to me. He dared to have us beaten. I will turn his skull to mush." The group felt the steel implements concealed at their waists, remnants of the plane's interior. Since the previous night's beating, they had harbored resentment. They could scarcely believe Ren Ye would genuinely offer to procure food for them. Just the day before, he had engaged in violence, yet today his demeanor had shifted entirely. Thus, Gao Xiong resolved that after dispatching Ren Ye and his companions, they would seize their clothing and tools to ensure their own survival. After several minutes, they finally gathered all the bodies. With 7 frozen to death and 2 slain the previous day, a total of 9 corpses lay neatly arranged upon the ice. Once Ren Ye cut through the ice to create a hole, he directed Gao Xiong and the others to systematically dispose of the bodies within. The Arctic, with its frigid waters, concealed many undercurrents, even beneath winter's icy grasp. The corpses, upon entering the hole, quickly vanished with the tide. After addressing the remains, Ren Ye cast a glance at those watching through the cabin window, a cold smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his mouth. "Now, I wonder what you will eat." However, the individuals within the cabin remained entirely oblivious. This was merely the first step of Ren Ye's retaliation against them. In fact, they believed that since Ren Ye was so benevolent towards those who had previously confronted him and spoken ill of him, he would certainly not neglect their welfare. At this moment, it seemed that everyone was saved. After a brief gathering of their belongings, Ren Ye and his 7 companions, accompanied by the 4 from Kaohsiung, embarked on their quest for firewood. The group advanced along the rear side of the cabin, and after approximately 10 minutes of walking, the cabin vanished from sight. Upon reaching the base of a low hill, Kaohsiung, already suffering from the biting cold, finally reached for his waist. If he did not take action soon, His hands would lose all sensation. Simultaneously, the three companions of Gao Yang exchanged glances, and they too began to move. Chapter 22. The first four must fall. Just as the four individuals reached for their weapons, Xie Zhongyi suddenly pointed ahead and exclaimed, "Look, there's a polar bear." Upon hearing this, the four from Kaohsiung widened their eyes in astonishment and hurriedly looked up. However, all they could see was a vast expanse of white. Apart from the sporadic snowflakes falling from the sky, there were no other signs of movement. "Where is it?" "No." Before Kaohsiung could finish his thought, he suddenly felt a heavy blow to the back of his head. His mind spun, and he collapsed to the ground, stars dancing before his eyes. Simultaneously, the other three from Gaoyang fell as well. The two middle-aged men rolled on the snowy ground, clutching their bleeding necks. Ren Ye and Xie Zhongyi wielded a short knife and an axe, while Hong Bing and Zhou Pan brandished a steel plate. Their expressions darkened as they fixed their gaze upon him. "What are you doing? Why are you?" Kaohsiung was cut off as Ren Ye placed a foot on his chest. "You still have the nerve to talk back when death is upon you? Don't you know your fate?" With that, he unzipped Kaohsiung's jacket and extracted a perforated steel plate from within. This was the base for the screws securing the airplane seats. Many seats had been damaged in the crash, and during yesterday's scuffle, it had been wielded by several individuals. Though the material was not excessively heavy, it still caused considerable pain when struck upon the head. "What are you doing? Trying to kill me? I offered you food, and yet you contemplate my demise?" Kaohsiung exclaimed, hastily shaking his head in denial. "Brother, you misunderstand. This is merely for self-defense." Hai Yang beside him nodded fervently, pleading for mercy. "Brother Ren, since we are in the wild, it is only natural to have some means of protection. We never intended to harm you." "Oh, is that so? Then it appears I have misjudged you." Ren Ye's cold demeanor remained unchanged. He pointed to the scab on his forehead, gripping the steel plate tightly, and gritted his teeth as he spoke. "Do you know how painful this is when used as a weapon? You struck me repeatedly yesterday. Whether you wish to kill me matters not. What matters now is that I desire your demise." With that declaration, he swung the steel plate down upon Kaohsiung's head with great force. The first blow drew blood, and Kaohsiung, already dizzy, could no longer discern his surroundings, only able to feebly beg for mercy. Seeing his brother being assaulted, Hai Yang sprang to help. However, Xie Zhongyi would not grant him such an opportunity. Having already taken a life, he felt no remorse. With a swift motion, he brought the axe crashing down upon Hai Yang's neck. Blood gushed forth as he fell, unable to rise. "I warned you not to steal from me. I warned you against your absurd nonsense. I cautioned you against moral coercion. Ungrateful wretch." Ren Ye shouted as he continued to strike, seemingly venting all the pent-up frustration from the past 2 days. After delivering over a dozen blows with the steel plate, Kaohsiung gradually fell silent, his head a gruesome mess. The two girls turned their heads away, clearly unable to bear the sight. Jiang Shangwu and Zhou Pan grimaced in shock. Having never experienced hunger, they found themselves struggling to comprehend such a horrific scene. As Ren Ye witnessed the men in Kaohsiung transporting the corpses, he noticed the steel plates concealed at their waists. Upon reflection, he surmised that they surely harbored sinister intentions. Regardless of their motives, Ren Ye had resolved to eliminate them. His generous offering of fish soup was, after all, a prelude to their demise. These individuals were not only his adversaries, but also the most robust and formidable in the cabin. Now that he was aware of their potential actions against him, he deemed it prudent to strike first to avert any calamity. At this juncture, there were still 26 individuals remaining in the cabin, 12 women and 14 men. "Brother Ren, must we truly resort to this?" Zhou Pan questioned, his gaze fixed on the ghastly sight of Kaohsiung's brain matter, nausea rising within him. Ren Ye casually discarded the steel plate, his expression reflecting his discomfort. This was his first act of murder, despite the target being an enemy. A sense of guilt weighed heavily on his conscience. However, he felt no regret. In a society governed by law, who desires to bear the stain of blood on their hands? Yet if they did not eliminate their foes, it was certain that those foes would seek to kill them. Were there a better option, he would be disinclined to engage in a battle of wits with these ungrateful wretches in such a dismal place. Sighing, Zhou Pan could only express his helplessness. The foreign rescue teams were paralyzed by fear. Had they arrived sooner, the situation would not have escalated to this point. Ren Ye raised his eyes to the snow-laden sky, a sense of despair creeping into his heart. Let us do what we can and leave the rest to fate. They hastily stripped the 4 men of their clothing, hastily burying the garments before departing. As winter approached, the biting cold intensified, and the sun above provided no warmth. The air felt like 1,000 needles piercing their skin. Even with masks on, Ren Ye and the others felt a stinging itch in their nostrils. Yet, this discomfort was not the most unbearable aspect. Among the 7, only Ren Ye wore boots. The others were clad in sneakers, which collected icy shards with every step into the snow. The sensation was chilling, penetrating from the soles to the very crown of their heads. They were also burdened with heavy luggage, severely depleting their strength. As their breathing grew labored, their throats became parched and intolerable. After approximately 20 minutes of trudging, Ren Ye halted at the foot of a mountain. What is the matter? Zhou Pan nearly collided with him. Ren Ye retrieved binoculars, scanning the surroundings, only to find an expanse of white, snow-capped peaks, which was disheartening. We cannot continue aimlessly. We risk becoming lost before we even reach the forest. We must determine our direction immediately. In response, Hong Bing promptly produced his phone. My phone has been off, but it still has battery and includes a compass. That's useless, Zhou Pan interjected, shaking his head to dissuade him. Why is it useless? Isn't a compass supposed to guide the lost? Perhaps elsewhere, but not in the Arctic, Ren Ye interjected gravely. The compass on your phone operates based on the Earth's magnetic field and sensors. The Arctic, as the northernmost point of the Earth, is also the region most profoundly affected by magnetic fields. This phenomenon can distort the accuracy of compasses. Thus, one must rely solely on specialized Arctic compasses for trustworthy navigation. Zhou Pan sank down onto his suitcase, realizing that the likelihood of finding the forest through mere wandering was exceedingly slim. At this juncture, the only recourse was to await nightfall to observe the North Star for a definitive sense of direction. Ren Ye set down the telescope and nodded. However, he was already well acquainted with this method. Indeed, observing the North Star is a more reliable approach, yet it is only feasible for nocturnal travel. One may remember the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, but come daylight, when all stars vanish and with the sun's emergence, can one accurately retain the North Star's precise location? Chapter 23. Seeking direction, Zhou Pan fell into silence. This was the most effective method he could conceive at the moment. In antiquity, fleets navigating the Arctic would determine their bearings by observing the 7 stars, known as the Big Dipper, which comprises the stars Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiyang, and Yaoguang. When these 7 stars are aligned, they form a shape reminiscent of a ladle. By extending the line connecting Tianshu and Tianxian fivefold at the top of the ladle, one could locate the North Star, also referred to as Ziwei Xing, which unfailingly points true north. This method delineates the cardinal directions: north above, south below, west to the left, and east to the right, guiding the lost souls on their journey. However, there was a caveat. In ancient times, travelers typically carried maps. Even if one did not have a map, there would be artists to document everything. Otherwise, by daylight, the positions noted at night would be entirely forgotten or significantly miscalculated. Ren Ye, however, was disinclined to rely on memory, for he possessed a more precise method. It was currently 9 a.m. Arctic time, and the sun was already high in the sky. Although the sunlight offered little warmth, it served as a beacon. Ren Ye chose a sunlit expanse of snow and casually plunged his knife into a patch of snow. Zhou Pan instantly grasped his intention. This technique was known as the sunlight guidance method. Regardless of one's wilderness surroundings, the sun is always a guiding light. Sunlight striking the blade would cast a long shadow on its reverse side, which would shift as the sun traversed the sky. It is common knowledge that the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. Given that it was morning, by observing the shadow's movement, one could accurately discern the cardinal directions. However, due to geographical and seasonal factors, in the Arctic, the sun should rise from the southwest and set in the southeast. Impressive. Brother Ren, rising in the southwest and setting in the southeast. How did I not think of that? Zhou Ban exclaimed. The method was indeed commendable, yet he shivered, tightening his clothing. In this frigid weather, if we wait for the shadow to complete its movement, it would be safer to observe the North Star. I never suggested we wait for the shadow to complete its arc. I lack the leisure for that, Ren Ye replied, setting down his backpack and pressing his thermometer. The reading was minus 28 degrees. One thing you seem to have overlooked is that we are near Oslo, and it is nearly the end of November. Thus, the sun should rise in the southeast and set in the southwest. Do you researchers not account for geographical positions and time? Zhou Pan suddenly realized his oversight, sheepishly smiling as he acknowledged his lapse in calculation. In our previous Arctic expeditions, we always had specialized maps and compasses. It is rare for all equipment to be lost. Very well, you all stay here to observe the sunlight. I shall ascend the mountain to assess the environment, Ren Ye declared, tearing a piece of clothing he had taken from Gao Xiong and wrapping it around the soles of his boots. This was to increase the friction of the shoe soles, ensuring he would not slip or fall while traversing the snowy terrain. Iron brother, I shall accompany you. I possess considerable prowess in mountaineering. Xiaozhongyi volunteered eagerly. As a true native of Dongbei, he harbored a natural resilience against frigid temperatures and believed he could be of assistance. Ren Ye did not object, and the two commenced their ascent towards the summit. In the wilderness, whether fleeing or merely surviving, it is imperative to acquire effective information about one's surroundings. This is why both the Yi and Bei Yi, when engaged in survival scenarios, strive to ascend to higher ground to survey the terrain. Such vantage points allow for the discernment of directions and the identification of resource-rich areas. The mountain was not particularly lofty, with a maximum incline of 50 degrees. Isolated from other snow-capped peaks, the visibility was relatively clear, and the climbing difficulty was significantly reduced. The path ahead remained manageable. However, as Ren Ye and his companion reached the mountain's midsection, the snow beneath their feet began to crumble in large chunks. Each step felt akin to sinking into a quagmire, laborious to extricate oneself from, and fraught with the risk of falling. After an hour of intermittent progress, they finally ascended to 2/3 of the way up the slope. Both were panting heavily, unable to contain their exhalations of warm breath. Their lips were chapped from dryness, and their throats parched beyond endurance. Ren Ye had neglected to bring his water bottle, resorting instead to grasping a small handful of snow to place in his mouth. Once it melted into water, he spat it out. In such frigid temperatures, consuming snow was akin to courting death. He had no choice but to employ this method to soothe his throat. Leaning against the snow, he eagerly took out his binoculars to survey the surroundings. Never before had Ren Ye felt such yearning for the hues of green, yellow, and black. Yet the view remained a disheartening expanse of white. Stretching 2 kilometers in all directions were snow-covered mountains, resembling waves scattered across the landscape. Everywhere was a frozen wasteland, devoid of life. Was he truly destined to await death? A sense of despair gnawed at him, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. With a range of 5 kilometers, Ren Ye's binoculars provided a glimmer of hope. Even if a forest existed, finding it would necessitate traversing at least another 5 kilometers. Nearly 2 hours had passed since their departure, and the warmth from their morning meal had nearly dissipated, leaving their hands and feet icy. 5 kilometers! What an exaggerated distance it felt at that moment. However, after a brief respite, Ren Ye resolved not to surrender. After all, he could only see one side of the mountain. Perhaps the other side held a glimmer of opportunity. The paramount principle of wilderness survival is to never relinquish one's obsession and desire for life, regardless of the circumstances. Just as he began to gather his resolve to continue the ascent, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, as though struck by a blunt instrument. Hissing in pain, Ren Ye grimaced and rubbed his shoulder, turning fiercely to glare at Xiaozhongyi. "You bald-headed fool! What in the world is wrong with you? Why strike me so forcefully? Could you not speak directly? What did you use?" Xiaozhongyi, bewildered by the accusation, replied, "Who struck you? I did nothing." Ren Ye furrowed his brow, only then realizing that Xiaozhongyi's hands were entirely empty. He found himself momentarily bewildered. The sensation he had just experienced was unmistakably that of a blunt instrument, propelled with remarkable speed, unlike anything delivered by hand. As he pondered this perplexity, a mass of snow suddenly flashed before him, sweeping past and tumbling down the mountainside. This was dire. Ren Ye's eyebrows shot up in alarm, acutely aware that something was amiss. He lifted his binoculars to gaze toward the summit. A scattering of snow blocks, both large and small, was cascading down toward him, while the snow layer continued to slide slowly. Such a scenario unfolded almost daily in frigid regions. Once the snowpack atop the mountain reached a certain thickness, its inclined angle would cause some of the hardened snow blocks to detach and plummet to the base of the mountain. He must take cover. Chapter 24. Avalanche. Where to hide? Xie Zhongyi was also taken aback, glancing around. They were both reclining on a snow pile, devoid of any shelter. Naturally, roll to the side. Ren Ye kicked Xie Zhongyi, sending him tumbling several times, and seized the momentum to roll away himself. As he came to a halt, a rustling sound emerged nearby. Snow blocks cascaded down into the spot where they had previously lain, plummeting down the mountain. The snow at the summit, exposed to frigid air and a high altitude, had solidified into compact blocks, contrasting sharply with the looser snow at the mountain's base. While not as hard as stone at their current position, even a snow block the size of a bottle cap could result in a concussion if it struck their heads. Oh no! How could it come to this? Xie Zhongyi, still shaken, regretted his decision. Had he known such dangers existed, he would not have come. Was this the end? How many more ice chunks were there? Ren Ye remained silent, concentrating intently on the snow layer atop the mountain. Even without binoculars, he could distinctly see a small section of snow shifting. Crack, crack, crack. The familiar sound of ice layers fracturing filled the air. Within mere seconds, the snow layer revealed spiderweb-like fissures. Goodness, this was absurd. Xie Zhongyi had never witnessed such a scene. In a panic, he prepared to flee downhill. Yet Ren Ye shouted, "Don't run down the mountain. Quickly, move to the side." In the event of an avalanche, running is generally futile due to the rapidity and extensive coverage of the snow. If time permits, it is best to dig a hollow space in place, curling up to protect the brain and vital organs, with one's back facing the incoming snow. This significantly reduces the risk of injury. However, this instance did not involve a massive avalanche, and the snow quantity was not overly excessive. Thus, the optimal strategy was to avoid the snow as coverage altogether. Ren Ye and Xie Zhongyi scrambled and crawled in opposite directions. Within 5 seconds, a resounding crash echoed. The sound was akin to a dam breaking, unleashing a torrent of ice shards that swiftly cascaded downwards. Though the summit was initially over 1,000 meters away, it was mere seconds from crashing down upon them. Realizing they could not escape, Ren Ye urgently shouted to Xie Zhongyi, "Stay down. Protect your head." Xie Zhongyi dared not hesitate, and both of them dropped to the ground almost simultaneously, burying their faces in the snow as if wishing to vanish within it. The icy snow stung their cheeks, and in the next instant, boom! Ren Ye felt a heavy weight press down on his back, as if something substantial had suddenly fallen upon him. Furthermore, the mass continued to shift downwards on his back. May the heavens and ancestors protect us. In that moment, he fervently invoked every deity he could think of. Who wouldn't he be afraid in such a circumstance? Fortunately, he had run fast enough. Emerging from the very heart of the avalanche, he managed to evade the larger chunks of snow. What weighed upon him were merely scattered heaps of ice debris, which fortunately inflicted no harm. After approximately a minute, the cacophony gradually subsided. The avalanche had tumbled down the mountain, and he had survived. At this moment, Ren Ye felt a slight dizziness in his mind, uncertain if it was due to a blow to the head. He was roused from his stupor by urgent calls echoing around him. "Brother Ren Ye, Brother Xie, are you all right? Are you injured? Speak up." The voices of Chun Xin and Huang Xiyu resonated from the base of the mountain. Ren Ye lifted his head, only to realize he was buried beneath ice chunks. Struggling for breath, he quickly began to dig through the snow around him, relieved to find he was not deeply entombed. Soon, he managed to extricate himself, shaking off the ice that clung to his hair, his heart racing wildly. He had truly snatched a life from the jaws of death. Have you seen Xie Zhongyi? He called back to his companions at the foot of the mountain. Judging by their appearance, it seemed they had retreated in time and were unharmed. Goodness, wait. Just as Ren Ye contemplated seeking out others, Xiaozhongyi emerged from a snow mound several dozen meters away, his shiny bald head covered in ice debris, breathing heavily but seemingly unscathed. "Hey, are you all right? Can you walk?" Upon hearing this, the recently rescued Xiaozhongyi shook his head vigorously. "Forget it. I'm done for. I advise you not to go either. It could cost you your life." Recognizing his palpable fear, Ren Ye refrained from further persuasion. Fear is a natural instinct. Moreover, when it comes to climbing snowy mountains, he felt his assistance would be minimal. Stepping out of the snow pile, Ren Ye resolutely continued his ascent. His determination to reach the summit was not a mere matter of pride. It was essential for surviving the impending harsh winter. Firewood, food, and shelter were indispensable. And without the right direction, such necessities were nothing but folly. The biting cold winds and relentless snow lashed against his face, making the uphill trek arduous, all while he remained vigilant for further avalanches. Fortunately, as it was still early in winter, this mountain was not particularly high or steep, so the snow accumulation was manageable. After the previous avalanche, only a few fragments of snow fell, with no significant avalanche occurring thereafter. After climbing for about an hour, Ren Ye finally reached the summit. At this moment, he knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, his heart racing even faster than during the avalanche. After resting briefly, he sought a vantage point to survey his surroundings. As the saying goes, efforts will eventually yield rewards, though the scenery appeared unchanged at first glance. After careful observation for some time, Ren Ye discovered a tree at approximately 4,000 meters in the 5 o'clock direction. More precisely, it was a tree devoid of leaves, merely a trunk. "Haha, I found it. There's a tree ahead," he shouted excitedly to the people at the base of the mountain. There is a saying, "One tree does not make a forest," which is not merely a botanical observation, nor a survival adage. It is quite apt to describe the wilderness environment, not only in the Arctic, but in any desolate place. The mere presence of a tree signals that a forest is not far away. Even if it is merely a dead or withered tree, it serves as evidence that this land once supported the growth of trees and is conducive to their development. Upon discovering this clue, Ren Ye felt confident that he could unearth more flora and forests by examining the geological soil and other subtle hints such as directional cues. He swiftly turned back down the mountain. However, he did not descend leisurely, for that would be too slow. Emulating Bear Grylls' technique for descending snowy slopes, he leaned sideways against the snow and glided swiftly downwards. The ascent took nearly 2 hours, yet the descent required less than 20 minutes. Chapter 25. Frostbite. Upon receiving the news, the companions were filled with overwhelming excitement. This was their beacon of hope for survival and the first step in their battle against nature. Meanwhile, they had not been idle. During Ren Ye's ascent, they diligently recorded their direction. After 2 hours, the shadow cast by the sun, resembling a short blade, had barely shifted. However, for the seasoned professionals, as long as they understood the sun's initial direction, the remaining tasks would become considerably easier. Zhou Pan, a young yet skilled member of the National Research Team, demonstrated his expertise. On the snowy ground beside him, he used the shadow of his knife as a pivot and remarkably sketched an entire directional map. Upon inspection, Ren Ye noted that the position of a withered tree lay precisely to the northeast. After a brief respite, they retrieved the last remaining fish from their supplies. Once they had replenished their strength, they hastily set off toward the northeast, covering a distance of 4 kilometers. The 7 of them took a full hour to arrive at the base of the tree, now nearing noon. Their clothing was already dusted with snowflakes. Ren Ye tapped on the trunk. It was a North American larch, estimated to stand only 4 or 5 meters tall. Mature specimens of this tree can reach heights of 20 meters, indicating that this one was indeed juvenile. Even its bare state. Ren Ye and his companions couldn't help but smile as they gathered around the trunk, eagerly touching it. They had not seen any vegetation for so long, and this tree represented their hope for survival. Ren Ye found it peculiar. Such trees typically grow in rows, yet here stood only a solitary specimen. However, He had no time to ponder this mystery and quickly retrieved a folding entrenching tool from his backpack. Wilderness survival often necessitates construction, making a shovel an essential item. He swiftly cleared the snow and began to excavate in search of roots. Plants possess a certain spirit. They flourish only in suitable environments and soils. The purpose of tree roots is to absorb essential elements for growth, providing the nutrients necessary for their development. Hence, in the wild, one can locate water sources, forests, or even animals by observing the direction of tree roots. Generally speaking, wherever the roots are thick and uniformly directed, one can proceed in that direction, which often leads to fertile soil and water sources. With fertile soil, trees abound, attracting numerous birds and herbivorous creatures, which in turn draw carnivores. This constitutes a natural cycle of the food chain. The 7 of them took turns digging for approximately half an hour, creating a trench around the base of the tree. However, to Ren Ye's surprise, when they finally laid eyes on the numerous roots, they were momentarily taken aback. The roots grew in a highly irregular pattern, radiating in all directions like a spider's web. Contrary to Ren Ye's expectations, they did not predominantly point toward a single location or even a majority direction. Buddy, can you make sense of this? On being curieux, perplexed. Ren Ye, feeling agitated, rubbed his temples and glanced around, noting the absence of other trees to serve as reference points. The situation seemed to have become rather complicated. Yet, having come this far, he had no intention of giving up. After observing for a moment, they had no choice but to bravely select the path marked by the sturdiest roots. However, just after taking a few steps, a chilling scream pierced the air from the rear of the group. Turning back, they saw Chan Xin sprawled in the snow, clutching her foot and appearing to be in great distress. Hong Bing rushed over to assist his sister. What happened? Did you hurt your foot and not say anything? Chen Xin shook her head. I'm not injured. It's just that my foot feels very sore and itchy, which is quite peculiar. Sore and itchy? Ren Ye sensed something was amiss and hurriedly crouched down to remove her shoes and socks. To his astonishment, he discovered that Chen Xin's big toe and ankle were exhibiting signs of mild swelling and redness. This was clearly indicative of frostbite. Oh no, it's first-degree frostbite. It's already starting to blister. What? Hong Bing, familiar with frostbite but unfamiliar with its degrees, felt a wave of alarm wash over him. Jiangzi, don't you have medication? Quickly help my sister. Ren Ye promptly retrieved frostbite ointment from the first aid kit and applied it evenly to the swollen areas. In such frigid conditions, frostbite was alarmingly easy to incur. This type of injury, akin to toothache, may not sound grave, yet it possesses a propensity to escalate. Frostbite is classified into 4 degrees. First degree involves redness, swelling, and itching. Second degree entails burning pain and stiffness. Third degree results in extensive skin swelling and blistering. And fourth degree signifies frostbite of the bones, leading to a complete loss of sensation and mobility, skin necrosis, and ultimately, infection or even death. Everyone, please check yourselves, especially in areas where you feel numb. Upon hearing the word death, panic ensued among the group, prompting them to hurriedly remove their shoes and gloves for inspection. Goodness. No, my foot is frostbitten too. Oh dear, mine is as well. Oh no, my fingers are affected too. Upon inspection, they discovered that Jiang Shangwu, Huang Si, and Hong Bing all had frostbite on their extremities, having developed blisters just like Chen Xian. Xie Zhongyi scratched his bald head in confusion and asked, "But why are we completely fine?" This query left Ren Ye momentarily speechless. They had all been together, and he and Xie Zhongyi had even scaled a snow-capped mountain, enduring the cold for a longer duration. Logically, it should have been him who suffered from frostbite. Zhou Pan immediately interjected, "That is quite normal. Women's skin is inherently more delicate than men's, coupled with their penchant for makeup and facial masks, leading to a frilier physique. Thus, their resistance to cold and immunity are understandably lower." Hearing this, Ren Ye, still puzzled, questioned, "But Uncle Jiang has been a soldier, and Hong Bing is from the West Guang region. Their physical condition should be commendable." Zhou Pan explained earnestly, precisely because they hail from East Guang and West Guang, both of which are subtropical regions of Huagua. It is entirely normal for them to be ill-equipped to withstand the cold. Meanwhile, Xie is from the east by region, where winters can plunge to -30 degrees. Thus, he remains unscathed with his bald head. Oh, Ren Ye nodded in understanding. In truth, he hails from the southern regions. Yet he undertook frost resistance training 3 months in advance for this Arctic survival endeavor. Zhou Pan, as a member of the Arctic research team, has undoubtedly undergone similar preparation. Presently, 4 individuals within the group are injured. If they were to continue on this path, the risk of exacerbating their frostbite would be inevitable. Should they reach the 4th degree of frostbite, it is likely that they would not survive until the impending cold wave arrives. Nevertheless, Ren Ye is unwilling to concede defeat, for without fire, he too would not endure this winter. He promptly instructed the injured members to rise, and after a brief search, the group found themselves on a sheltered snow slope. After approximately half an hour of toil, they excavated a substantial hole in the center of the slope. You shall remain here for the time being. The remaining journey will be undertaken by the 3 of us. Regardless of whether we find firewood, we will return by 3 o'clock this afternoon. Chapter 26. The Arctic Hare. No one is immune to the fear of disease, particularly those that can lead to death. All anyone could do was caution Ren Ye to exercise greater caution. After administering the medication, Ren Ye instructed Xie and Zhou Panting to lighten the load of their 2 suitcases, and they set off once more. Unfortunately, fate did not align with their desires. After trudging through the snow for half an hour, Ren Ye found himself straining his eyes in anticipation. The forest he had envisioned remained elusive, shrouded in the desolate expanse of the Arctic. Navigating this barren wilderness was far more challenging than anticipated. The energy from the fish consumed at noon quickly dissipated, leaving them to gnaw on their spare rations. The combination of ice chips and compressed biscuits had a texture reminiscent of a block of hardened brick. Not only hard, but also chilling to the very core of their being. This further accelerated the loss of their already diminished body heat. After trudging for another 10 minutes, Ren Ye found himself bent over, gasping for breath. He realized that he had likely strayed from the correct path. If a forest truly existed, even if they had not yet arrived, some sign of it should have been visible. Before him lay an unbroken expanse of white snow, save for the occasional flurry drifting down from the sky. Ren Ye understood that a decision had to be made. He took out his phone to check the time. It was 8 p.m. in Huagua. With a 7-hour difference, it was currently 1 a.m. in the Arctic. Darkness would descend in approximately 3 hours, and with it, the temperature would plummet. If they did not hurry back to the cabin, they risked freezing to death. Compounding their predicament, the fish they had caught yesterday was already consumed, and the compressed biscuits and potato chips only grew colder with each bite. With this thought, Ren Ye could only sigh in resignation and shake his head. I apologize, my friends. It seems my survival skills are still lacking. I've led you both out into the wind for an entire day. We must return. We are undoubtedly lost. Zhou Pan gently patted his shoulder in consolation. Do not be disheartened, Brother Ren. We are in the Arctic, one of the most desolate regions on Earth. Many esteemed predecessors from our institute have perished here. Finding a forest is no easy feat. You have done remarkably well. At the very least, you have taught me how to discern direction using the sun. The faint words of comfort elicited a wry smile from Ren Ye. A cold front is approaching. Are you not afraid of death? Zhou Pan forced a smile and shrugged. Ah, did you not say, we do our best, and leave the rest to fate? The research team has a mortality quotient. I have been aware of that since the day I entered the selection process. Besides, I was meant to perish alongside my colleagues long ago. You have granted me an extra lease on life. If that is the case, then dying once more would not be a loss. One must commend the psychological resilience of the research team members. Had this been an ordinary person, they would have long since collapsed in tears, or at the very least, wallowed in despair for an extended period. There is nothing more despairing in this world than awaiting death. Hey, my friends, let us not rush to discuss death just yet. Is there something wrong with my vision? Xie interjected suddenly, rubbing his eyes in confusion. Let me take a look. Ren Ye approached to examine him closely, noticing that Xie eyes were indeed tinged with red. However, the pupil showed no signs of alteration, and the eyes moved normally, indicating that there was no apparent issue. Is everything all right? Can you not see anything? Xie vigorously shook his head, his brow furrowed, and his eyes widened in disbelief. I can see, but Why does it appear that a patch of snow over there is moving? Am I hallucinating? As he spoke, he pointed ahead. Ren Ye followed his gaze and was immediately taken aback. Indeed, there was a clump of snow shifting about 70 meters away. It moved erratically, seemingly devoid of logic, resembling a sentient snowball at first glance. No way. Ren Ye naturally found it hard to believe that snow could move on its own, and he was certain that his vision was intact. Could it be some small creature? Surely it isn't a ground squirrel? Zhou Pan also stared at the snow clump, his thoughts mirroring Ren Ye's. Ren Ye promptly walked closer, binoculars in hand. After changing his position, he was astonished to see that the snow clump had sprouted 2 ears. Simultaneously, the creature's head emerged. It was, in fact, a plump Arctic hare. This species of rabbit is entirely snow white, with black fur lining the insides of its ears, and it walks in a manner reminiscent of a dog, capable of standing upright. Many locals refer to it as a dog rabbit. Before them, this hare was foraging for grass in the snow. Ha ha ha, it's a rabbit, an Arctic hare. We are saved. Ren Ye stifled his voice as he covered his mouth, nearly bursting into laughter, overwhelmed with excitement, as if he had just won the lottery. Really? Let me see. Zhou Pan snatched the binoculars and, after a moment of observation, they were seized by Xiaozhongyi. The expressions on their faces were equally exaggerated, their smiles nearly reaching their ears. Wow, it truly is an Arctic hare. How'd it come to be in such a place? What are we waiting for? Catching rabbits is my specialty. You two go around and drive it this way, and I'll handle the rest. Excited, Xiaozhongyi licked his lips, thinking that food was finally within reach and was about to spring into action. But before he could move, Ren Ye quickly restrained him. You dare. That hare is our savior. Do you wish to doom us by eating it? Huh? Xiaozhongyi was momentarily dumbfounded. The rabbit is our savior? What nonsense is this? Zhou Pan was equally perplexed. Brother Ren, do you have some plan in mind? Absolutely. This hare is the key to finding the forest. As Ren Ye spoke, he slowly pulled the two back a few steps. Arctic hares have blunt claws, making it difficult for them to dig through frozen soil. Therefore, they typically opt to burrow into soft earth, creating extensive networks of tunnels. This not only facilitates grazing, but also provides shelter from predators. At this point, Xiaozhongyi still did not grasp the concept, but Zhou Pan instantly understood. So you mean to say that if we follow this hare, it will lead us to the forest? Exactly. Oh, Zhou Pan's eyes lit up in realization. This method was unfamiliar to him, and he had never practiced it before. But theoretically, it was undeniably sound. He suddenly felt that the man before him, who was of a similar age, was far more than just an amateur survival blogger. Where did you acquire such survival knowledge, Ren Xiong? Is it truly found in books? I care not whether it is in books. What I do know is that without it in reality, our fate would be sealed. Ren Ye lay prone on the ground, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the rabbit. No sooner had he spoken than the creature darted away ahead. Quick, we must follow closely. This is our only opportunity. Let's move quietly. Before coming to the Arctic, Ren Ye had researched all available information regarding the region. This Arctic hare was entirely unlike other rabbit breeds. It boasted 4 long legs, while other rabbits typically hopped. This one ran directly. Its speed could reach up to 60 kilometers per hour, outpacing many dogs. Ren Ye recognized this as his final lifeline. Thus he pursued with utmost caution. The 3 of them lay far off in the frigid snow, enduring the numbing cold that threatened to rob them of sensation. Yet they dared not rise. Chapter 27. Discovering the forest upon arriving at the location where he had previously followed the rabbit, Ren Ye finally discerned what it had been consuming. Before him lay a patch of snow-covered ground, adorned with remnants of a gnawed piece of turf. He picked it up and inhaled deeply, a distinct earthy aroma filling his nostrils. Undeniably, it was a fragment of moss. At that moment, Ren Ye felt an urge to slap himself, realizing how foolishly he had been frozen in thought. Moss, a type of small, parasitic higher plant, thrives solely in moist environments, typically found clinging to stones by rivers or decaying tree trunks, all of which are located within forests. The Arctic hare had not ventured out of the woods to forage. Indeed, this was the forest. The area was simply a low-lying region where continuous snowfall, coupled with the surrounding snow-capped mountains, had resulted in an avalanche, burying this already modest forest beneath a thick layer of snow. He mused to himself about the peculiar appearance of the tree roots earlier, and it dawned on him that he had been correct all along. Shaking off his prior despondency, Ren Ye resumed his pursuit of the rabbit. Given that the forest was snow-laden, he could not excavate it. Therefore, he needed to locate a more accessible woodland. The trio moved cautiously, wary of startling the hare. After approximately half an hour of stealthy following, the Arctic rabbit appeared to have had its fill and suddenly accelerated. The three companions, realizing they could no longer keep pace with the rapid movements, sprang to their feet and gave chase. After a few minutes of pursuit, they all abruptly halted, their expressions frozen in astonishment. They stood atop a low hill, overlooking a vast expanse of forest below, shaped like an ellipse. Numerous snowflakes clung to the branches, bending them ever so slightly under the weight. As the cold wind blew, snow would occasionally tumble down. Most of the leaves had fallen, yet a multitude of green foliage remained. The scene, adorned in shades of white and green, resembled a picturesque frame from an animated film, truly breathtaking. "Ha! We found it. We truly found it. You did it, my friend. Finally, we can enjoy a good night's sleep," Chopin exclaimed, his excitement evident as he embraced Ren Ye, laughter spilling forth as he danced with joy. At this moment, they no longer faced the specter of death. At least, they would not worry about freezing to death in the middle of the night. For the forest at the foot of the mountain was quite expansive, likely spanning several kilometers in width. They could see, even without binoculars, numerous dead tree trunks lying in the snow. Just gathering enough firewood from these would provide them warmth for at least a week. Ren Ye let out a long sigh of relief, his heart brimming with exhilaration. After enduring hunger and cold for an entire day, their efforts had finally borne fruit. He quickly retrieved a rope from his backpack. "Let us hasten to collect firewood. Gather as much as we can that is burnable." The three of them rushed down the mountain, their excitement manifesting in exuberant leaps and tumbles. They had never anticipated that the trees, so commonplace in the city, could bring them such unbridled joy. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, Ren Ye observed a rather diverse woodland. In addition to the predominant large trees, there were coniferous trees and some Arctic birch adding to the landscape's richness. In truth, the number of deceased tree trunks scattered across the ground far exceeds those visible atop the mountain. The trio promptly set about gathering them. Equipped with axes and knives, their progress was swift. When parting ways with Hong Bing and the others, Ren Ye levitated 2 suitcases, intending to fill them with firewood. Within 10 minutes, the suitcases were nearly brimming. Ren Ye understood that they would not gather a substantial amount of firewood today, so having located a suitable spot, he decided to return promptly and resume the task tomorrow. However, just as the three were about to exit the forest, Xiaozhongyi, who was leading, suddenly crouched down. He gestured for silence and pointed to the right ahead of them. It was then that Ren Ye noticed, about 70 or 80 meters away beneath a large, for varying-sized Arctic hares gnawing at the bark. One of them was the very one they had been tracking earlier. It appeared to be a family. Xiaozhongyi licked his lips, rolled up his sleeves, and looked poised to spring into action, clearly tempted. "My friends, we have braved the cold all day. Our fish supplies are depleted, and merely gathering firewood seems a poor return. Here lies a nest of rabbits. What if we were to capture them all?" Ren Ye glanced at the time. It was already 2:30 in the afternoon. With only an hour and a half until darkness fell, the temperature would drop, and visibility significantly decrease. Although he possessed a flashlight, it proved ineffective in the snow-laden Arctic. Navigating the terrain during the day was already challenging, let alone at night. Thus, he immediately shook his head in refusal. "No, at this rate, we will barely make it back before nightfall. We have no time to spare. Besides, rabbit meat is not particularly nourishing. It consists mostly of protein with minimal caloric content. The more we consume, the hungrier we become. What we truly need is energy, not protein. Is that so?" Xiaozhongyi, lacking understanding of these matters, turned to Chopin for assistance. Chopin nodded with a hint of resignation. "Rabbit meat is composed of 95% protein. The human body requires more fat and sugars to digest protein. This phenomenon is known as the thermic effect of food. A prolonged diet of rabbit meat can lead to severe weight loss or even starvation. Given our current circumstances, consuming rabbit meat is ill-advised. Damn it. Xiaozhongyi's reluctance was palpable, while Zhou Pan, too, gazed longingly at the rabbits. Both clearly desired a taste. After hours of trudging through the snow, their nutritional reserves had long been depleted, leaving their stomachs empty. The sensation of having meat within reach, yet being unable to consume, it was indeed distressing. Oh well, we can always return tomorrow to catch them. We could first catch some fish and then enjoy the rabbit meat alongside it. Deep down, Ren Ye was also tempted. Yet he knew the gravity of the situation. Eating rabbit meat on an empty stomach would be akin to courting disaster. Zhou Pan remained non-committal regarding Ren Ye's suggestion. It's not that simple, Ren. Haven't you heard the saying about a cunning rabbit having 3 burrows? Arctic hares are quite elusive, burrowing everywhere. And it's uncertain if we would encounter them again tomorrow. We could use this time to catch some. While rabbit meat may not be advisable, their innards are quite nutritious. Upon hearing this, Ren Ye could not help but glance at the rabbits, his heart filled with conflicting emotions. This opportunity was indeed rare. Moreover, the fur of the Arctic hare is thick and highly resistant to the cold. If he were to capture one, he could fashion a pair of insoles from its pelts, ensuring that his feet would not succumb to frostbite during his travels. Such an item would be invaluable for preventing frostbite. However, he admitted that while he was adept at shooting rabbits with a bow, he had never actually captured one. Upon hearing Ren Ye's agreement, Xiaozhongyi's face lit up with joy, and he confidently patted his chest. Leave it to me. I have even captured wild boars. Dealing with such trivial creatures will be a mere trifle. With a wave of his hand, the 3 of them immediately gathered together. After a hushed discussion that lasted a while, their plan for capture was finally established. Chapter 28. Kindling fire to catch rabbits. Ren Ye and Zhou Pan initially positioned themselves on either side, gradually retreating as they circled around to the side of the rabbit den. Upon their arrival at the designated location, Xiaozhongyi cupped his hands around his mouth, resembling a megaphone. He tilted his head back, producing a howl that could easily deceive the unsuspecting. The moment this sound echoed, the 4 rabbits in the distance halted their feeding. The 3 smaller rabbits quickly burrowed into the embrace of a larger one. Arctic hares are inherently cautious creatures. Any disturbance in their surroundings sends them scampering away. The presence of a wolf, their natural predator, only heightened their alarm. Before Xiaozhongyi could call out a second time, the larger hare bolted, inadvertently trampling 2 of the smaller ones in its panic. Their escape route led directly towards Ren Ye. However, Ren Ye had no intention of pursuing them. These creatures were remarkably nimble on the snow. As beings at the bottom of the food chain, rabbits instinctively seek refuge in their burrows when danger looms. Knowing their den must be somewhere within this forest, the key now was to follow them to their lair, simplifying the subsequent capture. Indeed, after just a few minutes of following, the trio witnessed the 4 rabbits dart into the base of a slope, disappearing from sight. Ren Ye, peering through his binoculars, discerned a hole the size of a bowl at the foot of the slope. The 3 exchanged sly smiles, akin to conspirators who had successfully executed their plan. They now had the means to capture the rabbits, whether by flooding, smoke, or digging them out by hand. However, considering the crafty nature of rabbits, which often have multiple exits, it was likely that this solitary opening was not their only means of escape. In a dense jungle, locating these exits would require considerable effort, but in the pristine white of the snow, any openings became glaringly apparent. Moreover, given the size and habits of the Arctic hare, it was improbable that they had excavated far. The trio dispersed to search the surrounding area, covering a radius of over 100 meters. To ensure that the rabbits would not emerge during this time, Xiaozhongyi occasionally mimicked the howl of a wolf. After about 10 minutes, they had thoroughly scoured the area and discovered 12 openings. Without exception, all had been blocked by thick snow and branches, leaving only 2 exits that were both close together and narrow. Master of rabbit catching, what shall we do now? Ren Ye inquired, glancing at Xiaozhongyi. We shall simply smoke them out. Watch me, Xiaozhongyi replied, retrieving firewood from a suitcase. However, despite his persistent attempts with the lighter, it failed to ignite after numerous tries. Even the smallest twigs extinguished themselves shortly after catching flame, failing to grow into a substantial fire. What? Why won't it catch? He exclaimed, frustration evident. I've done this before. I refuse to believe it. Xie Zhongyi insisted, determined to keep trying. Enough. Even if you exhaust all the fuel. You won't succeed with that method, Ren Ye interrupted. I've told you, the Arctic has severe cold. It's far colder than you East Ba. Without sufficient dry and abundant kindling, it's simply won't work. Upon concluding his words, he retrieved a small chunk of sponge and a half-used roll of toilet paper from his inner pocket. The sponge had been extracted from the aircraft seat, while the toilet paper belonged to Jiang Shanwu. Ren Ye was aware that there would inevitably be a need to start fire. Yet the conditions for doing so in this weather were exceedingly harsh. To prepare for any eventuality, he had previously stashed some tinder on his person. Thanks to the warmth of his body, these items remained unfrozen. Now, they were perfectly poised for use. However, this scant amount of tinder was far from sufficient to ignite substantial pieces of wood. Consequently, he instructed Xie Zhongyi and Zhou Pan to continuously rub the wood until all the icy shards clinging to it fell away. After a considerable amount of effort, the preparatory work was finally complete. Ren Ye first cleared a patch of snow to expose the underlying earth, then laid down some firewood as a base. He ignited a piece of toilet paper, used the sponge to catch the flame, and subsequently lit small twigs, leaving the larger logs to sustain the fire. Gradually, the longed for warmth and flickering light began to rise, illuminating the faces of the three men. Their previously numb bodies felt as though they were being revived, and they could not help but emit a simultaneous sigh of contentment. At that moment, time seemed to stand still, for this warmth was truly irreplaceable. Nonetheless, there were important tasks that still required attention. Once warmed, Ren Ye shoved the burning wood into the hole before them. The three of them blew vigorously into the hole, and smoke billowed into the surrounding, snow-laden landscape. Observing this, Ren Ye left Zhou Pan to tend to the blowing while he and Xie Zhongyi moved to another nearby hole. Xie Zhongyi held a stick, intently watching the entrance of the hole. Should a rabbit emerge, he would strike it down with a single blow. What are you doing? Ren Ye asked, perplexed. Catching rabbits, Xie Zhongyi replied without a moment's hesitation. These creatures are fast, so you better grab a stick too. We can each catch one. Ren Ye sighed in exasperation. It seemed this fellow truly disliked using his intellect. After wasting so much time, catching just a couple would be a stroke of luck. They ought to catch them all. You're quite greedy. There are only two of us. Zhou Laotai has to blow smoke, and without a cage. How can we catch them all? That is precisely why you don't think things through, Ren Ye responded, hastily moving to the suitcase nearby and emptying its contents. He zipped it up, leaving only a large opening, then forcefully shaped it to maintain the hole's form. Finally, he placed it directly at the rabbit hole's entrance. In their panic, the rabbits would dart about, making it possible to catch them all. Brilliant, my friend, Xie Zhongyi exclaimed, slapping his forehead in realization. The suitcase could indeed serve as a trap. It takes a professional mind to think quickly. All right, if a rabbit doesn't get caught, I'll finish it off. Meanwhile, Zhou Pan, blowing smoke, was coughing from the irritation, but his efforts were evidently worthwhile. As the smoke thickened, the three men distinctly heard a series of chirps and rustling sounds emanating from within the hole. The muddy ground is now entirely compressed beneath a thick layer of snow, and the dense smoke that seeps into the cave refuses to dissipate, creating an oppressive atmosphere. The four rabbits, evidently overwhelmed, draw closer to the sole exit with their frantic cries. Ren Ye clings tightly to the suitcase, while Xie Zhongyi, with a grave expression, grips his stick firmly. The scene has descended into an almost unbearable silence. After several tense seconds, a series of urgent squeaks emerge from the entrance, escalating in intensity. Suddenly, a large rabbit dashes through the narrow opening, leaving behind a fleeting shadow, and swiftly leaps into the suitcase. Before Ren Ye can comprehend the unfolding events. He feels the suitcase shudder vigorously in his grasp. Chapter 29. A bountiful harvest. Shortly thereafter, a series of 3 thuds emanated from the suitcase, likely the result of the rabbits dashing too swiftly and colliding with one another. Observing their successful capture, Ren Ye hastily propped the suitcase upright. Within it resided precisely 4 rabbits. How splendid! A veritable feast. Let me see. Let me see, Zhou Pan exclaimed, his face blackened from the smoke, grinning widely. However, upon catching sight of the rabbits, the toil seemed worth every moment. Marvelous! This truly made the journey worthwhile. To prevent the rabbits from thrashing about and disrupting their travel, Ren Ye promptly drew his knife, swiftly dispatching the creatures. Given the frigid conditions, concerns about spoilage were utterly irrelevant. Let us return, he declared, having completed their tasks. The trio quickly tidied up and retraced their steps with renewed vigor. Their spirits soared, and with the warmth of the fire still lingering, their pace quickened to at least double that of their earlier journey. The surrounding snowflakes appeared to take on a newfound beauty. Although the day had been fraught with hunger, cold, and fatigue, they had successfully resolved the issue of firewood. Ren Ye silently contemplated the impending survival challenges. His immediate objective was to transport sufficient firewood back to the fuselage before the onset of the bitter cold. Following that, the focus would shift to stockpiling provisions. The Arctic winter stretches for a daunting 6 months, with the coldest periods lasting anywhere from 20 days to a month. During this time, the wilderness would be devoid of wildlife, transforming the area into a true no-man's land. Aside from the relentless snow and temperatures plummeting below -35 degrees Celsius, nothing else would survive. Moreover, one must remain ever vigilant against blizzards and avalanches. Thus, he needed to prepare at least a month's worth of sustenance well in advance. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Ren Ye's previously uplifted spirits sank once more, his expression growing increasingly grave. He had utmost faith in Zhou Pan's expertise. Yet the 2 weeks he had estimated felt precariously brief. If they arrived late, it would be fortuitous, but should they arrive early, their situation would remain perilous. Furthermore, the fuselage housed a group of starving souls, each capable of becoming a threat. After much contemplation, Ren Ye finally clarified his survival strategy. To ensure the smooth accumulation of food, his foremost task was to eliminate those within the fuselage. Subsequently, he needed to amass enough provisions in the shortest possible time. Finally, he would reinforce their shelter and await the passage of the harshest cold, at which point he would seek assistance. Though these tasks seemed straightforward in theory, the exhaustion of the day had made Ren Ye acutely aware of their daunting complexity. Merely gathering enough food for 7 individuals to last a month demanded a considerable stroke of luck. Damn it, those wretched rescue teams lack even a modicum of dedication. Ren Ye cursed inwardly. Had this crash occurred in Huagua, countless firefighters would have arrived by the next day. Yet, the foreign military exhibited none of that spirit. Realizing the magnitude of his responsibilities, Ren Ye urged Xie Zhongyi and Zhou Pan to quicken their pace. Modern suitcases equipped with straps proved advantageous, allowing for ease of pushing, lifting, or carrying. Due to the multitude of footprints they had left in the snow upon their arrival, they need not concern themselves with navigation. They could simply retrace their steps. However, the time they had squandered was considerable, and it was now 3:10 p.m. Arctic time. The daylight was rapidly fading, and the temperature had risen from -28 to 30 degrees. The distance from the aircraft to the forest was approximately 8 kilometers. Yet they had scarcely covered a third of that journey. It was uncertain whether Hong Bing and his companions had departed ahead of them, as they had previously arranged to meet at 3 o'clock. Just then, as Ren Ye pondered this, Xie Zhongyi, walking ahead, suddenly raised his head and let out a howl akin to that of a wolf, startling both Ren Ye and Zhou Pan. "Baldy, are you trying to get us killed? What are you howling about? You'll attract real wolves." Xie Zhongyi chuckled sheepishly. "Back in my hometown, there's a saying that mimicking a wolf's howl while walking at night can ward off evil spirits." Ren Ye rolled his eyes. "Nonsense. What would a ghost want in the Arctic? Is someone sending them after you? Put on your hat before your scalp freezes and you meet a dire fate." Xie Zhongyi laughed as he rubbed his bald head and pulled the hood of his down jacket back over it. It must be said that the Dongbai people truly excel in withstanding the cold. Any ordinary individual sporting such a hairstyle in the Arctic would likely have succumbed to frostbite by now. "Hey, buddy, could you make me a hat out of that rabbit for later? The hood on this jacket isn't warm enough, and my head is perpetually chilly. It's quite uncomfortable. Now you realize it's cold? I told you, at your young age, sporting a bald head is not a wise choice." Xie Zhongyi retorted with irritation. Do you think I chose this look? It's not like hair grows if I want it to. This statement left Ren Ye and Zhou Pan momentarily stunned before they erupted into laughter. Ah, so that's why there's not a strand of hair in sight. Turns out you're bald. Wait, you're only 27 and already bald? Were your parents both bald as well? Xie Zhongyi's face turned an awkward shade beneath his mask. Not only were his parents bald, but so were his grandparents to a significant extent. He had begun losing his hair at the tender age of 22, a clear sign of hereditary predisposition. Seeing that he had fallen silent, Ren Ye surmised he had hit the nail on the head. All right, I'll make you one when we get back. The trio quickened their pace, and after several minutes, they were nearing the place where they had parted ways with Hong Bing and his group. Just as they were about to arrive, a wolf's howl echoed once more from ahead. Ren Ye's expression darkened instantly. He instinctively scooped up a handful of snow and hurled it at the back of Xie Zhongyi's head. You bald fool, are you out of your mind? I told you there are wolves in the Arctic, hunting at dusk. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. However, Xie Zhongyi, with a look of sheer terror, slowly shook his head, his voice trembling. I didn't howl. Upon hearing this, Ren Ye and Zhou Pan felt a chill run down their spines as three words immediately flashed through their minds. Arctic wolves. These creatures, also known as snow wolves, rank as apex predators, second only to the polar bear. They are social creatures adept at concealment, with adult wolves weighing up to 45 kilograms and possessing a biting force of 600 pounds. Crucially, they exhibit no dietary discrimination, capable of consuming any animal they can hunt. Many corpses of those who succumbed to the bitter cold of the Arctic are discovered and devoured by these fierce and combative species. Howling fills the air. Oh, how haunting! Just as I was lost in thought, the cacophony of wolf howls resonates ahead, unmistakably indicating the presence of several wolves. The trio, Ren Ye and his companions, are seized by a shudder of fear, quickly huddling together back to back. Resources are scarce in the Arctic winter, and these Arctic wolves become increasingly indiscriminate in their hunger. Ren Ye finds it challenging to ascertain whether they have indeed caught the scent of him, for no trace of a wolf is visible in the vicinity. Chapter 30. The Arctic wolf. He inquired with Zhou Pan and Xie Zhongyi, but both shook their heads, having seen no sign of the wolves. Ren Ye couldn't help but feel perplexed. Could it be that the target was not himself? Just as he was lost in thought, a woman's piercing scream echoed from the direction of the wolf howls. In that instant, Ren Ye realized that the source of the sound came from the location where Hong Bing and the others were. Quickly, they must have encountered a pack of wolves. Although Ren Ye did not share a deep bond with them, having only known each other for a mere 2 or 3 days, they were nonetheless his most crucial allies. To eradicate those treacherous passengers, he needed their assistance. He could certainly not confront so many adversaries alone, so they could not perish, not now, at least. The three of them hastened towards the sounds. During their frantic dash, the howls of the wolves and the screams continued to resonate, and upon closer inspection, it seemed the voices belonged to Chun Xian and Huang Si. As the trio crested a small rise, they beheld a scene unfolding on the plains ahead, where Hong Bing and his companions had formed a circle. Surrounding them were 3 snarling white snow wolves, clearly regarding them as prey. However, the individuals showed no signs of injury, their clothing still intact, indicating that no confrontation had yet occurred. 3 wolves? I expected far more. Let us finish them off. Xie Zhongyi scoffed at the creatures, brandishing his axe and preparing to charge. Zhou Pan grabbed him, expressing his confusion. This doesn't add up. Snow wolves typically hunt in packs of 7 or 8. Moreover, we've been rushing here for 10 minutes, and they still haven't engaged. What could this mean? What else could it mean? They're calling for reinforcements. Ren Ye recalled a documentary he had watched about Arctic wolves. This species employed remarkably clever hunting strategies and possessed acute olfactory senses, able to detect the scent of blood from 3 kilometers away. During winter, the lead wolf would send out its subordinates in groups to search for prey. If a wolf identified a target but could not take it down alone, it would howl loudly for assistance, summoning the larger pack to encircle and overwhelm the prey. The 3 wolves before them were merely the vanguard. However, since they had never encountered humans before, they were uncertain of the combat prowess of the creatures before them, which was why they circled Hong Bing and his group. awaiting the arrival of the Wolf King. Upon hearing this explanation, Xiezhongyi grew even more anxious. What are we waiting for? While there are only 3, let us take them down now. If we wait for the pack to arrive, we're done for. They want to engage you. Ren Ye urged the 2 as they cautiously approached, elaborating. These 3 wolves are merely stalling for time. They will not attack until the larger pack arrives. Listen to me. On the count of 3, we charge. Scream as loudly as you can. Although the 2 were still bewildered, they nodded in agreement. As they drew nearer to Hong Bing and the others, Ren Ye began his countdown. 1, 2, 3. In unison, they erupted with a fierce roar, eyes gleaming with intensity, and charged towards the trio of wolves. The sudden roar startled Hong Bing and the others, while the 3 wolves fled in panic. Darting over 100 meters away, Ren Ye harbored no desire to slay these wolves, but the truth was he could not catch up to them. Even if a confrontation ensued, injuries would be unavoidable, and at the very least, his clothing would suffer damage. Such misfortune would lead to hardships in the harsh winter ahead. When encountering wolves in the wild, the best method for a safe retreat is to emit a loud roar, making oneself appear larger and more formidable, instilling a sense of fear. However, this tactic would only work against a small pack. Beyond 5 wolves, one could only leave fate to chance or fight desperately. You're finally back. I was just about to set out to find you, Hong Bing exclaimed, brimming with excitement as he approached. Little Ren, why did you return so late? Did you encounter any troubles on the way? Jiang Shanwu inquired with concern. No significant issues, Ren Ye replied, waving his hand as he scanned the 4 of them, noticing they bore no signs of blood. Why are you all unscathed? How could you have suddenly encountered wolves? I'm not sure. We were about to search for you since you hadn't returned, but we encountered the wolves before we had gone far. Yet these beasts didn't attack us. They merely surrounded us, which was quite strange, Hong Bing responded. Just as he finished speaking, the 3 wolves 100 meters away began to howl again. Ren Ye quickly urged everyone to move. The sky had grown noticeably darker since just 10 minutes prior, as if cloaked in a layer of gray mist. The snowfall had increased, and the biting wind felt even harsher. They estimated that in another 20 minutes, night would completely descend. Facing a pack of wolves on a night so cold that one could easily succumb to frostbite was a thought too grim to entertain. As they walked, the group exchanged tales of their day's experiences. Upon hearing that Ren Ye had located the forest and captured 4 rabbits, smiles broke out among Hong Bing and the others. With firewood secured, they need not fear succumbing to the cold, rendering their frostbite worthwhile. However, amidst the group's merriment, Ren Ye and Zhou Pan remained vigilant, their gazes fixed on the surroundings. Though the 3 wolves had not approached again, they trailed closely behind and to the sides, occasionally letting out a howl. Ren Ye understood that the wolves had set their sights on them and had no intention of giving up. It was only natural, with winter reducing wildlife. These wolves could hardly resist the allure of so much moving prey. Damn these creatures, what a nuisance, Ren Ye thought, feeling increasingly vexed as another problem emerged. They would need to shuttle between the cabin and the forest to gather more firewood for the winter. Yet the pack of troublesome wolves in the cabin had yet to be dealt with, and now they faced a new threat. He realized he must expedite his plans. At 4:20 p.m. Arctic time, the sky had long since darkened and the temperature plummeted to -32 degrees. Ren Ye had already taken out his flashlight. It remains uncertain whether the Wolf King had feasted sufficiently or simply failed to heed the calls of the 3 wolves. As Ren Ye and his companions approached the location of the cabin, the wolves still did not make their appearance. For the group, this was indeed a favorable development. After traversing for over an hour, they finally arrived at the frozen river beside the wreckage. A collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. Their bodies had long been numbed by the cold, with ice crystals clinging to their masks, eyebrows, and hair. Yet, before they could reach the cabin's edge, they noticed flickering flames within the ice-walled room they had constructed. It was evident that the hungry souls had come here seeking warmth, for the ice walls provided a shield against the wind, resulting in a slightly elevated temperature. Chapter 31, Do They Still Possess Strength? Damn these wretched creatures. While we endure hunger and cold outside, they retreat to our room to bask in warmth. Cursed be their very existence. They should be driven out to experience the bitter sting of frost. Brother Run, shall we not take action? Little Run, even I, an old man, can no longer bear this. Speak up, and I shall eliminate them. The expressions of relief among the crowd vanished immediately, replaced by shouts of defiance against these ungrateful wretches. Naturally, Ren Ye was also incensed, his teeth itching with rage. Undoubtedly, these beasts had ignited the very chairs in their own quarters. This indicated they were not yet so starved as to lose their wits. Ren Ye gestured for silence and beckoned the group to stealthily approach the side of the fuselage. It was the third day since the crash, and he was eager to ascertain whether these individuals still harbored any strength or fighting spirit. Engaging them head-on could result in injury or death. Ren Ye was not inclined to confront them directly unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, he wished for these scoundrels not to meet their end too easily. Upon arrival, he was greeted by a cacophony from within the cabin. Curses, shouts, and screams reverberated incessantly. Ren Ye stealthily approached a concealed window, slowly clearing a gap in the snow-covered glass to finally discern the scene. Inside the cabin, a throng of individuals surrounded a middle-aged man huddled on the ground, mercilessly beating him. Others sat idly by, not intervening, but rather urging them to kill him. The middle-aged man clutched a deflated instant noodle bag, chewing continuously as if fearful of slowing down. "You fool! How dare you indulge alone? Spit it out. We are all starving. What right do you have to eat?" One of them bellowed. "So that is why I heard rats last night. He was secretly eating. Such selfish beasts. He deserves to be beaten to death." As they struck and cursed, their fervor was palpable, yet their bodies, weakened by a day of hunger, soon faltered. Exhaustion set in, and the cacophony gradually subsided, leaving only the rumbling of their empty stomachs. Ren Ye comprehended the situation. Amidst them were individuals hoarding food. No wonder only 7 had come to him for fish soup that morning. They were not merely lazy or fearful, but had not yet reached a state of utter starvation. From the recent scuffles and conversations, it was evident that their voices retained a certain resonance, indicating they still possessed energy. This was troubling. Ren Ye felt a sense of foreboding. With so many of them armed within the cabin, a confrontation would surely spell disaster for his side. It appeared that his efforts to torment them had not been sufficiently severe. He needed to devise a means to drain their last reserves of strength swiftly. Only then could he turn the tables without sustaining harm. Where had that little scoundrel Ren gone? Why had he not returned yet? Just as he pondered this, Wang Yaji in the cabin erupted with a vehement curse. Zhao Mei, cradling a wailing infant, echoed her sentiments. Could he have found food and is now feasting outside? Quite possible. I observed that Ren Ye seems exceedingly cunning, perhaps intentionally remaining absent to starve us. Indeed, otherwise, how could he have taken everyone and all the belongings with him? He must be afraid we would seize his possessions. The 2 fellows from Kaohsiung have also joined him. Do you think Ren Ye and his group would share food with them? I find that highly unlikely. They might even trick them and eliminate them. Ren Ye bears an uncanny resemblance to my ex-boyfriend. He appears righteous on the surface, yet is insidiously treacherous. Just look at the meager rations he provided us this morning. Hardly enough to satisfy a mouse's hunger. He boasts grandly about going out to procure food for us, yet he feasts on fish while we are left with mere bread. I could have endured the hunger. However, after eating, my stomach feels as if it's been transformed into a drum that won't cease its noise. Who can argue otherwise? He is clearly a survival expert, equipped with numerous tools. Why not simply go out and fish? If he were to catch dozens of fish daily, we could all thrive. How dare he act so brazenly after losing the satellite phone? I shall certainly report him once we are out of here. That bastard who cannot even give birth properly. As the grievances of the crowd escalated into curses, Ren Ye and his companions were thoroughly lambasted, their parents and ancestors invoked in a tirade of insults. In their eyes, the failure to secure the satellite phone that day was entirely Ren Ye's fault. Hence, they found themselves here, starving and freezing, for which they deemed Ren Ye wholly accountable. Seeking food was only natural, and they felt no remorse for their words. "TZ, I can no longer endure this. Let us take action." Handsome, in their current state, I could easily take on 4 of them. Xie Zhongyi and Hong Bing were infuriated. While they berated Ren Ye, They did not spare their parents from the vitriol either, and both were poised to charge in. Ren Ye, though equally angered, remained composed. He had undertaken numerous efforts to avoid conflict. If a confrontation was necessary, it should have occurred this morning, not now. Let us act with some intellect, instead of mere aggression. Are we 7 to take on 26 armed, famished souls? Do you think you are the reincarnation of Elbu, or possessed by Guangong? If you wish to go, be my guest. I shall not tend to your injuries. Chun Xen nodded in agreement. You two must not act impulsively. We still have to endure the winter ahead. Injuries in this weather are difficult to heal. Listen to Brother Ren. The two, their faces contorted with suppressed rage, fell silent. At that moment, Zhao Mei's voice echoed within the cabin. Do you think Ren Ye and the others have not returned because they might have perished outside? What shall we do if that is the case? As soon as she spoke, the expressions of those who had just been cursing Ren Ye transformed into worry. However, their concerns stemmed not from newfound compassion, but from fear for their own fates. Though they harbored disdain for Ren Ye, they could not deny his survival skills. Lacking any wilderness survival experience and tools themselves, should Ren Ye perish, they would be left to await their demise. Surely not. That fellow appears quite capable, armed with so many tools. Anything is possible. After all, he is just an ordinary man. Look how frigid it is outside. Even a simple act of relieving oneself could lead to frostbite. Damn it, Ren Ye, that fool. Now, what a predicament. So many tools have been left behind. The crowd was momentarily engulfed in panic. Without the tools, all hope seemed lost. After a brief commotion, Wang Yaji suddenly spoke up authoritatively. Enough of the noise. Let us contemplate our next course of action. If they do not return shortly, something must have gone awry. We will have no choice but to venture out tomorrow. We must retrieve those tools. Zhao Mei inquired further, but what if they return? Wang Yaji brushed back her disheveled hair, a fierce glint appearing in her eyes. Chapter 32. The transformation of faces. It all hinges on whether they have secured any food. If they have, it indicates that he is a survival expert, and thus, we ought to treat him with a modicum of respect. Conversely, if they have not, we shall seize his tools without hesitation. What right does a worthless individual have to possess such an array of equipment? Should he dare to resist, we will not hesitate to end his life. After all, they were the ones who initiated the violence. We are merely acting in self-defense. Her words prompted a chorus of nods in agreement from the crowd. Very well. It is settled then. If possible, let us strip them of their garments and cast them out to freeze. The women shall be entrusted to you, while the men will be our concern. The group unleashed a torrent of vitriol, and even the man who had previously been beaten for eating instant noodles rose to his feet, eagerly suggesting, just in case, I'll go dismantle some tools. It seemed he had forgotten who had struck him moments ago. His thoughts were solely consumed by Ren Ye. The cabin buzzed with activity once more. Upon hearing this, Ren Ye clenched his fists, his expression darkening. He grasped the essence of the phrase, an innocent man bears the burden of wealth. This rabble had evidently planned meticulously and had begun to delegate tasks. When one is deprived of something essential, they often harbor intense resentment towards those who possess it. This exemplifies the classic psychology of envy towards the affluent. Ren Ye, once a stranger to them, had now become their common adversary. Fortunately, he had anticipated this day. In dire straits, human nature proves to be the most unreliable of entities. Homicide was merely a matter of time. Ah, so you desire food, do you? Allow me to offer you a taste of something exquisite. He retrieved a frozen rabbit from the box, and an idea began to form. With a wave of his hand, his companions gathered around. After a brief deliberation, the 7 retreated to the exterior of the cabin, feigning a fresh return. Hey, we're back, Ren Ye bellowed, deliberately alerting those inside. Upon hearing his voice, Wang Yaji and the others hurried outside to investigate. The cabin entrance quickly filled with people. When they beheld the rabbits in Ren Ye's grasp, their faces lit up with delight, and they swallowed greedily as they approached him. Oh, my dear brother Ren, you have finally returned, Wang Yaji exclaimed, her demeanor shifting from sinister to obsequious as she rushed forward, her face radiating flattery. Oh, brother Ren, you must be exhausted. Frozen to the bone. Are you injured? I was so worried about you. As she spoke, her gaze frequently darted to the rabbits, her words punctuated by audible gulps. This feigned concern repulsed Ren Ye. He longed to plunge a knife into this wretched woman. Yet, upon reflection, he deemed it too lenient a fate for her. Adopting a false smile, he lifted the rabbits in his hands. We sustained no injuries. It merely took some effort to catch these rabbits, hence our tardiness. You truly are impressive, Brother Ren, managing to catch rabbits in this weather. Of course, our handsome Ren is a master of survival. I knew Brother Ren would not disappoint us. But what of Gao Xiong and the others? Feigning sorrow, Ren Ye shook his head. They wore too little clothing and succumbed to the cold along the way. Upon hearing this, the crowd did not inquire further or express sorrow. Instead, they displayed expressions of schadenfreude. They felt relieved that they had refrained from indulging in Ren Ye's fish soup that morning. Indeed, the outside world was treacherous. The few from Kaohsiung had starved, and it served them right. Alas, if they had perished, so be it. Just days ago, they had pilfered from us, and their demise was well-deserved. Let's not linger here. Come indoors to converse. Wang Yaji warmly gestured. A throng of individuals began to flatter Ren Ye, welcoming him into the cabin as if he were a deity of wealth. Each face wore a mask of insincere smiles, completely oblivious to how they had previously addressed Ren Ye's parents. Ren Ye could not help but admire their performance. One must admit, the acting of these wretches was indeed commendable. Ah, I was sneezing all the way back. Were you speaking ill of me? Ren Ye jested. Wang Yaji and the others stiffened, prompting Zhao Mei to respond. What nonsense, Brother Ren. We were so worried when we saw you and T return so late. After all, you ventured out for everyone's sake. If anything had happened, we would carry the guilt for a lifetime. Ren Ye nodded with a sardonic smile. This woman's insincerity rivaled even that of Wang Yaji. I know you all have been famished all day. Let us hasten to dismantle the chairs for a fire. Tonight, I shall treat you to roasted rabbit. Excellent. The crowd erupted with enthusiasm, scattering to the next room to busily prepare. As the saying goes, those who lack enthusiasm for their meals must have issues with their minds, especially given their hunger that could be likened to pressing their chests to their backs. Observing their fervent activity, Ren Ye's forced smile transformed into a sinister grin. You are indeed far luckier than the few from Kaohsiung, feasting on rabbit meat while we scavenge. While he muttered to himself, Xie Zhongyi approached, begrudgingly murmuring, I say, old buddy, the three of us exerted considerable effort to catch this rabbit. And now it's all for these fools? Ren Ye shot him an impatient glance. How many times must I tell you? We cannot consume rabbit meat. It will deplete the already scant energy within our bodies. It is akin to poison. Though it may momentarily satiate hunger, it will soon leave us starving again. If you doubt me, take it. With that, he thrust a rabbit into Xie Zhongyi's hands. Truth be told, Xie Zhongyi yearned to eat it, yet he feared that it would only exacerbate his hunger. After some contemplation, he returned the rabbit, smiling sheepishly. Do not be angry, my friend. How about I just have a leg? Ren Ye shook his head in resignation, too weary to argue further. Some individuals only learn through hardship. It is only after suffering that they understand the weight of their actions. Seizing the moment while Wang Yaji and others prepared kindling, Ren Ye began instructing the group on how to dissect the rabbit. They retained only the skin and some edible entrails, while the remainder of the meat was offered to the ungrateful wolves. Approximately an hour later, a rich aroma of meat wafted through the cabin. At this moment, Wang Yaji and the others were leaning against the wall, stretching their necks to catch a whiff. The sounds of swallowing and rumbling stomachs echoed. A symphony of hunger that was unceasing. It was as if a chorus of ventriloquists was keeping time with their rhythmic growls. The rabbit meat was skewered and roasted over firewood brought back by Ren Ye, now charred to a deep black. Ren Ye tested it with a knife, the tip easily penetrating the crispy exterior. It appeared delectably tender within. To ensure that Wang Yaji and the others could partake in this feast, he instructed Chun Xin and Huang Xiu to thoughtfully slice the rabbit meat into pieces. Once they completed their task, Ren Ye clapped his hands by the ice wall and called out, Come, everyone, it's time to distribute the meat. I shall go first. I have been waiting for this moment. The crowd surged forward, eager to be first in line. Their hunger stripped them of reason, nearly inciting a brawl. Ultimately, it was Ren Ye's commanding voice that restored order, allowing them to line up one by one. The meat from the 4 roasted rabbits amounted to approximately 12 to 13 pounds, meaning each person could only receive a few ounces. To fully extract every ounce of warmth from their bodies, Ren Ye also distributed the remaining low-calorie bread. Amidst a chorus of flattering praise, everyone began to chew fervently. After a day of hunger, they would have devoured anything, even a lump of fragrant refuse. Ren Ye smiled in satisfaction, knowing that after another hour, they would truly comprehend the depths of hunger. Having labored throughout the day, his own stomach rumbled in protest. Returning to the fire, their dinner consisted of snowmelt boiled rabbit entrails, rabbit bones, along with some compressed biscuits and pine leaves. Thanks to the Arctic rabbit's natural habitat and dietary habits, the entrails lacked the strong odor typical of domesticated rabbits. Rich in vitamin A, ferritin, and abundant fatty acids, their caloric content surpassed that of codfish. Even without ginger, scallions, or cooking wine, the taste remained quite pleasant, with little risk of nausea. Beside him, Xiaozhongyi gnawed on a rabbit leg with evident delight, his mouth watering incessantly. Old friends, would you care to try this rabbit leg? It's absolutely delicious. Hong Bingjiang and Shangwu licked their lips, gazing on enviously. Compared to the aroma of the roasted rabbit meat, the flavor of the entrails was indeed worlds apart. Chapter 33. The side effects of rabbit meat have arrived nevertheless. They chose to trust Ren Ye's words and continued to sip the soup. In truth, Xiaozhongyi also believed Ren Ye, but his cravings were insatiable, and he could not restrain himself. When his throat became parched and he yearned for a sip of the awful soup, Ren Ye swiftly swatted his hand away, asserting that he needed to learn a lesson about the consequences of ignoring his advice. Xiaozhongyi paid little heed to this and took a handful of snow to quell his thirst. Before long, everyone in the cabin had finished their dinner. On the other side of the ice wall, Wang Yaji and the others were left wanting, feeling a lingering hunger. Like cats, they licked the rabbit fat off their hands, wasting not a morsel. With food in their bellies, their stomachs began to function normally, and they felt a modicum of warmth. After offering insincere expressions of gratitude to Ren Ye, they fell into a deep slumber. Conversely, Ren Ye and his companions kept their eyes wide open, intently observing the actions of those across from them. It was not that they were not tired. Rather, they were eager to witness the true potency of the rabbit meat. Additionally, it was prudent to remain vigilant against any potential trouble from the others, as caution was certainly warranted. At 9 p.m. Arctic time, the biting wind hurled large snowflakes against the cabin, producing a sound akin to raindrops tapping against the windows. The storm tonight was more fierce and intense than in the previous days, with temperatures plummeting to minus 34 degrees. Last night's low was minus 35, but that was measured by Ren Ye in the early hours. Now it was barely 9 p.m. Based on recent temperature fluctuations, Ren Ye surmised that tonight could potentially set a new record. However, he felt no chill, for the fruits of his labor today had brought him warmth. The 7 gathered around the fire, basking in its comforting glow. As Ren Ye meticulously handled the rabbit fur, he shared his upcoming survival plan with the group. At dawn, everyone would rise to fish, ensuring they had provisions for the day. By afternoon, they would collectively venture out to gather enough firewood to last through the winter. The longer they waited, the greater the risk of frostbite upon venturing outside. Half an hour slipped away unnoticed, and soon sounds began to emanate from the other side of the ice wall. The source was diverse, yet the quality was remarkably uniform. Gurgle, gurgle. One might mistake it for a flock of partridges appearing within the cabin. Upon hearing this, Ren Ye could not help but smirk with satisfaction, his scheme having succeeded. It had been over 2 hours since they had consumed the rabbit meat, significantly longer than he had anticipated. However, as long as the outcome remained unchanged, the tribulations he endured throughout the day would be deemed worthwhile. Well, I must say this truly is quite something, Xiaozhongyi lamented, clutching his stomach with a pained expression, his voice matching that of those across from him. At that moment, he distinctly felt as though his belly had been hollowed out, the previous sense of fullness evaporating unexpectedly. His stomach grumbled incessantly, the pangs of hunger more acute than they had been in the afternoon. Hong Bing chuckled, relishing in Xiaozhongyi's discomfort as he playfully patted his bald head, jesting, "Oh, look at you, bald one. Now you know what it feels like to be hungry after your insatiable cravings, huh?" Please be mindful of our footwear. Those who disregard the handsome one's words shall inevitably suffer the consequences. Ren Ye, however, was entirely unperturbed by the outcome. In such frigid temperatures, the human body incessantly expends the stored warmth within its organs to maintain a healthy core temperature. It is not merely a matter of scarcity and hunger. Even in modern cities, one must consume copious amounts of high-calorie foods to ensure the well-being of bodily functions. I have already warned you. Do you still feel tempted? Do you still wish to indulge in rabbit meat? Enough, enough. I feel a bit lightheaded. Please, hand me a couple of those biscuits. Xie Zhongyi shook his head, feeling as though he had abruptly risen from a prolonged squat. Naturally, with all the sugars in his body used to combat the cold and absorb protein, dizziness was to be expected. This is a case of intermittent hypoglycemia. What audacity! How dare you consume an entire rabbit leg? Why not devour all four? You wouldn't starve to death. Ren Ye had anticipated this behavior. Though he feigned reprimand, he quickly retrieved 2 biscuits from the fire and tossed them over. After being warmed by the gentle flames, the once frozen compressed biscuits were no longer so unyielding. Xie Zhongyi devoured one voraciously, and a sensation of dizziness gradually dissipated. However, on the other side of the ice wall, Wang Yaji and the others were suffering. The rumbling of their stomachs grew increasingly pronounced, and those who had only just fallen asleep were roused by hunger. Forcing themselves awake, they appeared dazed, their consciousness clouded, murmuring incoherently. "I am so hungry. Is it dawn already? No, it seems to still be dark outside. Damn it, why am I so famished?" At this moment, they were oblivious to the fact that the rabbit meat was the source of their plight, attributing their discomfort solely to not having eaten enough. Although Xie Zhongyi had consumed more rabbit meat than they had, he had consistently been in Ren Ye's company. Since the crash, he had not truly experienced hunger. During this time, he had ingested sugars, carbohydrates, and other calories, maintaining a sufficient reserve. Thus, he could momentarily keep his wits about him. But Wang Yaji and the others were in a different predicament. The meager snacks they possessed had been nearly consumed by the second day. Even those who had deliberately hidden some morsels found these items to be inadequate as staples, offering limited caloric content. The mere effort to withstand the cold had nearly depleted their bodily reserves. With the absorption of protein, they were now utterly drained. Ugh! My stomach aches terribly. Oh dear, my head feels so dizzy. What is happening? It must be the toxic fumes from the burning sponge. Extinguish it quickly. The cabin erupted into chaos. A cacophony of retching, screams, the wails of infants, fire extinguishing, and frantic shouts blending into a tumultuous uproar, rivaling even the liveliness of a bustling marketplace. Ren Ye couldn't help but smile, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. This group of insatiable, self-serving, and morally hypocritical ingrates had finally received their just desserts. Shaorun, did you poison the rabbit meat? Why are they reacting so dramatically? Jiang Shangwu inquired, perplexed. This is merely the beginning. Do they not wish to eliminate us? They even dare to extend their greetings to my parents. I shall never permit them to meet a peaceful end. Ren Ye unwrapped a piece of compressed biscuit, as if savoring a splendid performance. Reclining comfortably in the closest proximity to the ice wall, their bodies have been thoroughly drained, and most are currently in the early stages of hypoglycemia. During this phase, they experience tremors, fatigue, cold sweats, and even fainting. If high-calorie sustenance is not consumed within the hour, the body will commence the breakdown of fat, producing ketones. This leads to nausea, retching, a bitter taste in the mouth, halitosis, and even acidosis. Should 2 hours pass without nourishment, they will regurgitate acidic bile, resulting in gastric pain, constipation, and bloating. If they go without food throughout the night. Heh. At this thought, Ren Ye chuckled darkly, finding the compressed biscuit in his mouth suddenly delectable. He resembled a child relishing the fruits of his mischievous antics. Chapter 34. Onset of the crisis, their bodies would begin to rapidly decompose, with fat and muscle disintegrating, resulting in a dramatic weight loss and muscular atrophy. Ultimately, every organ, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, would suffer comprehensive dysfunction, leading to convulsions, arrhythmias, and profound weakness. If sustenance remained elusive at this juncture, then we would bear witness to a real-life rendition of the undead, akin to zombies, those that could barely move, let alone speak. At such a dire point, consuming food would be futile. Even seeking medical assistance would merely prolong the inevitable. Zhou Pan expressed his concerns, suggesting caution as they might soon come for them. Ren Ye, however, maintained a calm demeanor, exuding disdain. It's of no consequence. In their current state, they perceive us as mere phantoms. How could they possibly confront us? No sooner had he uttered these words than the commotion from the individuals opposite intensified. Cries of hunger filled the air, a cacophony of lamentation. Shortly thereafter, flight attendant Bai Jiawei approached the ice wall, her gaze fixated on Ren Ye, who was leisurely savoring a biscuit. She bore no resemblance to her former polished self. Her disheveled appearance revealed pale lips and sunken cheeks, a clear indication of her severe hunger. She extended her hand through the crevice in the ice wall, evidently intent on seizing the biscuit from Ren Ye's grasp. Brother Ren, I'm so hungry. Could you? Absolutely not. Ren Ye preemptively rejected her unspoken request. I didn't touch a morsel of the rabbit meat. I gave it all to you. What? Now you wish to claim my biscuit? That's rather greedy. Bai Jiawei found herself at a loss for words. She had witnessed the generosity of Ren Ye and the others during the distribution of the rabbit meat. Aside from Xie Zhongyi, none had held back, bestowing their share upon her group. Thus, requesting food now felt decidedly inappropriate. Yet, the gnawing hunger was unbearable. She felt as though she could consume an entire cow. Brother Ren, I implore you, just a bite. I'm truly starving. I might perish. She pleaded weakly, her despondent gaze radiating vulnerability. However, Ren Ye remained unmoved, a mocking smile ever present on his lips. In certain respects, this woman was even more contemptible than Wang Yaji or Zhao Mei. Had she only reminded him that the head attendant possessed a satellite phone, none of this would have transpired. Perhaps rescue could have been secured that very day, averting this entire ordeal. The crux of the matter was that it was the flight crew's responsibility to ensure safety, and yet he bore the brunt of the blame, being criticized by Wang Yaji and her cohort. This realization ignited an inexplicable fury within Ren Ye. Get lost. If you wish to eat, you'll have to wait until tomorrow. You won't die from a night of hunger. But I feel so dizzy. I genuinely believe I might die if I don't eat soon. Bai Jiawei lamented, unexpectedly loosening the buttons of her leather coat and lifting her flight attendant uniform, revealing a figure that was undeniably alluring. Oh, this sudden display elicited gasps of astonishment from both Xie Zhongyi and Hong Bing, their eyes fixed in disbelief. It must be said that the flight attendant's figure is indeed exceptional. However, after 2 days of hunger, her ribs are somewhat protruding. She appears rather too thin. A few gentlemen, as long as you provide me with food, I am willing to entertain any request. I am truly famished. Yet, Ren Ye remains unmoved. What ist? He has yet to secure his own provisions for the future. In this weather, he wouldn't dare expose himself completely, let alone entertain such thoughts. All his efforts thus far have been solely to witness the demise of this group. Moreover, one cannot satiate a treacherous wolf. I apologize, but I possess only 10 biscuits, which are meant to sustain our group for tomorrow. Please endure a little longer. Once I procure food tomorrow, you shall be the first to receive it. To thoroughly deplete them of all strength, Ren Ye resolves to extend their deprivation for another night. Once this night passes, these individuals will no longer pose a threat. Seeing Ren Ye's refusal, Bai Jiawei's pitiable expression instantly morphed into one of fierce determination as she spoke in a low voice. Ren Ye, cease your pretense. I witnessed you fishing the day before yesterday. You have a large bag of compressed biscuits in your backpack. You certainly have not consumed them all. As she spoke, she cast a glance at those behind her who were crying out in hunger. If they discover that you possess surplus food, what do you think they will do? Her words caused Ren Ye's smile to evaporate in an instant. He discerned that she was threatening him. Just give me 3 biscuits. That way, you will only have to endure a slight reduction in your rations. If they seize it, you will end up with nothing. Those willing to commit violence are not limited to just you. Bai Jiawei had actually intended to confront Ren Ye earlier that morning. However, when he offered to assist them in searching for food and returned with rabbit meat, she had refrained from speaking up. Oh, You wretched woman, dare you threaten me? Without waiting for Ren Ye to respond, Xie Zhongyi seized an axe, intending to strike her hand. Bai Jiawei, startled, quickly withdrew her hand from the crevice of the wall. This is your own doing, she exclaimed in frustration, raising her voice. Ren Ye has plenty of biscuits. Everyone, hurry and demand them from him. Her shout immediately drowned out the cries of hunger from the crowd. They had initially believed that Ren Ye had consumed only the rabbit's entrails at night and must have no food left on him. They had been cursing him for being foolish, for not consuming the rabbit he had caught. But upon hearing that he still possessed an abundance of biscuits, chaos ensued. Everyone rushed to kneel by the icy wall, extending countless hands towards Ren Ye. Illuminated by the firelight, their pale faces and ravenous eyes were truly terrifying. Extreme hunger had completely overtaken the reason of most. Ren Ye, quickly give me biscuits, I am starving. Brother Ren, I know this is wrong, but please have mercy on my child. I have no milk left. Just a few biscuits, please. Big brother Ren, esteemed sir, I will not take them for free. If you give me some biscuits, I will join you in labor tomorrow. Young brother, I own a company. If you provide me with biscuits, I will transfer 30 of the shares to you. Would that be acceptable? In stark contrast to the pleas of those around her, Wang Yazi's words nearly ignited Ren Ye's ire. Brother Ren, you are a master of survival, and still so young. Surely, enduring a couple of missed meals should not pose a significant challenge for you? However, I, being 40 years old, truly risk my life if I continue to starve. How about this? You share your biscuits with us, and tomorrow we shall assist you in foraging for food? Her words seemed to resonate deeply, as a collective urgency prompted everyone to implore Ren Ye for the biscuits. It was evident that their physical condition had reached a breaking point. Ren Ye, however, showed no mercy, retorting, "Get away from me. I shall reiterate. The biscuits I possess are the last rations for the 7 of us. If you seek sustenance, you must wait until tomorrow." Chapter 35. Total annihilation. Had this transpired yesterday, the crowd might have acquiesced to their fate, for they had endured hunger through the night before. However, most of them now teetered on the brink of despair, their stomachs feeling as though they were being sliced by blades. Sour bile surged in their mouths, their heads spun incessantly, and they retched uncontrollably. Their yearning for sustenance had long transcended all else. As they witnessed Ren Ye's indifference to their plight, the expressions on their faces began to shift. Some were engulfed by despair, others by pain, yet the predominant sentiment was one of malice. If he was to act so ruthlessly, then they would show no mercy in return. A middle-aged man, bracing himself against the wall, gradually rose, baring his teeth as he glared at Ren Ye. Those who wish for food, follow me. We can seize his tools and survive on our own. There is no need to rely on him. With that declaration, the individuals who had previously pleaded for mercy now stood upright, their fierce gazes akin to a pack of wolves eyeing their prey. In mere moments, they rummaged through the cabin, discovering various implements. A group of them, somewhat unsteady, turned to exit the cabin, advancing towards Ren Ye's entrance. Oomph! Does their numerical advantage make them formidable? Ren Ye had anticipated this scenario, though the situation had not unfolded as impeccably as he had envisioned. He understood that he could not falter now that it had come to pass. Resolving the matter swiftly would alleviate a significant burden. He promptly instructed everyone to arm themselves. Chun Xian and Huang Xiu were tasked with safeguarding their belongings, while the 7 of them quickly exited the cabin, preparing for confrontation. As previously discussed, they were all driven to the brink of madness by hunger. We must avoid direct confrontation and not engage with the dead. These adversaries could endure for no more than a few seconds. If they could just buy enough time, victory would surely be theirs. Agreed, the group chorused, their hands tightly gripping their weapons, poised for action. 7 rational individuals against 26 ravenous fiends. It was impossible not to feel apprehensive. As they observed the throng advancing towards them, Ren Ye and his companions quickly scattered, ready to employ guerrilla tactics, striking while retreating, depleting the last vestiges of these foes' strength. Yet, just as they braced themselves for battle, the crowd abruptly halted, their bodies weakening. All the women collapsed to the ground, and most of the men leaned against the cabin for support. Only a scant few remained upright, though their already unsteady forms now swayed perilously. exhibiting unmistakable tremors reminiscent of inebriated revelers. This spectacle left Ren Ye and his companions momentarily bewildered. Were they plotting? Xie Zhongyi inquired, filled with confusion. Ren Ye furrowed his brow, equally perplexed, until a gust of cold wind swept through the air, reminding him of the nighttime chill. I see now. They were already on the brink of exhaustion. This sudden cold has overwhelmed them, leaving them dizzy and unable to stand. Look, someone's attempting to flee. Huang Xiyu suddenly alerted them. Upon closer inspection, they noticed that the women at the rear of the group were slowly attempting to crawl back into the cabin. Given their already inferior physical condition compared to the men, the harsh conditions of the night would surely prove unbearable for them. Apart from the men who had fallen began to stagger towards the cabin. Mere seconds ago, they had exuded an air of menace, but now they were retreating in utter disarray. Upon witnessing the most vociferous middle-aged man abandon his attempt to return, Ren Ye bellowed, Chen Exen, Huang Xiyu, guard the luggage. The rest of you, join me in eliminating them. With that, Ren Ye, Zhou Pan, Hong Bing, Xie Zhongyi, and Jiang Shangwu charged forward. Given the circumstances had escalated to this point, there was no longer any need for cunning or strategy. If they did not strike now, they risked suffering the consequences once their adversaries regained their strength. Xie Zhongyi, the swiftest among them, swung his axe, delivering a devastating blow to one of the men, splitting open his skull like a watermelon sliced in half. Brains and blood erupted forth in a gruesome torrent. Ren Ye, seizing hold of another, stabbed mercilessly, the act akin to puncturing foam. He felt the warmth of blood on his hand, the metallic scent of carnage filling the air. Hong Bing and the others did not hold back either, using steel shards and the armrests of the seats to deliver brutal strikes. Against these repugnant traitors, they showed no mercy. Each blow landed squarely on the head. The assailants, now barely able to stand, were in no position to retaliate. Please, brothers, we were wrong. Don't kill me. I'll give you all the money I have. Some, realizing they were outmatched, fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. Yet, in this world, few would be benevolent enough to forgive those who sought their lives, unless they were simpletons. Moreover, Ren Ye and his companions were already blinded by fury, deaf to any pleas for clemency. As the numbers dwindled, within 3 minutes, the ground was littered with corpses, blood flowing freely. In the frigid air, the blood quickly began to freeze. Panting heavily, the 5 of them leaned against the cabin, exhaling deeply. This was not merely fatigue, but rather the remnants of adrenaline surging through them from their violent actions. After a brief respite, they counted the bodies, 21 in total, 12 men and 9 women. Were there any survivors? Ren Ye summoned his companions and swiftly approached the cabin. Now only 5 remained. If they could neutralize them, their subsequent survival plan would be far easier to implement. Entering the cabin, illuminated by the dying embers of a fire, they spotted 2 men and 3 women trembling on the ground. You 3 wretched women fled rather swiftly, didn't you? Did you think this would spare you from death? Xie Zhongyi brandished his bloodied axe, an unsettling excitement glimmering in his eyes. The 3 women were Zhao Mei, Wang Yaji, and Bai Jiawei. They had lingered at the rear of the group, reluctant to confront Ren Ye and wary of losing out on any potential gain. After briefly catching their breath outside, they were among the first to return to the cabin, shaken and disoriented. Ren Ye and his companions harbored an intense loathing for them. No one dare compete with me. That woman's tongue is as vile as ever. Just watch how I deal with her. Xie Zhongyi strode purposefully towards them. Wang Yaji, overwhelmed by fear, was rendered almost catatonic, and in a panic driven by the dread of death, she even resorted to slapping her own face. However, the sound of the slap was not particularly loud. It was unclear whether it was due to a lack of strength or a reluctance to inflict harm. Dear brothers, esteemed gentlemen, I acknowledge my wrongs. Please forgive me. This necklace and ring are worth quite a fortune. I shall give them to you. She cried as she hastily removed the pearl necklace from her neck and the diamond ring from her hand. Xie Zhongyi's eyes brightened as he accepted the necklace and ring, noting their apparent value. However, he had no intention of letting this woman off the hook. You foul woman. You spoke with such vigor earlier. Why do you lack strength now when it comes to punishing yourself? I can assist you. Chapter 37. Only 3 remain with a resounding crack. Xiaozhongyi summoned all his strength, and Wang Yaji's 2 teeth flew from her mouth. She collapsed to the ground, utterly unconscious. Hey, don't pretend to be dead. Xiaozhongyi kicked her twice, only to realize she was genuinely out cold. He shifted his gaze to Zhao Mei, who was clutching a child. The infant seemed to sense the murderous intent in the air and wailed incessantly. The shrill sound grated on Xiaozhongyi's nerves. If you keep crying, I swear I'll chop your mother into pieces. His agitation led him to dig at his ears as he rested the axe on Zhao Mei's shoulder. Big brother, for the sake of my child, please spare me. I realize my mistakes. A child cannot grow up without a mother. Fia washed over Zhao Mei, tears and snot streaming down her face. This woman often exploited her role as a mother to evoke sympathy and garner pity from others. In times of trouble, she would let others take the lead. When there were benefits, she would claim them first, and when danger loomed, she was the first to flee. In terms of sharp tongue, she was not inferior to Wang Yazi, but she relished using her maternal identity to manipulate others. Previously, Wang Yaji sought to leverage the crowd's power to compel Ren Ye into donating tools, which was indeed Zhao Mei's idea. Xiaozhongyi cast a disdainful glance at the infant in her arms, his features contorting in distaste. What on earth is this dark little creature? What sort of person are you? Zhao Mei mistakenly thought he had softened and lifted the child higher. This is my son. He is also from Huagua, from Dongwang. Xiaozhongyi grinned widely and immediately turned to Jiang Shanwu. Hey, Uncle Jiang, this is your Dongwang heritage. But I've heard that you Dongwang people have the Zhuang, Yao, and Hakka ethnic groups. Where does this dark lineage come from? His words elicited stifled laughter from Hong Bing and Chen Xian, yet Jiang Shangwu appeared mortified. The creases on his face deepening. He understood that Xiaozhongyi was mocking him. For heaven's sake, there are plenty of black folks in Dongwang. Is that not normal? Xiaozhongyi retracted the axe, his expression becoming somewhat conflicted. It must be said that the woman's identity indeed made it difficult for him to act. After all, any normal person would feel a surge of compassion for an infant. Look at you. If it weren't for seeking out a black man, you and T have given birth to this. If the black man hadn't T fled, you and T have needed to fly out to find him. Without that flight, how could you have fallen to such depths? Observing her plight, he remarked, you truly are pathetic. Yes, I'm pathetic, as long as you spare me. I will agree to anything. Zhao Mei dared not retort further and could only plead for mercy. Xiaozhongyi was momentarily at a loss for what to do and turned to Ren Ye, clearly seeking his opinion. Ren Ye was not incapable of taking action. However, simply killing these 3 women felt insufficiently satisfying. Their time was already limited. Allowing them to starve to death would be the ultimate despair. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, let them fend for themselves. Let us deal with those 2 first. Xiaozhongyi understood immediately and directed his gaze toward the 2 men. Brother, I have 3 properties. I will transfer them all to you. I possess 2 sports cars, and should you allow me to survive, upon my return home, I shall. However, before the 2 could complete their sentence, Xiaozhongyi swiftly severed their heads with an axe. Subsequently, Ren Ye and his companions carried the lifeless bodies out of the aircraft. The scuffle had lasted merely a few minutes, yet outside the cabin, the corpses were already frozen solid. In preparation for the impending cold wave, Ren Ye and his companions braved the snowstorm to gather supplies. The garments adorning these bodies proved to be quite useful. Even as makeshift bedding, they provided a comfortable respite. Furthermore, among these individuals, 7 possessed suitcases. Although the contents were meager in terms of resources and tools, Ren Ye had no intention of letting them go to waste. In such frigid conditions, any supplies could potentially be of great utility in the future. After collecting all the useful items, Ren Ye initially intended to dispose of the bodies in the river to prevent Wang Yaji and her companions from scavenging. However, the nighttime temperatures were exceedingly low, leaving them frozen and unable to proceed with their plans. The clothing of the 23 individuals, a mix of autumn and winter attire, piled high like a small mountain. They laid the clothing atop the rows of seats, covering themselves with thick garments, creating an improvised bedding arrangement of sheets and quilts. Nevertheless, out of caution, Ren Ye insisted that everyone take turns keeping watch through the night, wary of the three women next door resorting to desperate measures. In truth, sparing their lives was not solely a punishment. Ren Ye was also driven by curiosity. Literature indicates that a healthy individual can endure starvation for up to 7 days. Given the current temperatures, 1 day of hunger equates to 2. Tomorrow marks the 4th day since the crash. Discounting the minimal sustenance consumed by Wang Yaji and her companions during the first 2 days, along with their exposure to the elements and deliberate sabotage, Ren Ye estimated that their physical condition was akin to having starved for approximately 5 days, nearing the final stages before death. As he lay on the seat, gazing at his hands stained with dried blood, sleep eluded him. This was the first time he had taken a life, and to do so on such a scale left a shadow in his heart. Yet he harbored no regrets, for had he not eliminated these individuals, it would have been his own demise that awaited him. He tossed and turned, contemplating his next steps. With the greatest threat to his survival now neutralized, and having acquired ample warm clothing, the risk of freezing to death seemed unlikely, especially with the fire. If only he could secure sufficient food, he would successfully endure the cold wave. Lost in thought, Ren Ye eventually succumbed to a deep slumber. As midnight approached, the tempest raged outside the cabin, the layer of snow on the ground thickening, with many flakes being swept into the aircraft, adding to the eerie atmosphere of this desolate wasteland. The temperature had unknowingly plummeted to minus 37 degrees. The following day, Ren Ye found himself in a dream. Having returned home to celebrate the New Year's Eve dinner with his parents and younger brother, the family enveloped in warmth and joy. Just as they prepared to dig into their meal, an earthquake struck, the table trembling violently, the house quaking. As he remained dazed, he heard a series of urgent shouts. "Brother Ren, handsome, TZ, wake up. Something has happened." With drowsy eyes, he opened them to behold the serious and anxious expressions of those around him, which only heightened his vexation. Alas, after finally managing to indulge in a pleasant dream, what could possibly be the matter? Xiaozhongyi hastily pulled him up, excitedly pointing toward the outside. "Those corpses have been tampered with. No, something has disturbed them." "What?" Ren Ye's drowsiness vanished in an instant, and he swiftly donned his clothes. As he stepped out of the cabin, he was immediately hit by an intensely acrid scent of blood, far more pungent than the previous night. And when he discerned the source, the sight before him nearly compelled him to retch. Chapter 38. The devoured corpses. The slick corpses bore evident signs of being dragged. Among them, 5 bodies had their abdomens grotesquely torn open, with dismembered entrails and intestines scattered haphazardly. Distinct bite marks marred their flesh, with irregular wounds deep enough to expose bone. The remnants of limbs lay buried beneath the accumulating snow, and shockingly, the breasts of 2 female corpses had vanished without a trace. The scene was one of utter chaos, a sight too horrific to behold. It was immediately apparent that this was the work of beasts and not merely a single one. Ren Ye's mind instinctively drifted to the Arctic wolves encountered the previous day. At this time of year, they would voraciously consume whatever they could find to gather sufficient nutrients for the harsh winter. In their desperation, they might even gnaw on tree bark or forage for wild grasses. Zhou Pan discerned his thoughts and interjected, "I have examined the wounds. The bite marks are strikingly similar to those of dogs. It must surely be the Arctic wolves." Ren Ye's thoughts raced back to the 3 wolves that had relentlessly followed him the night before. Their behavior had unmistakably indicated that they viewed him and his companions as prey. Arctic wolves are known for their tracking habits, assessing the strength and number of their quarry before deciding on their approach. "Well, this is dire. We have sent off a pack of cunning wolves, only to encounter a true pack now. And it seems these wolves have a keen interest in us." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group darkened considerably. No one harbors a fondness for wild beasts, especially not a pack. Although wolves do not possess the intelligence of humans, their combat prowess far exceeds that of the famished souls from the previous night. A single bite could effortlessly result in multiple gaping wounds. "What shall we do then? We still need to gather firewood today," one voiced in trepidation. "Shall we take a detour to avoid them?" Chun Xian and Huang Xiu were visibly shaken. Yet Xiaozhongyi remained unfazed. "Do not fear, sisters. I shall protect you." They are but 3 young wolves, smaller than the least of our boars. With 5 of us men, we could easily handle 2 against 1, he declared confidently. Zhou Pan shook his head, sensing the gravity of the situation. You misunderstand. We possess weapons, but 5 against 3 wolves may not be as simple as you think. Xie Zhongyi appeared to underestimate the Arctic wolf's ferocity. Zhou Pan gestured toward the corpses. I have scrutinized the remains. Considering the severed limbs and bite marks, it is clear that there are far more than just 3 wolves. Count for yourselves. The group paused, and upon closer inspection, they discovered a total of 22 corpses. Ren Ye was taken aback. He had not noticed this detail. This revelation implied that the 3 wolves had summoned a larger pack. Zhou, can you estimate how many there are? At least 8, Zhou Pan replied without hesitation. As a member of a research team specializing in the Arctic, he had inevitably encountered various Arctic fauna, and only a few posed a genuine threat. Thus, he was well trained in their behaviors and characteristics. An adult Arctic wolf consumes around 20 pounds of meat daily, a figure that could rise to 30 pounds during the winter months. Inferring from the quantity of flesh missing from a corpse, it appears to be exactly 8 heads. No more, no less. Suddenly, Ren Ye seemed to have an epiphany and hastily began to crouch around the perimeter of the cabin in search. The others queried him, but he offered no response. Moments later, he picked up a yellowish ice chunk at the entrance of his cabin door, and his expression darkened immediately. Last night, during your watch, were you certain that none of you dozed off? The group was puzzled by Ren Ye's sudden inquiry, yet they answered nonetheless. The men were on high alert, concerned about potential retaliation from the 3 women in the adjacent cabin. Only Chun Xin and Huang Xiu, who were on the last shift, had succumbed to fatigue and dozed off briefly. In fact, they had faintly heard some noises outside, but they dismissed them as mere sounds of snowflakes hitting the cabin. And in their groggy state, they failed to investigate. Were you too that exhausted? All the physical labor was borne by us men. Do you realize that due to your negligence, we almost had someone fed to the wolves last night? Ren Ye's outburst left the 2 girls feeling both guilty and bewildered. What do you mean, Brother Ren? Zhou Pan also questioned, perplexed. Take a whiff of this. Ren Ye tossed a pale yellow ice chunk to him. Zhou Pan inhaled and immediately recognized a pungent, acrid odor. This seems to be urine. More precisely, it was the urine of Arctic wolves. We have been targeted, Ren Ye stated gravely. Arctic wolves often traverse great distances in search of food, sometimes covering over 10 or even dozens of kilometers in a day. To prevent losing their way, they typically mark their trails with urine. The 3 Arctic wolves that had been tracking Ren Ye and his companions initially viewed them as prey. However, upon the arrival of the larger wolf pack, they discovered a veritable buffet laid out before them. While feasting, the wolves marked their scents with urine, ensuring they could return easily. It is also plausible that they considered Ren Ye and his group as a reserve of food. Given the nature of beasts, fresh prey is far more enticing than carrion. These were Ren Ye's deductions, which, while likely accurate, were ultimately overshadowed by the fact that it was the campfire that had saved them. The group collectively gasped in shock upon hearing this. These creatures are remarkably intelligent. What shall we do now? Should we still go out to gather firewood? Xie Zhongyi looked to Ren Ye for guidance. Isn't it obvious? If you're afraid of the birds singing, you shouldn't be farming. Hurry and prepare the meal. After eating, we'll dispose of the corpses and then set off. Ren Ye was not easily intimidated by a pack of wolves. While dealing with this situation posed certain risks, the impending cold wave was a far greater threat. However, these corpses could no longer remain. Having tasted the sweetness of their feast, the wolf pack would undoubtedly return at night. They reignited the fire, using some remaining rabbit entrails from yesterday. Coupled with compressed biscuits and rabbit bones, they simmered a pot of soup to serve as breakfast. During this time, Ren Ye revised the survival plan established the previous day. He felt that their progress was simply too sluggish. At least a month's worth of firewood was required, and it needed to be burning continuously. As the cold wave descends, the extinguishing of the bonfire may indeed lead to perilous consequences. A conservative estimate suggests that several thousand pounds of firewood will be required. However, provisions must also be adequately prepared for the more one stockpiles, the greater the likelihood of survival. Lastly, the construction of a shelter becomes imperative. This is essential not only to withstand the biting winds and snow of the cold wave, but also to fend off the lurking Arctic wolves. It has been determined by Ren Ye that Chen Exen, Huang Si, and Jiang Shanwu shall remain at the camp to undertake the tasks of fishing and sawing ice blocks. Jiang Shanwu, being both a skilled practitioner and an expert angler, will expedite the fishing process while ensuring the safety of the two women. Meanwhile, Ren Ye will focus on transporting firewood with the other members, maximizing work efficiency. After the group has finished their breakfast, they proceed to carve a large hole in the thinnest part of the ice in the middle of the river, hastily disposing of the bodies before making their swift exit. Chapter 39. The Snow Bunting Bulls. As soon as they stepped outside, a chilling scream startled everyone. Following the sound, they realized it emanated from the neighboring cabin. How curious, thought Ren Ye. How could she still have the strength to scream? Upon approaching, he discovered that Wang Yaji and Bai Jiawei remained with their eyes shut, seemingly faint from hunger. Meanwhile, Zhao Mei was cradling her infant, wailing uncontrollably. Tears had crystallized at the corners of her eyes, and she repeatedly called out bulls. It appeared to be the name of her child. It made sense. A woman who has just given birth must ensure she receives adequate nutrition, or else her milk supply would dwindle. Zhao Mei had gone without food for so long that she had no milk left since yesterday. Despite the innate resilience of the black-haired offspring, being a mere infant, enduring such frigid conditions without nourishment was a remarkable feat, exceeding that of most Asian infants. Alas, such suffering is truly lamentable. Jiang Shanwu sighed, shaking his head and muttering in his native tongue. Perhaps due to his advancing age, he felt a softening of his heart. Unable to accept such a scene, he turned and took up his fishing rod to pursue his hobby. The others were similarly affected, though to a lesser extent. Despite Zhao Mei's pitiful appearance now, she had unleashed a torrent of curses upon Ren Ye the previous night, even threatening to strip him bare and leave him to freeze. This fate seemed wholly deserved. At that moment, Zhao Mei noticed Ren Ye and the others standing at the door. Her expression darkened, her bloodshot eyes blazing with fury. "Ren Ye, I will kill you," she suddenly shouted, grabbing a steel plate beside her, attempting to rise. Her face had transformed. Her cheeks were hollow, rendering her a mere shadow of her former self. Once frail, she now resembled a skeleton draped in skin. After heaving her stomach contents multiple times last night, her body had succumbed to severe dehydration, leaving her on the brink of death. She staggered to her feet, but collapsed to the ground after just a few steps. Oh dear! One could not help but remark that her gait resembled that of a zombie. Xie Zhongyi, reveling in her plight, squatted before Zhao Mei with a mocking grin. "Oh, just a few days ago, you forced us into the river, didn't you? Last night, you cursed my ancestors for 18 generations. You even said you'd strip us and freeze us to death. What is this? Can't even take a few steps now?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Zhao Mei's face, clearly taken aback that her words had been overheard. You all, what about us?" he retorted. "You cursed me for not accumulating virtue, wishing for my next life to be bald. Is this what you call accumulating virtue? Go join your little Ni brother." With that, Xie Zhongyi turned and walked away, feeling no need to converse further with one on the brink of death. Yet, Zhao Mei, in a fit of rage, attempted to crawl toward him. As she reached the cabin door, a gust of cold wind brushed against her face. Her vision blurred, and without even closing her eyes, she collapsed to the ground. Xie Zhongyi reached out to check her heart, only to find that it had ceased to beat. Oh, is she dead already? Her body had long since exhausted itself. A person on the brink of death, compounded by excessive sorrow, could easily succumb to an untimely demise. "Let's go." Ren Ye turned to beckon the others to follow. As he witnessed the tragic fate of those around him, he felt no sense of satisfaction. People often proclaim the resilience of human life, yet in the face of nature's laws, it proves utterly fragile. Merely a few days without sustenance can torment a living being to the point of demise. Ren Ye was profoundly grateful for the decision he made 4 days prior. Had he not taken the risk of plunging into the water to retrieve the suitcase, his own fate would likely have been no better than Zhao Mei's. Before they could exit the river, Ren Ye discovered numerous chaotic wolf tracks and traces of blood and entrails in the snow. Judging by the size and quantity of the footprints, This pack of wolves included not only adults, but also several pups. In fact, it exceeded Zhou Pan's estimation, likely numbering over 10. Following the bloodstains, they trekked a few hundred meters further, until they stumbled upon the remains of the missing body at the foot of a low slope. The corpse was now unrecognizable, its abdomen completely hollowed out. The hands and feet had been gnawed down to the bones, and much of the face was devoured, revealing a ghastly mix of red and white skull. The appearance was far more horrifying than any spectacle of giants. The size of the skeleton clearly indicated it belonged to a young woman of modest height. Surprisingly, this pack of wolves appeared rather selective, predominantly feasting on females. Xie Zhongyi, glancing anxiously around, remarked, "Tz, what if we encounter them later? The wolves are ruthless. Back in our hometown, even wild boars steer clear of them." However, Ren Ye felt unperturbed, as long as they were not driven by insatiable hunger. Arctic wolves typically do not hunt during the day. Let us proceed. The four resumed their journey. Today's snowfall was significantly lighter than yesterday's, with temperatures fluctuating between -28 and 29 degrees. The initial stages of any endeavor are the most challenging, since they had spent nearly a day finding their way yesterday. Today's trek was particularly smooth. By following the footprints they had made the day before, their physical exertion was considerably diminished. Moreover, all four had replaced their insoles with the fur of Arctic hares. After walking for several minutes, their feet remained sensitive, providing excellent warmth. This saved them time in navigation. And with the wind at their backs, they reached the forest in just over an hour. Among the four, only Ren Ye was unencumbered. The others carried large suitcases to gather firewood. The forest was dense and abundant with trees, and within half an hour, they had filled a substantial box. Just as they were diligently working, a sudden flock of small birds appeared on the horizon. The Arctic winter forest was typically silent, with most animals either migrating or hibernating. The unexpected chirping compelled everyone to glance upward. Ren Ye took out his binoculars and, upon observing the birds, was struck with confusion. He immediately passed the binoculars to Zhou Pan. "Take a look. Are those snow buntings?" Zhou Pan also gazed upward and nodded in affirmation. Indeed, this species is renowned as the most frost-resistant bird in the Arctic, said to forage even in temperatures as low as -30 degrees. Indeed, it is rather perilous. Ren Ye's words left Zhou Pan perplexed. Surely not. These birds weigh no more than 50 grams at most and possess a gentle disposition, posing no threat to humans. I am not referring to the birds, but rather the weather. Noticing Zhou Pan's misunderstanding, Ren Ye gestured towards the sky. At that moment, a flock of snow buntings soared directly overhead, their numbers exceeding 30. Yet they did not pause in the forest. Instead, they flew straight into the distance. Witnessing this spectacle, Ren Ye's suspicions were further solidified. While snow buntings are indeed resilient to the cold, their collective migration in winter towards a singular direction signifies but one possibility. They seek to winter elsewhere. To put it more plainly, this place has become inhospitable for them. Chapter 40. Crafting a sled, what do you mean? Zhou Pan quickly grasped the situation, incredulously stating, "Do these snow buntings feel they can no longer survive here?" Indeed, Ren Ye observed the flock of birds gradually disappearing into the horizon, his suspicions growing more resolute. The snow buntings had thrived in the Arctic for tens of thousands of years, possessing a perception of their surroundings that far surpassed that of humans. They could endure frigid temperatures as low as -30 degrees, typically refraining from large-scale migrations. Yet now, their sudden departure suggested they sensed imminent peril should they remain. Beard had once remarked, "In the wild, one can discern the presence of danger based on the behavior and habits of local wildlife. They're the true natives of this land, while you are merely an interloper." Especially birds, which soar high and see far, are the most attuned to changes in temperature and environment. Now, even the hardiest of birds deemed their existence here untenable, indicating that the future climate of this region would undoubtedly exceed -30 degrees. This was critical information. What does that mean? Hong Bing inquired, somewhat perplexed. Xie Zhongyi grasped the situation more clearly. What else could it mean? This wretched place is so frigid that even the birds can no longer endure it. Shall we just relocate then? Perhaps it is not too late, suggested Zhou Pan. Not a chance. Ren Ye vehemently shook his head. Having spent several hours outside yesterday, he felt as though he were on the brink of death. To search for a new habitat, construct a shelter, and gather food and firewood was an impossible task to accomplish in a short time. Furthermore, observing the urgency with which the birds took flight, it was evident that a cold wave was imminent, likely within a fortnight. Hand me the axe. You all continue collecting firewood, and I shall return shortly. Ren Ye instructed as he took the axe from Xiezhongyi's hands and swiftly ventured into the woods. The others did not question further and resumed their work, heads bowed as they busied themselves in the surroundings. As Ren Ye walked, he scanned his environment, quickly arriving at a grove of desiccated trees. Before him stood Arctic birch trees, most reaching a height of approximately 20 meters, known for their remarkable resilience. He selected a proud and straight birch tree, brandishing the axe and beginning to chop. He intended to craft a sled specifically designed to transport firewood, akin to the vehicle of Santa Claus. He had previously estimated that a single suitcase could hold a maximum of 150 pounds of wood, with Zhou Pan, Xiezhongyi, and Hong Bing collectively weighing in at 450 pounds, and with his own suitcase containing not only essential tools but also a considerable amount of clothing. He could manage to carry only about 50 pounds of firewood at best. Calculating further, it would take 4 trips to transport 500 pounds of firewood. However, to endure the winter, Ren Ye anticipated needing at least 2,000 pounds. It was known that a round trip would require over 2 hours of normal walking. Should they shoulder these burdens, it would take at least 4 hours to start, with substantial exhaustion incurred, necessitating 4 trips. Such inefficiency was utterly unacceptable. However, if a sled could be fashioned, it would not only conserve considerable effort, but could also transport over 800 pounds of firewood in one trip. Ren Ye was uncertain when the cold wave would arrive. Thus, he needed to complete all survival tasks in the shortest possible time, or it would be too late. Crack! After a mere 10 minutes, a birch tree fell, responding to his efforts. Alone, Ren Ye found it impossible to move the tree. So he called upon Zhou Pan and a few others to assist. Upon sharing his idea with them, they regarded Ren Ye as somewhat fanciful. "Buddy," one remarked, "crafting a sled is a technical endeavor. Do you have nails? And a saw? The board from an axe won't be even. Moreover, they must be polished, otherwise the contact surface will be too rough for the ox to pull. You are wasting time." Despite their skepticism, Ren Ye continued his work undeterred. He had already contemplated these issues and devised solutions. "Enough chatter. I've summoned you to lend a hand, not to question. If I say it can be done, then it can. Hurry up." Aware that they were expending energy on a seemingly futile task, the group complied, recognizing Ren Ye's status. Together, the 4 of them dragged the tree to a more spacious area of snow. Zhou Pan patted the wood and, with a resigned expression, advised once more. "With the tools at your disposal, making a sled capable of hauling 700 or 800 pounds is a tall order. Even the likes of Bei Yi and De Yi would call you sir. Whether I am sir or not is of no concern to me. But if I succeed in crafting it, you shall bear me back," Ren Ye declared. "And from now on, when I assign tasks, you will follow without question." Seeing that persuasion was fruitless, Zhou Pan shrugged in resignation. "Fine. If you manage to create it, I shall call you sir from then on." Xiezhongyi immediately expressed interest, adding loudly, "Ah, I love making bets. If you succeed, I shall call you sir too. If you lose, you shall carry 50 pounds of firewood for me. Is that unreasonable?" Hong Bing also chimed in, eager to join the wager. "I want to play too." "Very well. Let it be decided. But do not cry foul." Ren Ye readily agreed, then circled the tree, contemplating the steps for creation. Given the existing conditions, constructing a standard sled akin to those sold in the city was clearly impossible. However, as long as it could haul firewood, that sufficed. He recalled watching videos of Inuit constructing sleds without saws or polishers. Furthermore, Ren Ye had conducted experiments at home, and with years of wilderness survival experience, his practical skills were robust. If primitive people could achieve it, there was no reason he could not. After a while, he instructed, "First, remove all the branches, then cut it down a height of 5 meters, and finally split the trunk in half." Upon hearing this, the 3 promptly set to work. Though they harbored doubts, The prospect of Ren Ye successfully crafting a sled would ease their burdens significantly. At the very least, they would no longer need to carry items on their backs for future outings. While they worked, Ren Ye made his way back to the spot where he had caught rabbits to gather some moss. The Inuit utilized this material to craft the runners for their sleds, ensuring that the resulting product is both durable and resilient. He opened his suitcase and retrieved 4 large leather coats and 2 leather vests, which had been stripped from the corpses the previous night. Initially intended as a contingency for anyone succumbing to the cold while gathering firewood, they now proved to be fortuitously useful. These 4 individuals had once shared the same first-class cabin with him. It was unlikely they would have donned counterfeit garments. The leather attire, robust and substantial, could serve as the outer covering for the sled's runners. Ren meticulously spent some time using a knife to sever the fur-lined buttons from the inside of the coats, ultimately transforming them into pure leather. Chapter 41. Is it not possible? Once the last leather jacket was dismantled, the preparatory work was deemed complete. After half an hour, Zhou Pan and his companions, panting heavily, ceased their labor. The birch tree had been stripped of its branches as per Ren Ye's instructions. They initially selected a straight trunk approximately 3.5 meters in length and felled it. Subsequently, they cleaved it down the middle, akin to chopping firewood. However, the trunk, as thick as a calf, proved cumbersome to handle. They could only lay it flat on the ground and painstakingly chisel it with an axe. As they neared completion, Ren Ye took over, and the stout trunk was divided into 2 semicircular halves, the cut surfaces relatively even. The group was perplexed by the significance of this endeavor. They questioned whether using these elongated wooden planks as the sliding base for the sled would result in a stable structure, given the limited surface area in contact with the ground. Unbeknownst to them, the Inuit constructed their sled runners from frozen fish, and in comparison, Ren Ye was already paying considerable attention to quality. Ren Ye laid out the 4 leather jackets on the ground. The sleeves and collars had been removed, and when fully spread, they resembled a fan. He intended to stitch 2 of the jackets together to create an oversized piece of leather to encase the sled's runners, thereby minimizing friction. However, lacking needles and thread, he retrieved his water bottle from his inner coat pocket. Hydration was essential for strenuous labor, and to prevent the drinking water from freezing, he had kept the bottle hanging around his neck, concealed beneath his clothing. Ren Ye took a generous gulp, but hesitated to swallow. As the icy sensation gradually warmed in his mouth, he expelled the water onto the edge of one leather jacket. He then immediately pressed the edge of another jacket against it. After maintaining this for approximately 4 to 5 seconds, the water froze, binding the 2 jackets together. In the extreme cold, the evaporation effect, temperature differential, and molecular motion resulted in hot water freezing faster than cold water. Ren Ye repeated this process, and as his jaw began to numb, the 4 jackets transformed into 2 oversized leather pieces, more accurately described as large leather blankets. With this completed, he promptly seized the axe and resumed chiseling the 2 semicircular logs. It is common knowledge that the front end of sled is curved to reduce the risk of collision and the resultant drag while gliding, a crucial consideration. To enhance stability, Ren Ye aimed to notch both ends of the semicircular logs, allowing them to curve upward. During this industrious endeavor, he instructed Zhou Pan and the others to start a fire to boil water, as they would require a substantial amount of hot water, far more than what was in the kettle. The trio did not hesitate, witnessing Ren Ye's earnest and industrious demeanor. Initially skeptical, they gradually transformed their disbelief into anticipation. The notion that a single piece of wood and a few garments could be fashioned into a sled was both intriguing and astonishing. As the snow in the pot began to melt, Ren Ye's work reached completion. The ends of the 2 logs were shaped into upward sloping angles. After a brief respite, he called the 3 over to assist, preparing to officially enter the assembly phase. Xie Zhongyi and Hong Bing formed one team, while he and Zhou Pan constituted another. The 2 men lifted a semicircular log and positioned it along the edge of the leather blanket, gradually pushing it forward as if wrapping a pancake. Before long, the log was nearly enveloped entirely by the leather. Remarkably, the once thin sled track had gained considerable surface area thanks to the leather. However, This was not the end of their efforts. Ren Ye quickly retrieved a rope from his suitcase, originally intended for construction activities in the Arctic, which now proved to be quite useful. After securing the rope around the leather blanket, he poured hot water into the crevice between the blanket and the semicircular log. Subsequently, everyone stood motionless atop it, employing their weight to firmly bond the leather blanket and the log together, preventing disassembly during subsequent sliding. After nearly an hour, the sled track was essentially complete. Ren Ye untied the rope and, alongside his companions, tested the sled track. The leather blanket made a hissing sound upon contact with the snow-covered ground, yet they all felt a significant amount of friction, making it quite difficult to push. "What do you think? I told you it wouldn't work. You've wasted for leather coats," Zhou Pan lamented. Xie Zhongyi and Hong Bing shared his disappointment. "Iron, a bet is a bet," they echoed. "Handsome, I thought you had a solution. It seems you've lost," Zhou Pan added. "Umph," Ren Ye scoffed dismissively, his countenance betraying no sign of defeat. "Who says I've lost? Is the sled completed? Is there no need to continue?" Zhou Pan shook his head repeatedly, examining the leather blanket enveloping the sled track. "This leather is too coarse. The friction is substantial. It's already strenuous now, let alone when we load several hundred pounds of firewood. Even a pack of sled dogs won't be able to pull it then." Ren Ye's smile remained undiminished. He understood Zhou Pan had no ill intentions. It was true that scientific team members generally relied on specialized instruments and equipment during their missions. While this convenience was beneficial, an over-reliance on modern tools could lead to the erosion of fundamental skills over time. Thus, Zhou Pan's skepticism was quite reasonable, as Ren Ye himself did not possess absolute confidence. "You regular troops are just too rigid. You should occasionally familiarize yourselves with the ways of primitive people. Just because it doesn't work now doesn't mean it will never work. Now, let us get to work. You'll see soon enough." With that, Ren Ye produced the moss he had previously collected and laid it upon the ground. He then poured the freshly boiled water over it. After a thorough mixing and kneading, the water droplets on the moss crystallized into tiny ice shards. The moss itself has remarkable water absorption and resilience. Once the hot water was fully absorbed, it froze, forming a layer of ice. The outer layer was smooth and cold, while the inner layer retained its original elasticity, resembling a sponge in texture. Ren Ye promptly instructed the three men to flip the sled track over and uniformly spread the icy moss over the leather blanket. Once the water dried, the sled track became uneven, dotted with raised ice points. This sight left Zhou Pan and the others shaking their heads in disbelief. They appeared to possess increased friction, rendering it significantly more challenging to maneuver than before. What exactly was this individual attempting to accomplish? The trio was indeed curious, yet they refrained from interrupting Ren Ye's efforts. This question lingered for approximately 10 minutes, until Ren Ye produced a knife and began to scrape along gradually dispelling their sense of loss. As if removing twigs from a tree, Ren Ye meticulously cleared away the protruding ice points clinging to the. Remarkably, once these obstructions were eliminated, the previously uneven transformed into an exceptionally smooth surface. The icy moss appeared to be embedded like amber within the ice, firmly adhering to the underlying carpet. In an instant, it was rejuvenated. Chapter 42, Success by God, exclaimed Zhou Pan, unable to restrain his exclamation. It seemed as though he had suddenly grasped something profound, and he hurriedly approached to caress the sliding track. This was the pivotal element, determining the amount of sliding force generated by the sled upon contact with the icy surface. As long as the friction was sufficiently minimal, the crafted sled would glide effortlessly and farther. However, upon his initial touch, his expression changed dramatically. Ren Ye had utilized a knife to carve out the protruding ice points, leaving numerous uneven cuts along the sliding track. The surface bore distinct irregular marks, which could generate considerable friction, an absolute taboo in this context. "Do not worry, I have one final step." Ren Ye seemed to perceive the question brewing in Zhou Pan's mind. He promptly poured a bit of hot water onto his leather gloves, then slowly and gently stroked the sliding track. The moment the hot water made contact, it immediately began to condense. Ren Ye, undeterred, repeatedly poured water and caressed the surface in a rhythmic cycle. Gradually, the uneven cuts left by the knife were filled in. Finally, after numerous strokes, a smile broke upon Ren Ye's face. He gestured invitingly towards Zhou Pan. When Zhou Pan reached out to touch the surface again, his eyebrows nearly ascended to his forehead in astonishment. The texture was now perfectly rounded. The cuts had vanished completely, smooth as ice. He understood. Ren Ye had succeeded. Ren Ye, Zhou Pan exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. Rather than feeling disgruntled about losing the bet, he was elated to have learned a new skill. It turned out there truly existed someone capable of crafting a sled with such a singular tool. At this moment, his admiration for Ren Ye was boundless. No, Ren Ye, you are simply extraordinary. Where did you acquire such skills? Isn't any book? With your expertise and practical abilities, you should forego being a survival blogger and come work at our research institute instead. I assure you, you could easily become a team leader. Ren Ye chuckled softly. The allure of a national position is indeed tempting. After all, it is a formal military role. Just imagine how much a team leader earns in a month. Zhou Pan pondered for a moment before responding. Well, that depends on the location. If it's in our line of work, frequently traversing inhospitable, uninhabited zones, a leader earns at least 350,000 a year. Should any valuable research data be uncovered, that figure could rise significantly. Is that all? Ren Ye scoffed, his smile vanishing instantly. He had no interest in a position that risked life daily for a mere annual salary of less than 400,000. Do you have any idea how much I can earn in a year? Zhou Pan shook his head. I have 500,000 loyal followers. Just by taking a few advertisements or promoting products, I could easily rake in 400,000 in 2 weeks. If I were to engage in outdoor live streams every day, the gifts alone would reach tens of thousands, not to mention the signing fees. Honestly, I find your figures rather unappealing. Zhou Pan's face flushed with embarrassment as he realized he had almost forgotten Ren Ye was an internet celebrity. Such is the nature of the world. Researchers who genuinely risk their lives for their country earn barely enough to sustain themselves, while those lacking education or culture can amass hundreds of thousands through trivial and superficial endeavors. Individuals like Ren Ye, who possess both education and genuine skills, are earning rather conservatively. It's truly absurd. Upon hearing about Ren Ye's earnings, both Xie Zhongyi and Hong Bing wore expressions of envy. Wow, Feiying. After you step out, let me be your assistant. Just pay me around 40 to 50,000 a month, one exclaimed. Ren, you're quite the charmer. I don't need that much. Just give me around 10 to 20,000, and I'll handle everything for you. On bings compétitive, bonté displeased, 11e Zhongyi, prompting him to imitate Hong's accent. Handle what? You wouldn't understand a thing, and you're not even fit for the role. You can't even express yourself clearly and still aspire to be an assistant? Off you go. Oh, look at you, bald head. Hong Bing retorted defiantly, playfully lifting his cap to flaunt his hair. At least I have hair, unlike you, who looks like a big light bulb and might scare the fans away. The two exchanged words back and forth, and before long, the atmosphere had transformed into a verbal contest of sorts between the aspiring candidates. As their banter escalated, it seemed they might come to blows. Observing this, Ren Ye quickly intervened. Enough. At this point, you're still thinking about money? Let's focus on surviving first. Don't call me sir. I'm not one of those who squander money like you. Get to work. There is still much to be done. With that, the four resumed their final preparations for the sled. Ren Ye instructed them to position the sliding track at both ends, leaving a gap of approximately 60 centimeters in the middle. Then, he used sturdy, thick wooden sticks to bind them together, resembling the rungs of a ladder. In essence, the finished product resembled a wooden ladder, albeit situated on the ground, elevated about 10 centimeters above the surface. After roughly an hour, the sled was finally completed. The four were left breathless, their masks removed, exhaling warm breaths. Yet, they barely paused for respite, eager to ascertain whether their 2 hours of labor yielded worthwhile results. With a mix of trepidation and excitement, Ren Ye firmly grasped the handle of the sled. It must succeed, otherwise, all this effort will be in vain. With that thought, he exerted a slight force, propelling the sled forward. Measuring around 3 meters in length and 60 centimeters in width, and weighing over 100 kilograms, the sled glided effortlessly, covering 4 to 5 meters with ease, demonstrating its remarkable glide. Huh, it actually worked? Incredible craftsmanship, my friend. Xie Zhongyi and Hong Bing cheered, their joy akin to that of children who had just received a new toy as they hopped onto the sled to play. Ren Ye sighed in relief, feeling that their hard work had indeed paid off. With the sled, future outings would require significantly less effort, and gliding across the ice would become a breeze. The four spent additional time gathering firewood from the surroundings, stacking it atop the sled along with the previous collection. The sled, now over 3 meters long, had become a mound of wood nearly a person's height, secured with ropes, and was estimated to weigh at least 700 kilograms. Each of the three men, meanwhile, carried an additional 50 kilograms on their backs, bringing the total weight to approximately 850 kilograms. This journey nearly equated to the transport capacity of 2 previous trips. Ren Ye cut the rope in his bag into 3 segments and secured them to the front of the sled. He then seated himself comfortably upon a pile of firewood, directing Zhou Pan and the others to pull. Having won the prior wager, he was entitled to enjoy the experience of riding, and Zhou Pan and his companions accepted their defeat without complaint. Thus, Ren Ye lounged with ease, commanding the trio like a wealthy landowner. Although the sled was designed to be less laborious, the three still found themselves straining immensely. They soon realized that the sled seemed utterly ineffective, requiring all their strength to move it. After barely traversing 200 meters, they collapsed into the snow, gasping for breath. "What? Is this the extent of your endurance?" Ren Ye urged them to rise, suspecting they were merely feigning fatigue. However, Zhou Pan turned to examine the bottom of the sled and immediately identified the source of their struggle. Goodness, take a proper look at what's beneath. Chapter 43. The hollow beneath the ice. Upon hearing the words, Ren Ye sensed an unsettling discrepancy. Logically, navigating through this environment with a sled should require minimal effort. How could 3 robust young men fail to make any progress? He leaped from the sled and discovered that it had become completely ensnared in the snow, obscuring even the path beneath. This was dire. It was then that he noticed a grave issue. Winter had not yet fully set in, and in many areas, the snow remained in a semi-hardened state. It was not solid enough to form a true ice surface. Even a person's foot would easily leave an imprint, let alone a 700-pound pile of firewood. In such conditions, the resistance was considerable, even if he summoned 3 more individuals. Dragging the sled for any length of time would prove exceedingly difficult. Zhou Pan and the others approached, recognizing the predicament. If only we hadn't been so greedy. Perhaps we should have discarded some firewood, as the weight was too much for the snow to bear. Ren Ye, feeling exasperated, scratched his head. It seemed there was no alternative now. Reluctantly, the 4 men began to unload the firewood, attempting to ascertain how much weight they could manage to drag. After a flurry of activity, they discovered that the sled could bear a maximum of only 400 pounds. Moreover, the effort required to pull it as a group was not significantly less than carrying it directly. The fleeting sense of optimism Ren Ye had experienced was swiftly obliterated, leaving him in a state of frustration. The sled, which had taken 2 or 3 hours to construct, was intended to ease their burden. Now, it felt like a futile endeavor. Zhou Pan noticed his despondency and offered a gentle consolation. "It's all right, Brother Ren. At least you've broadened my horizons. The sled may be unusable now, but when a cold wave arrives, the snow here will harden significantly. Your efforts have not been in vain." Yet, these words did little to assuage Ren Ye. Instead, they deepened his discontent. His urgency in gathering firewood was to ensure their survival through the winter in the shelter. And once the cold wave struck, who would dare venture outside? No, relying on their backs was far too slow, and making multiple trips in such frigid conditions would not only deplete their food supplies, but also expose them to frostbite. "Let us take a moment to rest and think. There must be another way," he lamented. Thus, the group could only lean against the sled and engage in idle chatter. Ren Ye promptly retrieved his binoculars, standing atop the pile of firewood in search of a viable path. In such an environment, areas with deeper snow were generally colder, and the lower the temperature, the harder the ice became. Perhaps there lay a way forward. Soon, his gaze settled upon a snow-capped mountain in the 3 o'clock direction. He immediately adjusted the focus of the binoculars to its maximum, and to his astonishment, he discerned visible cold air wafting over the undulating expanse of ice. Overjoyed, he leapt from the firewood and dashed toward it. Upon nearing the location, Ren Ye was elated. The snow layer here crunched beneath his feet with a satisfying crackle, indicating it had frozen solidly, exhibiting commendable hardness. Nevertheless, for safety's sake, he needed to test it. He hastily rolled up his thick trousers and, summoning all his strength, stomped down with a foot. Crack! Ah! The sound of the ice fracturing coincided almost perfectly with his anguished scream. As soon as the soles of his shoes made contact with the ice surface, an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness engulfed his entire being. His right leg plunged directly into the ice, and the breach morphed into a gaping fissure. Ren Ye braced himself against the edges of the crack, his left leg still resting on the surface, rendering his posture strikingly abstract. He felt as though he had stepped into an icy pit, devoid of water or substance, with his right leg entirely suspended. Beneath him seemed to lay a trap, or perhaps a chasm. Meanwhile, the fissure continued to widen, accompanied by subtle, cracking sounds. A sense of foreboding gripped Ren Ye as he realized the surrounding ice was gradually fracturing. He was uncertain of what lay beneath or how deep it was, but he understood that falling into it would spell disaster. He immediately attempted to leverage his hands to climb out. "Don't move." Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, Zhou Pan's urgent warning. Turning back, he saw the three of them rushing towards him, Zhou Pan brandishing a long wooden stick. Xie Zhongyi and Hong Bing sprinted the fastest, but as they drew within 4 or 5 meters of Ren Ye, ready to reach out and pull him up, Zhou Pan once again shouted a warning. "Don't go. It's dangerous." The two halted abruptly, puzzled, and looked towards him. Without offering an explanation, Zhou Pan quickly advanced. Just before the cracking sound from the fissure intensified, he thrust the wooden stick forward. "Grab it!" In that instant, Ren Ye comprehended the gravity of his predicament and seized the stick with both hands. At that very moment, boom! The fissure split wide open, and the ice surface caved in, creating a vast hole. Countless snow blocks plummeted into the abyss, generating echoes of collision, attesting to the depth of the pit. As Ren Ye glanced downward, a wave of weakness washed over him. The chasm below was engulfed in darkness, exuding a chilling aura that felt akin to an air conditioner set to its coldest setting, blasting directly in his face. The walls of the hole were adorned with a chaotic array of irregular ice spikes, resembling a dense thicket of thorns. Straining to listen, he discerned faint sounds of impact emanating from below. Clearly, the snow blocks had yet to settle completely. Gripping the wooden stick tightly, he stood on a protruding ice spike, a shiver of dread coursing through him. He had been far too hasty, neglecting to consider the natural phenomenon of subglacial voids in such locales. He had watched countless episodes of Bear Grylls survival in the wild, including those set in the Arctic. This place, seemingly blanketed in snow, concealed numerous traps laid by nature beneath its surface. The Arctic, perpetually shrouded in snow, naturally formed many snow-covered terrains, but due to prolonged geological movements and temperature fluctuations, the currents beneath could shift and reshape over time. Besides subglacial voids, there also existed subglacial canyons and chasms. The constant snowfall camouflaged these traps effectively, leading one to believe they were merely ordinary snowfields. However, stepping onto them could result in a sudden plunge into the abyss, leading to a tragic fate, much like Ren Ye's current predicament. "Ren, are you all right?" Zhou Pan leaned over the edge of the cavern and inquired. It was then that Ren Ye snapped back to reality, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Zhou. I am unharmed. Please pull me up." Once he was hoisted to safety, his racing heart finally found respite. Xie Zhongyi and Hong Bing gazed into the abyss below, a wave of apprehension washing over them. Had Zhou Pan not called out to them, they would undoubtedly have met a grim fate. Oh dear, how could such a deep chasm exist in this place? "Zhou Laotai, how did you discern it?" "Thank you, handsome Zhou. It's fortunate that you warned us. Otherwise, we would have faced dire consequences." Zhou Pan waved his hand dismissively, his expression still tinged with shock. It's all well and good now. The moment I saw Brother Ren Ye's foot sink in, I sensed something amiss. Such natural traps claim the lives of many outdoor enthusiasts each year. Even our research team has lost some predecessors to these hidden ice caverns. Chapter 44. Finding a new path, isn't this just terrible? We often traverse on ice. Can't we take precautions? Xie Zhongyi inquired. Zhou Pan shook his head, frowning in resignation. The terrifying nature of the void beneath the ice lay in its unpredictability. One could only ascertain its presence by stepping on it or cautiously testing the ground. Otherwise, it remained undetectable. Ren Ye rose, brushing off the ice shards from his body, and remarked, "No need to fret. Such traps predominantly exist in icebergs or elevated terrains. We traversed for an entire day yesterday, without incident, didn't we? My current concern is how to transport this wood back. We must find a suitable route. If all else fails, we should consider carrying less. We have ample time for another trip. Indeed, it is already noon. If we hurry, we could still haul a few £100 today," another chimed in. "Since we have crafted the sled, carrying a lighter load would save us considerable effort." Upon hearing their suggestions, Ren Ye acknowledged that this approach was the most prudent, yet he remained reluctant to concede defeat. In such a vast and frigid expanse, was it truly impossible to discover a path for the sled? He was determined to prove otherwise. Continuing to scan the surroundings with his binoculars, Ren Ye identified 3 seemingly viable routes over the next 20 minutes. However, upon testing each path, he found either insufficiently firm snow that caved underfoot or fissures in the ice that, while not as deep as the previous chasm, still posed a considerable challenge for sled passage. Feeling somewhat despondent, he slumped onto a pile of firewood, realizing that he would have to heed the advice of his companions. "Hey, Shiguang, why didn't you boil more water earlier? What'll we do if it runs out?" Xie Zhongyi complained, tilting his head back to drink the last few drops from his flask, savoring every bit. Hong Bing retorted with irritation. "Why didn't you boil more yourself?" "I wanted some too." Concerned about further mishaps, the two had been accompanying Ren Ye in his search for a path. Now, both were parched yet reluctant to consume snow, fearing it might harm their insides. "Damn it," Xie Zhongyi muttered, licking his chapped lips as he scanned the desolate surroundings, unable to suppress his frustration. What a hellish place. Not even a river to be found. It's south enough to drive one to thirst. With that, he scooped up a handful of snow and stuffed it into his mouth. Hearing this, Ren Ye's eyes suddenly brightened. He recalled having seen a frozen river while searching for direction atop the mountain yesterday. However, the area surrounding the river was blanketed in white, and the surface of the river was far slicker than the snowy ground, which deterred him from venturing there. "I got it," he exclaimed, startling the 3 companions. Before they could inquire, he pointed towards the east and said, "There's a river in that direction. We can simply walk across it." "Really?" Xie Zhongyi's excitement was palpable, his lips curling into a grin, but a moment later, he seemed to remember something, asking with confusion, "But isn't there a lot of snow on the river as well? How? Is that any different from the snow-covered ground?" "Of course it's different." Ren Ye excitedly looked towards the river and explained. "Snowflakes are solid ice crystals formed from water vapor, which take shape before they descend, regardless of how many snowflakes accumulate. As long as the temperature does not drop sufficiently low, they merely form a pile of loose ice, which is why stepping on it causes it to collapse. In contrast, river ice is formed from liquid water that condenses under specific conditions. The gaps between ice molecules are minimal, primarily characterized by repulsive forces, which is why frozen rivers possess greater hardness than snow-covered ground. This explanation left Xie Zhongyi and Hong Bing bewildered, as they could hardly comprehend it. Only Zhou Pan, stroking his chin and moving his eyes restlessly, was deeply contemplating Ren Ye's insights. Ren Ye, not one to keep them in suspense, continued to unload the firewood into a suitcase while elaborating. To put it simply, once the sled reaches the river, it can pull not just 700 pounds of firewood, but even more. The principle is rather straightforward. The ground temperature is typically below freezing, making it difficult for snowflakes to melt upon landing. Over time, this leads to the formation of a thick layer of snow. Once the sled sinks in, it is akin to a wheel trapped in a muddy pit, making it challenging to extricate. Although there is some snow on the frozen river, it is scarce. This scarcity is due to the high heat capacity of the water, which allows the frozen river to maintain its temperature more effectively. The ice surface temperature is generally above freezing, unless there is a significant snowfall. The snowflakes landing on it will gradually melt. This is why many snow-laden areas are covered in snow piles, while frozen rivers appear strikingly clean. Ren Ye mused that as long as they could maneuver the sled onto the ice surface, even with some snow, there would still be a thick layer of ice beneath to provide support. The sled would not sink as it would in the snow. Moreover, the speed of sliding on the ice would be several times faster than on the snow. This clarification enlightened everyone, who admired Ren Ye's expertise and felt relieved that they would not need to make additional trips. Truly impressive, my friend. Your knowledge and intellect are remarkable, Zhou Pan praised. Ren, you seem even more knowledgeable than our captain. However, I do have a question. There are many small rivers in the Arctic. How can you be certain that the one you found leads to the camp? If we take a wrong turn and get lost, it could spell disaster for us. Ren Ye paused momentarily but then tossed the empty suitcase to the three and urged, "No worries, I have a method to discern it. Let us quickly unload the firewood and get the sled out. We can discuss the rest on the way. I estimate that we are at least 3 kilometers away from that river." The four of them swiftly packed the excess firewood into the suitcase and strapped it to their backs. Once the sled was ready to be pulled, they headed towards the river. Within a 2-kilometer radius of the frozen river, there were hardly any snow-covered mountains, and the terrain was relatively low. They were primarily on a downhill slope, making it easy to pull the sled. At this moment, the sled's speed became apparent. Typically, transporting such a load of firewood would take at least an hour, yet they accomplished it in under half an hour. The river spans approximately 20 meters in width, its terrain remaining relatively level with the ground, surrounded by an expanse of pristine white, devoid of any reference points. A delicate layer of snow blankets the surface of the water, which Ren Ye boldly traverses. After meticulously surveying the vicinity, a smile involuntarily graces his lips. The snow layer is quite thin, estimated to be no more than 5 centimeters in thickness, as most of the snowflakes have likely melted away. With a swift gesture, Ren Ye directs the 3 companions to draw the sled onto the river surface. They eagerly commence pushing the sled, eager to test its gliding capabilities. To their astonishment, the endeavor proves remarkably smooth. Xiaozhongyi is able to propel the sled, laden with 400 pounds of firewood, with apparent ease and still possesses ample strength. This indicates that adding several hundred more pounds would pose no challenge. My friends, we've succeeded. This contraption truly works wonders. Chapter 45. Return to the camp. Xiaozhongyi was as joyful as a bald child, playfully pushing the sled. Meanwhile, Ren Ye took out his hammer and axe to begin chiseling the ice surface. Unfortunately, the ice saw had been entrusted to Chun Xian and Huang Si, who were responsible for cutting ice blocks to reinforce the cabin. With the sled's operational condition confirmed, the only task remaining was to ascertain the direction. The thickness of the ice here was noticeably less than that of the river at the camp. The hammer and axe struck the surface, producing a dull thud. Lacking an ice saw, Ren Ye had no choice but to take turns with the others. After several minutes of striking and chopping, he finally created a hole, revealing the flowing river water beneath. He estimated the ice thickness to be around 10 centimeters. From his observations atop the mountain yesterday, this location should be upstream of the river by their camp. However, in the wilderness, a misstep in direction could be fatal. Exercising caution, Ren Ye removed his gloves and extended a finger into the water, gently feeling the flow's direction with his fingertip. He had previously noted that when a body was thrown into the water, it drifted away slowly. Thus, as long as the water's flow aligned with that of the camp river, they were unlikely to stray off course. Indeed, the current matched that of the camp's river perfectly. The distance was merely 7 or 8 kilometers, with negligible deviation. Just as I thought. Let's proceed forward. Just as Ren Ye was about to finish his thought, a sudden splash erupted from beneath the ice hole. Several codfish poked their mouths out of the hole, gasping for air. It seemed the river had frozen over, depriving the fish of oxygen, prompting them to come up for air. Such a splendid opportunity could not be missed. Ren Ye exchanged glances with Zhou Pan, and instinctively, they rolled up their sleeves to reach for the fish. However, just as their fingertips brushed against a fish's head, the schools scattered in a frenzy. The fish were too slippery for them to catch. Nonetheless, the two couldn't help but laugh with delight. This truly was a serendipitous turn of events, an unexpected joy. One with a modicum of knowledge knows that fish are exceedingly skittish. Any disturbance on the water surface sends them fleeing far away. Yet, these fish, fully aware of the presence of other creatures at the hole, still rushed out to breathe. This indicated that the fish in this river area were likely on the verge of suffocation, and the fishing prospects were promising. Given their current lack of food, this was indeed a fortuitous find. Ren Ye quickly instructed everyone to continue chiseling the ice hole, expanding its opening. During the Arctic winter, fishing does not require an abundance of bait. The fish primarily needed air. As long as they created a breathing point at the river center, catching them would be effortless. What Ren Ye needed to do was ensure that the nearby fish recognized this as a place to breathe, inviting them all to gather here. Afterward, even if he were to bait his hook with something as unappealing as dung, he could still return laden with a bountiful catch. Once the ice hole was enlarged to the size of a basin, they departed swiftly. Ren Ye reclined on a pile of firewood, leisurely enjoying the service of Zhou Pan and the others. In order to enhance their speed and safety, Ren Ye meticulously wrapped the fur he had previously cut from his leather jacket around the soles of their shoes. This ingenious modification would augment their traction on the icy surface, preventing any potential slips. Strangely enough, the sled bore a striking resemblance to a traditional rickshaw, offering a surprisingly comfortable ride as it glided over the terrain. With some idle time on his hands, he took out his binoculars to survey the surrounding environment, hoping to ascertain whether the Arctic wolves had continued their pursuit. It appeared that their bellies were too full from the previous night's feast, for not a single wolf was in sight that day. However, as he passed by a river area, he was suddenly drawn to several distinctly sunken patches of ice on the surface. In a landscape where the ice was predominantly level, these depressions stood out conspicuously. Given that the entire river was frozen, it was improbable for such numerous indentations to occur naturally. They were likely the result of deliberate excavation followed by a refreeze. This realization filled Ren Ye with a spark of hope. If he were to encounter any individuals in this remote area, it would indeed be a stroke of fortune. The inhabitants of such desolate locales were typically primitive peoples, the Inuit and Eskimos. Even without satellite phones, accompanying them would ensure survival from starvation or freezing. He quickly halted Zhou Pan and the other two, leaping from a sled to investigate the edges of the sunken ice for any traces. Yet, upon closer examination, the flicker of hope that had ignited within him was extinguished once more. There were no footprints nor any signs of human activity whatsoever. This indicated that whoever had been responsible for the ice drilling had long since departed. Noticing the dejection on Ren Ye's face, Zhou Pan and the others inquired and soon understood his thoughts. With a sigh, Zhou Pan remarked, "Do not dwell on it. Such ice holes are not uncommon in rivers teeming with fish. The Inuit and Eskimos are nomadic, migrating northeast during the harsh winters. They would leave traces along the way, but the people have surely moved on. We should focus on how to survive the winter ourselves." "Indeed, you are right," Ren Ye mused, realizing that relying on others was futile. Besides, it was likely too late to seek assistance now. He tucked away his thoughts, and the four resumed their journey. As it turned out, Ren Ye's sense of direction was impeccable. The river was approximately 8 kilometers from their camp, and despite hauling over 700 pounds, they remarkably arrived in just over an hour. From a distance, he spotted Jiang Shanwu, bundled up like a quail, the snowflakes having blanketed his hat, squatting motionless on the ice, intently watching his fishing rod. "Uncle Jiang," Ren Ye called, waving his hand. Immediately, Jiang Shanwu turned his head, but instead of rising to greet them, he fearfully gestured for silence, apprehensive of startling the fish. It was evident that this elderly gentleman had a genuine passion for fishing. From the cabin, Chen Xian and Huang Xiyu rushed out. Their faces were flushed from the cold, clearly having kept themselves busy. Huang Xiyu appraised the group, expressing her concern. "Brother Ren, I thought something had happened to you all. I was genuinely contemplating whether to search for you." Meanwhile, Chen Xian's gaze was drawn to the substantial pile of firewood and the sled, her eyes widening in astonishment. Oh, what a splendid sled. Where on earth did you acquire such a remarkable piece? Before Ren Ye could utter a word, Hong Bing excitedly exclaimed, "Oh my Ren, you are truly remarkable. This sled was crafted by you, and the path was charted by you as well. Otherwise, we would never have been able to transport such a substantial amount of firewood. All right, let us unload the cargo first, for we still have another journey to make," Ren Ye urged, hastening the process. The group engaged in conversation as they worked, reminiscing about the morning's fruitful endeavors. Upon learning of Ren Ye and his companion's experiences earlier that day, Jiang Shangwu and the two women could not help but offer their admiration with approving gestures. In this environment, the sled is undoubtedly an extraordinary invention. It will greatly ease their future travels and transport goods. Meanwhile, the two women were not idle either, having sought out 17 blocks of ice throughout the morning. Given their gender and the frostbite they had endured, this quantity was indeed commendable. Only Jiang Shangwu wore a furrowed brow, his expression a blend of helplessness and frustration. Chapter 46. Still alive? That morning, he had managed to catch only 6 small cod, barely enough for their modest meal. Given the abundant fish resources in the Arctic and Jiang Shangwu's status as an experienced angler, this outcome felt no different from a complete failure. If this continued, it would be impossible to stockpile sufficient food within 2 weeks. Even 2 months seemed a daunting prospect. Jiang Shangwu could only shake his head in dismay, lamenting his poor fishing skills and the disappointment he had caused. However, Ren Ye bore him no ill will. Although Ren Ye was not well versed in fishing, he possessed some basic knowledge. It was widely acknowledged among anglers that winter was the least favorable season for fishing, as fish were less active. Catching 6 fish in half a day was, in fact, quite impressive. "Uncle Jiang, don't be disheartened. On our way back, we'll pass by a river where the fishing conditions are exceptional. I almost managed to catch one by hand," he encouraged. "Join us this afternoon, and I assure you, you will return with a bountiful catch." "Really?" Jiang Shangwu nearly leapt with joy, his face breaking into a myriad of delighted wrinkles. "Where is it? Let us go right away." His excitement spilled forth in his native dialect, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure trove. One must say, the obsession of an angler for a fruitful fishing spot often surpasses even a man's interest in beautiful women. Though Ren Ye did not comprehend the dialect, he could perceive Jiang Shangwu's enthusiasm. He pointed to the pile of firewood on the sled and reassured him, "No need for dialects, uncle. I understand your eagerness, but there is no need to rush. I've already prepared a spot for you, and the fish want to escape. They need to breathe." With this, Jiang Shangwu nodded in agreement. Patience was paramount in fishing. The more one rushed, the more likely one would return empty-handed. The 7 of them quickly unloaded the firewood and moved it into the cabin. After being frozen outside for so long, they were both cold and hungry. Yet, as the flames began to rise, the numbing chill that enveloped them gradually subsided. As they felt their limbs warm up, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips, and their breathing became noticeably easier. It became evident that their decision was indeed wise. In many respects, fire was even more crucial than food, especially during cold snap. They would need a fire that burned continuously for 24 hours. Ren Ye set a small pot over the flames, hastily chopping the 3 cod into pieces and tossing them in the pot with snow to cook. Given the scarcity of food, they even resolved to keep some of the foul-smelling entrails. Within half an hour, the aroma of fish wafted through the cabin, tantalizing Xie Zhongyi and Hong Bing. The chilly weather had its advantages, as there was no concern about food spoiling or becoming too hot. Ren Ye placed the pot outside the cabin for less than 3 minutes, and the scalding fish soup had cooled considerably. The moment the warm fish soup touched his lips and flowed down his throat, Ren Ye felt as though the world had transformed into a far more beautiful place. He savored the warmth that enveloped his entire being, feeling as though he had been rejuvenated. To be candid, had this pungent fish soup been presented to him a mere few days prior, he would have likely recoiled in disgust. Yet now, it surpassed even the most exquisite fish served in a 5-star establishment. Just as he contemplated indulging in a second spoonful, a dull, clattering sound suddenly resonated from the adjacent cabin. The sound was unmistakable, reminiscent of gnashing teeth and the act of chewing. It dawned on Ren Ye that Wang Yaji and Bai Jiwei had not yet succumbed to their fate. Indeed, it seems that the virtuous meet with untimely ends, while the wicked persist for eternity. He had assumed these two women would barely last until this morning before descending into a zombie-like state, given their frail constitutions. To his astonishment, they were still alive. He pointed toward the icy wall and inquired of Chun Xian and Huang Xiu. Those two haven't caused any trouble this morning. Have they? Have you checked on them? Yes, indeed, Chun Xian replied first. After you left, I went to investigate. They had been sleeping until an hour ago. They looked utterly famished, with disheveled hair and a ghostly demeanor. Huang Xiu added, just half an hour ago, they were begging me for food. Their eyes were bloodshot, wide open like those of a cat. Honestly, if we had encountered them at night, it would have been terrifying. Should we? Did you two give them any food? Ren Ye's tone suddenly turned grave. Of course not, Chun Xian exclaimed, her frustration palpable as she tugged at her hair, pointing to the patch of scalp that had been yanked during their previous encounter. She pulled my hair out when they were trying to seize our tools. I was so enraged that I nearly lost control. Ren Ye nodded in agreement. He felt no compassion for Wang Yaji and Bai Jiwei. Had they not captured a rabbit yesterday and overheard their sinister plans, his own body might have already sunk to the depths of the water. Thus, whatever fate befell them would be richly deserved. However, driven by curiosity, Ren Ye approached the icy wall to ascertain what Wang Yaji and Bai Jiwei were up to. As he neared, the peculiar sounds ceased abruptly. Peering through the crevice at the base of the wall, he was startled to find two disheveled figures, their wide eyes locking onto his. Taken aback, Ren Ye stumbled backward, nearly tripping over a chair. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Chun Xian and Huang Xiu had been rather conservative in their descriptions. Wang Yaji and Bai Jiwei had their faces partially obscured by tangled hair, yet their pallid complexions were starkly apparent. Likely due to prolonged deprivation of sustenance and hydration, their lips were chapped and bloodied, their cheekbones protruding ominously, and dark circles under their eyes resembled hastily applied makeup. Their visages bore an unsettling resemblance to that of desiccated skeletons draped in human skin. Ren Ye was not particularly surprised by their appearance, but he was intrigued by the fact that they were still capable of movement. Was the blood at the corners of their mouths the result of self-infliction? Before he could even utter a word, Wang Yaji and Bai Jiwei eagerly extended their hands toward the fire, swallowing hard. Their eyes seemed to yearn for the fish and meat simmering in the pot. Give it to me. I want the fish. I am starving. They cried out in a frenzy, their heads wedged in the crevice of the wall, their emaciated arms trembling with desperation. Yet, their fingers were grotesquely swollen, resembling carrots, each covered in frostbite. Observing this, Xiaozhongyi promptly distanced the pot from them. Oh, so you two are feeling bold, are you? If you wish to eat, why not fetch it yourselves? With that, he joined them at the wall's base, grinning maliciously as he added, if you truly desire food, hurry down to the river and retrieve that satellite phone. I will provide you with sustenance immediately. Chapter 47. Starving and his zombies feed me. Feed me. I want fish. The two women seemed utterly oblivious to Xiaozhongyi's words, lost in their own frenzied ramblings, incessantly repeating those phrases. Their mental state appeared to be deteriorating. Could it be that they had succumbed to hunger-induced madness? Xiaozhongyi pondered. Ren Ye scrutinized the eyes of the two women and noticed that their pupils had dilated. When individuals endure prolonged hunger, their nervous systems become exceptionally agitated. At this moment, adrenaline surges rapidly, causing the pupils to expand. Coupled with their emaciated figures, it was evident that the sugars from their organs and the fats throughout their bodies had been nearly depleted. Even if these two were to begin eating now, their nervous systems and internal organs would suffer irreversible damage. See, this is the consequence of starvation, he remarked. You could certainly say they resemble zombies. Their faces certainly bear a striking resemblance, yet I wonder if they can even walk. They were unable to stand at that moment. Ren Ye crouched down closer, pointing at the blood at the corners of Wang Yaji's mouth, and inquired, what were you eating earlier? What is the origin of that blood? Bai Jiwei did not respond, continuing to scream for food. However, Wang Yaji rolled her eyes, as if recalling something horrifying, and suddenly lunged for Ren Ye's face. Yet Ren Ye was prepared. effortlessly seizing her wrist. Ren Ye, I will kill you. Hurry up and give me something to eat. If I die, you will be a murderer. You will face justice. Ren Ye chuckled. Having already taken the lives of so many, 2 more would hardly make a difference. Justice? According to your suggestion from last night, if you die, I could simply toss you into the river. Who would know? What? You still want to eat rabbit meat? Fear not. Should I catch another rabbit, I shall certainly ensure you receive a portion. After all, I am curious to see what you would look like in your current state after consuming more rabbit meat. You poison the meat? Wang Yazi's eyes widened in realization. No wonder she felt uncontrollable hunger after eating the rabbit meat. She had not suspected Ren Ye of such treachery. Yet, she had watched him intently while he roasted the rabbit, believing he had no opportunity to poison it. You have a heart of stone. We have no deep-seated enmity, merely some minor conflicts. Why do you treat us this way? Minor conflicts? No deep-seated enmity? Ren Ye's expression turned to one of incredulity. Indeed, those who commit evil often fail to recognize their transgressions. They possess a uniquely distorted worldview, completely disregarding the feelings of others. Anger surged within Ren Ye as he raised his hand and struck, causing Wang Yaji to see stars, her head spinning. You old hag, even in the face of death, you dare to twist the truth. Weren't you discussing last night how, if I fail to find food, you would kill me to seize my tools for survival, and if I succeeded, you would have me continue to sustain you? Have you truly forgotten everything in your hunger? Wang Yaji was momentarily speechless, caught off guard. She had not anticipated that Ren Ye had been eavesdropping outside all night. It was no wonder he possessed such audacity to take the lives of more than 20 individuals. In light of this, she donned a pitiful expression, grasping Ren Ye's hand and pleading for mercy. Brother Ren, I was merely speaking in jest. Those wretched individuals took my words to heart. I have always abided by the law. How could I ever commit such an atrocity? Please forgive me. Without sustenance, I shall surely perish. I have an 8-year-old son at home. At this moment, Bai Jiawei seemed to regain some semblance of rationality, similarly clutching Ren Ye's arm with a woeful demeanor. I implore you, Brother Ren, I am at death's door. Grant me just a morsel to eat, just a single bite, and I shall comply with whatever you desire in the future. However, Ren Ye abruptly shook off Wang Yaji's hand, wholly disbelieving the deceitful words of these 2 women. I am quite curious to see what sustenance you 2 have managed to endure thus far. With that, Ren Ye hastily exited the cabin, making his way toward the entrance where Wang Yaji was situated, followed closely by Xie Zhongyi and the others. Ren Ye was now thoroughly convinced that these 2 women, despite their prolonged hunger, still possessed the ability to speak and maintain a semblance of composure, their voices lacking the same feeble tone they bore the previous night. They had undoubtedly consumed something, and it was highly likely to be those very corpses. Yet, Ren Ye could not fathom how. After disposing of the bodies in the river that very morning, these 2 women had managed to procure food. Upon arriving at the cabin where the women were located, he was greeted by a familiar scent of blood. The 2 women were huddled in the corner, their backs to him, seemingly attempting to shove something into their mouths. Indeed, they were concealing something. Ren Ye and Xie Zhongyi swiftly approached, prying the 2 apart. At that moment, their mouths were stained with blood, their teeth tinged crimson. Upon witnessing what they were consuming, both Ren Ye and Xie Zhongyi's features contorted in revulsion, involuntarily retching as their stomachs churned violently. It was a visceral disgust that stemmed from their very DNA, wholly uncontrollable. For Wang Yaji and Bai Jiawei were feasting on the remains of Zhao Wei's child, now reduced to a bloody, mangled mess, body parts strewn about the floor. The scene was grotesquely barbaric. Ren Ye had anticipated such a scenario, yet witnessing it firsthand provoked an overwhelming sense of disdain and nausea that he could scarcely suppress. The fish soup he had just consumed erupted from his mouth. It then dawned on him that, earlier that morning, Zhao Mei had left the child behind when she burst from the cabin, and in his haste to gather firewood, he had neglected to dispose of the child. Hong Bing and the others, curious about their reactions, approached as well. The outcome was predictably similar. Chun Xian and Huang Xiu screamed in horror, while several others retched incessantly. Jiang Shangwu grimaced, turning away in disgust. Just then, Wang Yaji and Bai Jiaowei exchanged a glance, their expressions suddenly morphing into one of malevolence, as if orchestrated by some unseen force. The two individuals simultaneously seized steel plates from the adjacent seats and hurled them towards Ren Ye's head. In their desperation, they believed that the only way to survive was to eliminate Ren Ye and seize the tools in his possession. However, they seemed to overlook the fact that Ren Ye had allies. Even if they succeeded, they would undoubtedly face retribution from Xie Zhongyi and his companions. Moreover, the women's movements were painfully slow. Ren Ye did not even need to evade, merely raising his hand to deflect the blow. Nonetheless, the steel plates were unforgivingly hard, and in the biting cold of winter, the impact sent a jolt of pain through Ren Ye's forearm. Truly a reckless endeavor. Ren Ye, now incensed, swiftly drew the short dagger from his waist. Xie Zhongyi, too, reacted promptly, brandishing an axe. Both men advanced with lethal intent towards the women's necks. Chapter 48. Firewood collection completed with a soft thud, the dagger and axe sank into the nape, producing a subtle sound of flesh yielding. The already feeble bodies of Wang Yaji and Bai Jiaowei could withstand no more. They immediately spewed forth blood, clutching their throats as they collapsed to the ground. After a struggle lasting mere seconds, life finally ebbed away. Ren Ye turned to Chen Xian and Huang Xiu, stating, "See, the nature of a thankless wretch remains unchanged. Fortunately, you did not feed them. Had they been sated, their next thought would surely be how to bite us back. Such individuals are truly beyond redemption. Shi Guanglao, hurry to the river and carve a hole. I'll dispose of them." Xie Zhongyi called out to Hong Bing, preparing to drag the corpses outside. However, Ren Ye suddenly recalled something and quickly intervened. "Let the bodies remain for now. They may prove useful later." Xie Zhongyi was bewildered. What purpose could they serve? Shouldn't we act while the iron is hot? Don't be absurd. I'm not in the mood for jesting, Ren Ye retorted, gesturing towards the 1 o'clock direction outside the cabin. That pack of Arctic wolves remains unresolved. Keeping the bodies is a lingering threat. If we hope to survive this winter, we must devise a way to eliminate them all. Upon hearing this, Zhou Pan immediately grasped his intention. "You mean, to use these two corpses as bait?" "Indeed." Ren Ye nodded. The Arctic wolves posed a considerable threat, but also presented an opportunity. They bore ample flesh and thicker pelts than Arctic hares. If we could eradicate them, we would secure both food and gear, thus ensuring our survival through the winter. I have yet to finalize the specific plan. For now, we must first address the firewood and shelter issues. Arctic time, 1:30 p.m. After finishing their fish meal, everyone except Chen Xian and Huang Xiu hurriedly set off with their luggage. They felt significantly lighter, having completely eradicated the threat from their own kind. Though many survival tasks remained, they could at least return to the shelter in safety. The group's spirits lifted considerably, and as they pulled the sled, they even began to hum a tune. Only Ren Ye and Zhou Pan maintained serious expressions, deliberating over the upcoming survival tasks, collecting firewood, stockpiling sufficient food, dealing with the pack of Arctic wolves, and reinforcing the shelter. The task of gathering firewood seemed manageable, especially with the sled. It merely required a few additional trips. They had reached a consensus regarding the reinforcement plan for the shelter, which posed no significant difficulty. Food accumulation would be gradual, but with fishing rods in hand, they anticipated no major issues. However, the pack of Arctic wolves remained a pressing concern. It is common knowledge that even a protected animal will be exterminated immediately if it has tasted human flesh, regardless of its classification. They instinctively categorize humans as part of their menu, and they will strike again. When driven by hunger, even humans resort to cannibalism. How much more so a pack of inherently carnivorous wild wolves? These creatures had feasted outside the camp last night, and they would undoubtedly return when hunger struck again. Most of the corpses have now been discarded into the river. If they fail to find sustenance, they will undoubtedly set their sights on a few individuals. Ren Ye is not particularly worried about being attacked at the shelter, as there is a campfire to provide safety. However, venturing out in the future could lead to encounters with this pack of beasts, particularly in the midst of a fierce snowstorm, which would spell trouble. This situation must be addressed promptly. With this thought in mind, Ren Ye resolved to deal with the wolves immediately after gathering firewood. On their previous return, it took the group approximately 70 minutes, but their current advantage lay in the sled. Without the burden of 700 pounds, they managed to reach the previous riverbank in less than 40 minutes. It is estimated that if they were to continue to the forest, it would take no more than an hour. This journey was half an hour shorter than the previous trek over mountains, with a significantly less arduous path that conserved their energy. Upon arrival, Jiang Shangwu wasted no time, seizing Xie Zhongyi's axe and heading straight for the fishing spot. The hole previously drilled by Ren Ye had already frozen over, but the ice was not thick due to the short duration. After a few strikes, he broke through and set up his fishing rod, crouching beside the hole. This old man, one might think he was on holiday, given his enthusiasm, while Xie Zhongyi struggled to comprehend the fishing enthusiast's passion. To him, fishing seemed monotonous and devoid of enjoyment. Older individuals often find solace in such pastimes, perhaps a way to find joy amidst hardship. Uncle Jiang, we are leaving now. Take care. Ren Ye waved his hand to Jiang Shangwu, who responded with a gesture for silence, urging him to depart quickly. With a resigned smile, Ren Ye led the others toward the forest. Just as they reached the riverbank, a hearty laugh echoed from behind them. Caught one, a salmon. Turning back, they saw a fish nearly the length of a calf, likely weighing close to 10 pounds. Jiang Shangwu beamed with childlike joy, proudly lifting the large fish and shaking it, exclaiming in his native dialect, Shaorun. This fishing spot is truly exceptional. So many fish, big and fat. As a fishing enthusiast, to catch a fish in under 5 minutes was undoubtedly one of his proudest and most fulfilling moments. Naturally, Ren Ye and the others were equally delighted, giving him a thumbs up in admiration. The afternoon passed without incident, as the four of them nearly depleted the fallen trees scattered throughout the forest and also felled some near-dead trees. Ultimately, they successfully gathered around 800 pounds of firewood. While they could have carried 1,000 pounds, Ren Ye was concerned about the sled's capacity and the difficulty of pulling it. Thus, they had effectively amassed sufficient firewood for the winter, with just one more trip likely needed by tomorrow to complete the task. Jiang Shangwu also enjoyed a bountiful catch, with the fish population in this river area far exceeding Ren Ye's expectations. When Ren Ye returned to fetch Jiang Shangwu, the old man appeared reluctant to leave, as if he had not yet satisfied his fishing desires. Upon opening Jiang Shangwu's fish-laden suitcase, Ren Ye and the others were left wide-eyed in astonishment. Wow, 1, 2, 3, 4, 14 fish? In just 1 hour, you managed to catch 14 fish? Uncle Jiang, you truly possess remarkable skills. Your prowess in angling is nothing short of extraordinary. Indeed, you are a master of the craft. With your expertise, securing provisions for the winter seems effortlessly achievable. The flattery from the crowd greatly pleases Jiang Shangwu, who, having crossed the threshold of 50, beams with the delight reminiscent of a youthful spirit. Ha ha ha! It is all about luck, or perhaps it is young Ren's choice of fishing spot that proved advantageous. I hardly exerted any effort at all. For him, no praise is more gratifying than the acknowledgement of his angling prowess. This moment is a proud testament to the identity of a fisherman. 8 cod, 2 mackerel, 1 red-spotted salmon, and 3 salmon, almost 100 pounds in total. Chapter 49. The Arctic wolf pack. If these fish were consumed sparingly, they could sustain the 7 of them for approximately a week. Ren Ye calculated that during the harshest cold wave, they might endure for a month at most. The 7 individuals spent their days huddled within the shelter, basking in the warmth. As long as their body temperatures remained stable, their caloric expenditure would significantly diminish. Consuming around 15 pounds of fish daily would suffice to maintain their health. Thus, to survive a month of frigid temperatures, they would need to stockpile at least 500 pounds of fish, taking into account the inedible bones and entrails. To ensure their survival, there remained much to be done. Nonetheless, today marked the completion of one survival task, and they returned to the camp with a sense of elation. Due to the time wasted in the morning constructing sleds, the sun had already set before they reached the camp. Fortunately, the Arctic night was not particularly dark, and they were familiar with the path. They took turns pulling the sled and finally arrived at the river, not far from the cabin, shortly after 5 o'clock. Having consumed only a small amount of fish soup and fish earlier, they had been in constant motion throughout the day. At this moment, they were exhausted, famished, and chilled to the bone, their limbs stiff and numb, making it difficult to walk. Just as Ren Ye was about to call Chun Xian and Huang Si for assistance, a series of eerie, familiar howls echoed from the distance. A woo-woo. The sound sent shivers down the spines of those present. The wolves were upon them. Xie Zhongyi quickly brandished his axe. The others grasped pieces of firewood, their vigilance heightened as they scanned their surroundings. This was the precise time that Arctic wolves sought their prey. Given the rising and falling howls, it was evident that their numbers surpassed 6. It was clear that the pack from last night had developed a taste for flesh. This was bad. They must have gone to the cabin. The howls indicated that the pack was strategizing their attack. The two girls were in danger. Zhou Pan's research team had encountered wolves during their inaugural expedition to the Arctic, and he had since delved into the meanings behind various wolf vocalizations. In cases where a pack howled in unison, it typically indicated either an invasion of their territory, signaling the others to prepare for a counterattack or a coordinated hunt, with specific tonal frequencies conveying tactical commands. Given the events of the previous night, the current situation clearly fell into the latter category. Mei! Hong Bing immediately seized the sled's rope, and the others swiftly followed suit, racing towards the cabin. Upon nearing within a few dozen meters, they spotted Chun Xian and Huang Si brandishing torches at the entrance, their faces etched with terror as they waved frantically. Outside the cabin, a dozen pairs of glimmering silver eyes had completely encircled the entrance, a disconcerting sight in the night. Ren Ye focused intently and observed that there were 13 wolves in total, 3 of which were pups. Despite their small size, they bared their teeth and howled menacingly at the two women, their wild instincts unmistakable. Fortunately, both girls held torches, which momentarily deterred the pack, forcing them to pace restlessly at the doorway. Were there not 2 corpses at the other end of the cabin? Why do these wolves still intend to attack humans? Xie Zhongyi inquired, puzzled. What a silly question. There is nothing fresh about the dead compared to the living. Ren Ye quickly untied the ropes binding the firewood pile, allowing everyone to select a sturdy stick. Zhou Pan hastily reminded, if a fight breaks out, it's best to kill the lead wolf first. Once it falls, the others will surely hesitate. However, in the darkness, identifying which wolf was which proved challenging. This dilemma also troubled Ren Ye, for apart from the 3 young wolf cubs, the remaining wolves appeared quite similar in size. Never mind, just strike whoever dares to approach. Stay cautious, he declared. When the time comes, shout loudly. It would be best to scare them off. After a brief countdown of 3 seconds, the 5 of them charged forward, shouting in unison. In truth, wolves are not fearless creatures. In the animal kingdom, size and volume command respect. Their intelligence is limited, and upon encountering a larger being, they tend to be cautious and test the waters first. If they perceive little threat, they may rush in. Conversely, if their opponent exhibits a powerful voice and displays no fear, they generally retreat unless exceptionally hungry. Upon hearing the shouts from Ren Ye and his companions, the howling of the wolf pack abruptly ceased. Instinctively, they began to withdraw, creating a path in the encirclement. Nevertheless, the wolves had not entirely abandoned their intent. Still baring their teeth and glaring menacingly at the group, the 5 swiftly reached the cabin door, positioning themselves protectively in front of the 2 women. Mei, are you both unhurt? Hong Bing inquired with immediate concern. Chun Xian shook her head, her panic visibly alleviating. We are fine. This pack of wolves is afraid of fire and dares not approach. Just as the words left her lips, Jiang Shanwu's stick was suddenly seized by one of the wolves. The pine stick, as thick as a wrist, was instantly splintered by the wolf's sharp teeth, illustrating their formidable strength. Let go! Jiang Shangwu attempted to pull back the stick, only to find the creature surprisingly strong, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Observing this, Ren Ye swiftly raised the stick and aimed a blow at the wolf's head. To his astonishment, the wolf seemed to anticipate the incoming danger and relinquished its grip, causing Ren Ye's strike to land squarely on the ice below. What a clever beast! A flicker of fear rose within Ren Ye. This creature possessed an awareness of evasion. If a true confrontation with the pack ensued, they might not emerge unscathed. Humans, regardless of whom they face, always aspire to emerge unhurt, and Ren Ye was no exception. Uncle Jiang, do you have a shovel with you? Jiang Shanwu, unsure of Ren Ye's intentions, did not press for details and promptly retrieved the folding shovel from his waist. This implement had been given to him by Ren Ye during their fishing trip, intended to prevent the ice from sealing the fishing hole. Before their departure, Ren Ye had insisted on keeping it close at hand, as it was their sole shovel. Ren Ye swiftly grasped the shovel and skillfully opened it, then plunged into the cabin, scooping up some smoldering charcoal from beneath the fire. You wish to eat, do you? Then I shall provide you with something delightful. Upon witnessing his actions, Zhou Pan immediately comprehended his intent and brandished a stick, incessantly provoking the two wolves before him. A howl erupted. After a series of taunts, both wolves let out furious growls. With their jaws agape, they lunged at the end of the stick in an instant. Step aside. Recognizing that the moment had arrived, Ren Ye bellowed to disperse the crowd, then raised the shovel in his hand and swung it towards the two wolves. A cascade of fiery sparks arced through the air, landing upon the heads of the two wolves a heartbeat later. Chapter 50. The fiery wolves, a shower of sparks cascaded onto the wolves' pristine white fur, producing a plume of gray smoke. Perhaps they had not yet felt the searing heat on their skin, for the two wolves remained stubbornly clinging to the wooden sticks. However, mere moments later, several sparks ignited their fur, scorching their skin beneath. The two wolves emitted a chilling, anguished howl, reminiscent of a dog-esque wail, sharp and piercing. In excruciating pain, they released their grip and tumbled clumsily in the snow, rolling several times. They likely believed some unseen force was gnawing at them, their front paws frantically scratching at the burned areas, presenting a rather comical sight. Observing the temporary incapacitation of the wolves, Xie Zhongyi recognized an opportunity and hastily advanced with his axe raised. These beasts deserved to perish. Yet, just as he took a few steps, he felt a firm grip on his hand. Turning to look, he was startled to find it was Ren Ye. This unexpected intervention left him momentarily bewildered, while the others exchanged puzzled glances at Ren Ye. Before Xie Zhongyi could voice his confusion, the two wolves that had fallen took advantage of the moment to rise and hastily flee into the distance. The remaining wolves, sensing danger, swiftly retreated as well, vanishing from sight in no time. Oh no! To see the wolf meat slip away, Xie Zhongyi lamented, torn between urgency and frustration. What do you mean by this, Tizi? Didn't you say you would slay two wolves? If you hadn't stopped me just now, I could have felled them with a single blow. Zhou Pan, who usually shared Ren Ye's sentiments, was equally perplexed. Those two wolves were the largest in the pack. One undoubtedly the alpha. Why let them escape? Ren Ye shook his head with a smile. Wolves are cunning creatures. If the alpha were to be slain, the others would surely be too intimidated to challenge us again. However, we still lack sufficient provisions for winter. Merely killing two wolves would not suffice. His words left the group in a state of confusion, exchanging glances as if struggling to comprehend. Does this imply that you intend to spare the alpha in order to eliminate the entire pack? Zhou Pan attempted to grasp Ren Ye's unconventional strategy. Ren Ye nodded affirmatively, already formulating a plan that could achieve two objectives at once in his mind. Indeed, though I cannot guarantee the complete annihilation of the pack, I believe it is feasible to eliminate 2/3 of them. The group remained bewildered, their faces etched with skepticism and disbelief. Are you not being a bit overly ambitious? That is a pack of wolves. Even if we can confront them, we cannot outrun them. If they choose to flee, we would be unable to pursue them. How can we kill them? Ren Ye gazed in the direction the wolves had taken. Faint glimmers of their glowing eyes still visible in the darkness, a smile lingering on his lips. These creatures have not truly given up. Let us gather firewood. After a long day, we risk starving in this frigid temperature, which has plummeted to -33 degrees. We must first return to the sled to unload the firewood. During this time, Ren Ye articulated his thoughts to the others. His desire extended beyond merely eradicating the wolf pack. He aimed to maximize all potential benefits. Ren Ye intended to take action the following day, planning to dig a trap and utilized the two corpses as bait. As long as the wolves fell into the trap, once ensnared, the remainder would be easily manageable. Not only could he acquire several hundred pounds of wolf meat without shedding blood, but he would also obtain wolf pelts thicker than clothing. This approach would simultaneously eliminate the security threat and amass sufficient provisions. It was a perfect solution to the two most critical survival tasks. Furthermore, he had yet to taste wolf meat. Upon hearing his ideas, the others began to comprehend. With the cold wave approaching ever closer, it was indeed imperative to expedite the completion of the remaining tasks. At 7 p.m., the darkened sky howled with frigid winds, and snowflakes fell sporadically to the ground. After a long day of toil, Ren Ye finally found a moment to rest. He sat at the entrance of the cabin, gazing at the thermometer displaying a chilling -35, his brow furrowing in concern. He distinctly remembered that at the same time, the previous day, the temperature had only been -34. Since the crash, the daily drop in temperature had been advancing. Clearly, the cold wave was silently encroaching. He was now quite certain that within a fortnight, the fierce cold air would arrive here. Sigh. One could only do their best and leave the rest to fate. In truth, Ren Ye felt a profound sense of uncertainty in the face of natural disasters. Humanity remained perpetually insignificant. All he could do was strive diligently and entrust the remainder to destiny. With this thought, he turned and entered the cabin to begin selecting firewood. A few minutes later, he chose over 30 relatively straight wooden sticks to distribute among the group. The wolf trap was quite simple. Dig a large pit in the snow and erect sharp wooden stakes at the bottom, using the corpses as bait. Any wolf that passed overhead would fall in, requiring no effort on their part. However, a crucial detail pertained to the trap's technique: how to ensure that more wolves fell in simultaneously. The sound of wood carving resonated within the cabin, and the group labored for over 2 hours to complete their task. In total, they produced 32 wooden stakes. While not exceptionally sharp, they were more than sufficient to pierce wolf hides. After finishing this task, everyone was utterly exhausted. Performing physical labor in extreme cold consumes far more energy than at normal temperatures. The group prepared a pot of fish soup, consuming it swiftly. To prevent the wolves from approaching while they slept, they moved the two nearby corpses closer. After sealing the entrance of the ice wall with ice bricks collected during the day, they finally retired for the night. As it turned out, Ren Ye's concerns were well-founded. At midnight, the sound of wolf howls echoed once more outside the cabin. By the riverbank, 13 wolves fixated intently on the cabin in the center of the river. 13 pairs of silvery eyes glimmered more vividly than a few hours prior, exuding an eerie presence against the backdrop of night. The leading pair of wolves possessed jet-black heads, creating a striking contrast with their otherwise snow-white fur. They were the alpha couple, the very same two that had previously suffered burns inflicted by Ren Ye. While wolves may not possess high intelligence, they are remarkably social creatures, adhering to a strict hierarchy, capable of communication and cooperative hunting. Additionally, they harbor a profound sense of vengeance. There's a saying in folklore: when a wolf turns back, there must be a reason. It is either to repay a kindness or to seek revenge. At this moment, the alpha pair fixated on the cabin, baring their teeth and growling ominously. Clearly, they had not abandoned their pursuit of Ren Ye and his companions. It appeared they had noticed that Ren Ye and his group had succumbed to slumber, and as the firelight within the cabin dwindled, a soft howl escaped the alpha, prompting the pack to cautiously approach the cabin. Chapter 51. Setting traps. The frigid temperatures are fast approaching, and the hibernating animals have largely retreated into their burrows. The wolf pack, deprived of a steady food source, and having already consumed human flesh the previous day, has developed an unsettling taste for humanity. They perceive humans as relatively small and lacking in formidable teeth and claws, thus seemingly easy to hunt. However, having been previously singed by Ren Ye's fire, the wolves now exhibit a cautious demeanor. They sniff the snow with their snouts, catching a whiff of familiar blood. After circling the aircraft for a considerable time, the pack slowly ventured inside. The area adjacent to Ren Ye and his companions was now devoid of corpses, yet the remnants of battle lingered in the air, replete with the scent of blood. A few wolves licked the frozen clumps of blood on the ground and gnawed at the blood-stained seats, mistaking them for sustenance. Ultimately, they were left with nothing but mouthfuls of sponge and fabric, realizing these were inedible. The wolves then redirected their attention to Ren Ye's location, where the bodies of Wang Yaji and Bai Jiaowei lay against the wall, while Ren Ye and his friends were sound asleep. Upon sighting potential prey, the Wolf King's eyes gleamed with hunger as he squeezed through a narrow crevice in the wall. This crevice was wide enough to accommodate an adult's head, and though it required effort, the wolves could manage to squeeze through. However, as the Wolf King progressed halfway, he encountered the smoldering remnants of a fire, instinctively recoiling in fear. Having been burned just hours earlier by this very fire, the Wolf King displayed evident trepidation. At that moment, a piece of wood in the fire suddenly exploded. The sound, though not loud, startled the Wolf King, prompting a desperate howl as he retreated, the sensation of burns flooding back to him. The noise jolted Ren Ye awake. "Who is it?" he exclaimed, recalling the two corpses lying in the room and the numerous lives he had taken, still haunted by nightmares. The disturbance in the dead of night was indeed unsettling. Upon rising, he noticed the chaotic retreat of the wolf pack. "Ren Ye, why are you shouting at this hour?" Zhou Pan groggily rubbed his eyes and sat up in his chair. "Those beasts are back." "What?" Zhou Pan's drowsiness evaporated instantly as he scrambled for a wooden stick, searching anxiously. "Where are they?" Ren Ye pointed toward the adjoining room. "Nothing to worry about. They were frightened off by the fire. These creatures are quite audacious. They nearly breached our defenses. It seems our ice wall requires reinforcement. I told you, Arctic wolves are cunning and intelligent. You should not have stopped Xiezhongyi today." Yet, Ren Ye felt no remorse. "Trust my judgment. The temperature is plummeting and a cold wave is imminent. We cannot afford the luxury of slowly accumulating provisions. Rest assured, tomorrow I will ensure that these beasts are eradicated. Now, let us sleep. We have much to attend to in the morning." Upon hearing this, Zhou Pan ceased his protests, and the two fell back into slumber. The following morning, Ren Ye was roused by Jiang Shangwu, urging him to rise and prepare for fishing. Whenever this matter is mentioned, the old man appears invigorated. Unfortunately, after finishing breakfast, Ren Ye instructed him, along with Xiezhongyi and Hong Bing, to pull the sled out. The supply of firewood was down to just a few hundred pounds, making it unnecessary for everyone to venture out together. The survival task for today remained pressing. Ren Ye assigned the two young women to saw ice blocks while he and Zhou Pan gathered their equipment and a pile of firewood, making their way to the riverbank. Not long after stepping outside, Ren Ye sensed something amiss. Looking up, he realized that there was no snowfall today. Not a single flake was visible. The sun had risen early in the sky, shining brilliantly. Yet, he felt no warmth. Instead, an increasingly penetrating chill enveloped him. Just yesterday at this time, his hands had not succumbed to the cold so swiftly. Could it be that he was falling ill? "Zhou, do you perceive something unusual about this weather? Why do I feel even colder?" Zhou Pan tightened his clothing and exhaled a breath of warmth. "It does seem colder than yesterday. You might be right. A cold wave is surely approaching." Ren Ye quickly retrieved the thermometer, and upon pressing the button, he discovered that the temperature had plummeted to minus 30 degrees Celsius. It was around 9 in the morning, the warmest part of the day. To think that just yesterday, the temperature was only minus 28. "I sincerely hope I am mistaken." He sighed. "If the temperature continues to drop like this, I estimate we may have no more than a week left, perhaps even less." Zhou Pan furrowed his brow. Though he had never experienced a cold wave, he had heard tales of its severity. Many predecessors from research teams had narrowly escaped death due to such frigid conditions. Each winter in the Arctic presents 1 or 2 months of extreme peril. Alongside the bitter cold, blizzards often accompany it, leading countless creatures to perish in the face of such calamity. Realizing this, he urged, "We must not delay. Let's get to work." The two quickened their pace, following the paw prints left by a pack of wolves until they reached a small slope beneath a mound of snow. Animals tend to be more cunning than humans. They usually opt for paths that are easier, safer, and more traversable. Thus, when setting traps in the wild, choosing areas with abundant animal tracks is a surefire strategy. Ren Ye took out his entrenching tool and began to dig. The snow layer was far thicker than he had anticipated. It took digging over a meter deep before he finally reached the frozen soil beneath. This area had clearly once been a forest. The two took turns, swapping when fatigue set in. After approximately an hour, a circular hole approximately 1.5 meters wide and 1.8 meters deep was completed. Exhausted, they panted heavily, their breaths quickening to the point where their throats felt nearly frozen. During their brief respite, Ren Ye contemplated how to arrange the wooden sticks to conceal the trap. This was the crucial element in capturing more wolves. The principle was straightforward. He aimed to position the sticks as sturdily as possible. If just 1 or 2 wolves stood upon the trap, it would not trigger. But if 4 or 5 were to stand on it, the sticks would inevitably succumb to the weight and snap. Consequently, these wolves would tumble into the trap, impaled by the wooden spikes, maximizing the potential yield. This poses a considerable challenge to the techniques of laying traps, requiring precise calculations of the wolf's weight, along with extensive experimentation. Fortunately, Ren Ye has previously observed the size of these wolves, allowing him to draw conclusions based on his acquired knowledge. The average weight of an adult Arctic wolf ranges between 70 to 90 pounds, and the alpha male from last night likely weighed around 80 pounds. The other wolves are somewhat smaller, most weighing between 70 to 75 pounds. Thus, if he intends to capture 4 wolves, along with a bait's weight of 80 pounds, the wooden beams concealing the trap must be able to support at least 360 pounds. Upon arriving at this figure, he commenced the selection of suitable wooden poles. Chapter 52. Are there polar bears? Fortunately, a substantial amount of firewood had been gathered yesterday. An assortment of sticks of varying lengths and sizes was at his disposal. The trap was laid using the simplest grid pattern. Within mere minutes, the entrance of the trap was obscured by a multitude of wooden sticks, appearing remarkably sturdy. Ren Ye boldly stepped atop the structure, and to his relief, the sticks exhibited minimal bending and held firm. He then turned to Zhou Pan, inquiring, "Brother Zhou, what is your weight?" After a moment of reflection, Zhou Pan replied, "I weighed myself before coming here. I was around 150 pounds. I've likely lost 7 or 8 pounds these past few days, but considering the clothes I'm wearing, my weight hasn't changed much. Why not give it a try?" Ren Ye, weighing in at 165 pounds, had intentionally bulked up before arriving in the Arctic, understanding that individuals with more body mass tend to withstand the cold and hunger better. His weight, coupled with the layers of clothing he wore, was likely around 160 pounds. Therefore, their combined weight was approximately 300 pounds. However, as soon as Zhou Pan placed both feet upon the structure, crack, 3 of the wooden sticks snapped in an instant, sending both men tumbling into the pit. Anticipating this possibility, Ren Ye had refrained from hastily inserting wooden spikes at the bottom of the pit. Thankfully, their numerous layers of clothing spared them from injury. It seemed the sticks were insufficiently thick, unable to support 300 pounds. They needed to retrieve sturdier ones. The 2 men clambered out of the pit and returned to the aircraft to select some thicker sticks. Thus began the process anew, and once completed, they conducted further tests. Eventually, they halted Chun Xian and Huang Siyu's work, inviting them to participate in the experiment. After several trials, they finally perfected the trap. They then covered the wooden sticks with clothing and layered snow atop, completing a wolf-catching trap that, to the untrained eye, appeared indistinguishable from the surrounding snowy landscape. Not even a pack of wolves, or humans, could discern its presence. In pursuit of maximizing their chances, Ren Ye chose another patch of snow to excavate, preparing to set a second trap. Arctic wolves adhere to a strict hierarchy, often more rigorous than that of humans. The pack is typically divided into 3 ranks, upper or middle, and lower. At the pinnacle are the alpha male and female, who always feast first. Following them are the mid-ranking wolves, and lastly, the smallest and weakest lower-ranked wolves consume the leftovers. Anyone daring to transcend their rank would face a brutal collective retaliation, possibly leading to their demise. From the wolves observed the previous night, there were only 1 or 2 lower-ranked wolves, with the majority being of the mid-ranking variety. Thus, Ren Ye's primary targets were the mid-ranking wolves, along with the alpha pair. After another hour or 2 of labor, noon arrived, and the second load of firewood brought by Xie Zhongyi and Hong Bing was nearing its return, just as the second trap was being finalized. Once the subsequent tasks were managed, the chilled group hurried back to the aircraft, having endured enough frost. They would now patiently await the arrival of dusk to place the two bait carcasses atop the trap. As they approached the aircraft, the voices of Xie Zhongyi and Hong Bing echoed across the river. "Hey, Iron Man, handsome lad, trouble is brewing." The two hurriedly crawled towards Ren Ye, with Jiang Shanwu panting heavily behind them. The trio appeared to be in a state of both panic and excitement, having even abandoned their sled and fishing rods. Ren Ye did not need to ponder. The fact that Jiang Shanwu had forsaken his fishing rod and suitcase indicated that something alarming had transpired. Yet, upon closer inspection, none of them bore any injuries, nor did he observe any immediate threats. Their agitation could only mean they had possibly encountered a rescue team, thought Zhou Pan. This notion ignited a smile on Ren Ye's face, as it seemed quite plausible. In that moment, he too, filled with exhilaration, hastily dropped his suitcase and rushed forward. "What happened? Did you see the rescue team? Or a helicopter? Is someone here to save us?" "No, it's not that," Xie Zhongyi gasped, shaking his head. This response dealt a heavy blow to Ren Ye's previously elated heart, and his spirits plummeted. He shot an irritable glance at the three. "Then why are you all in such a flurry? Did you encounter a pack of wolves, or catch a giant fish?" Hong Bing, wide-eyed, interjected, gesturing animatedly as he exclaimed, "There's a polar bear." "What?" Ren Ye and Zhou Pan exclaimed in unison. The polar bear, adult males weighing between 300 to 800 kilograms and measuring 4 to 3 meters in length. Females weighing 150 to 300 kilograms and measuring 5 to 2 meters. They can run at speeds of 40 to 60 kilometers per hour, making them the largest terrestrial carnivores. The key concern is their formidable predatory instinct when hungry. They consume any creature in sight, including humans. Ren Ye glanced skeptically at the sled, not far off, his face betraying doubt. How could these three have encountered a polar bear and yet emerged unscathed with a pile of firewood? "Are you certain it was a polar bear? Where did you see it? And how did you escape?" Seeing his disbelief, Jiang Shanwu promptly pulled out his phone. "I swear, it's a polar bear. I even recorded it." Ren Ye had brought ample power banks for his phone, intending only to capture footage in the Arctic. While everyone else's devices were either turned off or in battery-saving mode, his phone still retained nearly a full charge. Taking the phone, Ren Ye observed the video. The perspective was unmistakably from Jiang Shanwu, who was perched atop the firewood on the sled, with his labored breathing audible. A polar bear was indeed pursuing the sled from several dozen meters away, albeit at a slow pace, as if it were fearful of something. The date was confirmed to be today, with the time stamped at 11:12. This revelation left Ren Ye even more perplexed. He turned to Xie Zhongyi and Hong Bing, asking, "How did you manage to outrun a pile of firewood and Uncle Jiang? You two must be swifter than Usain Bolt." "Swift my foot. I was so scared I nearly wet myself." Xie Zhongyi's face still reflected his shock, and after catching his breath, he continued, "That bear chased us for about 100 meters before it stopped. At that moment, both Shi Guang and I were ready to abandon the sled and flee for our lives. Fortunately, otherwise the three of us would have met our demise today. You cannot fathom the sound that creature makes when it runs. It is utterly terrifying, akin to a thunderous drumbeat." Hong Bing concurred, affirming, Indeed, that bear must have been well fed, for it seemed intent on driving us away." In the ensuing 2 minutes, the trio recounted the entire ordeal, exchanging words animatedly. Xie Zhongyi and Hong Bing had just finished loading a cart with firewood when they encountered Jiang Shanwu, who was preparing to return for a meal. Initially, Jiang Shanwu was quite reluctant to join them, but the frigid temperature of the day compelled him. After fishing all morning, his hands and feet had long since grown numb, and he yearned to return to the warmth of a fire and partake in something hot to restore his body's warmth. It was precisely this decision that fortuitously saved his life. Barely having set off on the sled, a thunderous roar erupted behind them. The three turned to behold an Arctic bear that had leapt onto the river's surface, pursuing them with alarming speed. Chapter 53. Reinforcing the shelter, the three individuals were instantly paralyzed with fear, particularly Xie Zhongyi and Hong Bing, who even forgot to abandon their sled and flee. They dashed away in a panic. After an indeterminate period of running, they finally regained their senses. Just as they were contemplating discarding the rope, they noticed that the polar bear trailing behind had ceased its pursuit and was instead retreating. This scene resembled not a hunt, but rather the polar bear's attempt to drive the three away. Ren Ye furrowed his brow in confusion, pondering the bizarre behavior of the bear. It is well known that Bear Grylls once stated that bears are most aggressive before winter, particularly polar bears. In the frigid Arctic, food resources are scarce, and during the harsh winter, they become even more limited. Even polar bears can find themselves starving. Thus, they typically gorge themselves before winter arrives, accumulating sufficient fat to survive the cold months. During this time, they are indiscriminate feeders, and many instances of polar bears attacking humans occur during this period. Yet, the bear in the video so easily relinquished 3 readily available prey? This anomalous behavior is akin to a young man watching late-night films without indulging in self-gratification, or a woman going on a date without applying makeup. While he was lost in thought, Zhou Pan, holding his phone, suddenly seemed to have made a discovery. "I found a reason," he exclaimed, presenting the phone to Ren Ye, repeatedly zooming in on a corner of the screen. "Look at this." Ren Ye's eyes widened in realization. It turned out that not far behind the polar bear were 2 small cubs. Judging by their size, they seem to have been born not long ago. "What does this mean?" Huang Xiyu inquired. "Isn't a mother bear with cubs supposed to be extremely dangerous?" Chen Xian echoed her confusion. "You 3 are truly fortunate," Ren Ye remarked as he returned the phone to Jiang Shanwu. Mother bears in nursing periods can indeed be ferocious. Any creature daring to approach their cubs will face aggression. However, if the intruder flees, the mother bear will not pursue too far. She is primarily concerned with the safety of her young and will remain close by. Seeing that you were all fleeing, she found no need to continue the chase. Otherwise, none of you would have escaped. The 3 nodded in relief, acutely aware of their narrow escape, feeling exceedingly fortunate to have retained their lives. Yet, Jiang Shanwu soon realized another matter. "What about fishing?" he exclaimed. "Does that river become off-limits? We still lack ample food." "Forget it, Uncle Jiang. Life is more valuable than food. Let us fish here for now," Ren Ye replied, resigned to the reality that further risks were unwise. It dawned on them that the depressions in the ice they had observed the previous day were, in fact, carved out by the polar bear. "No wonder they appeared so irregular," Zhou Pan commented. "I never anticipated that polar bears and Arctic wolves could coexist in the same vicinity, as their habitats rarely overlap. It is undoubtedly due to the abundance of fish in the vicinity that the mother bear, in her nursing period, is drawn here in search of more nourishment. However, this introduction of a perilous factor has rendered the expressions of those present rather grim. The polar bear poses a far greater threat than the Arctic wolf. Should it become desperate with hunger, it will not heed caution. If it were to be burned, as it was last night, the polar bear would likely be incensed enough to recklessly eliminate everyone in its path." Ren Ye finds himself overwhelmed, beset by anxiety. He remains uncertain whether this mother bear intends to linger here. The only certainty is that an encounter with a polar bear at night would not afford them the same fortune as the previous evening. Thus, it is imperative to reinforce their shelter expeditiously to ensure a sound sleep. "Let's first unload and have a meal. We have much to accomplish," Xie Zhongyi urged, swiftly retrieving the sled as the group began transferring firewood into the cabin. This morning has not been devoid of achievements. Xie Zhongyi and Hong Bing made 2 trips, bringing back 700 pounds of firewood, which, combined with the over 1,500 pounds accumulated yesterday, should suffice for the winter. Jiang Shangwu also managed to catch 17 fish, including 6 salmon, totaling over 100 pounds. Their current food reserves amount to approximately 160 to 170 pounds, enough to sustain them for over a week. Yet, to survive the harsh winter ahead, this quantity remains woefully insufficient. At noon, after finishing the fish soup, the group wasted no time and plunged into their tasks. Except for Jiang Shanwu, who continued fishing, the others dedicated themselves to reinforcing the shelter. Xie Zhongyi and Hong Bing were tasked with sawing ice bricks, while Chen Xian and Huang Xiyu assisted. And Ren Ye, along with Zhou Pan, focused on dismantling the surplus seating. This section of the cabin spans over 20 meters, and Ren Ye intends to partition it into 2 rooms. one for habitation and the other for storing firewood. With the impending cold wave, this hollow structure would undoubtedly be susceptible to drafts from both ends. After consulting with Zhou Pan, Ren Ye resolved to construct at least 3 additional walls. He planned to seal the entrances at both ends of the cabin with ice walls, while also erecting another wall within the firewood storage room. This multi-layered windbreak would serve to keep both bears and wolves at bay. In such weather, an overly spacious dwelling would be detrimental, leading to significant heat loss. Therefore, Ren Ye concluded that remaining in their previous location would be more advantageous. Once the construction plan was finalized, he assigned Zhou Pan the task of removing the dismantleable chairs while he set about breaking through the internal ice wall to create an entrance. This wall had saved them on numerous occasions. Had it not been for Ren Ye's foresight, the pack of wolves might have already attacked. The wall had originally been adhered using frozen water, and now he could only chip away at the seams where the ice bricks were joined with an axe. The cabin echoed with the rhythmic sound of his efforts. After approximately half an hour, he managed to break through a hole slightly larger than a dog door at the lower right corner of the wall. Having narrowly avoided a wolf intrusion last night, Ren Ye aimed to seal all the gaps along the wall's edge, planning to fashion a proper door from the remaining opening. Measure the dimensions of the gap and seal it with suitable ice bricks. Finally, employ the age-old method of using water as a binding agent to connect all the ice bricks. In this weather, the water will freeze in mere minutes. Once solidified, it will be remarkably sturdy. As time inexorably progresses, the wall gradually takes on a more orderly form. After more than half an hour, Ren Ye, panting heavily, sits in a chair, gazing with satisfaction at his creation. Now, even if a polar bear were to breach the wall at the entrance of the cabin, he could swiftly retreat behind this barrier for shelter. Should that fail, he could still make his escape from the opposite side of the cabin. Alas, young Ren finds himself in dire straits, truly unfortunate. As he contemplates his next course of action, he suddenly sees Jiang Shangwu rushing in with a fishing rod in a state of alarm. Instantly, he thinks of the polar bear and hastily grabs an axe. Don't speak in Cantonese. Is that bear coming? Chapter 54. Crafting fishing hooks. No, there are no fish around. We can't catch anything. Jiang Shangwu's face bore a look of dismay, his tone a mixture of urgency and despondency. What was I expecting? Ren Ye let out a sigh of relief. This news was certainly preferable to encountering a polar bear. As he was dismantling a chair, Zhou Pan approached and inquired, "Have you caught not a single fish?" Jiang Shangwu bitterly shook his head. After an hour and a half, we've only managed to catch 2 cod and 1 redfish. What are we to do if this continues? In truth, catching 3 fish in such weather was commendable, but it paled in comparison to the abundant catches just 10 minutes upstream. The stark contrast weighed heavily on their spirits, compounded by the looming food crisis, which left Jiang Shangwu in a state of agitation. How about this? I'll quietly venture upstream to take a look. If that bear is left, I can continue fishing. If not, I'll return. No way. Do you really think that mother bear is unperturbed? Ren Ye decisively rejected the suggestion. That stretch of river was exposed, lacking any cover for concealment. Given the polar bear's speed, even a seasoned athlete would struggle to escape, let alone someone of Jiang Shangwu's age. Uncle Jiang, you've narrowly escaped with your life. Take solace in that. Why pursue fishing with such fervor? That mother bear has already seen you once. If you reappear, she might assume you harbor ill intentions towards her cubs. In that case, no amount of running would save you. But we are still significantly short on food. What shall we do if we don't catch any fish? What if we fail to trap those wolves tonight? How will we survive the winter? Jiang Shangwu's words set off alarm bells in Ren Ye's mind. To be candid, he had confidence in his traps, but nothing could be assured. Food was one of the most crucial resources for survival, and it needed to be stockpiled. He had no desire to face starvation like Wang Yaji in her dire state. Yet, he could not allow Jiang Shangwu to leave the camp. Any mishap now would complicate matters further. As he pondered this, Zhou Pan suddenly proposed. What if we make more fishing rods and set up additional fishing spots? That would surely increase our catch. Jiang Shangwu sighed in resignation. But we lack extra fishing lines and hooks. How can we fish? The dialogue sparked a light in Ren Ye's mind, leading to a sudden realization. Wait, who says we have no hooks? With excitement, he began rummaging through his suitcase. Zhou Pan and Jiang Shangwu assumed he had brought spare hooks, but in truth, Ren Ye possessed none at all. Had it not been for the scarcity of food resources on the polar land, he wouldn't have even bothered bringing a fishing rod. Eureka! Ren Ye's palm revealed a rectangular card, the length of his index finger and the width of his thumb. It bore the inscription, "In turn by Jiao Wei." The two men exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of its significance. Just as they were about to inquire, Ren Ye flipped the card over. "Oh, I see." Zhou Pan was the first to realize that the item hanging from the flight attendant's neck was a badge, secured to her uniform by a pin on the reverse side. "You intend to use this pin as a fishing hook, correct?" Indeed, Ren Ye spared no resources from the corpse. He salvaged every modern item, even toilet paper, refusing to discard anything. In the wilderness, survival is predicated upon adaptability to one's surroundings. As Bear Grylls once articulated, one person's trash may very well be another's treasure. In the wild, anything could prove useful at some future moment. Hence, it is imperative to preserve as much as possible. Ren Ye seized a hammer and swiftly shattered the badge into fragments, ultimately retrieving a bent pin. With a slight exertion of his hands, he straightened it, estimating its length to be around 10 centimeters. Crafted from copper, it was perfectly suited to forge 2 fishing hooks. As he spoke, he produced a short knife and began to cut rapidly through the middle section of the pin. Soon, he had fashioned 2 straight copper skewers, each roughly the thickness of a toothpick, which he handed to Jiang Shangwu. "First, sharpen these copper skewers into needles, then fashion them into fishing hooks." Copper is quite amenable to sharpening. As an experienced angler, you should be adept at this, right? "Oh my, you young folks really are clever. Leave it to me." Jiang Shangwu chuckled, his excitement evident at the thought of wielding 3 fishing rods. Just as he prepared to turn and search for items to sharpen the needles, he suddenly recalled that they were still missing one crucial element. "Shaoran, what about the fishing line?" Ren Ye chuckled softly, having used my fishing rod for so long. "Did you not notice that the fishing line is significantly longer than typical lines?" "Oh, now I understand," Jiang Shangwu exclaimed, his realization bringing him joy as he turned to leave. While Ren Ye's fishing rod may not have been particularly large, its line measured an impressive 10 meters. This foresight had not been planned. It stemmed simply from a concern that should a large fish be caught, the rod could snap or the fish could escape. Thus, he could swiftly cut the line, preventing both the rod and fish from being dragged into the water. Remarkably, this turned out to be a fortunate oversight. The group resumed their activities, with Jiang Shangwu locating a steel strip to serve as a sharpening stone. After nearly half an hour of relentless grinding, the 2 copper skewers had been transformed into makeshift fishing hooks. He then sought assistance from Ren Ye, enlisting the help of the burly Xie Zhongyi and Hongbing. After considerable effort, they finally produced 2 rudimentary fishing hooks. While their strength could not compare to professional hooks, they sufficed for catching small fish in the river. Lastly, they dismantled the fishing line from the rod, dividing it into 3 strands, and utilized a wooden stick as a makeshift rod. With the hooks affixed, the task was complete. Meanwhile, Ren Ye successfully constructed a wall, sealing both entrances to the cabin, significantly reducing the cold drafts within. When he measured the temperature, he was astonished to find that it had risen by 0.8 degrees. If he were to complete all the walls as planned, it was likely that the temperature would increase by an additional 1 to 2 degrees. This indeed marks a significant enhancement. One must realize that in sub-zero conditions, even a single degree can be life-threatening. The mere thought of improving one's chances of survival invigorates Ren Ye, making the labor feel less burdensome. Yet, just as he was about to continue his work, the notification sound from Zhou Pan echoed beside him. "Brother Ren, you seem quite motivated today, but have you perhaps forgotten something?" Glancing at him, Ren Ye then turned his gaze outside the cabin, only to discover that darkness had begun to envelop the sky. It was then he recalled that it was time to gather the nets. Remarkably, he had almost forgotten. What time is it now? Almost 4 o'clock. The timing is just right. There is still an opportunity. This time, it is imperative to ensure that this pack of beasts suffers substantial losses. Based on the patterns observed over the past 2 days regarding the movements of the Arctic wolves, they should emerge to hunt within the next hour at most. Chapter 55. The wolf has arrived, however. To ensure absolute certainty, Ren Ye required one additional tool. should the wolves fall into the pit without succumbing to the wooden spikes. A finishing blow would still be necessary. A cornered beast is most perilous, yet Ren Ye possessed only a hammer, an axe, and a short dagger, some of which were insufficient for the task. Thus, he resolved to craft a spear, which could serve as both a walking staff and a lethal weapon. This endeavor was relatively simple. He selected several straight sticks from the firewood pile, sharpened one end with his knife, and finally dried it by roasting to enhance its hardness. This task consumed merely half an hour, and soon everyone possessed a long wooden spear. With the preparations complete, the group lifted 2 corpses and proceeded to the traps. Following their plan, they placed the bodies atop the 2 pit traps. Wolves exhibit tearing and dragging behaviors when feeding, so to prevent the corpses from being dragged out, Ren Ye tied the bodies to the bundles, concealing the traps with rope. Once the setup was finalized, the temperature had plummeted to minus 33 degrees. Excellent. We need only to wait for those beasts to come to us, Xie Zhongyi remarked contentedly as he rubbed his hands together. The others believed that their only task was to wait. Little did they know, Ren Ye had prepared one final contingency. You think it's that simple? We indeed must wait, but we will do so here, he declared, stamping his feet into the snow, indicating they would remain in the cold. This revelation caused the group to lose their smiles. They were well aware of the frigid night temperatures. Prolonged exposure would lead to numbness, and being buried in snow would be even more perilous. I say, Ren the Handsome, we are not like the bald fellows who can withstand the cold. This could prove fatal. Hong Bing, a man from Shiguang, expressed concern, acknowledging that while his physical constitution was decent, their greatest weakness was the cold. Ren Ye resigned, could only respond, we must endure. Our final sustenance hinges upon these wolf cubs. Shall we simply wait to perish from hunger? Fear not. As long as we layer our clothing, we may only suffer from numbness. Nothing serious will happen, he assured them, nodding toward Zhou Pan. Zhou Pan promptly unzipped his suitcase, and an assortment of garments tumbled out. We anticipated this. Laying these clothes atop the snow will insulate us from the cold. We should be fine for an hour or 2. In truth, this step was a later addition by Ren Ye. He understood that these 2 traps would not capture many wolves, and some would inevitably escape. Thus, they needed to lie in ambush nearby. When the wolves that fell into the pit or their companions sought to flee, they could spring forth to encircle them and deliver the finishing blow with their spears. Seeing that the plan was firmly established, Hong Bing ceased his objections. Only Huang Siyu inquired, Brother Ren, we young ones can endure, but what of Uncle Jiang? Ren Ye cast a worried glance at Jiang Shanwu, the elder, who was already 55 years old and not particularly resilient to the cold from the east. Remaining in the snow could indeed prove fatal for him. Just as he was about to suggest that Jiang Shanwu return, the elder confidently thumped his chest and declared, You young folks should not underestimate me. I once served in the military in Dongbei. Even in temperatures plunging to minus 40 degrees, training persists. What does this weather even signify? Hurry up, stop the idle chatter. I have yet to test the new fishing hooks I fashioned, and I intend to cast a few lines shortly. With that, he squatted down to select his clothing. Observing his proactive demeanor, the others fell silent and began to sift through their garments. Aside from Chun Xian and Huang Siyu, the 2 girls, the rest were keen to partake in this ambush. It was not that Ren Ye wished for them to suffer from the cold, but an imminent confrontation with a pack of wolves was likely. The 2 girls possessed little combat capability. Leaving them behind could potentially jeopardize the mission. Thus, they were assigned the task of burying the snow and managing the aftermath. The location was a low slope. Ren Ye decided to have Xie Zhongyi concealed in the center of the slope, while the others positioned themselves at the 4 corners of the 2 traps. This arrangement ensured that regardless of the direction the wolves chose to flee, they would encounter the traps. Every additional wolf slain would be a boon. Soon, they settled into their designated positions, first layering themselves with thick clothing and then draping another garment over their backs. Chun Xian and Huang Siyu commenced burying snow around them, leaving a few air holes for breathing. Upon completing this task, they returned to the cabin to dissect 2 fish, scattering some fish blood around Ren Ye and the others. The Arctic wolves possess an acute sense of smell, and this was intended to mask the scent they had left behind. With all preparations thoroughly executed, the next phase was a prolonged wait. At that moment, The outdoor temperature had plummeted to minus 34 degrees. Enveloped in the snow mound, a palpable chill of suffocating oppression enveloped them. The frigid air emanating from the snow gnawed at their bodies, causing their hands and feet to swiftly become numb. And the goosebumps on their skin showed no signs of abating. In such a state, each second seemed to stretch infinitely. After more than half an hour, a hauntingly familiar sound finally resonated from the distance. Howl the wolf howled jolted the already numb individuals, their eyes widening in realization that their quarry had arrived. Ren Ye peered through the air holes towards the source of the sound, his frostbitten lips curling into a slow smile. The darkness obscured his view of the wolves' features, yet he could discern the general silhouettes of the pack. Approximately 200 meters away, a dozen figures, both large and small, moved with remarkable agility. Without exception, they had lowered their heads, clearly having caught the scent of blood. In less than 3 minutes, the wolf pack had pinpointed the source of the odor and began to amble slowly in their direction. This sight caused everyone to grip their spears tightly, their hearts tightening with anticipation. They had initially believed the wolves would rush straight to the traps and indulge in a feast. Yet, as they neared the trap site, the lead wolf suddenly halted, gazing in the direction of their concealment. This is bad. Could they have been discovered? Ren Ye furrowed his brow, sensing that this should not be the case. After piling so much snow and scattering fish blood, could the Arctic wolves possess such an acute sense of smell? As he pondered this, the wolf pack stirred again. The Wolf King emitted a low howl once more, this time soft and laden with caution. Its gaze shifted towards the distant cabin. It seems that a fire raged here last night, leaving a lingering sense of dread. However, after lingering for a few moments, it led the pack towards a trap. Upon discovering the two lifeless bodies, low growls reverberated through the wolves. They followed the scent to the corpses. Among them, a slender wolf appeared to be maddened by hunger, immediately sinking its teeth into the arm of one of the bodies and twisting its head to tear at the flesh. However, before it could rip away any meat, the alpha wolf bared its teeth and emitted a furious, guttural growl. In the next moment, it lunged forward, pinning the hungry wolf to the ground and savagely attacking it. Chapter 56. Infighting, the emaciated wolf immediately released its grip, yelping in agony, akin to the mournful wails of a dog in distress. In less than 20 seconds, it succumbed, tail tucked, retreating shamefully to the rear of the pack. Yet, the alpha wolf's temperament seemed far from serene as it pursued and seized the slender creature by the throat. Regardless of the pitiful howls of the weakened wolf, the alpha remained unyielding, ultimately lifting it and tossing it aside. After a brief interval, the frail wolf lay motionless, blood oozing from its mouth and nose, evidently having met its demise. This spectacle surprised Ren Ye, for he understood that in any wolf pack, stealing food is a grave transgression, a violation of their fundamental hierarchy. The alpha, as expected, would respond with a lesson. It was rather uncommon for such punishment to culminate in death. In truth, during the winter months, the Arctic wolves face scarce food options, and a pack must consume considerable resources. If prey were elusive, the alpha would resort to culling the weakest member to satiate hunger. Such is the harsh reality of nature. With a strong devour the weak. However, this circumstance inadvertently benefited Ren Ye, as it was akin to the alpha providing him with a meal. After a moment, the alpha released its grip and strode directly toward the carcass. The wolves had previously dined on human flesh, thus showing no hesitation towards the scent of humanity. Clearly, this creature was famished, often swallowing morsels whole without so much as a chew. Within 2 minutes, the alpha was drenched in blood, relishing its feast. The other wolves dared not approach, standing back with tongues lolling in envy. At last, after several minutes, one wolf could no longer contain itself. It hesitated to join the alpha in feeding, cautiously stepping towards another carcass, with the rest of the pack closely following suit. A grin crept across Ren Ye's face as he slowly began to rise. After enduring the bitter cold for so long, he had finally awaited this opportunity. Gripping his spear tightly, his gaze darted between the alpha and the pack. The moment the trap was triggered, he and the others would surge forth to slay the alpha, maximizing their gains. Yet, the reality diverged from his imagination. Just as Ren Ye prepared to rise, the feeding alpha suddenly let out an enraged howl at the pack. Blood-stained teeth glistened with flesh, and its silver eyes gleamed ominously, presenting a truly terrifying visage. The wolves had yet to reach the carcass and were already driven back in fear. Ren Ye had not anticipated that the alpha, despite having food, would still seek to deter its companions from feeding. He sensed that the situation was growing increasingly precarious. In the eyes of this alpha, no matter the abundance of food, all prey belonged to it. Even with ample sustenance, it insisted on consuming its fill before allowing the other wolves to partake. Such dominance was indeed formidable. Consequently, Ren Ye's plans were entirely derailed. Should the alpha finish its meal and depart, he would be left with only the wolves ensnared in traps. His prolonged exposure to the frigid ground would have been for naught. Though a sense of gloom weighed heavily upon his heart, he dared not make the slightest movement, resigned to remain and wait. It was not until 10 minutes had passed that nearly a third of Baijue's corpse had been consumed. The Wolf King reclined on the ground, savoring its meal, licking its lips as if it had nearly had its fill. After a considerable time, it turned its head and howled softly to the pack, seemingly issuing a command to continue feeding. As anticipated, upon hearing this sound, 7 or 8 wolves swiftly dashed towards Wang Yaji's remains. Ren Ye fixed his gaze intently upon the figures of the wolves, mentally tallying the number of Arctic wolves that had ventured into the trap. He had estimated that the trap could bear the weight of no more than 5 wolves. As soon as the 5th one stepped onto it, the trap would trigger instantly. 1, 2, 3. In the blink of an eye, the 5th wolf had entered the trap to feast, yet the wooden sticks meant to conceal the trap merely sank slightly, failing to break as he had envisioned. Xie Zhongyi and the others, concealed in another location, were taken aback. They longed to call out to Ren Ye, but feared startling the wolves away. They could only remain anxiously in place. What was happening? Had he miscalculated? A sudden wave of unease washed over Ren Ye, yet he simultaneously felt it was unjustified. Earlier that morning, in order to test the load-bearing capacity of the concealing wooden sticks, he and the others had fallen numerous times to arrive at their data. Surely it could not be a misjudgment of the wolves' weight. After all, these wolves were of such a size. The variance should not have been significant. As he observed the pack ravenously gnawing and dragging the corpse, vying for a share atop the trap, an important realization dawned upon him. He had overlooked a crucial factor. The trap's design and the wolves' weights were not at fault. The primary reason lay in their physical structure. The organs, muscle mass, and distribution of fur in wolves differ vastly from those of humans. They walk on 4 legs, with padded feet that absorb shock, thereby dispersing their weight. It was akin to a 100-pound spherical iron ball. Most individuals would struggle to lift it due to the concentrated weight lacking a stable point of leverage. However, a 100-pound gym barbell could be easily managed by 90% of people. This was a simple principle of physics, the even distribution of force. Curse it, how could I have neglected such a vital factor? In that moment, Ren Ye longed to slap himself. He had made every preparation, yet disregarded the fundamental truths. Just as he wallowed in regret, however, a twist of fate occurred. A wolf, whether an underaged one or merely a frail specimen, unexpectedly approached the trap. By its stature, it was evidently of the lowest rank within the pack, traditionally relegated to eat last. Yet perhaps driven by insatiable hunger, it succumbed to temptation and ultimately entered the trap. One of the feeding wolves, about to bare its teeth and issue a warning, suddenly felt the ground beneath its paws give way, as the frail wolf's front feet had already stepped into the trap's confines. With a sharp crack, the snow instantaneously caved in, and the 5 ravenous wolves, along with the last, emaciated one, tumbled into the pit. The next moment, howls reminiscent of a dog's anguished cries echoed from the depths of the pit. But these cries were far more piercing than those of the wolf that had been previously struck. This resembles a haunting wail of despair. Ren Ye, unable to discern the situation within the pit due to his position, could easily surmise the dire consequences. Many wolves would undoubtedly be gravely injured. The spikes, honed to a razor's edge, would surely pierce flesh with ease. Damn it, let us take action. Having endured nearly an hour of frigid temperatures, Ren Ye could no longer bear it, and, gripping his wooden spear, emerged from the snowdrift with determination. Concurrently, others in various positions also rose to their feet, united by a singular objective, the Wolf King. This creature, driven by a fierce sense of pride and possessing the largest stature, must be dealt with today. Chapter 57. The net tightens at this moment. The Wolf King appeared utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Just as it contemplated approaching the trap to check on its companions, it noticed several figures charging toward it. It must be said that beasts, despite their ferocity, are often more skittish than dogs, which would have fled in terror. However, the Wolf King exhibited no signs of panic. After a brief hesitation, it bared its teeth and lunged directly at Jiang Shanwu. Wolves possess an innate ability to discern the frailty of prey through size and scent, typically targeting the weakest among them during a hunt. Yet, unbeknownst to this Wolf King, although Jiang Shanwu was aged, he was still the most formidable adversary. Armed with a wooden spear, he felt no fear and, as the Wolf King lunged, he thrust the spear forward decisively. A piercing howl erupted as the spear's tip pierced the Wolf King's left foreleg. Regrettably, the darkness of night, compounded by Jiang Shanwu's poor eyesight due to age and the numbing cold, caused him to misjudge his aim. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure, withdrawing the spear to deliver a fatal blow, when suddenly the Wolf King emitted a low growl. In the next moment, the other 6 wolves, alerted by the sound, charged forth. "Block them," Ren Ye commanded, unwilling to permit the pack to assist their leader, rallying the other 3 to form a barrier. The presence of weapons transformed humanity into an entirely different species. Facing the snarling jaws of the wolves, the 4 men brandished their wooden spears in a frenzied assault. These wolves were the weakest of their pack, with 3 being mere pups, hardly even subadult. They stood little chance against the onslaught of the long spears. In just a few breaths, the 3 adult wolves were reduced to a mass of wounds. The 3 pups were swiftly knocked to the ground by a flurry of strikes. Having dealt with this threat, Ren Ye turned his gaze toward Jiang Shanwu's position. The Wolf King was not faring well either. It bore several new wounds and was whimpering softly. Witnessing the formidable combat prowess of these strange beings and realizing its companions had perished, it began to retreat slowly. "Uncle Jiang, it's trying to flee," Ren Ye exclaimed, hastening his pursuit. Indeed, at the moment he moved, the Wolf King turned to escape across the frozen river towards the aircraft. The icy surface was treacherously slick, hindering both Jiang Shanwu's and Ren Ye's speed. Even the injured wolf was eluding them, and they could only watch as the Wolf King distanced itself further. Damn it! Although Ren Ye felt a sense of frustration, the day's accomplishments had far surpassed his expectations, yielding a most favorable outcome. Just as the 2 were preparing to abandon the chase, a sudden flame ignited within the aircraft in the center of the river. Huang Xiyu emerged, brandishing a torch, fortuitously positioning herself in the path of the fleeing Wolf King. The Wolf King, already wary of fire, skidded to a halt, its body sliding across the icy surface. At that moment, Chen Xen burst forth from the aircraft, spear in hand. "Take that," she shouted, thrusting her spear, which struck precisely at the Wolf King's neck. After struggling for a few moments, the Wolf King collapsed, lifeless. This turn of events surprised Ren Ye in his plans. He had never accounted for the involvement of the 2 women. Unexpectedly, at a pivotal moment, the 2 women proved their worth. Approaching with a smile, he gave them thumbs up. "Well done, ladies. It seems I have underestimated you. By the way, where did this wooden spear come from? I don't recall crafting it for you." Chen Xian proudly lifted her chin. "This was made by my sister Si. It's nothing complicated, just like sharpening a pencil. We can do what men can do." Huang Si, modestly smiling, added, "In truth, it was quite challenging. I spent quite some time on it, and it's not as good as what you, Brother Ren, would make." It turned out that the 2 had remained in the cabin, observing the situation outside. Eager to assist, they had attempted to create their own weapons, but Ren Ye had not permitted them to join the fray. When they saw the Wolf King charging towards the cabin, they realized Ren Ye's plan had surely succeeded. They decided to rush out to help, and surprisingly, their freshly crafted wooden spear came in handy. "You did remarkably well. Your courage to confront the Wolf King surpasses that of most women, Ren Ye generously praised. This is true feminism, far superior to those who merely vocally advocate for equality while continually expecting men to bear the burden. Afterward, Ren Ye directed everyone to attend to the aftermath. Arriving at the trap pit, they found that 4 out of the 6 wolves had been pierced through the abdomen, while the remaining 2 were gravely injured and barely clinging to life. To alleviate their suffering, Xie kindly used his axe to put them to rest one by one. Although the hunting plan did not unfold as Ren Ye had envisioned, the outcome was remarkably favorable. Thus, the threat posed by the wolf pack was entirely eliminated. With all 13 wolves dispatched, they no longer had to worry about nocturnal ambushes. It's freezing. My hands are almost numb, Xie exclaimed, rubbing his hands together as he stood atop a wolf's carcass. Ren Lao Tai, Zhou Lao Tai, how does wolf meat taste? Is it good? Naturally, Ren Ye had never tasted it. Wolves are protected animals in Huagua, and he had spent most of his time filming outdoor videos domestically, never encountering Arctic wolves. Brother Zhou, have you ever tried it? Zhou Pan shook his head. There are regulations in our institute against hunting local wildlife unless absolutely necessary, and I've never heard of any predecessors saying they had eaten it. Hong Bing interjected. I've seen Survivor in the Wilderness, where Bear Grylls remarked that the meat of carnivorous animals tends to be rather unpleasant. Who cares? We won't know until we try it. Let us start a fire and have a wolf meat barbecue tonight, Ren Ye thought to himself, feeling uncertain. He had once watched a foreign wilderness cooking show featuring the meat of a coyote, which received poor reviews, described as both tough and dry, even less palatable than insects. He wondered if Arctic wolves were different. The group swiftly transported the wolves back to the cabin, eagerly commencing the dissection. It was unclear whether those wolves had consumed human flesh, but the smell of blood was exceptionally strong. To prevent the unpleasant odor from permeating the cabin, they had no choice but to process the carcasses outside in the biting wind. Originally, it sufficed to simply cut open the abdomen and discard the entrails. However, in a bid for maximum profit, Ren Ye insisted that everyone retain the wolf's intestines and liver. It is well known that these organs are among the most odorous, leaving the crowd in a state of lamentation. I remarked to Brother Run, while I can understand keeping the liver for its nutritional value, what purpose do the long, foul-smelling intestines and stomach serve? Zhou Pan covered his nose, his face contorted in disgust. Xie Zhongyi chimed in, indeed, this is akin to the stench of rural latrines. I feel like retching. I exclaimed, I cannot partake in this, little Run. I would much prefer to eat our Dongwang's delicacies. Just then, Jiang Shangwu truly succumbed to nausea and vomited. Left with no choice, Ren Ye permitted him to take a rest. Chapter 58. Wolf meat is excrement in recent days. The group had scarcely consumed enough sustenance to sustain their bodies, and the prospect of expelling anything they had ingested posed a grave danger. Ren Ye was equally inclined to vomit. He promptly sought out a piece of cotton clothing and tore off a strip to stifle his nostrils. Do you think I wish for this? I have no choice. The food simply isn't adequate, he lamented. The intestines of the wolf possessed a certain resilience, and when dried, could be fashioned into ropes. The stomach could also serve as a vessel for carrying items. What? This thing can hold things? Ugh! Xie Zhongyi felt as if the sky had collapsed, unable to suppress another dry heave. Zhou Pan furrowed his brow, appearing on the verge of retching, and questioned. That can't be right. The books state that a wolf's intestines are primarily encased in circular fascia, though they possess some elasticity. To suggest they can function as ropes is rather exaggerated. They would snap under even a modest load. Just trust me, Ren Ye replied as he disdainfully yanked on the intestines, forcing out the undigested remnants. Instantly, a foul stench assaulted his olfactory nerves, causing his brain to feel as if it had momentarily short-circuited. Ugh, trust me, I can transform these intestines into ropes. Stop talking and get to work. Thus, the group endured a half-hour filled with dry heaves, a span of time they deemed more arduous than enduring the frigid snow outside. By 8 p.m., they had stripped away all edible and usable organs and pelts, and their labor had finally reached completion. In the biting cold, they resorted to sawing through the ice layer, washing their hands in the icy water for nearly 3 minutes to rid themselves of the lingering odor. They returned to the cabin only after their hands had become numb. Gazing at the scattered wolf meat occupying the seats, Ren Ye couldn't help but chuckle. He estimated there to be nearly 200 pounds. Given the removal of the skin, entrails, and bones, this figure was indeed considerable. With this bounty, they should have no trouble enduring the harshest chill of winter. After a long day of toil, the most gratifying moment arrived: dinner time. Each person busily sliced the meat, eagerly awaiting the water in the small pot to boil before adding both fish and wolf meat. As the slices of meat swirled and changed color in the pot, smiles spread across every face. The warm glow of the fire illuminated their features, and in that moment, joy radiated from each individual. In the wilderness, nothing could rival the satisfaction derived from savoring the fruits of hard-earned victory. After a few minutes, as the meat appeared nearly cooked, Ren Ye was the first to pick up a slice of wolf meat, blowing on it before placing it in his mouth. However, after only a few chews, the anticipation and delight reflected on his face gradually morphed into disappointment and disdain. He suddenly felt as though he were not consuming meat, but gnawing on a piece of spoiled chicken, as if it had been soaked in vinegar. The texture was firm and chewy, yet exceedingly dry, even more so than chicken breast. Moreover, the flavor was sour, astringent, and tinged with an unmistakable fishiness. Ren Ye's furrowed brow deepened as he chewed, casting doubt upon the integrity of his taste buds. How could such unpalatable meat exist? When freshly dissected, the wolf meat appeared vibrant and enticing. How could it taste like this? Alas, the intricate flavors overwhelmed him, and he could no longer contain himself, spitting it all out. A visceral sense of nausea surged within him, utterly uncontrollable. What in the world is this? It is dreadful. Witnessing Ren Ye, who is typically frugal with food, regurgitate his meal, the smiles on the faces of the others vanished instantaneously. Could it truly be that distasteful? I shall give it a try. The aroma seemed pleasant enough. I will sample it as well. One by one, they picked up makeshift chopsticks fashioned from wooden sticks and attempted to consume the wolf meat, only to expel it after mere moments of chewing. Ah, what is this flavor? Why is it so sour? It is more repugnant than chocolate sauce on rice rolls. Why does it taste sour? Not only sour, but also tough. The flavor is utterly bizarre. The group was left salivating at the complexity of the taste. Disdain clearly etched upon their faces. Yet, disappointment loomed larger in their hearts. After such prolonged preparation, they had anticipated a blissful respite in their shelter while weathering the cold snap, only to find the meat nearly impossible to swallow. This flavor was not merely a month's worth of sustenance. Enduring even a single meal felt like a grievous assault on their palates. Zhou Pan sensed the despondency of the others and quickly interjected. Could it be that we have erred in our cooking method? If boiling isn't effective, let's try roasting. If roasting fails, we can resort to steaming. If all else fails, we shall smoke it into jerky. I refuse to believe we cannot manage to swallow it. A splendid idea. Truly, a professional's insight. Ren Ye immediately endorsed this proposal. Solutions abound in the face of adversity, and he was determined not to waste so much meat. Thus, the group busied themselves anew. They sharpened sticks to skewer the wolf meat and placed it near the fire for slow roasting. They constructed a rudimentary smoking rack, slicing the meat into strips and hanging them to smoke, finally covering them with discarded clothing to capture the smoke. The steaming process was even simpler. They propped small sticks over a pot, placed the meat slices atop, and covered it, allowing the steam to work its magic once the water began to boil. The waiting felt interminable as they silently watched the pot, their expressions a mix of tension and anxiety. If this endeavor proved fruitless, their food dilemma would remain unresolved. After what felt like an eternity, the roasted meat was the first to be ready. Having only skewered a single piece, it had begun to char. Each person received a small portion to taste, and this time, the flavor was somewhat improved. Only 2 of the girls succumbed to nausea on the spot. The smokiness seemed to have mitigated some of the fishy taste, and the others struggled to swallow it down. They could only say it was marginally edible. But little else had changed. The unappetizing flavor persisted. Subsequently, the group tried the steamed meat and the jerky, ultimately arriving at a unanimous conclusion. Wolf meat is nothing short of excrement. It is, without a doubt, the most distasteful meat in existence. Even if one were to gnaw on leaves and consume mud daily, it would likely provide a more pleasant experience than this ordeal. Under normal circumstances, they would never consider attempting it again, unless faced with the imminent threat of starvation. The atmosphere within the room grew frigid, with despair etched on every face. Lacking sufficient sustenance, they were destined to perish from the encroaching cold. They had all witnessed the grim fates of those who succumbed to hunger and frost, and none wished to meet such an end. After a moment of silence, Zhou Pan turned to Ren Ye. Do you have a backup plan? The cold wave is approaching, and our time is running short. I am aware, Ren Ye replied, his fingers tangling in his hair as he rapidly contemplated potential targets. Delicious, substantial prey that still roamed in the Arctic during winter. After a protracted period of contemplation, a spark of inspiration illuminated his thoughts. He had finally identified a suitable target for their hunt. If they could capture just one, they would undoubtedly survive the impending cold wave. Chapter 59. Crafting the Long Spear. Dear friends, surely, none of you desire to feast upon wolf meat, do you? The crowd nodded in unison, without the slightest hesitation. It is a given. I would rather indulge in snow. The taste is truly unbearable. I cannot fathom it. Brother Ren, have you devised a plan? Indeed. Ren Ye nodded, his expression resolute as he rose and declared, time is of the essence. I surmise that relying solely on Uncle John's fishing will not suffice. Therefore, I propose we take a gamble and hunt seals directly tomorrow. What say you? His words left the crowd momentarily speechless, and before they could voice their opinions, Zhou Pan interjected, if we manage to catch one, our food supply would assuredly be sufficient. However, it is highly improbable that seals inhabit such a small river. We would need to venture into larger waters, yet we can only make educated guesses about our proximity to Oslo. Moreover, capturing seals requires specialized tools and an understanding of their habits, where they hunt, where they bask in the sun, and so forth. Stop. Ren Ye quickly interrupted Zhou Pan, aware of the forthcoming questions, for he had pondered them himself. Seals are not exclusively found in vast oceans. For instance, the harbor seals and gray seals near Oslo, as well as the diminutive ringed seals, prefer to congregate in smaller fjords during winter for warmth, places often frequented by polar bears in search of sustenance. Every river eventually flows into the sea, and given Oslo's proximity to the Arctic Ocean, it stands to reason that this river does as well. Thus, if we follow the current, we are bound to discover larger fjords or even the ocean itself. Zhou Pan nodded, clearly accepting this theory, but he cautioned, do you realize the distance we must traverse? How long will it take us? Moreover, with dozens of river branches, should we misjudge our course and wander into a dead lake, losing our way and failing to find seals, we may forget the route back, and all would be lost. Ren Ye sighed, a serious expression returning as he sat down again. He understood that Zhou Pan was not merely being alarmist. Getting lost in the wilderness is a very real possibility, especially in the desolate Arctic, devoid of landmarks. Even seasoned adventurers like Bear Grylls and Daguerre have once found themselves lost. But what alternative do we have? Shall we simply wait to starve? After a moment of contemplation, Ren Ye resolved that one cannot perish while waiting idly. Friends, remaining here is merely awaiting death. To take a risk offers a glimmer of hope. Of course, we have a second option, to devise a means to slay that polar bear, which could also provide enough provisions for the winter. However, as you are aware, the flesh of carnivorous creatures is notoriously unpalatable. Even if we succeed, I suspect its taste would not differ significantly from that of wolf meat. Upon hearing this, the crowd grasped the gravity of the situation. They found themselves devoid of other choices, either seek sustenance or endure on wolf meat. Yet, the consensus remained firm. Unless on the brink of starvation, they would resolutely refuse to consume it. After some deliberation, the group reached a consensus and ultimately decided to pursue the seals. However, capturing seals proved to be significantly more challenging than hunting Arctic wolves. Despite their rotund appearance, which suggests clumsiness, they can reach speeds of up to 20 kilometers per hour. Their temperament is exceedingly cautious. They seldom stray far from the water even when basking in the sun, and at the slightest disturbance, they plunge beneath the surface. The difficulty of capturing them is comparable to that of hunting a polar bear. Ren Ye and Zhou Pan exchanged ideas for quite some time and ultimately resolved to adopt the Inuit method of capture. During the winter months, vast expanses of the Arctic Ocean are covered in ice, prompting seals to deliberately leave breathing holes in the ice to ensure their access to oxygen. Once these holes are located, the Inuit would place soft fur nearby and then wait patiently in ambush. If the fur drifts towards a hole, it indicates that a seal is inhaling below. At that moment, the Inuit would thrust a harpoon, equipped with barbed hooks, forcefully downwards. The seal's skin possesses a certain degree of contraction. When stressed or injured, it tightens. Thus, once the harpoon penetrates the skin, the barbs become firmly lodged in the wound, allowing the hunter to drag the seal to the surface. Having learned the method of capture, the next task was to craft the harpoon. This posed no challenge for Ren Ye. While he couldn't forge iron or steel harpoons, creating a wooden one was relatively straightforward. After rummaging through a pile of firewood, he discovered 2 straight pieces of elm, roughly the thickness of his ankle, which were perfect for his purpose. After removing the extraneous branches, Ren Ye marked a section approximately 30 centimeters long at one end to serve as the spearhead. Following this was the lengthy and monotonous task of whittling. He needed to carve the spearhead flat while gradually shaping the tip and the barbs on either side. This task required patience, though it was not technically demanding. Anyone with a modicum of dexterity could accomplish it independently. For Ren Ye, who had extensive experience in outdoor constructions, it was a piece of cake. In just half an hour, he had fashioned a rough prototype of the harpoon. The remaining work involved carefully sharpening the edges and refining the barbs. After another 10 minutes, the barb harpoon was nearly complete. To enhance its stability, Ren Ye increased the initial 2 barbs to 4. The entire spearhead resembled a spiked version of a whimsical stick. Wow! The group exclaimed in unison, clearly impressed by Ren Ye's creation. Hey, you have quite the skill. That's impressive. Brother Ren, this is amazing. If rural kids saw this, they would be envious. Hey, why not help me make a fishing rod too? The admiration and praise from the crowd brought a proud smile to Ren Ye's face. Just kidding, at least 200,000 of my 500,000 followers are here for my craftsmanship. In the past, I even learned from seasoned carpenters to hone my skills for outdoor construction. Compared to what we made together, this is child's play, merely a trivial skill. Zhou Pan caressed the barrel of the gun, casting an envious glance at Ren Ye as he gave a thumbs up. With this, you could easily surpass 500,000 followers. My dear Ren, he remarked. However, his fingers lingered on the blade, expressing a hint of regret as he added, yet, the excessive elm fibers raised concerns about its penetrating power. At that moment, Ren Ye suddenly recalled that he had one final procedure yet to complete. Fear not, the experiment shall commence shortly, he assured, before opening his suitcase. In a matter of moments, he retrieved a sheet of sandpaper from the compartment. This versatile tool not only served to polish wood, but also sharpen knives, and most importantly, it was exceptionally lightweight, making it a convenient companion. Chapter 60. Preparations. Ren Ye grasped the sandpaper and began to rub it vigorously against the gun's muzzle, the high-frequency, coarse grinding sound resonating throughout the room, causing a fine dust of wood shavings to fall. He tirelessly polished from the blade to the body of the gun for nearly 10 minutes. Finally, after his hands grew sore, he deemed it complete. When he peeled away the sandpaper and blew away the dust from the gun's surface, a collective gasp escaped the onlookers, particularly the men present, who could not resist reaching out to touch it. Indeed, the essence of a man remains youthful until the end. Even a wooden weapon, if aesthetically pleasing, is sure to capture a man's admiration. This is a sentiment uniquely reserved for men. At that moment, the gun's muzzle had undergone a remarkable transformation. The previously raised wood fibers had entirely vanished. The body of the gun now felt smooth to the touch, its penetrating power significantly enhanced. Impressive, my friend. If I had wielded such a weapon in my youth, I would have undoubtedly been the most dashing figure in the village, exclaimed Xie Zhongyi, his eyes sparkling with delight. Hong Bing chuckled in agreement. Indeed, if I possessed this gun, there would be no urgent matters within a 10-mile radius. However, mere aesthetics would not suffice. Functionality was paramount. Ren Ye surveyed the surroundings and fixed his gaze upon the wolf meat. Old Xia, fetch some wolf meat for a test of its might. Understood. Xia Zhongyi immediately folded 5 pieces of wolf meat together, raising them before his chest. Ren Ye swiftly lifted the long gun and thrust it forward with force. The muzzle punctured through a 10-centimeter thick layer of meat, nearly piercing Xia Zhongyi's chest, causing him to instinctively release his grip. Ren Ye inverted the gun, and the wolf meat remained securely lodged on the muzzle, not a single piece falling to the ground. Ha ha! It worked. Ren Ye laughed joyfully, as the 5 pieces of wolf meat were firmly caught, none having touched the ground. Splendid. Zhou Pan once again gave Ren Ye a thumbs up. Now, they even had a weapon for hunting seals. Their success rate was bound to increase significantly. In the following hours, Ren Ye tirelessly began crafting a second long gun. The others assisted him, so engrossed in their tasks that they forgot to eat. It seemed they could already envision the delicious seal meat beckoning them. Only at 11 o'clock, after both long guns were completed, did they finally prepare a pot of fish to eat before retiring for the night. The time for rest was always fleeting, and the night swiftly passed. The next morning, before dawn had fully arrived, Ren Ye was awakened by the urgency of nature's call. His companions were still deep in slumber. The room filled with the harmonious symphony of Xie Zhongyi and Hong Bing's snoring. As he grasped a wooden stick and prepared to step outside for relief, he noticed Huang Xiyu across the way, diligently working with 2 pieces of clothing. "Xiyu, what are you doing up and about?" The sudden voice startled Huang Xiyu, who had been roused for sleep by the nearby snores. "Oh, I'm awake now, and thought I might see if I could create something useful." This statement piqued Ren Ye's interest. Could it be that this young lady possessed a talent for craftsmanship? "What do you intend to make with the clothing?" Huang Xiyu smiled shyly and softly remarked, "I believe that if Brother Ren were to go seal hunting, he might not return within a day, given the cold outside. I thought it prudent to make you all a sleeping bag." Ren Ye was quite taken aback. It was indeed rare to encounter a young woman skilled in needlework these days. Huang Xiyu confidently nodded and smiled. My family owns a clothing business. We were poor when I was young, and my mother worked in a garment factory, so I learned a bit along the way. Unfortunately, I don't have any needles or thread right now. Otherwise, I could truly sew a sleeping bag." Her words immediately dispelled much of Ren Ye's drowsiness, for he had contemplated this very issue. Even if they set out in the morning, found the seal's habitat, executed the capture, and managed to return successfully, a single day seemed insufficient. To survive the night outdoors, they would need to prepare adequate frost protection. Initially, he had planned to bring extra clothing and firewood, but possessing a warm sleeping bag would certainly simplify matters. With this thought, he excitedly approached Huang Xiyu and patted her shoulder. "Sister, you are truly my timely rain. Don't worry, I'll handle the needle and thread. You focus on conceptualizing the sleeping bag-esque design to ensure it doesn't fall apart." Huang Xiyu understood. Ren Ye clearly intended to craft a needle. She gazed at him with admiration and said, "Wow, Brother Ren, you are truly impressive. How can you do everything?" "Oh, it's just a needle. It's simpler than a spear. Leave it to me, and I'll have it ready for you in 2 hours." With any remnants of sleep entirely gone, Ren Ye, after relieving himself, began crafting the needle. All he needed was a sturdy stick whittled down to a toothpick shape, smoothed with sandpaper, and finally pierced with a knife-esque tip to create the eye. The process was straightforward apart from requiring some meticulousness. As for the thread, he had plenty. There was a heap of discarded clothing in the room, much of which was sewn with nylon and polyester threads. If he dismantled them, he would have ready-made supplies. After about an hour, daylight broke, and everyone gradually rose to prepare breakfast. He presented the needle and thread to Huang Xiyu, who immediately set to work. Ren Ye observed for a while. Although he was unfamiliar with sewing techniques, he understood that to join 2 pieces of clothing, one must employ a special double-sided seam technique. The young girl's dexterity was commendable. Her slender fingers moved rhythmically. Even with the somewhat irregular toothpick needle, she navigated the threading with ease. It was evident she had practiced. Ren Ye nodded repeatedly, sensing he would never master such skills. Indeed, needlework seemed to be a realm best suited for women. After breakfast, he donned his gear and departed with all the men. Seal hunting was merely a contingency plan. Given the long journey, Whether they would even find seals remained uncertain. If there existed a better, quicker, and safer method to gather food, he would certainly avoid taking unnecessary risks. Thus, he intended to head upstream to see if the mother bear had departed, allowing him to fish once more. As they stepped out of the aircraft, a biting gust of cold wind struck them, prompting all five to instinctively tighten their clothing. Although snow had yet to fall today, the temperature seemed to have dipped even further. Ren Ye retrieved the thermometer and pressed a button, revealing a chilling -31.2 degrees. A degree lower than the previous day. It appeared our suspicions were confirmed, that frigid air had indeed arrived, though it had yet to reach their location, lamented Zhou Pan. With a furrowed brow, Ren Ye stowed the thermometer away once more. I would rather have been mistaken in my assumptions. Let us proceed. The group grasped their sled and hastily made their way upstream. In less than an hour, they approached the river domain of the mother bear. Suddenly, a sharp wind swept down from upstream, carrying with it a scent that was all too familiar to them. The five exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in unison as they exclaimed, "Is that blood?" Chapter 61. There's no way out. The situation had soured. The mother bear was undoubtedly still nearby. Zhou Pan instinctively raised his wooden spear, while the others anxiously surveyed their surroundings. They were approximately 300 to 400 meters from the fishing point, needing to navigate a bend ahead to reach it. The presence of a bloody scent indicated that the mother bear was likely still in the vicinity. "What are we waiting for? Let us move quickly," Xie Zhongyi exclaimed, trembling with fear, the memory of being chased the previous day fresh in his mind. Such a formidable creature could not be confronted with their mere wooden spears. Being caught would spell certain death. Ren Ye pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Since we are here, we must ascertain the situation. What if it has left? Or perhaps the scent belongs to it. Don't be afraid. Let us approach slowly." With that, Ren Ye produced binoculars and beckoned Zhou Pan to join him as they crouched atop the sled, the other three pushing from behind. They deliberately slowed their pace, taking nearly 10 minutes to round the bend. Upon reaching the source of the odorous trace, the group felt a mix of astonishment and confusion. There were no forests nearby. Apart from some low, ice-covered hills, the view was largely unobstructed. The mother bear had vanished, leaving behind several large holes in the ice and a chaotic array of fish carcasses scattered about. After observing for a while and confirming there was no immediate danger, the five ventured closer. Almost all the fish had been devoured, leaving only fragmented bones. A rough count revealed around 30 fish had met their demise. "Damn it! Those were all my fish, ruined by that marauding beast," Jiang Shanwu lamented, his expression one of heartfelt sorrow, as if his own fish pond had been raided. Ren Ye shared in his dismay, feeling that this trip had been in vain. "Uncle Jiang, quickly cast a line and see what you can catch." Without further ado, Jiang Shanwu took his ice saw and began to cut through the ice at the previous day's fishing spot, baiting his line before dropping it into the water. The others remained alert nearby. However, after waiting for over 10 minutes, there was no sign of activity on Jiang Shanwu's fishing rod. The fisherman dreaded the prospect of an empty catch. At that moment, he felt more distressed than when confronted by a wolf, the wrinkles on his face deepening with worry. "Damn it!" he exclaimed in frustration, pulling the line up only to find the bait unchanged. This stark contrast to the previous day's swift catches was disheartening. Xiu Weiying, what could be the reason for this? Could the bear have eaten all the fish? Is there only a mere 30 fish in this place? Ren Ye crouched down, examining the bait with a sigh. It showed no signs of having been touched, not even by smaller fish. Even if there were fish below, their numbers were likely dwindling. It's quite normal. In the Arctic winter, the small river freezes over, and with the lack of oxygen beneath the ice, the fish instinctively migrate to larger rivers and oceans. They should have lingered here longer, but after the mother bear's rampage, they've all been scared away. Does this mean our only option left is to catch seals? Zhou Pan said, a mixture of resignation and concern evident in his voice. In the past, during his expedition to the Arctic, he had encountered seals, yet he had never managed to touch one. Those creatures would flee at the mere sight of a sled dog, their courage dwarfed by that of a mouse, making them exceedingly difficult to hunt. Ren Ye furrowed his brows and gazed up at the sky, solemnly nodding his head. He certainly had no desire to seek out seals, but it appeared that the options had dwindled to none. Let's return and make preparations. We shall endeavor to depart this afternoon. By the time they arrived back at the camp, it was nearly noon. Before they could step into the cabin, an enticing and peculiar aroma wafted out. What is that delightful scent? Xie inquired, wrinkling his nose in curiosity. It seems reminiscent of oil. Yet not quite like cooking oil, Hong Bing remarked, savoring the fragrance. Haha, cooking oil? That would be lard, Xie teased, mimicking Hong Bing's accent. Is it typical for you folks from Shiguang to smell like this? Hong Bing's expression darkened. Baldy, I curse you to lose every strand of hair. Xie was irked by the jab at his hair, retorting, Baldy? Call me handsome instead. You're just a baldy. Ren Ye, Malu. The banter between individuals from different regions was undeniably amusing, eliciting chuckles from the others. Yet, Ren Ye remained captivated by the aroma, his stomach grumbling with hunger, and he promptly stepped into the cabin. It turned out that Chan Xin was stirring some pale substance in a pot with chopsticks, the oil sizzling and the fragrance intoxicating. Ren Ye quickly comprehended that she had been busy the previous night, her thoughts consumed by the matter of seals. He had nearly forgotten that while wolf meat was unpalatable, wolf fat was a different story. Brother Ren, you're back. Chun Xin approached him, holding the pot and offering him a piece of rendered fat. This is wolf fat. It tastes quite delightful. Ren Ye blew on it and popped it into his mouth. The texture was reminiscent of dried cheese, with a flavor somewhat gamier than that of pork fat, yet still quite aromatic. Overall, it could be deemed delicious, certainly a vast improvement over wolf meat. At that moment, Huang Xiu joyfully approached him, holding a white vest. Brother Ren, I've sewn a wolfskin vest. Try it on. Impressive, little sister. Ren Ye hurriedly removed his outer coat and donned the vest. The snugness was quite palpable. It seemed a tad small. Nevertheless, it was undeniably warm. The Arctic wolves could thrive in temperatures plunging to -30 or 40 degrees, thanks to their thick fur. Ren Ye found it tolerable even without his coat, feeling relatively warm, indicative of the excellent insulation properties of the wolf fur. Haha, well done, Xiu. This is far warmer than a cotton jacket. How is the sleeping bag coming along? Huang Xiu pointed to a nearby seat, where a colorful blanket, crafted from various coats, was draped. It appeared that the project was still incomplete. I've encountered a few issues. Otherwise, it would have been finished long ago. What kind of issues? Huang Xiu produced a wooden needle, which Ren Ye examined, only to discover that the sharp tip had unfortunately broken off, given that it was not crafted from steel. Prolonged use for threading would inevitably cause wear to the needle-less point, especially as it was made of wood. No worries, leave it to me, he reassured. The sleeping bag was of utmost importance. As long as the task could be accomplished, Ren Ye was unperturbed by the effort involved. He promptly set about crafting another wooden needle, this time intending to create several more for future use. Drawing from his prior experience, he worked with noticeably greater speed. At that moment, Xie and others entered, and upon spotting the remnants of oil in the pot, they rushed forward, eager to snatch a taste. However, before they could reach the pot, Ren Ye sternly admonished them to quickly complete the reinforcement of the shelter. Chapter 62, Departure. The interior of the cabin is now largely in order, yet the impending cold wave threatens to bring with it a significant gust of wind. Given the cabin's round structure, it could potentially roll across the icy surface. Therefore, for safety's sake, Ren Ye's plan is to secure the bottom of the cabin with large ice blocks, encircling the entire structure. Everyone is diligently occupied, engaged in construction, sewing, and rendering oil from scraps. None are idle. The 8 hours of daylight swiftly elapsed, and by the time they concluded their tasks, it was already 3:30 in the afternoon. The cabin was now complete. They had stacked several ice blocks upon one another, using water to bind them, thus forming a square ice pillar reaching thigh height. These pillars effectively secured the cabin, and Ren Ye estimated that unless a typhoon struck, it would remain unmoved. Additionally, Huang Xiu's sleeping bags and wolfskin vests had been sewn together, with 3 sets for each. All were crafted from warm plush coats and leather, adorned with patches of various colors. However, when combined with the wolfskin vests, they provided substantial warmth for sleeping. At 8 p.m., The cabin was infused with delightful aromas as fish and wolf fat simmered enticingly in a pot. Yet, no one dared to pick up their chopsticks, casting glances of regret at Ren Ye. At that moment, he had just completed the final long spear, meticulously applying wolf fat to the spearhead with a cloth. The oil, being high in calories, incited a sense of loss among the group for its perceived wastefulness. Nevertheless, Ren Ye deemed it worthwhile, applying layer after layer. The oil penetrates the wood, filling its pores and cracks, combining to form a protective membrane. This process diminishes the wood's moisture absorption, preventing it from swelling, shrinking, deforming, or cracking. In simpler terms, it renders the spear sharper, sturdier, and more durable. Once the application was complete, Ren Ye set the 3 spears aside to dry naturally. Hong Bing interjected, "Hey, handsome, 3 spears are hardly enough for us 7. We're departing tomorrow." Ren Ye promptly laid out his arrangements. "For this seal hunt, I plan to take only Zhou Pan and Xie Zhongyi with me. The others will remain at the shelter." "Why?" Hong Bing was the first to voice his dissent, particularly irked that the bald man, whom he found most annoying, could go while he could not. He felt belittled, thinking, "I can fight and run better than that bald guy. Why does he get to go?" "Hey," Xie Zhongyi was equally displeased. "Shiguang, do you think you need more practice? Don't assume you can fight just because you're tall. Why not give it a try?" As Hong Bing stood up to confront him, Xie Zhongyi was also preparing to rise, prompting Ren Ye to quickly intervene. "Enough of this bickering. Do you think this is a vacation? Why are you clamoring to go? If we fail to find food, we could all perish. Now is not the time to disrupt our unity." After being admonished, the two fell silent. Jiang Shangwu then volunteered. "Ren, I am the best fisherman. I believe you should take me along. In the event that seals elude us, I could venture elsewhere for fishing. Perhaps I might catch sufficient sustenance." However, Ren Ye shook his head in refusal, providing his rationale. "This expedition would undoubtedly prolong our absence, exposing us to the harsh elements and the vicissitudes of nature. Traveling consumes considerable energy, especially given our current meager food supplies. The more individuals we bring along, the greater the consumption of provisions. Both Zhou Pan and I have undergone frost resistance training, while Xie Zhongyi, being a seasoned veteran, possesses a superior resilience to cold compared to the rest of you. The critical factor is that our feet remain free from frostbite, enabling us to traverse more swiftly than you." Turning his gaze toward Jiang Shangwu, he added, "As for fishing, Uncle Jiang, it is futile. Finding a prime spot like yesterday's is exceedingly rare. We cannot simply meander about in search of one, as ice drilling is exhausting. While your strength is commendable, you are, after all, 55 years old. Maintaining stamina on a prolonged journey will undoubtedly be challenging. Should danger arise, we would need to assist you. Perhaps it would be best for you to remain home and fish leisurely." Ren Ye's words were sufficiently tactful. Bringing an elder along in such circumstances would indeed be a burden. Jiang Shangwu remained silent, accepting the decision. After packing their belongings and having dinner, the group retired for the night. On the 6th day post-crash, at 7 a.m., before dawn had even broken, the group arose. Zhou Pan and Xie Zhongyi were transferring their luggage onto the sled. In addition to toolboxes and sleeping bags, they had brought firewood and food for contingencies. "Brother Ren, please be cautious. If you lose your way, return to Ali at once, and we will devise another plan." Huang Xiyu expressed her concern for the trio's safety. Ren Ye couldn't help but chuckle at her words. If one could return, it could hardly be deemed losing one's way. "Little Run, safety is paramount. Be sure to wear ample clothing to avoid catching a cold. Indeed, the nights are quite frigid." Jiang Shangwu and Hong Bing handed Ren Ye additional garments, but he declined. "No need, we have ample supplies. If all goes well, we shall return in 2 days. Let's be off." He refrained from lengthy farewells, as he had observed that in dramas, the more one lingers in such parting scenes, the swifter the demise. There is indeed some merit to superstitions. The trio quickly departed the camp, disappearing into the night. At present, the temperature hovered around -33 degrees, with no signs of warming until 9 a.m. Each day, around noon, temperatures peaked at approximately -29 degrees. Today, the snowfall remained absent. The morning sky was laden with a palpable chill, visibly emanating in the air. Contact with the skin would lead to rapid numbness. With every inhalation of the frigid air, the three felt as though their nostrils were graced with an almost imperceptible essence of menthol. That invigorating sensation surged to their very minds, awakening their senses. Fortunately, Ren Ye had requested Huang Xiu to thicken the masks the previous day. He donned a wolf fur vest and wore Arctic rabbit fur boots. They continued their trek until daylight broke, their bodies still retaining warmth. However, the exhaled breath crystallized into tiny ice shards, accumulating on their masks. They paused intermittently, following the downstream path until they reached 11 a.m. The surrounding landscape remains enveloped in a pristine blanket of snow. Vast plains of accumulated snow and undulating snow-capped mountains dominating the scenery. However, the expanse is devoid of any significant ocean or fjord, not to mention seals. There are no living beings to be found above or below. It is more desolate than a barren wasteland. Such an environment, lacking any points of reference, often proves to be the most perilous and stifling. After walking for a considerable time, one might feel as though they are ensnared within an intricate formation, perpetually circling in place with no means of escape. Yet, Ren Ye finds himself with no choice but to resolutely follow the course of the river. At last, after another hour of trudging forward, a turning point in the situation arrives. Chapter 63. Branching rivers 500 meters ahead of the trio. A colossal snow-capped mountain pierced the sky, starkly contrasting with the diminutive snow slopes surrounding it, towering several times higher, like a conspicuous lighthouse. The summit was adorned with numerous dark gray rocks, untouched by the blanket of snow, revealing its immense scale. Most importantly, at the foot of the mountain, several branching rivers finally emerged. The Arctic is abundant with rivers formed from the melting of permafrost and precipitation, all of which ultimately flow into the Arctic Ocean. Ren Ye promptly took out his phone, powered it on, and opened the Arctic map he had previously saved in his gallery. After scrutinizing it for a considerable time, a joyful smile crept upon his lips. Before the rivers could reach the Arctic Ocean, they must traverse various fjords. Therefore, the more river branches they could identify, the closer they would be to the fjords. Many seals winter in the fjords, as the vast area remains largely unfrozen, providing a veritable buffet for the fish that pass through. Notably, the seal mating season occurs from December to January, during which they congregate in large numbers. Hey, what are you grinning about? Unable to contain his curiosity at Ren Ye's dazed smile, Xie Zhongyi inquired. Let us go. We're almost there, Ren Ye urged, sharing his thoughts as he encouraged the others. Upon hearing they were close to their destination, both men quickened their pace. Indeed, upon reaching the base of the mountain, they discovered a total of 7 river branches leading in 4 different directions. Xie Zhongyi scratched his head, his expression of joy swiftly transforming into confusion. With so many rivers in 4 directions, which way should we go? Zhou Pan replied, I've learned about this. The fjord lake entrances in the Arctic are typically large, so the rivers leading to them are also wide. As long as we head towards the wider rivers, we should be fine. It's good to have experts like you around, Xie Zhongyi remarked, quickly scanning his surroundings. He noticed that among the 7 rivers, only 2 were substantial. However, the crucial point was that these 2 rivers were nearly equal in width, situated at opposite corners, representing entirely different directions. This posed a dilemma. A wrong choice could lead to a significantly longer detour. If luck were to falter and they lost their way, it could spell disaster. What on earth do we do? They both seemed so similar. Zhou Pan frowned, glancing at Ren Ye, who had been observing through binoculars. Ren, it appears we may have to rely on luck, Zhou Pan suggested. At that moment, Ren Ye wore a serious expression. He estimated that both rivers were approximately 50 meters wide, and under the current conditions, the differences in their paths would not be substantial. He acknowledged Zhou Pan's approach to navigation, as his studies had indicated the same. However, entrusting their fate to chance seemed exceedingly reckless. To discover the correct route, a more logical method must be employed. It is unwise. Bear Grylls once stated that getting lost in the wilderness can be exceedingly perilous, especially under such extreme weather conditions. Our primary concern lies in the fact that we are utterly unaware of how far the fjord truly is. Should we inadvertently choose the wrong path and reach a dead end, it would be too late to rectify our mistake. Even if we were to gamble on luck, we must select the route with the higher probability of success. Zhou Pan nodded, acknowledging the validity of Ren Ye's words. However, with not a single blade of grass or plant in sight, how could they discern which path offers a greater chance? Thought struck Zhou Pan. He suddenly recalled the method he had employed to track the rabbit to the forest that day. Perhaps it could be of use now? The fish must swim towards the larger fjord to seek oxygen. Thus, we only need to fish in these two rivers. The river teeming with fish would undoubtedly lead us to the fjord. What a brilliant idea, my friend. Xie Zhongyi immediately retrieved a fishing rod from the sled. This rod, crafted by Jiang Shangwu, was essentially a wooden stick with a line and hook affixed. To avoid returning empty-handed, Ren Ye had brought it along prior to their departure. Let us not waste time. This method is futile. Ren Ye's words extinguished the smiles on their faces once more. Why? Zhou Pan inquired, puzzled. Because you have overlooked the true purpose of the Arctic fish's winter migration. With that, Ren Ye crouched down and cleared away some of the snow covering the river surface. The ice was a dark gray, rendering it impossible to discern what lay beneath. This layer of ice was estimated to be at least 20 centimeters thick. Many Arctic fish merely seek a larger habitat to survive. Thus, they're not necessarily bound for the fjord sea area. Naturally formed large lakes also serve as ideal environments for them, as long as there is oxygen and sustenance available. If I am not mistaken, all 7 tributaries harbor fish. Is that so? Let me try. Xie Zhongyi produced an ice saw and rushed forward to begin sawing. After a brief period of approximately 10 minutes, he managed to lift a thick slab of ice. Just as he was about to bait the hook and cast a line, Ren Ye stopped him. It is unnecessary. This is a waste of time. I have a more expedient method. With that, he retrieved a waterproof smartphone from the inner compartment of his luggage, designed specifically for filming with a high battery capacity. Once powered on, he activated the recording function and submerged the camera into the water. This way, they could observe the underwater scene on the phone screen. The Arctic wilderness harbors no industrial waste or factories, and the water quality is remarkably clear. Within a minute, the trio spotted 2 small salmon swiftly swimming beneath the surface. Their intent appeared evident. They did not pause for an instant before darting out of sight. Wow, you truly have a knack for this, my friend. Is this possible? Xie Zhongyi praised. Do not dawdle. Hurry and saw the other rivers, Ren Ye urged the two. After more than an hour, the two took turns wielding the ice saw, successfully cutting openings in the ice at the entrances of all 7 rivers. Ren Ye also took time to inspect each one thoroughly. The outcome was akin to what he had anticipated. Among the 7 rivers, 6 were bustling with various species of fish. These fish predominantly swam in schools, but exhibited a palpable sense of urgency. Even with the knowledge of nearby, breathing holes, they showed no inclination to pause. Xie Zhongyi even cast his line twice, yet not a single fish took the bait. It was evident that the 2 larger rivers harbored the most fish, leading Ren Ye to deduce that both routes ultimately led to more expansive marine territories. However, Ren Ye's intended destination was the fjord region, the true domain of seal activity. Frustration mounted as he tugged at his hair, grappling with this life-and-death dilemma that remained shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 64. The Water Temperature Navigation Method. After a moment of contemplation, he fixed his gaze upon the towering, snow-capped mountain before him. Could he possibly ascend it for a better view? This notion lingered in his mind for a mere 3 seconds before it was swiftly extinguished. His previous experience of climbing a snow mountain had nearly cost him and Xie Zhongyi their lives. Moreover, this mountain was evidently at least 3 times higher than the last, with an estimated altitude of no less than 3,000 meters. Even if they were fortunate enough to avoid an avalanche, the thin air and biting cold would pose significant challenges. Each year, countless climbers perish in the Arctic, buried beneath the snow. This pursuit is undeniably a perilous extreme sport. Thus, climbing the mountain for observation could only be regarded as a last resort. Ren Ye sat on the icy surface, his eyes tightly shut, rapidly rifling through all the knowledge he had amassed regarding navigation in the Arctic. He had begun his preparations 6 months in advance for this journey. The knowledge he had gathered, from books to videos, was countless. Yet at this moment, he seemed unable to conjure an effective and reasonable solution. Observing his deep contemplation, Zhou Pan and Xie Zhongyi refrained from interrupting him. Feeling bored, they decided to pass the time by fishing. To their surprise, the ice hole they had just cut began to show signs of refreezing. The water's surface had already formed thin sheets of ice. With no other option, Xie Zhongyi resorted to using a long pole to break through the fragile ice and reach for the water. As soon as his hand touched the water, he felt a surprising warmth. Ah, you wouldn't believe it. This water is considerably warmer than the rivers back home. Sigh. I really wish I could take a bath, he remarked. Zhou Pan teased, stop it. The water here is naturally warmer than the air temperature. And since you're frozen of course, it feels warm. Why don't you take a dip? When you come out, you'll know what true chill feels like. Let us stick to fishing. I refuse to believe these creatures only travel without eating. Try dropping your hook deeper. Upon hearing their conversation, a spark ignited in Ren Ye's mind, and he instantly opened his eyes. Water temperature. I can employ the water temperature navigation method. Huh, I have figured it out. His sudden exclamation of excitement prompted both of them to rush over. What method? Can we find the way? Hurry up and tell us, Ren. What do you mean by water temperature navigation? Can water really guide us? Zhou Pan was even more animated than Ren Ye, his face brimming with curiosity. Ren Ye quickly retrieved a thermometer from his suitcase, preparing to test the water temperature. Thanks to both of you for the reminder. The reason certain areas of the fjord remain unfrozen is due to the geographical conditions that result in higher water temperatures. Therefore, the solution is straightforward. The water temperature will undoubtedly be higher closer to the fjord. If we measure the water temperatures of these 7 rivers, the one with the highest temperature and the thinnest ice layer is most likely the river leading to the fjord. Wow, my friend, your mind is truly brilliant. How did you come up with this? Xie Zhongyi exclaimed, visibly envious. Zhou Pan nodded in astonishment, acknowledging that he had never encountered this method in any book. Yet, both logically and intuitively, it made perfect sense, leading to an admiration for Ren Ye's imaginative prowess. Dear Ren, if this succeeds, I believe your method could very well merit a place in a book. Ren Ye casually waved his hand, dismissing the notion. Let's discuss that later. After all, this is merely theoretical, and the outcome will ultimately determine its validity. You two hasten to compare the ice layer we just sawed off. I shall take the temperature readings. Very well. With that, the trio began to traverse the 7 rivers. In pursuit of precise data, they ventured over 400 meters in each river, conducting more than 3 tests. Ultimately, after more than an hour, Ren Ye arrived at an unexpectedly surprising conclusion. Initially, all 3 believed that the correct path lay between the 2 rivers to the east and west. However, the reality was that the water temperatures in those 2 rivers were both below -5 degrees, while only the moderately sized river adjacent to the east measured -8 degrees. Furthermore, as they ventured further inland, the temperature variations increased, and the ice layer grew thinner. Had they not been equipped with a thermometer, discerning the differences would have proven quite challenging. Yet, this left the 3 of them in a quandary once again. Moving toward the wider river was knowledge gleaned from books, while heading in the direction of the warmer water was Ren Ye's own hypothesis. Ultimately, it all hinged on luck, a matter of making choices. Run this, Zhou Pan said, his face a mask of confusion. He understood that Ren Ye's survival skills surpassed his own, leaving the decision to him. However, after a brief moment of hesitation, Ren Ye pointed toward the smaller river. Let us proceed that way. My fate lies in my own hands. Seeing his resolute determination, Zhou Pan and Xie Zhongyi had no reason to dissent. Their survival thus far had depended entirely on Ren Ye, and they were willing to trust his judgment. The trio harnessed their sled and set off once more. Ren Ye did not dismiss knowledge. Rather, the text did not assert that one must invariably head toward the wider river. They merely stated, generally speaking, wider rivers lead to fjords. Ren Ye felt his theory was more credible, and he resolved to walk several kilometers while continuing to measure the water temperature. If, after a distance of 10 kilometers, they uncovered no signs of a fjord, they would promptly turn back. However, Xie Zhongyi seemed to have unwavering faith in Ren Ye's choice. Out of boredom, he towed the sled while whistling a cheerful tune, which sounded quite pleasant. Old Xie, How come you seem utterly unconcerned? Do you trust me so completely? Xie Zhongyi grinned widely. Haven't I told you? You are my pillar of strength. I am quite astute when it comes to recognizing my allies. Well, since I am not well-versed in survival skills, wherever you go, I shall follow. It's a matter of coasting along and winning by association. Even if we meet our end, I have plenty of company, so what is there to worry about? Their banter elicited laughter from both Ren Ye and Zhou Pan. Indeed, the optimistic mindset of Xie Zhongyi was essential in the wilderness survival scenario. Those who carry the burdens of despair will find little success in their endeavors, and luck will often elude them. The trio took breaks as needed, consuming fish and engaging in lighthearted conversation. The surrounding scenery and riverbanks continually shifted, and before they knew it, the previously 20-meter-wide river had transformed into a span of over 40 meters. All felt reassured that they were on the right path, and they quickened their pace. The sky has gradually darkened, yet they persistently advance against the biting wind. At last, as twilight descends, the trio halts by the riverbank, standing together in a state of dazed amusement. If there had been any lingering doubts about the correctness of their path, they have now been dispelled entirely. This route undoubtedly leads to the fjord, with no chance of deviation. For imprinted in the snow beneath their feet is the unmistakable paw print of a bear. Without question, this can only belong to the polar bear. Seals rank among its favorite prey, and each winter, it ventures to the gathering grounds of these creatures to hunt. This serves as ample evidence that they are on the right path, and the fjord lies just ahead. Chapter 65. Temporary Shelter, Truly Remarkable. Brother Ren, you were correct. I have learned yet another invaluable technique. At this moment, Zhou Pan held Ren Ye in deep admiration. The ability to devise a method for locating water through temperature is not something that can be achieved solely through rudimentary survival knowledge. A smile crept across Ren Ye's face. After a full day of searching, they were finally nearing their target. Let's not become overly excited. There are bears in the vicinity, and night has fallen. We must swiftly find a place to rest. Tomorrow, we shall muster our strength and secure a seal to bring home. Traveling at night in the wilderness is fraught with peril. It invites unnecessary dangers and the risk of losing one's way. The chill of the night wind had already begun to blow, with temperatures plummeting to a frigid minus 32.4 degrees Celsius. After a day spent in the cold, the trio's bodies had long since stiffened, prompting them to seek refuge at the base of a sloped snowbank. To survive a night in the Arctic wilderness without succumbing to the cold, merely having warm clothing and sleeping bags is woefully insufficient. Particularly in winter, the biting cold can penetrate most insulating materials. Even the frost-resistant Inuit have succumbed to the bitter chill on numerous occasions. Thus, Ren Ye resolved to ventilate the snow cave. The snow accumulation at the foot of the slope was the thickest, providing a barrier against the worst of the cold winds. After selecting a suitable location, he produced his entrenching tool and began to excavate. He planned to dig 2 meters deep, then turn right to carve out a sleeping area. To safeguard against winds and wild animals, the entrance could not be overly large. As for the left side of the corner, he would create a ventilation hole the size of a bowl and finally seal the entrance with compacted snow. This makeshift shelter would be quite small, allowing just enough space for the 3 sleeping bags to fit, and the height would only permit them to crawl in. It bore little difference from an oversized coffin. Yet, the compactness would slow the loss of warmth, making it tolerable for a single night. Once completed, the 3 of them crawled inside. The outcome was relatively favorable. Ren Ye measured the temperature with a thermometer and found the indoor temperature to differ from the outside by approximately 5 degrees, which was a significant improvement. At 8 in the evening, the trio nestled in their sleeping bags. They had brought numerous long garments with them, which they laid atop the snow before placing their sleeping bags down. This arrangement provided a measure of insulation against heat loss. After sealing the entrance, the cave was enveloped in darkness, with the 3 lying in a row, each gnawing on the fish meat that had long since frozen solid. The taste was exceedingly tough. It was far more palatable than wolf meat. At least it was still swallowable. Having consumed all the water they had brought during the day, they were now left to quench their thirst with snow. However, consuming snow in such low temperatures requires a certain technique. One must not swallow it directly, for that would cause rapid heat loss and could even result in internal frostbite. Instead, they could take a handful and hold it in their mouths until it melted before swallowing. This method would only chill the mouth, though one must be cautious not to eat too much, lest it lead to oral necrosis. After a long day, the group finished their meager meal and settled down to sleep, listening to the howling wind outside, devoid of the familiar warmth of a fire. They felt as though fine needles were incessantly pricking their skin. This chill, while not lethal, enveloped them completely from head to toe, creating an unbearable discomfort. After lying down for over an hour, their body temperatures had yet to return to normal. It is easy to imagine how miserable the three would have been without their sleeping bags and wolfskin vests. Despite the biting cold, as time passed, exhaustion eventually claimed them, and they succumbed to sleep. At 2 a.m, a rugged growl resonated from 300 meters outside the cave. The dim starlight cascaded upon the snowy ground, casting a vague silhouette of an enormous figure. A massive polar bear ambled across the snow, its large head sniffing the ground, breathing heavily and deeply, leaving behind footprints the size of basins with each step. As it followed the scent, it began to move towards the direction where Ren Ye and the others were situated. Meanwhile, the trio inside the cave remained soundly asleep, with Xie Zhongyi's snores echoing within the confined space. However, he soon groggily opened his eyes, perhaps awakened by a pressing urge to relieve himself after indulging in too much snow before sleeping. With a hazy awareness, he rose and, using a stick, began to urinate beside his sleeping bag. Just as he was finishing, a sudden sound of heavy breathing came from the snow-blocked entrance. Xie Zhongyi, still not fully conscious, found himself in utter darkness. Assuming it was Ren Ye and Zhou Pan also taking a leak, he called out, "Didn't you two say not to urinate at the cave entrance at night? Why are you both doing it together?" His words were met with silence, but the breathing grew increasingly louder, accompanied by the sound of snow being disturbed. Xie Zhongyi felt a twinge of confusion. What could they possibly be doing in the middle of the night? The distance between his sleeping place and the entrance was no more than 2 steps. Instinctively, he moved closer to grasp what was happening, only to find nothing there. Before he could decipher the situation, the snow pile at the entrance suddenly erupted. Chunks of ice flew into his face, followed by a bear's head that nearly filled the cave's entrance. At that moment, the polar bear's snout was less than 30 centimeters from Xie Zhongyi's head. The sudden horror rendered him utterly paralyzed, as if struck by lightning, unable to move a muscle. The bear, upon seeing him, seemed momentarily startled, perhaps having never encountered such a peculiar creature. But in the next instant, it opened its massive jaws and let out a thunderous roar. A whoop! The sound reverberated in Xie Zhongyi's ears, akin to a V8 engine, and the foul, viscous saliva splattered across his face, reminiscent of a thin stream of mucus. My goodness! Xie Zhongyi felt as if his soul might fly away from sheer fright. Shouting in panic, the commotion roused Ren Ye and Zhou Pan from their slumber. They hurriedly scrambled out of their sleeping bags. What was happening? What was that noise? There's a bear. Xie Zhongyi frantically attempted to crawl back. However, the polar bear's immense size made it impossible to keep it at bay. After nudging its way inside a couple of times, its neck extended further into the cave. It opened its jaws wide and lunged at Xie Zhongyi's leg. Ah! Xie Zhongyi screamed in horror, feeling an abrupt restriction on his right leg, yet without any sensation of pain. Turning to look, he discovered that the bear's canine teeth had caught onto his pant leg. Fortunately, he climbed swiftly, otherwise he would have lost his leg. The polar bear, realizing its failure to bite, opened its mouth once more. However, at that crucial moment, Ren Ye and Zhou Pan grasped Xie Zhongyi's hands tightly and pulled him back with great force. This swift action allowed him to narrowly evade the peril. Ren Ye and his companion were equally terrified, their faces turning ashen, astonished that such a creature had appeared on this dark night. It was then that they recalled the bear paw prints they had seen during the day. Could this creature before them be that mother bear? But how had it found its way here? In the midst of their bewilderment, Ren Ye hastily retrieved his flashlight and shone ahead. What the hell? The three exclaimed simultaneously, their voices echoing with astonishment. Chapter 66. The unexpected visitor, the head of the bear, was as large as a round boulder obstructing the highway, completely filling the entrance of the cave. The ferocious bear roared, baring its teeth and occasionally drooling, clearly perceiving them as potential prey. The terrifying sight rendered the three men motionless, their hearts racing uncontrollably. As the colossal form of the polar bear pressed against the cave entrance, it began to expand, causing shards of ice to tumble down. If this continued, it would not be long before the cave would collapse. Ren Ye swallowed hard and immediately seized the long gun beside him. "Stop dawdling. Grab your weapons." At a shout, Zhou Pan and Xie Zhongyi also took up their guns. The three long guns thrust forcefully towards the bear's head. Ack! The long guns, honed with sandpaper and soaked in wolf oil, were sharp and resilient, piercing into the polar bear's massive visage. It let out a piercing howl, blood seeping from its face, forehead, and nose. The creature, now in pain, withdrew its head from the cave entrance. However, its anguished growls persisted, echoing outside, indicating that the polar bear had not retreated far. After a considerable time, Xie Zhongyi nervously inquired why. "Why isn't it leaving?" Zhou Pan, still shaken, replied, "Isn't it obvious? It hasn't given up. Brother Ren, do you think this beast will remain by the entrance?" Ren Ye, still trembling with fear, felt his heart race. Judging by the size of this polar bear's head, it was evidently much larger than the female bear they had encountered earlier. Undoubtedly, this was an adult male polar bear, and it was quite famished. I don't know, but polar bears during winter are not picky eaters. They consume anything and everything. If this creature decides to come back in, we must continue to greet it with our guns. Remember, aim for the eyes and nose next time. Those areas are rich in pain receptors. We must make it feel that we are not easy prey for it to leave. The two nodded, fully awake now, their eyes wide open as they fixed their gaze on the cave entrance. Outside, low growls and footsteps echoed. With each step the polar bear took, the three men could distinctly hear the thudding sound resonating within the cave. It was a dull sound, akin to the tolling of a death knell. And each time they heard it, their hearts tightened. Silently, they gripped their long guns tightly, their eyes darting towards the source of the sound. After approximately 3 minutes, the thudding ceased above their heads. The three men raised their gazes, staring at the ceiling of ice that felt perilously close, uncertain of the bear's intentions. Then, just seconds later, bang! A tremendous thud erupted from overhead, causing the entire cave to tremble. Countless shards of ice rained down, striking the three men on their faces. Fortunately, they were merely small fragments, causing no harm. However, Zhou Pan and Xie Zhongyi squinted their eyes against the sudden onslaught. Damn it, what on earth does this beast want? It seems agitated, choosing to confront us instead of hunting seals. The two individuals rubbed their eyes in complaint, believing it to be merely the futile rage of the polar bear. However, Ren Ye noticed a slender crack had formed in the layer of snow above them. Listening to the persistent thuds from above, he felt a jolt of realization as the image of the mother bear breaking through the ice flashed in his mind. Polar bears, in pursuit of fish beneath the ice, would raise their front legs high, adopting a standing posture, and after a brief moment of gathering strength, would bring their massive paws crashing down. With their immense size and the force of their powerful paws, they could shatter ice up to 20 centimeters thick in an instant. This male bear was not simply angry. It was regarding the three of them as prey. "Danger! Move quickly!" Ren Ye shouted, grabbing the two individuals beside him and lunging forward. In the next moment, boom! Another thunderous crash echoed as the snow layer above collapsed. Large chunks of snow tumbling into the hole. Suddenly, a hole appeared above them, twice the size of their original escape route. Roar! The male bear immediately descended, and this time it was not just its head that entered, but both of its front paws as well. "Oh dear!" Xie Zhongyi exclaimed, his voice trembling in fear as he instinctively recoiled. Yet, the space within the hole was limited. After retreating a couple of steps, he found himself at the entrance once more. Ren Ye and Zhou Pan, equally disoriented, hastily shuffled backward. Fortunately, Ren Ye had been prudent while digging, and the confines of the hole were exceedingly tight. The three of them could only crawl on their knees, which was a daunting challenge for the imposing male bear. Indeed, The bear had barely managed to enter before its body became wedged, unable to advance further. Recognizing the opportunity, Ren Ye swiftly raised his spear. "Pierce it," he commanded, and Zhou Pan and Xie Zhongyi followed suit, brandishing their weapons. However, to their dismay, the moment the bear noticed the raised spears, it instinctively retreated. The strike missed, leaving the three men momentarily stunned. "This creature can evade?" Xie Zhongyi gasped in astonishment. Ren Ye sensed the situation had grown precarious. It dawned on him that polar bears possess an intelligence comparable to that of a 6- or 7-year-old human. Having previously experienced being stabbed by a spear, it was no surprise that the bear had learned to avoid it. "Look, what is it doing?" Zhou Pan exclaimed. They observed the bear seated beneath the large opening, wielding its massive paws to scrape at the snow layer. Its paws, significantly larger than their heads, were remarkably powerful. With minimal effort, the snow began to fall away in layers. The three men quickly realized the bear's intent. It aimed to collapse the entire cave. Once the structure was compromised, they would not even need to wait for the bear to strike. The immense weight of the snow above could easily crush them. "We must flee. If this continues, we are doomed," Xie Zhongyi urged, attempting to escape through the entrance. But Ren Ye seized him, rebuking, "Are you a fool? Do you really think you can outrun a polar bear?" "But staying here is also a death sentence," Xie Zhongyi countered, a point Ren Ye could not refute, as the current predicament indeed appeared dire. "Do not fret, I have one last trick up my sleeve," Ren Ye exclaimed as he hurriedly unfastened his clothing, retrieving a substantial piece of sponge from beneath his undergarments. Following his previous experience of capturing a rabbit, he had come to realize that the wilderness often necessitated the use of fire. Thus, he had kept the sponge close at hand, serving both to retain heat and to act as kindling when needed. He produced a lighter and, while igniting it, commanded, "You all, entice this beast over here. It would be best if it opens its mouth." Zhou Pan immediately grasped his intention and cautiously advanced with his long gun. Though Xie Zhongyi felt fear, he understood that if they did not take action, they would surely meet their end that very night. Chapter 67. Paralyzed by fear, the two exchanged a glance, summoning their courage to bellow at the polar bear, which was less than 3 meters away. "Come on, you little rascal. Kill me, you wretched beast. Don't you want to eat me? Here I am." As they taunted, they lunged forward with their long guns. One shot struck the bear squarely in the abdomen. Though the wound was shallow, blood began to seep along the barrel, with a fat layer nearly 10 centimeters thick. This minor injury was akin to a mere scratch for the bear. However, it ignited its fury. It halted abruptly, baring its formidable jaws as it let out a thunderous roar and charged. When its massive form loomed less than a meter away, its front limbs flailed wildly. At such a close range, the trio could clearly discern the bear's razor-sharp claws. Each swipe left a chilling mark in the snow. Seizing the moment, Ren Ye quickly turned away, igniting the sponge. This was memory foam from an aircraft seat, treated with wolf oil to ensure swift ignition. As flames surged, Ren Ye plunged his long gun into the sponge and cast a fierce glare at the bear. "Want a snack? Here, let me offer you something delightful." With that, he thrust the gun forward, aiming straight for the bear's gaping maw. At the sight of the fire, a rare flicker of fear flashed in the bear's large eyes. Fire has always been the nemesis of all creatures, an instinctual terror ingrained in their very DNA. The bear attempted to retreat, but its earlier force had wedged its upper body in place. Although not completely trapped, it found it exceedingly difficult to extricate itself in its panic. At that moment, the long gun was already before it, and the burning sponge was thrust directly into its mouth. The bear let out a pain howl, its thick layer of fat providing little protection there. Those who have felt the searing heat of flames know that even a brief contact can result in lingering agony. The delicate tissue of its mouth was no exception. Ren Ye provided no opportunity for escape, gripping the gun tighter and pushing it forward. The burning cotton was nearly driven into its throat. By now, the sponge had been ablaze in the bear's mouth for 4 or 5 seconds. Ultimately, the bear could endure the torment no longer. With a powerful swipe of its right front paw, it flung the long gun aside. It expelled the still smoldering sponge, retreating to the cave entrance, and then bolted away in a flash. as the sound of its heavy footsteps on the snow receded into the distance. It took Ren Ye long while to comprehend that they had finally been saved. The trio collapsed in a heap, panting heavily as if they had deflated like a punctured balloon. Tremors coursed through their bodies, the after-effects of adrenaline unmistakable. After some time, Xiaozhongyi timidly asked Tizi, "You truly are remarkable. You've saved my life again. That beast won't return, will it?" Ren Ye wearily shook his head. "I don't know. I believe it should not. Regardless of the beast, they all harbor a fear of fire." Zhou Pan inquired, "Do you think it will seek revenge on us in the future? I have heard that this beast possesses a formidable, vengeful spirit." Ren Ye shook his head, feeling more exhausted than after a day of travel. "I don't know, but we must certainly strive to avoid it. Tell me, how do you think it found us? We did not bleed. Did it perhaps feast upon humans?" Xiaozhongyi's words prompted a realization in Ren Ye, who quickly deduced the cause. "It must have sensed the fish we consumed. This creature's sensitivity to the scent of blood is tenfold that of an Arctic wolf, capable of detecting fresh blood from as far as 30 kilometers away. Damn it, I'm utterly fatigued. Let us remember this for the future. If we are to eat fish, it must be done on the road, lest we encounter further troubles." After this perilous encounter, the three dared not sleep any longer. A gaping hole had appeared at the top of their shelter, allowing icy winds to rush in, causing them to shiver uncontrollably. After a brief respite, they began to repair the entrance. Standing in the midst of the destruction, a sense of dread surged within them once more. The hole's diameter was wide enough to accommodate the waist of 3 adults. Though the layer of snow was not as hard as ice, its thickness was at least 30 centimeters. It was astonishing that the male bear had managed to create such a breach, had they not intentionally made the hole smaller. They might have met their end there that night. At that moment, Ren Ye longed to escape this place, but the biting cold of the night left him no time to seek another refuge. He could only lay wooden sticks from the sled across the entrance and cover them with snow again. This would suffice to block much of the cold wind. After all, it was only for this one night, and they would have to make do. The sled remained at the entrance, fortunately undamaged by the male bear, and the luggage was intact. From a different perspective, had the three not eaten fish in the shelter or returned the fish to the luggage, the bear would have surely dismantled the entire box, resulting in significant losses. After hastily sealing the entrance, they decided to take turns keeping watch through the night. To prevent oversleeping in the morning, they kept their phones on with alarms set. The latter part of the night passed quietly, and the male bear did not return. Thus, they endured the night enveloped in fear. The next morning, the crisp sounds of various alarm clocks stirred the three from their slumber. Learning from the previous night's lessons, they rose and set off. Breakfast was consumed as they walked, discarding fish bones far from their path to deter any other wild beasts. Upon stepping outside, Ren Ye noticed sporadic traces of blood on the snow. Upon closer inspection, he saw the paw prints of the bear from the previous night nearby. "Goodness, what a fellow! Could it be that you were burned to death?" Xiaozhongyi exclaimed gleefully, pondering the possibility that if they had indeed killed an Arctic bear, their winter provisions would be secured. Ren Ye picked up the blood-stained ice fragment and examined it. Without a doubt, it was bear blood. The fire from the night before must have harmed its mouth. Nonsense, he thought. This was the largest terrestrial carnivore. How could it possibly succumb so easily? At most, one might suffer minor injuries and experience some discomfort in the mouth for a while. Such formidable beasts possess remarkable self-healing abilities. Shall we continue to follow it? If we are discovered, the consequences could be dire. Zhou Pan hesitated, still haunted by the events of the previous night. Without a moment's hesitation, Ren Ye replied, "Of course we must follow. The polar bear understands seals far better than we do. Only by accompanying it can we avoid unnecessary detours. However, there is no need for concern. This creature's vision is comparable to that of a human. As long as we bear no scent of blood and remain cautious, we should go undetected." With this reassurance, both of their spirits were somewhat steadied. Thus, the trio resumed their journey, tracing the bear's footprints, embarking on a new day of travel. Yet, after less than 2 hours, they suddenly halted. Ahead, across the expansive plain, the chilling sound of a bear's roar echoed. Chapter 68. An old friend, the cacophony of voices rose and fell, creating a tumultuous and chaotic symphony that suggested the presence of more than one. The three were already haunted by fear, having been thoroughly unsettled by the sound. Instinctively, they crouched down and surveyed their surroundings. Ren Ye hastily retrieved his binoculars to gaze towards the source of the noise, and what he beheld left him utterly astonished. Over 1,000 meters away on the ice expanse, two polar bears, one large and one small, were roaring face to face. The larger bear bore dried blood upon its face, and Ren Ye instantly recognized it as the male that had attacked him the previous night. The wounds on its visage were from a spear. The smaller bear, meanwhile, was accompanied by two cubs. Ren Ye quickly identified this bear as the female that had pursued the sled a few days prior. Polar bears are solitary creatures, yet during the winter, they venture to seal congregating areas to acquire sufficient nourishment for hibernation. Thus, encounters among them during this search are not uncommon. After all, as members of the same species, they are quite familiar with each other as since. Well, it seems we have run into an old acquaintance. Oh no, rather an old bear. Ren Ye passed the binoculars to Zhou Pan and Xie Zhongyi, who upon viewing the scene, couldn't help but exclaim how small the world truly is. Why are they fighting? Xie Zhongyi pondered, perplexed. Could it be that polar bears would resort to cannibalism? Zhou Pan, equally curious, mused that as apex predators, polar bears should be able to sense each other's might, especially a mother bear with cubs, which typically wouldn't provoke confrontation. Even if victorious, the risk of injury would be unwise, especially with a cold front looming. Ren Ye glanced at the two and explained, "What are you two looking at? That male bear is clearly avoiding the female. It merely seeks to eliminate her cubs to prompt her into estrus sooner. This behavior is quite common in the animal kingdom." "Oh," Xie Zhongyi nodded, then chuckled. "That male bear is rather foolish. I ascend Tihi. Why not just overpower the female? Such a large physique wasted." This remark left Ren Ye and Zhou Pan momentarily stunned, exchanging looks akin to those reserved for the foolish. "You're absurd. Imagine you attempting to pursue a girl of a slightly lower status. If she resolutely resists, do you think you could succeed? Besides, this is a polar bear. A mother bear is fiercely protective of her young. Even the largest male would fight tenaciously to defend the cubs." As their conversation concluded, another roar echoed from ahead. The mother bear, mouth agape, pressed forward relentlessly towards the male. Perhaps due to an injury or a desire to avoid conflict, the male was forced to retreat repeatedly. Resembling the helplessness that Ren Ye and his companions had experienced the night before, lacking the ferocity they had displayed previously. At that moment, the mother bear seized an opportune moment to strike, raising her forepaw and delivering a resounding blow to the male's head. The impact caused the male to stagger back several steps, nearly losing his balance. Once it steadied itself, it had no intention of retaliating. Shaking off its dizzy head, it swiftly fled. After waiting for the male bear to disappear into the distance, the mother bear continued onward with her cubs. This scene sparked new thoughts in Ren Ye. He resolved to follow closely behind the mother bear, allowing her to serve as a shield. Should the male bear launch another surprise attack, he could quickly dash to the safety of the mother bear's side. To the mother bear, humans appeared diminutive and lacked much in the way of aggression, while the male bear, being formidable and with a history of attacking cubs, would undoubtedly be perceived as a foe. Ren Ye's strategy was akin to a cunning maneuver to turn danger against itself. Even if the mother bear were to attack him, he had little to fear, as a nurturing mother would not stray far from her young. As long as he could react swiftly and create some distance, the odds of being pursued would diminish significantly. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became. With a protective mother bear leading the way, he would have little to worry about regarding further attacks. After sharing his plan with Zhou Pan and Xie Zhongyi, they both praised the brilliance of his strategy. "Ren, I'm truly curious about how your mind works. Did you read this in some manual?" One remarked, chuckling. "A bit cheeky, but I like it," the other added. Ren Ye waved his hand dismissively, striding forward to follow. Knowledge serves as a tool to aid the mind. Mere rote learning is insufficient for survival in the wild. One must apply it with adaptability. "Hurry up, or we'll lose sight of them," he urged. Thus, the trio stealthily trailed behind, resembling ardent enthusiasts of a tram, maintaining a distance of roughly 1 kilometer. With binoculars in hand and the surrounding terrain barren, they were not concerned about losing track of the bear, which left clear paw prints. The male bear, having been driven off by the mother, lingered not far ahead, maintaining a cautious distance while occasionally glancing toward the mother bear and Ren Ye, fearful of venturing closer. The three parties thus navigated a triangular route, each respecting the other's space. Finally, after 2 hours of following, they arrived at a rugged, undulating forest. It was winter, and most of the foliage had fallen, leaving the bare tree trunks capped with snow. The trees grew densely, far surpassing the size of the forest where Ren Ye and his companions had previously gathered firewood. Ren Ye chuckled softly, unable to contain his elation. Bear Grylls once stated that near fjords, one would invariably find forests, as the water temperature is ideal for the thriving of extensive flora. After a day of toil, he had finally arrived at his destination. After another half-hour of pursuit, the forest began to thin, revealing a vast expanse of ice. It resembled a large lake. Yet at least a quarter of it remained unfrozen. Ice floated upon the water's surface, indicating that the water temperature must be quite high. This was Ren Ye's first encounter with a river that was not entirely frozen. Without a doubt, this place was a fjord. At the edge of the ice field, approximately 4 kilometers away, 2 towering snow-capped mountains stood majestically on either side, surrounded by barren forest. These mountains were separated by at least 2 kilometers, with the intervening area leading to an even larger fjord beyond. From an aerial perspective, the terrain resembles a distorted gourd or the numeral 8. The 2 loops of this 8 symbolize 2 bays, one large and one small, that remain partially connected. A mere few dozen kilometers ahead lies the true expanse of the North Sea. One cannot help but marvel at the exquisite artistry of nature, as such peculiar topography emerges in this desolate Arctic wilderness. Half an hour later, the trio, guided by the mother bear, finally emerged from the forest. The mother bear, unwavering, proceeded directly towards the area nestled between the 2 mountains. As they neared another bay, a sound erupted that ignited immense excitement among the 3. Gurgling and woofing echoed through the air. At the first hint of this commotion, the mother bear paused momentarily, then broke into a swift trot. Once it had moved on, the trio could no longer contain their exhilaration. "Teasy, did you hear that? It must be a seal. I've been to many zoos, and that unmistakably is the call of a seal," exclaimed Xiaozhongyi, brimming with enthusiasm as he pointed ahead. Zhou Pan nodded in hearty agreement, laughing. "Indeed, and it's either a leopard seal or a ringed seal, for only these 2 species in the Arctic produce sounds reminiscent of Donald Duck. I have witnessed this more than once." Chapter 69. Seal hunting, what are we waiting for? Let's hasten our pace. Xiaozhongyi, in a state of urgency, was eager to proceed. However, Ren Ye grasped his arm, chuckling as he pointed to the ground beneath them. "There are seals not only ahead, but right beneath our feet. Why engage in competition with 2 polar bears?" He understood that the fjord at the end would undoubtedly be larger and teeming with seals, as evidenced by the distant chorus of their cries. Yet, he was not foolish enough to contend with the bears. Even if he managed to catch a seal, he could easily be thwarted, potentially at the cost of his own life. Thus, for the sake of safety, this locale was indeed the optimal hunting ground. After surveying the surrounding ice for a moment, Ren Ye led the 2 companions to the right, stopping at a patch of thin ice. He crouched down, examining the myriad of scratches upon its surface, his smile growing ever brighter. "Do you see? Numerous seals have basked in the sun here. These scratches are the imprints left by their claws. Let's act swiftly." Hearing that they need not venture further, Zhou Pan and Xiaozhongyi were naturally delighted. The 3 soon embarked on their seal-catching endeavor. Ren Ye and Zhou Pan conferred and decided to employ the Inuit method of waiting by the hole. They split up to scour the ice. Seals, it turns out, are rather simple creatures. To avoid being ambushed by polar bears, they typically gnaw a hole in the ice. This allows them to breathe underwater, thus mitigating many dangers. After some time, the trio indeed discovered several irregular holes, roughly the size of a bowl, adorned with numerous bite marks. Ren Ye prodded the hole with his spear, discovering it to be somewhat small, barely accommodating the spear's tip. In the event of a miscalculated aim, due to nervousness, the spear could easily become lodged in the ice. To ensure a successful strike, he retrieved an ice saw to enlarge the hole. However, caution was imperative. it should not be made too large. Seals are exceptionally cautious and timid creatures. If they were to notice any alteration in their breathing hole, they would suspect the presence of polar bears and relocate. Hence, Ren Ye carefully repaired the hole without altering its original form, striving for a natural appearance. But that was not the end of it. Ren Ye severed a small tuft of wolf fur from his wolfskin vest. He moistened one end and affixed it to the edge of the hole. Seals typically surface with only their nostrils visible, and their breathing is rapid. Once they begin to inhale, the powerful suction will cause the wolf fur to droop downwards. This method is akin to a fishing bobber. When the bobber sinks, it signifies that something has been caught. The brilliance of this approach lies in Ren Ye's ability to focus solely on the wolf fur, without needing to see the seal. The moment he detects any downward movement, he would thrust his spear. Once all preparations were complete, the three of them each took their positions by their respective holes, commencing the long and tedious wait. This was a most excruciating task. Within less than half an hour, they began to feel their hands and feet become numb and stiff. After all, they were mere modern humans, lacking the formidable cold resistance of the Inuit, who could stand for an entire day. Their beards and eyelashes were adorned with delicate frost, and their masks had frozen solid. In a state of inactivity, blood circulation slows down, which is far colder than traveling. However, during their ambush, they were unable to move freely. The hearing of seals exceeds that of humans by more than 5 times. Any significant sound on the ice surface could lead them to suspect the presence of a polar bear. Thus, Ren Ye and his companions could only maneuver carefully within a square meter of space, treading lightly and silently. Ren Ye held his phone, calculating the time in his mind. The seal's breathing interval lasts between 40 to 70 minutes. The cost of waiting was too great to allow for any mistakes. As time slipped away, the trio sat, and paced, as if infested with worms. They exerted every effort to generate some warmth, yet dared not make excessive noise. They could only twist their bodies in place, resembling 3 patients recovering from strokes undergoing basic rehabilitation exercises. This period felt like an eternity. However, just a few minutes later, Ren Ye's weary gaze suddenly sharpened. A hurried breath emerged from the hole before him, and the wolf fur that had swayed with the cold wind was now drifting into the opening. The sound of inhalation and the pull confirmed it was indeed a seal. Little creature, at last I have you. Ren Ye stifled his excitement, slowly raising his long gun, his fingertips trembling with tension, and took a small step forward. With a muffled grunt, he gathered his strength, and the long gun plunged forcefully into the ice hole. Oh, splash! Water erupted, sending a splash of crimson into the air. Ren Ye could vaguely see the seal's whiskers and hear its cries. The 4 barbs on the spear firmly embedded themselves in the flesh, securing it tightly. I got it. Someone come and help me. Ren Ye shouted with exhilaration. The hardships of the past 2 days were finally rewarded. Hearing the commotion, Zhou Pan and Xie Zhongyi rushed over with beaming faces, scrambling to the scene. Upon seeing the seal, thrashing underwater, their mouths stretched into wide grins. Incredible, my friend. It is indeed a seal. Enough talk. Let us finish it off before it escapes. Zhou Pan edited hastily. Ren Ye twisted his waist and shouted, My knife is at my waist. This creature is strong. Quickly stab its head. Without further ado, Xie Zhongyi swiftly drew his short knife, knelt at the hole, and thrust several times toward the seal's head. In an instant, blood gushed forth, obscuring the seal's outline. However, these strikes evidently found their mark, as the seal soon fell silent. Together, the 3 of them dragged it up. Yet, as soon as he touched it, Ren Ye sensed something was amiss. The seal felt significantly lighter than he had anticipated. When he finally discerned its full form, disappointment washed over him. It was a subadult ringed seal, the most common species in the Arctic, measuring approximately 1 meter in length and weighing around 60 kilograms. If we exclude the inedible organs and joints, as well as the skin and fur, we are left with merely 70 to 80 pounds of meat and fat. This meager quantity is far from sufficient to sustain us through the winter. You truly have opened my eyes, Ron. The idea of capturing a seal with nothing but a wooden spear was something I never dared to contemplate before. Iron, you truly are a survival expert. You should have recorded this. If you posted it on Douyin, you would surely gain at least 200,000 followers. The two of them, while joyfully caressing the seal, were lavishing compliments on Ren. What are you two so merry about? Have you forgotten the purpose of our arduous journey? This amount of meat is utterly insignificant, exclaimed Ren, his face still etched with concern. Chapter 70. The seal trap. The commotion from the recent capture was considerable, and with the blood of the seal already dispersed, it was certain that the others had taken notice. Thus, employing a waiting strategy would prove increasingly difficult. The two men, upon realizing this, subdued their smiles. Indeed, they had traversed mountains and rivers to gather sufficient sustenance. If the modest amount of meat were to be rationed among the 7 of them, it would scarcely last more than a week and a half. To ensure the health of the group through the impending cold wave, they would need at least 2 more seals. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Pan suggested, "Why don't we try a different location? The bay is vast, and perhaps exploring several spots might yield better results." Xie Zhongyi readily concurred, saying, "Yes, you mentioned that seals must surface for air. We can afford to wait another hour if need be." Ren Ye sighed in resignation. At this juncture, it seemed they had no other option. "All right, let's split up and scout ahead," he decided. The trio loaded the seals onto the sled and continued their search for breathing holes in other areas. It did not take long for them to discover 2 more openings. However, this was followed by another lengthy wait. Unfortunately, this time, they did not spot a single seal. An hour passed, then 2, and even 3, yet the 3, numbed by the cold, found no opportunity to fire their weapons. The breathing holes remained silent. Ren Ye initially believed the seals had been frightened away, but to their dismay, during their vigil, a few seals had brazenly climbed onto the ice floes to bask in the sun, occasionally letting out loud calls, seemingly taunting the 3 men. When the trio rushed forward, the seals swiftly disappeared beneath the surface, only to reappear on another ice floe as if to mock them further. This left the 3 men feeling both frustrated and anxious. As the daylight faded, Ren Ye could no longer endure the situation. He resolutely decided to abandon the seals in this bay and seek fortune with the polar bears instead. Upon traversing the waters between 2 towering mountains, they entered another bay. Before they could fully assess their surroundings, the distant calls of seals echoed in the air. Turning a corner, Ren Ye hastily retrieved his binoculars. The expanse of this bay astonished him somewhat. It seemed endless, a vast white expanse at least 5 times larger than the previous bay. Most crucially, there was hardly any solid ice. It was all floating ice. Viewed from above, it resembled a cracked white cake, its fissures revealing the flowing seawater beneath, while the shores were lined with expansive, barren forests. In spring, the scenery here must be breathtaking. Over 2,000 meters away, several seals lounged on the ice, leisurely exposing their bellies to the last rays of sunlight. Indeed, there were many more seals here than he had anticipated. From the very moment the male and female bears had headed in this direction, he had sensed it. Whether in terms of fish or seal population, this location was undeniably the most abundant and diverse. After a brief observation, he passed the telescope to Zhou Pan and the others. The two were thoroughly pleased with their surroundings, especially upon spotting the seals, which appeared to them as large, succulent morsels, causing their mouths to water. "Wow, so many seals, and they look so plump. How are we going to catch them?" Xie Zhongyi inquired with great enthusiasm. Zhou Pan, however, focused on a different matter. "Hey, what about those 2 bears? Where do they go? Their hunting would be far easier than ours." Ren Ye pointed towards the distant forest along the shore and remarked, "Dusk is the mating season for seals. I suspect those 2 are waiting for the seals to engage in their activities before making their move. I once watched a documentary that suggested the success rate for such an approach is remarkably high." "Oh, I see." Xie Zhongyi seemed to suddenly grasp Ren Ye's intentions. "So, we should emulate the polar bears and wait for them to be occupied before we strike quietly, right?" Ren Ye rolled his eyes, while Zhou Pan chuckled in exasperation. "Old Xie, using your brain isn't really your forte. Polar bears can run, fight, and swim. This method is solely theirs. What? Do you think you can dive in and catch seals?" Xie Zhongyi gave an awkward smile. "True, but how are we going to catch them? Those crafty creatures are quite clever. Just a moment ago, when I barely took a few steps, they dove into the water. Ambush was of no use. Ah, this last remark raised Ren Ye's eyebrows, and with a knowing smile, he approached and patted Xie Zhongyi on the shoulder. This time, you actually hit the nail on the head. I do intend to use the old method, an ambush. However, this time it will require some clever disguises and a bit of sound. Most crucially, this task is yours alone. Only you can help us catch the seals. What? Me? Xie Zhongyi exclaimed in disbelief, pointing to himself. Zhou Pan looked at Ren Ye, his face filled with confusion, unable to decipher his intentions. Yet, having known Ren Ye for several days, he was aware that Ren Ye must have concocted some peculiar plan once again. An hour later, at precisely 3:10 p.m., the orange-yellow sunlight waned into a dim golden hue, casting its lingering rays upon the pristine ice surface. In the center of the floating ice, gray heads slowly emerged from the water as the seals clambered onto the surrounding ice floes. With their front flippers propping themselves up, they raised their necks high, mimicking a seal balancing a ball, reminiscent of sea lions in a circus. Accompanying this spectacle were various strange grunts, akin to the sound of human snoring, but with a distinctly heavier timbre. This was the courtship call of the male seals, standing tall to showcase their ample bodies in hopes of engaging with the females. Meanwhile, on the shore, a peculiar sound emerged from a kilometer away. A creature resembling a large gray caterpillar was wriggling across the ice, emitting bizarre noises. Umph, umph, umph. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that this was no caterpillar, but rather Xie Zhongyi draped in a sleeping bag. Ren Ye's method is remarkably straightforward yet audacious. He disguises himself as a female seal and emits a mating call to lure the male seals closer. The reason he is the chosen one for this task is that Xie Zhongyi possesses the ability to whistle, making his mimicry strikingly authentic. Indeed, one could argue that his cooing bears a remarkable resemblance to that of a female seal. Flanking him on either side are two snowdrifts, concealing Ren Ye and Zhou Pan, each armed with a long rifle. This is essentially a trap meticulously devised by Ren Ye specifically for the male seals. However, what he seeks is not monetary gain, but rather the lives of these creatures. After approximately 10 minutes of howling, Xie Zhongyi felt as though his throat might ignite from the effort. He contemplated taking a brief respite, but was immediately met with the serious gaze of Ren Ye from within the snowdrift. With no alternative, he begrudgingly continued his call. Remarkably, within 3 minutes, there was indeed a stir among the distant seal colony. Chapter 71. The Slaying of Two Seals in Truth. They had heard the sounds from this direction quite some time ago. However, they found the tone familiar yet incomprehensible. Uncertain if it was a female seal, they ultimately deduced that it must indeed be a female, given the prolonged calling. Such assertive females are a rare sight. Consequently, for seals began to crawl slowly towards the source of the sound, their substantial size evident. Their current mood was akin to that of a lonely young man encountering a lustful maiden. Missing this opportunity would be regrettable. Thus, they hastened their movements, their rotund bodies creating ripples in the water as they propelled themselves forward with vigor. Yet, perhaps due to the considerable distance they needed to cover, or perhaps out of fear of potential dangers and unwillingness to confront rivals, two of the seals halted before reaching halfway, while the other two also slowed their pace. Observing this, Ren Ye realized they were hesitating and quickly urged Xie Zhongyi. Hurry, keep calling, louder. Xie Zhongyi had been attentively watching the approaching seals. Seeing them draw near stirred a determination within him. After overcoming numerous challenges to finally spot his target, he could not let this opportunity slip away. Taking a deep breath, he amplified his calls. Indeed, upon hearing the urgency in the female seal's voice, the two males, driven by instinct, resumed their rapid crawl. Seals possess remarkably large eyes and excellent vision underwater. However, once exposed to air, their eyes lose focus, rendering their view exceedingly blurred, akin to a nearsighted human without glasses. Scientific studies indicate that a seal on land sees the world as a nearsighted person with an 800-degree vision impairment. At this moment, Xie Zhongyi appeared to the seals as a slightly larger female. Thus, the Inuit often employ this method to ensnare seals. Minutes later, the two seals were a mere dozen meters away from Ren Ye and Zhou Pan. The two men tightened their grips on their rifles, poised to spring into action. However, at that precise moment, one of the seals with long whiskers suddenly butted its head against the larger seal beside it. With a resounding thud, the impact was both dull and substantial, knocking the larger seal to the ground. Yet, it quickly regained its footing and let out a furious roar, charging at the long-whiskered seal. They stood upright, flailing their flippers, engaging in a tumultuous scuffle, biting, scratching, and wrestling with wild abandon. Despite the ferocity, their adorable appearance rendered the scene almost comical. This spectacle left Ren Ye and Zhou Pan concealed amidst the snow, momentarily bewildered. However, they soon realized that the male seals were vying for mating rights, a common occurrence in the natural world. Zhou Pan, feeling anxious, glanced through the breathing hole at Ren Ye, eager to inquire whether they could proceed to strike. After all, their target lay within reach. If they delayed, the seals would likely escape. Yet, considering safety, Ren Ye resolutely shook his head, signaling for patience. Although the duo's antics appeared amusing, they were, after all, mature harbor seals. Ren Ye estimated that each seal weighed at least 80 kilograms or more. A casual swipe of its claw could inflict severe injury. Thus, allowing them to engage in a fierce battle until both were incapacitated seemed the wisest course of action. The skirmish among the seals was brief, within 2 minutes. The bearded seal had its face scratched, with faint traces of blood seeping through. The larger seal bore several wounds as well, though they were merely superficial. After gasping for breath, it prepared to advance for another strike, but the bearded seal suddenly softened, emitting a low, hoarse whimper. It was evident that it intended to concede. This act of submission was a clear signal of weakness within the seal community, akin to a dog tucking its tail between its legs after a defeat. Recognizing the opportune moment, Ren Ye burst forth from the snowdrift. Eliminate them. Zhou Pan and Xie Zhongyi also abandoned their concealment, swiftly emerging from the snow, discarding their sleeping bags. Upon witnessing 3 towering figures rising before them, the two seals let out terrified cries and hastily turned to flee. The female seal transformed in an instant into an unknown creature, an eerie transformation comparable to a newly acquainted girlfriend morphing into a fairy at the moment of intimacy. Their limited intelligence rendered them incapable of comprehending the scene before them, leaving them overwhelmed by terror. Had they been at their peak, the seals might have escaped. However, after traversing such a long distance and engaging in combat, their rotund bodies were utterly spent and unable to sprint. Within a mere 15 seconds, Ren Ye and his companions caught up with them. Ren Ye positioned himself beside the larger seal, and without a moment's hesitation, thrust his spear. Illo! The large seal let out a mournful wail as the spear pierced its neck, causing it to collapse instantly. Concurrently, Zhou Pan and Xie Zhongyi caught up with the bearded seal, each plunging their weapon into its neck, blood gushing forth as it fell lifelessly. Damn it! I told you not to come here. You should have run faster. I've been calling for so long, Xie Zhongyi exclaimed, brandishing his axe and delivering several blows. All the while cursing, he had exerted the most effort, mimicking the voice of a female seal for over 10 minutes. His voice was now hoarse, and his throat felt parched and painful. The two seals soon succumbed to their injuries. The trio dragged their catches together, estimating their combined weight. The two seals weighed at least 300 jin, and with the previous one, they would no longer face hunger this winter. They stood in stunned silence before the lifeless seals, feeling as though they were trapped in a dream. Exchanging glances filled with joy, excitement, and disbelief, their lips curled into smiles that never faded. After 2 arduous days of struggle, enduring the elements, and subsisting on raw flesh, they had finally secured the food they so desperately sought. The sense of fulfillment was profound, evoking a complex array of emotions. Ren Ye could not contain his laughter, and Zhou Pan and Xie Zhongyi joined in the mirth, ultimately collapsing onto the seal carcasses in boisterous laughter. In that moment, the satisfaction of their bounty was palpably manifest. Moments later, Xie Zhongyi, filled with excitement, pulled out his phone. Quick! My 2 comrades, I have never engaged in such exhilarating activities in my lifetime. I must document this moment. When I return, I shall regale my parents and friends with tales of having slain 2 seals. What an extraordinary achievement. Hearing his words, Ren Ye also felt a sense of significance in the occasion. After all, it was his first time participating in such a grand endeavor, and it certainly deserved to be captured. Upon returning, he planned to upload it to the Douyin platform, undoubtedly attracting followers. With that, he took the phone and began photographing the 2. Xie Zhongyi struck exaggerated poses, continuously exclaiming, "I have slain 2 seals, and in winter, no less. All I wielded was a wooden spear." Ren Ye chose not to burst his bubble and continue to play along. However, as they were taking pictures, he suddenly noticed unusual movement in the upper left corner of the screen, where the forest by the riverbank was stirring. He quickly glanced towards the riverbank. Just as he squinted, a colossal figure suddenly leaped from the woods, roaring as it charged rapidly toward the 3. Run. Chapter 72. Outwitted by the bear in the blink of an eye, Ren Ye had sprinted several meters ahead. Goodness! Zhou Pan and his companion, who were posing for a photo, turned to witness the unfolding scene. Their previously buoyant spirits were instantly engulfed by terror, prompting them to seize their long rifles and flee with all their might. Roar! The thunderous growl of the bear echoed behind them, sending chills down their spines, and they dared not glance back, wishing fervently for a few more legs to escape. Just last night, in that constricted terrain, they had narrowly avoided total annihilation. A direct confrontation would undoubtedly yield a grim outcome, unless their wooden rifles were miraculously transformed into real guns. Ren Ye led the charge, though panic coursed through him. He still retained a modicum of rational thought. An adult male polar bear can reach speeds of 40 kilometers per hour, with a 100-meter dash in as little as 9 seconds, even swifter than Bolt himself. With a steely resolve, Ren Ye veered towards the forest. Only within its embrace could they hope to leverage the dense trunks to impede the bear's formidable speed and strength. Run towards the woods. Do not look back, he urged. Just then, behind him, Xie Zhongyi shouted, "It seems the bear is no longer pursuing us." Doubt flickered in Ren Ye's mind, yet instinctively, he glanced over his shoulder. To his surprise, the bear had indeed halted, standing its ground while baring its teeth and growling at them, a display that seemed both a warning and a means of intimidation. As they pondered this strange behavior, the bear swiftly trotted towards 2 seals it had spotted. Alarm bells rang in Ren Ye's mind as he realized the creature's intentions. Having suffered a burnt mouth the night before, the bear was evidently wary of them. Its chase had been merely to drive them away, allowing it to feast upon the seals undisturbed. Before long, the bear began to voraciously devour the seals, relishing every bite. The sight incensed Ren Ye and his companions, their teeth grinding in frustration. After all their efforts to capture the seals, they were now robbed by this beast. Damn it! This creature must have been scheming all along, waiting for them to catch the seals. What a fortuitous turn of events. It infuriated me. Those seals were our lifeline. Xie Zhongyi's voice trembled with indignation. On the verge of tears, Zhou Pan, typically composed, clenched his fists, his face a mask of suppressed rage. Were it not for the overwhelming disparity in strength, they would have rushed in to confront the beast. Imagine nurturing seedlings for ages only to have the fruits of their labor snatched away by a bully. Gritting his teeth, Ren Ye declared, "This creature cannot be that clever. Its original target was undoubtedly us. It simply took advantage of our seal catch, ultimately deciding that seal meat was a more worthwhile prize. In other words, had we not captured the seals, we would be the ones on the menu now." Xie Zhongyi stomped his feet in frustration. "Think of a plan. We cannot just stand by and watch it consume our winter sustenance. Look at it devouring. I estimate that this 300-pound meal won't even suffice for its appetite," he lamented. "Indeed, Ren Ye, do you have any ideas? All those seals have fled due to our presence, and capturing more will prove difficult." Ren Ye furrowed his brow, his chest heaving violently, as each bite the male bear took seemed to gnaw at his very being. The seal, inherently cautious, could not be approached using the same tactics as before. Time was of the essence. If they did not return soon, they would be caught in the impending cold wave, thus prolonging the situation was not an option. After much contemplation, He resolutely decided that reclaiming the seal was imperative. Damn it, he would confront the beast. I have a perilous plan, and it is up to you two to muster the courage. What do you propose? The two responded in unison. Ren Ye pointed towards the shore and instructed, in a moment, Xie will accompany me to that direction to provoke it, inciting its wrath. When it chases after us, Zhou Xiong will promptly push the sled to seize the seal. Remember, speed is of the essence. It's a classic case of drawing the tiger away from its mountain lair, understand? Upon hearing this, Zhou Pan's expression became conflicted. But how will you escape? That is a polar bear, and you cannot outrun it. Ren Ye shook his head. I have considered this. We will only harass from a distance. The moment it stirs, we will dash into the woods. The polar bear cannot climb trees, and its large size will hinder its speed among the foliage. It will tire and eventually retreat. Is that even feasible? Xie appeared visibly apprehensive. Last night's encounter had left him with a considerable psychological scar. This seemed even more perilous than pulling teeth from a tiger. Whether it is feasible or not, it must be done. Otherwise, our journey here would be in vain. Do you wish to starve or freeze to death? Ren Ye urged fervently, as the male bear continued to feast with increasing fervor. The three men could no longer afford to hesitate. After a brief consultation, they sprang into action. Ren Ye and Xie Zhongyi quickly circled to the shore, gathering snow blocks to clutch in their arms, while Zhou Pan maneuvered to the side of the bear, poised to charge. Cautiously, Ren Ye and Xie Zhongyi advanced, but the bear seemed oblivious to their presence, either too engrossed in its meal or simply dismissive of them. Damn the beast, it truly believes us to be soft targets. With that, Ren Ye and Xie Zhongyi hurled the snow blocks. The distance of approximately 25 meters rendered their aim less than precise. Two snow blocks landed near the bear's paws, startling it as they exploded upon impact. Interrupted during its meal, the bear roared in fury, turning to face the two men. What are you yelling about? Xie Zhongyi stepped forward, throwing several more snow blocks, one of which struck the bear squarely on the head. While the impact was minor, the insult was profound. As the apex predator of the terrestrial food chain, the bear was taken aback that these diminutive creatures dared to provoke it. In an instant, its appetite vanished, and it let out a furious roar as it charged after Ren Ye and Xie Zhongyi. Run! This was anticipated by Ren Ye, who swiftly took off towards the forest. Hud, hud, hud. Each step the bear took resonated with a tremor, sending adrenaline surging through the two men as they dashed, their limbs a blur. Yet, this was the polar bear's domain. How could two-legged humans possibly outrun a four-legged bear, especially while burdened with rifles? This was the only long weapon capable of inflicting harm on the male bear, and it was also the last desperate means for the two of them. Thus, they were reluctant to part with it. However, within a mere 10 seconds, the distance between both parties had diminished to merely a dozen meters. At that moment, Ren Ye and his companion had successfully reached the riverbank. Initially, Ren Ye had intended to dash into the dense forest in search of a large tree to climb. Yet, he had underestimated the speed of the male bear, leaving them with no opportunity to enter the woods. With the sounds from behind drawing ever closer, Ren Ye decisively fixed his sights on a small tree by the riverbank. Grasp the spear tightly. Ascend that tree. Chapter 73. A desperate struggle. Ren Ye possessed extensive experience in wilderness survival, making the act of climbing trees a trivial task for him. He bit down on the rifle's handle, lunging forward with a powerful thrust of his legs, propelling himself more than 2 meters upwards. Grasping a branch above him, he secured his legs around the trunk and ascended further. However, Xie Zhongyi lacked such agility and had to resort to the most rudimentary method of climbing, akin to a bear scrambling up a tree. "Give me your hand," Ren Ye called out, gripping the branch with his legs while using one hand to pull Xie Zhongyi upwards with all his might. Just as they managed to hoist him up, the male bear had already charged to the base of the tree. In a sudden halt, it collided with the trunk, causing the tree, thick as a thigh, to sway violently, dislodging heaps of snow that nearly sent the two tumbling down. Fortunately, they were over 4 meters off the ground, momentarily out of danger. Clinging tightly to the trunk, their hearts raced, and they broke into a cold sweat despite the frigid air. Ren Ye glanced down at the ice and noticed that Zhou Pan had retrieved the sled, securing 2 seals onto it, and was now speeding away. A sigh of relief escaped him. At least his plan had succeeded. However, before he could catch his breath, the bear's furious roar erupted from below. Shaking its dazed head, its snarling visage radiated pure rage. It stood upright, swinging its massive paws against the trunk. This tree, still in its juvenile stage and no thicker than a thigh, was hardly equipped to withstand the blows of such a colossal creature. Each strike sent the tree into a wild tremor, accompanied by the splintering sound of wood. Ren Ye and Xie Zhongyi, perched at the top, felt as though they were on a rickety amusement ride, and they could even catch a whiff of the bear's foul breath. The sense of dread within them surged to an almost unbearable peak. "Oh my God, help!" Xie Zhongyi, trembling uncontrollably, shut his eyes tight, his voice cracking in fear as he cried for assistance. Confronted with such a formidable beast, it was natural for an ordinary person to feel utterly powerless and terrified. The bear was clearly enraged, intent on either killing them or devouring them. Though Ren Ye felt fear as well, he was unwilling to await his demise passively. Resolutely, he hefted his rifle with one hand and thrust it downward with all his strength. Unfortunately, in his panic, he missed his target, the gun's tip merely piercing the bear's shoulder. Such a wound was inconsequential to a polar bear. In the next moment, the bear swiped its left paw, striking the rifle. What appeared to be a slow, effortless motion unleashed a tremendous force upon Ren Ye, causing his hand to tremble and the rifle to fly from his grasp. "Oh no," he thought, realizing that he had lost his only weapon. Judging by the bear's demeanor, it would not simply retreat. The tree swayed more violently with each passing moment, and he feared it might snap at any moment, leaving them with no chance to defend themselves. Instinctively, Ren Ye reached for his inner clothing, only to remember that the fire he had set the previous night had consumed all the sponge he had. Crack! The male bear struck again with a powerful swipe, its sharp claws raking across the tree trunk, producing a crisp sound of splintering wood. Instantly, a terrifying set of 5-fingered claw marks appeared upon the bark. Ren Ye realized that he could no longer afford to delay. He must eliminate the bear before the tree succumbed to its force, or find a way to escape. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, he spotted Zhou Pan approaching across the ice, evidently intent on offering assistance. Ren Ye swiftly shouted to halt him. "Stay back. It's futile. Hide the seal. I have a plan." Upon hearing this, Zhou Pan had no choice but to stop in his tracks. He longed to inquire how they might extricate themselves from this dire predicament, but after a moment's contemplation, he concluded that his presence would likely prove unhelpful. After a brief internal struggle, he turned to secure the seal meat. "Take care of yourself, Ren Ye." Ren Ye offered no reply, instead focusing on the trembling Xie Zhongyi. The latter mumbled incessantly, invoking the blessings of Buddha and the heavens, his eyes tightly shut. While it was natural for an ordinary person to experience fear in such circumstances, this fellow seemed to be bordering on excessive panic. Compared to his earlier ferocity during the kill, he now resembled a frightened girl. "Stop your incessant chatter. Buddha has no time for our trivial woes," Ren Ye exclaimed, delivering a sharp slap to the top of Xie Zhongyi's bald head. "When that tree falls, we're both finished." Only then did Xie Zhongyi open his eyes. Trembling as he asked, "What do we do? Do you have a plan?" A resounding thud reverberated as the tree swayed again. Ren Ye steadied himself, unsheathing the short knife from his belt, his resolve crystallizing. "We have but one option. We must slay this beast. I will count to 3, and on 3, we leap down. I will stab its eyes, and you will thrust your gun into its mouth. These are the 2 weakest points of a polar bear. If we strike true, we may yet survive. If not, then we shall meet in the next life. And remember, never fly again." With that, Ren Ye turned and perched atop the tree's crown. His left hand gripped the trunk, while his right clutched the knife tightly. His gaze fixed intently on the male bear's eyes. At that moment, however, Xie Zhongyi's trembling hand grasped him. "Brother, I can handle humans, but a bear. How does one even fight a bear? I'm terrified." Thud! Crack! Just as his words faded, the bear slammed its paw against the tree trunk once more. This young tree, having endured countless blows, now teetered precariously. Ren Ye steadied himself and looked down, A fissure had already formed in the once straight trunk, the upper half leaning askew, accompanied by the faint, crisp sounds of breaking wood. If the bear struck again, the tree would surely break. "You useless fool," Ren Ye exclaimed, delivering another slap to Xie Zhongyi's head. "You wish to sit idle and await your demise. You are the sole heir of your family. Do you honor your hairstyle like this? Channel that ferocity you showed when you killed. Polar bears consume their prey alive. From toe to head, will you merely watch as you are devoured, suffering in agony?" These words were, in truth, fabrications of Ren Ye's imagination. For instances of polar bears consuming humans were rather rare. His intention was to intimidate Xie Zhongyi, as the success of his plan depended on the collaboration of both individuals. Indeed, upon hearing the prospect of being consumed alive, Xie Zhongyi's fearful demeanor gradually transformed into one of resolute determination. Rather than passively awaiting his fate, he resolved to take the initiative and fight back. Even those ungrateful passengers recognized the instinct to retaliate in the face of death. Why should he resign himself to a certain doom? Very well, he would confront it head-on. Observing his renewed vigor, Ren Ye let out a resounding roar towards the male bear beneath the tree. This was a quintessential display of aggression among bears. A vocalization that typically signified a challenge, an invitation to engage in combat. Chapter 74. The bearskin. Upon hearing that sound, the male bear halted its actions, momentarily stunned. It was astonished that the diminutive creature before it dared to provoke. With a roar, it rose to its full stature. Polar bears have a customary practice of vocalizing before engaging in combat, both to amplify their presence and to exhibit their might. The thunderous roars reverberated in Ren Ye and Xie Zhongyi's ears, leaving their heads buzzing. The overpowering stench emanating from the bear's breath was nauseating. The opportunity had arrived. Ren Ye tightened his grip on the dagger and signaled to Xie Zhongyi. The two swiftly crouched atop the treetops, eyes wide, each fixated on their intended target. The chance was singular. A misstep would result in the ferocious bear's wrath, delivering a torturous demise. After a brief moment of mental preparation, Ren Ye initiated the countdown. 3, 2, 1. With the final word uttered, the two shouted in unison and leapt down. The 4-meter drop was over in an instant, and the male bear was caught off guard by their audacity. As it stood, momentarily bewildered, their weapons were already upon it. The bear, tilting its head upward, presented a less challenging target. Ren Ye reversed his grip on the knife, plunging it into the bear's left eye. He distinctly felt the blade penetrate flesh, with 2/3 of the weapon embedded within the bear's eyeball. Concurrently, Xie Zhongyi thrust his spear into the bear's gaping maw. Though the spearhead was not particularly sharp, breaching the unprotected oral cavity was a straightforward task, especially given the bear's existing wounds. The spear tip accurately pierced the upper mouth, causing blood to flow profusely. With a chilling howl, the male bear emitted a sorrowful cry, its claws flailing wildly around its head. It sought to dislodge the knife from its eye, while simultaneously attempting to pull the spear from its mouth. However, unlike humans, its claws lacked the dexterity of hands and were devoid of rationality. The moment its claws grazed the weapons, it triggered an even more intense pain. Witnessing the success of their strike, Ren Ye disregarded retrieving his weapon and urgently beckoned Xie Zhongyi to flee. This was their sole chance for survival. After sprinting a distance of 70 to 80 meters, they heard a cacophony of collisions behind them. Stopping to glance back, they discovered the male bear thrashing about in a frenzy. It was evident that it was in considerable pain, deprived of its left eye and in extreme agony. It struggled to see its path, crashing through small trees in its disorientation. The creature shook its head violently, attempting to dislodge the spear lodged within its mouth. Perhaps due to the depth of Xie Zhongyi's thrust and the barbs on the spear, each touch elicited a painful outcry from the bear. You miserable creature. This is what you get for trying to steal from us. Now you're in agony." Xie Zhongyi laughed in delight. "Hey, do you think this beast might die from the pain?" Ren Ye shook his head. "I don't know, but I suspect it won't be so simple. It's so large that even if it were to die, it would likely take days for an infection to set in." Just as he finished speaking, the male bear collapsed to the ground. Ren Ye and the other man widened their eyes in astonishment, struggling to comprehend the scene before them. A bear of such imposing stature has perished? They remained stationary for a while, observing the enormous male bear, which lay utterly still, devoid of any sound. A wave of elation washed over Ren Ye. Could this be an unexpected boon? With the weapon still embedded in the bear's body, the duo cautiously approached, testing the waters. They hurled snowballs at the beast, tossing a dozen or more, yet remained unresponsive. Only then did they confirm that it was indeed lifeless. As they drew closer, they noticed blood oozing from the bear's mouth, nostrils, and eyes, though it had quickly frozen into crimson streaks. "Ha, it's truly dead. Teasy, have we really taken it down?" Xiaozhongyi exclaimed, still in disbelief. After all, just 5 minutes prior, they had nearly met their demise at the paws of this creature. Ren Ye, equally astonished, scrutinized the bear for a moment before deducing the cause of its death. It seemed Xiaozhongyi had inadvertently delivered a fatal blow, with the spear piercing through the bear's lower jaw and ultimately penetrating its brain. Upon withdrawing the spear, remnants of white brain matter were faintly visible. To slay a creature of such magnitude with a wooden spear in such a short span would necessitate a grievous injury to the brain. "Well done, you bald-headed fool. You dealt it the death blow. We are in for a windfall." Ren Ye praised. Xiaozhongyi chuckled before inquiring, "Didn't you mention that this creature's meat is unpalatable?" Ren Ye, however, shook his head with a grin, greedily caressing the bear's thick fur. "While the meat may be of no use, the pelt of this polar bear is indeed a prized possession, thicker than that of wolves or rabbits. Just imagine using it as a blanket. How warm it would be." "Ren, old Xie." Their moment of joy was interrupted by Zhou Pan's voice from a distance. After securing the sled, he hurried over, panting heavily. Yet upon witnessing the fallen bear, his astonishment was palpable. What? How did you manage this?" "Hey, Hith, what do you think? I'm quite impressive, right?" "Ren, my old buddy, says it was my doing. It was quite the nail-biting experience. We almost—" Ren Ye quickly interjected, cutting off Xiaozhongyi's self-aggrandizing remarks, as he had nearly soiled his pants in fear moments earlier. "Night is fast approaching. We must process this bear swiftly, for there is still a female in the vicinity." This revelation jolted Zhou Pan and Xiaozhongyi into action, and the three promptly began to dissect the male bear. Zhou Pan returned with the sled, while Ren Ye and Xiaozhongyi undertook the task of skinning it. To ensure the integrity of the pelt, they worked meticulously, wary of wasting even a scrap. After several minutes, the bear resembled a freshly shorn golden retriever, its body now significantly smaller. The skin was entirely removed, unfurling to a width comparable to 2 down comforters, and was impressively heavy. A rough estimate placed its weight at over 70 pounds. The fur of a polar bear typically comprises 5 to 10% of its body weight, a crucial asset that allows them to hunt in icy waters without succumbing to frostbite. Naturally, this varies based on environmental conditions and individual factors, with some bears having a higher ratio than others. Under their combined effort, Ren Ye and Xiaozhongyi managed to lift the grand pelt. However, after merely resting it against their chests for a brief moment, the two individuals soon felt a comforting warmth. This clearly attests to the remarkable thickness of the material. Truly, it is a bear's hide, undoubtedly warm enough to rival at least 5 thick quilts. Yet, Xiaozhongyi shifted the conversation, pondering aloud. If this were to be sold domestically, it would surely fetch a hefty sum, perhaps tens of thousands? Tens of thousands? What ist? Ren Ye retorted with a disdainful glance, clearly unaware of the true essence of luxury goods. A mere fox fur vest can command nearly 50,000, while a tiger skin can soar to over 100,000, often with no market available. This is an unblemished, pure, wild Arctic bear hide. Just imagine the luxurious items that could be crafted from it, with a starting value of at least 500,000. Have we struck gold? Xiaozhongyi appeared to have uncovered a lucrative opportunity. "Look at your aspirations," Ren Ye thought, shaking his head in exasperation. Even at such a critical moment, this fellow was still dreaming of riches. "I assure you, even if you were to bring this back to the mainland, it would be unsellable. The polar bear is a protected species, and the first to come after you would be Uncle Hat. Save your breath and get to work." He did not care one bit about the monetary value of the hide. What mattered was that this winter had been salvaged. Taking it back for Huang Xiyu to process would yield an authentic bear skin quilt, complemented by a warm fire and seal oil and meat. This was no wilderness survival. It was akin to a vacation. Zhou Pan swiftly procured a sled and joined in the dissection. The polar bear's meat emitted a strong odor, rivaling that of wolf meat. Yet, adhering to the principle of minimizing waste, Ren Ye nonetheless cut off 100 pounds. After all, the true test of flavor lay in tasting it. The 4 bear paws were not to be overlooked and were all severed with an axe. Such delicacies would be unimaginable in Huagua, even with wealth. Acquiring them would be a challenge, likely costing tens of thousands. Ren Ye had never tasted bear paws in his life, and he was astonished to indulge in such luxury under such harsh conditions. Besides these, he collected the bear's teeth and some edible organs, ensuring that everything of value was taken. With the sled, the effort was minimal. By the time everything was processed, darkness had enveloped the land. Reluctantly, the 3 found a snowbank and excavated a temporary shelter using the method from the previous day. Learning from last night's experience, they chose a location with particularly thick snow. They even constructed a large ice block to seal the entrance, ensuring that the spectacle of a polar bear descending upon them would not repeat. Today was indeed fruitful. Although they had consumed 30 to 40 pounds of seal meat, they unexpectedly acquired an exceptionally thick bear hide. This was undoubtedly a significant gain. Their outing had far exceeded its objectives, and now they could commence their true vacation. At 7 p.m., Ren Ye and his companions ignited a bonfire outside the cave entrance, sharpening wooden sticks to skewer various meats beside the flames. They had brought along several steel items from the airplane, specifically to serve as the fire's base. After several minutes, the enticing aroma of meat began to waft through the air. The bear meat cooked first. Ren Ye picked up a skewer, blew on it twice, and took a bite. They had left without salt or any seasoning, and the bear meat's gamey flavor could not be subdued. Strangely, this meat possessed a natural saltiness. It was a combination of salty and gamey, with a hint of sourness. The texture was tough, and the meat was firmer than that of beef, requiring more effort to chew. After a few bites, Ren Ye reluctantly swallowed it. In a comparative assessment, it was somewhat superior to polar wolf meat, but only marginally so. The sour and gamey taste remained pronounced, verging on intolerable, yet it was still edible. Without a second thought, Ren Ye discarded the bear breast and picked up a skewer of seal meat. Upon merely sniffing it, he raised an eyebrow. The aroma was reminiscent of grilled steak, with virtually no gamey scent. With a single bite, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled into a smile as he nodded in satisfaction. The texture bore an 80 resemblance to beef, yet the meat was firmer and carried a subtle sweetness. Upon closer tasting, there was even a hint of iodine flavor. It was a unique delicacy, brimming with the essence of the ocean. If only there were additional seasonings, it would undoubtedly be a culinary masterpiece. Indeed, this was well-deserved for the trio after their arduous efforts over the past 2 days. No wonder polar bears, orcas, and sharks relish seal meat. It truly is quite delectable, and you should all have a taste. As he spoke, Ren Ye extended the piece of meat toward them. The 2 eagerly accepted it and stuffed it into their mouths. How fresh! They exclaimed, savoring the taste that resembled a fusion of venison and beef, far superior to wolf meat. They praised it while their mouths dripped with juices. For half an hour, the 3 of them indulged, completely devouring over 20 skewers of seal meat. Now, their stomachs were pleasantly swollen, filled to the brim. As they reclined on the snow, patting their bellies in contentment, the outside temperature seemed less frigid. It had been over a week since the plane crash, and they had yet to enjoy a proper hearty meal. Today, they finally had their wish fulfilled. "Oh dear, I think I might burst," Zhang Zhongmi said, rubbing his belly with a look of satisfaction. "Do you think if Shi Guanglao knew we were feasting so well, he would rush over to join us?" Ren Ye also let out a satisfied burp. "Let's get to bed early tonight. We should strive to return to the camp by tomorrow night. C.E. and the others must have finished their food by now." Suddenly, Zhou Pan flashed a mischievous grin at Ren Ye and teased, "You're not developing feelings for that young lady, are you? You seem quite concerned." "Stop joking. I've seen my fair share of beauties. My fan group consists of thousands of stunning women, Ren Ye responded, not entirely lying. Among serious survival bloggers, he was considered a top-tier influencer, as few possessed his genuine skills. Coupled with his tall stature and handsome appearance, he indeed attracted a significant female following. Let us not forget, our sleeping bags were stitched by her. Without her, we might have frozen to death outside last night. We should extinguish the fire and rest early. The three promptly began to methodically transfer the meat from a sled. The scent of predators was in the air, and they were uncertain if any male bears lurked nearby. Thus, the safest course of action was to keep the meat close. Having tasted the exquisite seal meat, they resolved to stand by it, even if danger approached them tonight. Just as they were engrossed in their task, a sudden chill swept through the air. Though the wind was not strong, it sent shivers down their spines, causing them to involuntarily shudder. The sensation was akin to stepping from sweltering summer into an ice cellar. The cold pierced through to their minds, raising goosebumps on their skin. Before the trio could comprehend the situation, another howling gust followed, nearly knocking them off balance. The fire was extinguished in an instant, plunging the outside world into darkness. A sudden chill enveloped them, and within mere seconds, the trio felt their once warm bodies abruptly stiffen. Their limbs began to succumb to numbness, and an icy sensation crept across their skin. The biting wind showed no signs of relenting, and just moments later, dense snowflakes descended like raindrops from the heavens, intensifying the frigid atmosphere. Hissing in unison, the three instinctively rubbed their stiffened arms. What is happening? Why has the temperature dropped so suddenly? Xie Zhongyi inquired. Zhou Pan cast a grave look at Ren Ye. Could it be? A foreboding sense of dread surged within Ren Ye as he glanced at his phone, which indicated it was precisely 12:08 a.m. He swiftly retrieved a thermometer, pressed a button, and the screen displayed minus 37 degrees. Chapter 76. The eve of the cold wave run, Ye exhaled a breath of warmth, his expression devoid of any trace of mirth. At this time yesterday, the temperature had plummeted to a frigid minus 33 degrees. For 3 consecutive days, the snow had not fallen, and he had anticipated that the heavens were merely biding their time for something monumental. It is a natural law that before torrential downpour, there must be an oppressive heat, and after a scorching sun, a chilling reprieve is inevitable. In a place as perpetually frigid as the Arctic, particularly in winter, 3 days without snowfall is already quite a lengthy duration. Now, as the winds howled and the snow began to swirl, accompanied by a sudden drop in temperature of 4 degrees, the only possibility was, we must move. A cold wave is upon us. Upon hearing this, Zhou Pan and Xie Zhongyi hastened their pace. To shield themselves from the increasing winds, they hastily moved their luggage into the cave. Ren Ye secured the sled to a massive ice block blocking the cave entrance, preventing it from being swept away by the winds in the dead of night. By the time they completed their tasks, all three were so numbed by the cold that they could barely feel anything. Fortunately, they had a thick bear hide. Once they crawled into their sleeping bags and draped the bear skin over themselves, sensation gradually returned to their limbs. At that moment, the temperature inside was minus 34 degrees, equivalent to the outdoor temperature from the previous night. The trio huddled closely together, the scene appearing rather intimate and abstract. Ah, thank goodness for this, Xie Zhongyi remarked, stroking the bear hide with a look of profound relief. Zhou Pan coldly cautioned, do not rejoice too soon. This is merely the beginning. I have heard from some veterans that they experience cold waves plummeting to minus 45 degrees. Ren Ye could not help but inquire, based on your experience, how severe do you think this cold wave will be? Zhou Pan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I cannot estimate how low the temperature will drop, but I can assure you, this is merely the initial descent of the cold front. When the true cold vortex descends upon us, a vast expanse of frigid air will engulf every inch of land. At that time, it will be impossible to ignite a fire outdoors, and any skin exposed for over 30 seconds will suffer severe frostbite. I believe the temperature will certainly not dip below minus 42 degrees. In truth, mere words cannot convey the terrors of such temperatures, and those residing in comfortable regions cannot begin to comprehend. Ren Ye had never personally experienced such low temperatures, yet he had seen reports. In January 2023, The city of Mohindongbai recorded an extreme low of -53 degrees, resulting in numerous traffic accidents. Various pipes burst, leaving the area devoid of water and electricity, while the roads frequently witnessed tragic accidents due to slipping tires. People ventured out bundled in layers upon layers, daring not to expose even a hint of skin. Even so, there were still daily cases of frostbite. The phenomenon of water freezing upon contact was trivial. At this temperature, even breath crystallized into ice. The air expelled would instantly transform into tiny shards of ice, akin to a magic trick. Due to geographical factors and cold air cyclones, the Arctic's cold air could not dissipate swiftly. Thus, -42 degrees is approximately what one might expect. In this moment, Ren Ye felt a profound sense of gratitude for his foresight. All necessary collections have been completed in a timely manner. Now, they merely need to remain inside the cabin and wait for the cold front to pass. However, considering the long journey ahead tomorrow, Ren Ye promptly began to tailor some thick clothing. The masks they were currently using were crafted from cotton garments, which had been barely adequate until now. But with the advent of the cold front, to prevent frostbite on their faces, it was imperative to reinforce them. In the wilderness, resources were scarce, and without needle and thread, Ren could only resort to the simplest of methods. He selected a piece of leather, cut out a section to cover the face, and fashioned openings for the eyes, nose, and mouth, securing it to his head. Once completed, the three of them fell into a deep slumber. With the bare skin blanket, they scarcely felt the cold. Its thermal retention surpassed even that of their cold weather gear. This was the most comfortable sleep they had enjoyed since arriving in the Arctic. Yet, such comfort lasted only a few hours. At 2 in the morning, the sound of their snoring abruptly ceased. The three, nestled in their sleeping bags, shifted from relaxation to discomfort. Their brows furrowed, and their bodies began to involuntarily writhe, ultimately casting aside the bare skin. Before long, they all opened their eyes, gasping for breath. What was happening? Why did it feel like I couldn't breathe? Zhou Pan struggled to inhale through his mouth and nose, as if he had just run 5 kilometers. Xie Zhongyi reacted similarly, his speech punctuated by pauses. I feel utterly unwell. It's as if my nose is blocked. Is that seal meat toxic? Enough of that. If we can't breathe, it must be the air quality that's the issue, Ren Ye bluntly concluded. The trio hastily rose to the entrance of the cave, only to discover that the ventilation hole had been completely obstructed. When digging this cave, Ren had deliberately instructed Xie Zhongyi to create 2 openings for ventilation. Given the confined space, this was intended to facilitate airflow. However now, not only was the ventilation hole sealed, but even the entrance had been buried under a mound of snow. With no fresh air entering the cave, the trio began to feel suffocated. Ren Ye was instantly incensed. Had they not discovered this promptly, the consequences could have been dire. Baldy, look at the mess you've made. I told you to dig the ventilation hole above. You insisted on being lazy and dug below. Now it's all blocked by snow. If we hadn't woken up in time, we would have suffocated. Xie Zhongyi realized his error and could only manage an awkward smile. I thought it was too cold, and, with it being dark, I figured this would save time. Ren Ye smacked his bald head in annoyance. Nonsense. It didn't even snow last night. I see you're just being lazy. Your laziness is going to be the end of you. All right, let us hurry and dig. We're going to suffocate. Zhou Pan interjected, attempting to mediate. The three quickly grabbed their long guns and began to poke at the snow blocking the ventilation hole, hoping to clear the obstruction. However, as soon as they touched the snow, they found it felt as hard as stone. The sensation was nothing like that of soft snow. Damn it! Ren Ye felt a surge of foreboding and quickly removed his gloves to investigate further. Indeed, the frigid temperatures have caused the accumulated snow to freeze solidly together, forming an impenetrable wall of ice that has sealed off the ventilation shaft. This substance is far from the soft nature of mere snow. Breaking through it requires the application of a sturdier tool and a gradual chiseling process. Ren Ye immediately inspected the entrance, only to discover the same predicament. The large block of ice used for the door has become ensnared by the snow, rendering it immovable and adhering even more tightly. Should they fail to breach this barrier, the remaining air within the room will soon be depleted, leading to the suffocating demise of the three of them. This is indeed a dire situation. It seems they are utterly trapped. Xie finally grasped the gravity of the matter, realizing that they were in a predicament. Observing Ren Ye's eyes filled with panic and self-reproach, he understood that if misfortune were to befall them, he would be responsible for their fate. Chapter 77. Almost suffocated, my dear friend. I did not intend for this to happen. I had no inkling that such a heavy snowfall would ensue. I thought enough. Quickly, fetch the axe. If we do not break through soon, we shall surely perish. Ren Ye urgit anxiously. Fortunately, he had previously taken precautions by moving the luggage into the cave. Otherwise, handling this predicament without tools would have been exceedingly difficult. He pressed the small knife against the ice layer, then slowly struck it with the hammer axe. The entrance was considerably larger than the ventilation hole. Hence it was not sealed as tightly, and the accumulation of ice was not excessive. In just a few minutes, he managed to carve out a small opening, and a gust of frigid wind rushed in. With a sigh of relief, Ren Ye inhaled deeply at the wind's entrance, the sensation of suffocation dissipating instantly, bringing him a newfound comfort. After the three took turns to breathe, they resumed their efforts in chiseling away. It took them over 10 minutes to completely shatter the icy barrier at the entrance. They had intended to push the large ice block outside, but discovered that a thick layer of solidified ice lay beyond, rendering it immovable. With no other choice, they had to gradually shift back into the cave. Subsequently, they continued to alternate in chipping away at the ice. When the outer layer finally broke apart, the three were left astonished by the sight before them. The area where they had previously barbecued was now entirely engulfed in snow, at least 5 centimeters thick. The sled was buried so deeply that only the handles were visible, adorned with numerous icicles. Moreover, the snowfall showed no signs of abating. Goodness, it is freezing, one exclaimed. This is utterly absurd. The biting snow and chilling wind left the three shivering uncontrollably, the cold penetrating to their bones and marrow. With each breath, their noses felt numb, and their hearts seemed to be gripped tightly. They could distinctly feel their body temperature plummeting. Ren Ye, shall we wait until dawn to proceed? I fear that if we linger any longer, we may perish. Xie trembled as he cautioned. Ren Ye was acutely aware of the danger. However, if they waited for daylight, given the current rate of snowfall, retrieving the sled would be nearly impossible. Without the sled, how would they transport their sleeping bags, luggage, fur blankets, and seal meat back home? After much contemplation, Ren Ye resolved that they must retrieve the sled. No, our return tomorrow hinges on this sled. It may snow throughout the night. For a while, we will take turns chiseling the ice and extract it as swiftly as possible. With that, he donned the mask he had just fashioned, wrapped himself in the bare skin, and dashed out to commence chiseling. Once he felt his body temperature drop, he would return to switch places. Thus, the three of them relayed their efforts back and forth for over half an hour until they had cleared the ice from the sled. However, its length and width made it impossible to push inside the cave. To prevent the possibility of becoming frozen in place again, Ren Ye draped several long garments over the sled, shielding it from the majority of the snowfall. Even if the snow continued to fall, the worst that could happen was that the clothes would become frozen, and they could simply discard them in the end. Throughout the latter half of the night, the three scarcely managed to sleep soundly. They were plagued by the fear that the entrance might become blocked again, suffocating them, or that they might fall victim to a nocturnal assault by a polar bear. Thus, Ren Ye organized a rotation for the night watch, occasionally needing to clear the accumulated snow at the cave entrance. As dawn broke, the trio hurriedly packed their belongings onto the sled. Last night's lowest temperature plummeted to a staggering -39.7 degrees, and it was anticipated that tonight would breach the 40-degree mark. They needed to hasten their return to the warmth of the cabin. The three did not even kindle a fire for breakfast. One merely gnawed on a piece of seal meat before setting off. At 8 in the morning, the temperature registered at -35 degrees. Although still frigid, it was considerably more bearable under the circumstances. Snow continued to drift from the sky, though it was lighter than the previous night. Many places that had been visible yesterday were now buried beneath a thick blanket of snow. Even the stones atop some snow-capped mountains had vanished from sight, transforming this desolate land into a genuine realm of white. Yet, Ren Ye knew that this was merely the advance guard of the cold front. The true low temperatures were imminent. The morning breeze was favorable, blowing at about 3 to 4 on the Beaufort scale, which spared the trio considerable exertion. In just one morning, they managed to cover nearly 13 kilometers. After another half-hour of travel, they would reach the confluence of the 7 branching rivers. This pace was remarkably swift. However, as afternoon approached, the tailwind shifted into a headwind, rendering their progress arduous. The increased exertion was manageable, but the biting cold wind lashed at their faces, mingled with countless tiny snowflakes. In such frigid temperatures, the icy gusts pierced the eyes like a multitude of needles, incessantly stabbing at the eyeballs. Furthermore, the wind was exceedingly chaotic. Even lowering their heads offered little respite. It felt akin to riding a motorcycle at 100 miles per hour without glasses, rendering the view ahead nearly impossible to discern. After a brief interval, Xie suddenly knelt on the ground, clutching his eyes and crying out in distress. "Oh no, I can't take it anymore. It feels like needles stabbing my eyes." Ren Ye approached to examine the situation and discovered that Xie sclera had begun to exhibit crimson streaks. This was a typical sign of mild frostbite, if left unattended. It could escalate into severe frostbite, ultimately leading to inflammation, blistering, and even blindness. However, this incident served as a reminder for Ren Ye, who recalled that he had a pair of goggles in his equipment. A fan who had previously visited the Arctic had privately advised him before his departure, emphasizing the importance of bringing goggles due to the harsh winter winds. In the midst of his preoccupations with warmth and sustenance, he had completely forgotten this essential item. Ren Ye had always been generous with his survival gear. Each tool, even if not the absolute best, must be of the highest quality. In the wilderness, tools equate to one's very life. After searching for a moment, he produced a pair of white goggles and handed them to Xie. Once donned, Xie felt significantly better. The stinging discomfort vanished almost instantaneously. "These are excellent. They block the wind quite well, but what about you, my friend? You've given me your only pair." Ren Ye waved his hand dismissively, signaling that it was of no concern. "This is not a gift. From now on, you will lead the way, and we shall follow behind and assist you. So many obstacles lie before us, impervious to the wind's caress. I remarked upon your selflessness, only to discover that it was a guise for my own servitude." Xie chuckled playfully, yet did not express discontent. He grasped the rope and resumed their journey. Indeed, this manner of travel seemed to hasten their pace considerably. The route they took was uncomplicated, merely following the river's course, and with an abundance of provisions. The trio advanced swiftly. As the twilight deepened, they drew ever closer to their destination near the cabin. When they were merely 2 kilometers away, the three suddenly espied a figure swathed in a coat, seated beside an ice hole at the river's bend, seemingly engaged in fishing, a mere 300 meters distant. Chapter 78. The tenacious fisherman, without a doubt. The first suspicion fell upon Jiang Shanwu. This old man truly seems impervious to the cold. Could his obsession with fishing be so profound? Just as Xie was about to call out, Zhou Pan narrowed his eyes and remarked, "That doesn't seem right. This figure is rather imposing. It doesn't appear to be Uncle Jiang." "What?" Ren Ye promptly retrieved his binoculars for a closer inspection, only to discover that the angler was, in fact, Hong Bing. This revelation piqued his curiosity, for Hong Bing had previously claimed that fishing was his least favorite pastime. Enduring the biting cold was unbearably tedious. Such activities were typically reserved for Uncle Jiang. Could it be that something had happened to him? An unsettling premonition washed over Ren Ye, prompting him to shout urgently, "Hey, Uncle Hong!" In the expansive area, sound traveled swiftly, and upon hearing his name, Hong Bing was immediately startled. When he turned to see Ren Ye and the others, his voice brimmed with excitement. "Hey, handsome, you're finally back." Ecstatic, he tossed aside his fishing rod and hurried over. Before he reached them, Xie proudly patted the seal resting on their sled. "Wes Guang, look what we've brought back." Hong Bing wiped the frost from his eyelashes. Disbelief etched across his face as he touched and sniffed at the seal for a while, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Oh, is this a seal? Wow, incredible. You really succeeded?" Not just the seal, we also took down a polar bear. Here, its pelt. It's quite warm. Xiaozhongyi pointed proudly at the bear skin draped over Ren Ye. Hong Bing approached to feel it, his face radiating joy. Goodness, Ren, you really outdid yourself. How did you manage to catch such a large bear? Ren Ye chuckled. I'll explain that when we get back, but tell me, why are you here fishing alone? Isn't this something Uncle Jiang loves to do? At this, Hong Bing's smile vanished as if a sudden thought struck him. He spoke anxiously, right? Uncle Jiang fell into the water. He had a fever yesterday and hasn't woken up since. My sister, a nursing school graduate, said if his fever continues, he might not survive the night. What? Exclaimed Ren Ye and the others in unison. Falling into the water in this weather was akin to stepping into the realm of the dead. How could it be that after only 3 days, death loomed so close? Especially for someone as robust as Jiang Shangwu? The four of them then made their way back toward the aircraft, exchanging accounts of the events that had transpired over the past few days. It was then revealed to Ren Ye and the others that after their departure, Hong Bing and the others had adhered to Ren Ye's instructions by remaining at the airport and not venturing out. However, just yesterday afternoon, Jiang Shangwu, feeling utterly bored, had taken some steel tools to break through the ice and fish. After several hours of waiting until dusk, just as he was about to return, his fishing rod suddenly signaled a bite. He quickly yanked it, only to discover a massive sockeye salmon, weighing no less than 15 pounds. Unfortunately, Ren Ye's fishing rod was too small, and the fish struggled fiercely. Jiang Shangwu refrained from using the fishing net, fearing both the potential breakage of his rod and the escape of the large fish. In a moment of fervor, he knelt beside the ice hole, attempting to grasp the creature directly. However, the elderly man's vision was already poor, and with the darkness enveloping him, he inadvertently fell into the hole. In such frigid conditions, the experience of plunging into the water fully clothed starkly contrasts with that of entering it unclothed. Jiang Shangwu immediately felt his body stiffening and losing sensation. Strangely, instead of prioritizing his own safety, he fixated on capturing the fish. Upon hearing this, Ren Ye and the others could not help but laugh in disbelief. What was wrong with this old man? Even at such a critical moment, he was concerned about a fish? Did he truly value a mere fish over his life? Xiaozhongyi and Zhou Pan exchanged astonished glances, feeling as though they were deciphering a foreign language. They even questioned Jiang Shangwu's intellect. Ren Ye, shaking his head in exasperation, offered an explanation. In the fishing community, there is a saying, the prospect of an empty-handed day is not alarming. But allowing a large fish to escape when hooked will lead to a lifetime of regret. If a rod is lost to a fish's pull, it is a disgrace that could result in expulsion from the community. Surely, at that moment, Jiang Shangwu thought, since he was already in the water, he might as well seize the opportunity to retrieve the fish. Yes, indeed. This notion prompted a vigorous nodding from Hong Bing. At that time, the rest of us were indoors, warming ourselves by the fire, when we saw Uncle Jiang walk in, his body entirely encased in ice. Yet he proudly carried a large fish. Oh dear, it startled me. His face had turned pale, and he was trembling. Still, he managed to smile and say to us, little ones today, I caught a fish, at least a dozen pounds, and then he fainted. Hong Bing mimicked Jiang Shangwu's state, shaking with laughter. Even without witnessing it firsthand, Ren Ye could vividly imagine the scene. Among the fishing enthusiasts, particularly those like Jiang Shangwu, the obsession with fish transcends all else. Subsequently, Jiang Shangwu fell gravely ill, and Shen Xian and Huang Xiu devoted themselves to his care. However, given his advanced age and the sudden drop in temperature the previous night, his condition deteriorated further. Shen Xian, a nursing school graduate, recognized that Jiang Shangwu was suffering from a high fever and sought to treat him with medication. Unfortunately, the sole emergency kit was with Ren Ye. Thus, Hong Bing set out early that day to find Ren Ye and the others. Yet, the bitter cold hampered his efforts, and he was uncertain of the path they had taken. Consequently, he resorted to fishing in place while waiting. Understanding the urgency of the situation, Ren Ye instructed the other three to pull the sled while he quickly retrieved the first aid kit. After several minutes, he finally reached the cabin. Chun Xin and Huang Xiu, who had been waiting at the entrance for Hong Bing's return, spotted Ren Ye running towards them. The two women were filled with excitement and hurried to greet him. "Brother Ren, you've returned. Are you unharmed? Where are the others? We were so worried about you. Why did you take so long?" "I know." Ren Ye interrupted the conversation between the two women, taking a deep breath before speaking. "Hong Bing has informed me. They are just behind us. We must rescue them first." Upon entering the cabin, Ren Ye spotted Jiang Shangwu lying next to the fire. He was bundled in several thick layers of clothing, yet he trembled uncontrollably. His complexion was flushed like an apple, his lips cracked and peeling, and there was noticeable swelling around his eyes. Ren Ye approached and lifted his eyelids, revealing that his pupils had turned a milky white, and his forehead was burning with fever. Even the damp cloth resting on his brow was nearly scorched dry. This was a classic case of high fever. If he were not treated promptly, he could succumb to pneumonia, rendering any hope of recovery utterly futile. Chapter 79. Rescuing in that moment. Ren Ye promptly instructed Chun Xin and the others to boil water. However, Chun Xin was well prepared. When Ren Ye left the house, he did not take a pot, as they had been boiling water for drinking over the past few days. Thus, they had a sufficient supply of water on hand. Ren Ye quickly retrieved 2 ibuprofen tablets and an amoxicillin capsule, mixing them with chai-hu granules in a cup of warm water. He then administered the concoction directly down Jiang Shangwu's throat. For Ren Ye, medications were of greater significance than tools. To a survivor in the wild, they are akin to a life-saving token, an absolute necessity. Therefore, he always carried a standard supply of antibiotics, cold medications, and alcohol gauze. After administering the medication, he replaced a wet cloth on Jiang Shangwu's forehead. At this point, the urgent treatment was complete. If Jiang Shangwu's fever persisted, Ren Ye would have no choice but to prepare a grave for him. Given the current weather, there was little more that could be done. Once the treatment was finished, Huang Si anxiously inquired, "Brother Ren, do you think Uncle Jiang will pull through?" "I don't know," Ren Ye replied with a helpless shake of his head. Truth be told, he had grown fond of the old man. Had it not been for Jiang Shangwu's persistent fishing to replenish their food supplies, he would not have had the time to search for seals. Now, it was a matter of fate. However, he believed that with so many fever-reducing and anti-inflammatory medications, and considering he hadn't had a fever for long, he should be all right. By the way, how big was the fish he caught? What made him go to such lengths? It was quite large, indeed, larger than any he had caught before, Chun Xin replied, pulling out the red-spotted salmon from a suitcase. Ren Ye took a look and began to understand Jiang Shangwu better. The fish weighed at least 15 pounds, certainly a considerable specimen of its kind. It seemed that the remaining fish had nearly been consumed, prompting Jiang Shangwu to take such risks. Regardless of the reasons behind his actions, Jiang Shangwu had acted for the sake of the team, which garnered Ren Ye's respect. "Brother Ren, did you find the seals?" Huang Si asked. "Of course we did." Before Ren Ye could respond, Xie Zhongyi's voice resounded from outside the cabin as he swaggered in, beaming with pride. After inquiring about Jiang Shangwu's condition and learning that he had taken his medication, he began to boast about the experiences of the past couple of days. He spoke continuously for several minutes. One must admit, the people from Dongbai certainly had a way with words. Under Xie Zhongyi's vivid narration, the two girls listened with rapt attention, feeling exhilarated and thrilled, even more so than during a comedy routine. Observing their expressions, one could almost imagine them with bags of sunflower seeds. Only Hong Bing wore a resentful and envious expression. He had never gotten along with Xie Zhongyi, and hearing him brag about having killed a bear while he himself had been stuck at home, feeling unhelpful, left him feeling quite discontented. "Hey, next time you hunt seals, you must take me along. I can surely do better than that bald guy," Hong Bing exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Xie Zhongyi immediately retorted, Hey, what are you saying, Shiguang? With you? You'd probably suffer from frostbite before you even got there." "Huh, better than me? Not a chance." Hong Bing shot back instantly. In the midst of the biting cold, a voice emerged, filled with bravado. "You think I would be frightened enough to call for my mother? If it weren't for that handsome fellow, you would have long since been reduced to a mere pile of polar bear excrement." "Ah, how amusing. Regardless, I did slay the bear, so let the sour grapes flow from you, my friend." As the two prepared to engage in yet another verbal spar, Ren Ye swiftly intervened. "What's the matter with you both? I recall that there was no animosity between the East and West factions. Why do you behave like a dog encountering a sheep? I've mentioned repeatedly that in times of adversity, unity is paramount. Let us hasten to bring our supplies inside. Tonight, we shall host a seal feast. Upon hearing the mention of food, the group erupted in cheerful agreement, their spirits lifted by the prospect of a proper meal after more than a week of hardship. As the clock struck 8, the frigid wind continued to howl, accompanied by swirling snowflakes that blanketed the desolate landscape. Outside, the temperature plummeted to a staggering -38 degrees. Yet within the confines of the cabin, warmth radiated as the aroma of cooked meat wafted through the air, momentarily eclipsing the external chill. Ren Ye stood over a pot, skillfully sought seal meat, while others busied themselves with the remains of the seal. Nearby, a spit roasted an array of sizzling meats. Even those slightly charred could not diminish the delectable fragrance that filled the air. Who would have imagined that in such an inhospitable environment, one could indulge in roasted meat and stir-fried dishes? Seal meat is indeed a culinary treasure, revered by the Inuit as a delicacy. Beyond the commonplace proteins and fats, it is rich in vitamins and amino acids, along with unsaturated fatty acids that promote cardiovascular health. Consumed in moderation, it can bolster physical vitality and slow the aging process. Moreover, seal oil is a natural fat, not only high in calories, but also effective in alleviating inflammatory conditions such as arthritis. For men, it is renowned for its invigorating properties, surpassing even oysters in its health benefits. Ren Ye wasted not a morsel, and after completing the stir-fry, he seized a generous portion of the already diced white fat. This was the seal's blubber, reminiscent of lymphatic tissue. He resolved to render all the fat from both the polar bear and seal into oil, a practice frequently employed by the Inuit. Little did they know, the oil and rendered fat produced would be caloric powerhouses. Ren Ye estimated that if all the fatty tissue were rendered, it would yield at least several dozen pounds, enough to sustain the group through the winter. With a sizzle, the pristine fat entered the pot, producing a sound familiar to all. Soon, the air was filled with the enticing scent of rendered fat. As the fat cooked, it gradually dried and darkened, transforming into a thick, inky oil. Given the limited resources, the rendered fat could only be stored in clean suitcases left behind by previous passengers. As for the oil, a few plastic bottles were salvaged from the trash bins aboard the aircraft, a common sight. Once the oil cooled slightly, it would be ready for preservation. Finally, sturdy sealskin would serve as the perfect substitute for the serving dishes. Half an hour later, as the rich aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air, everyone began to indulge in a hearty feast. They savored the flavors, their lips glistening with grease, enthusiastically praising the exquisite taste. This was the essence of civilization, a fleeting moment that allowed them to forget their existence in the wilderness. Outside, snowflakes danced in a flurry, yet inside, it was remarkably warm. The group savored the skewered meat and basked in the glow of the fire, their diligent efforts finally yielding rewards. In this moment, each heart brimmed with profound satisfaction. Particularly for Ren Ye, it was as if he had triumphed over nature itself. However, just as everyone was relishing their meal, the biting wind outside suddenly intensified, and the snowflakes began to diminish. Yet the temperature plummeted, heralding the arrival of a true cold wave. Chapter 80. -41 degrees, however. With the bountiful food and the warmth of the fire, the occupants of the room felt little chill. After indulging in a grand feast, everyone reclined in their chairs, content and belching. They had devoured 40 skewers of meat and a platter of stir-fried delicacies, with Xiezhongi even licking the grease clean. "Oh, my dear friend, we owe our survival to you on this flight. Otherwise, how could we have reached this moment and savored such delights?" he declared. "Rest assured, among us from Dongbei, we value loyalty above all. Once we step outside, you shall be regarded as my brother, albeit of different parents. Should you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to call on me. I would traverse fire and water for you." Upon hearing such earnest flattery, Hong Bing promptly interjected, "Hey there, we from Shiguang are not ungrateful either. My father is the village chief, and I am quite well liked in our village. Once we emerge, I shall ensure my friends shower you with attention and gifts." When you visit Shiguang, I will treat you to some exquisite bean milk. Chun Xin quickly chimed in with a smile. Indeed, handsome. I am studying in a nursing school, and I am quite popular there too. I have several friends who are both well-endowed and fond of wearing black stockings. I shall introduce them to you once we are outside. And if none of them pique your interest, I might even offer myself. Laughter erupted at this half-joking remark, and Ren Ye nodded with a grin, replying, How fortuitous. I have a half-brother who is bald and still single. Do introduce him to someone, but she must have a luscious head of hair. Otherwise, our offspring might inherit that baldness at 27, which would not be appealing. Laughter erupted once more, with Hong Bing chuckling the most, confidently tousling his greasy locks at Xie Zhongyi. Baldy, if you call me Big Boss, I shall have my sister introduce you to a lovely lady. What do you say? Who needs your introductions? I can't even understand your ordinary hair. Spare me the nonsense, Xie Zhongyi retorted, mimicking Hong Bing's accent in a dissatisfied tone. Yet instinctively, he donned a hat, grasped a wooden stick, and awkwardly rose to step outside. I'm off to relieve myself. However, as he reached the door and opened the makeshift entrance made of ice blocks, he nearly stumbled forward. The moment he cracked it open, a wave of icy air rushed in, instantly stiffening his face and leaving his mind blank. The cold was piercing, rendering him almost numb to the sensation of his own face. Damn it, he exclaimed, hastily breathing warmth onto his hands while rubbing his frozen cheeks. This was the first time he had experienced such frigid air without a mask. Wow, it's freezing outside. It feels even colder. Just a brief gust of wind left my face numb. Upon hearing this, Ren Ye's smile vanished as he grabbed a thermometer and moved towards the door. When the frigid wind struck him, within mere seconds, his hand also stiffened, causing his brow to furrow. Having spent over a week in the Arctic, he could easily guess the temperature from just a breeze. The current temperature is undoubtedly lower than it was last night. Ren Ye hurriedly returned to don his gloves and mask, extending the thermometer outside to take a reading. Upon seeing the numbers on the display, the joyful chatter within the room abruptly ceased. -41. It was barely past 9 o'clock. Ren Ye distinctly remembered that just yesterday at this time, it had only been around -37 or 38. At this rate, by midnight, it was likely to plummet to -45. This was not the kind of -45 one might encounter in Huagua, where one could still frolic in the snow. Rather, this temperature signified a dire, almost apocalyptic cold, where exposed skin would suffer frostbite in less than 2 minutes and tissue death within 5. Such a temperature heralded death, and an agonizing one at that. Having spent considerable time in the Arctic, everyone understood the grave implications of that number. What should we do, Teasy? Exclaimed Xie Zhongyi, instinctively covering his groin. What about our other needs? Hong Bing added, Are we supposed to relieve ourselves indoors? With their reminders, Ren Ye finally grasped the situation. Previously, he had only considered food shortages, neglecting the equally pressing issue of waste disposal. In this weather, daring to venture outside for a bowel movement would likely lead to dire consequences. However, holding it indefinitely was hardly a viable option, and the stench of indoor relief would be unbearable. While he pondered, Zhou Pan suddenly clapped him on the shoulder. Fear not, Brother Ren. Our research team has encountered similar dilemmas before. With the clothing we have, we can manage small needs indoors by using absorbent fabric. As for larger needs, we can dispose of them the following day without issue. What a brilliant idea, Brother Zhou, Ren Ye exclaimed, smacking his forehead in realization. This method would not only eliminate unpleasant odors within the cabin, but also effectively address their waste concerns, allowing for reuse. Zhou Pan chuckled. This isn't my invention. It's how our team has always managed during expeditions. You've just been too fatigued lately, Brother Ren. Even if I hadn't mentioned it, you would have figured it out. At that moment, Chun Xin interjected, Gentlemen, if we can't relieve ourselves at -41, what will happen if it drops to -50 or 60? Can we even survive? Ren Ye and Zhou Pan exchanged a grave look and replied, Then we might as well strip bare and step outside. The group responded in confusion, unable to comprehend the implication. Zhou Pan sighed, Brother Ren means, that would hasten our demise, sparing us from prolonged suffering. Ren Ye nodded and continued, What a jest. -60? At that point, even fire would fail to ignite. Rather than freeze to death agonizingly, A swift exit seems far more humane. From today onward, we will take turns keeping watch at night. Remember, the fire must not go out, otherwise we risk succumbing to sleep. After giving a series of instructions, Ren Ye commenced an inspection of the various resources for the winter. Upon discovering that there was an ample supply of firewood and food, he finally felt at ease enough to retire for the night. The night watch was tasked with rendering the remaining seal oil while also monitoring the lowest temperature at midnight. At 1 o'clock in the morning, a biting wind howled outside the cabin, and snowflakes danced like dense raindrops in the air. Despite the presence of ice walls at both ends of the cabin, a few snowflakes managed to infiltrate through the crevices of the exhaust vents. The night watch, Huang Xiu, was busy working with the seal skin in her cocoon-like attire. Yet she dared not stray too far from the warmth of the fire, sensing that it was likely the coldest moment of the night. She climbed up the ice wall with a thermometer in hand, pressing it against the gap. When she beheld the reading, her body shivered involuntarily. -45 degrees. Chapter 81. The door is blocked. If it were merely the low temperature, it would be bearable. However, the bone-chilling wind outside rages on incessantly. The fire within the room flickers wildly, and even while sheltered indoors, the sharp howling of the wind can be distinctly heard. The following day, Jiang Shanwu remains in a state of unconsciousness, though the fever has subsided, indicating a gradual recovery. As the others begin to awaken, Ren Ye pulls aside the makeshift blanket made of numerous overcoats, still feeling a chill. Last night, he had given the bare fur coat to the two women. As their constitutions are more delicate, it would be unfortunate if anyone fell ill at this juncture. Upon rising, the group's drowsy minds are thoroughly awakened by a gust of cool air. Before Ren Ye can rise, Huang Xiu approaches him to recount the temperature conditions from the previous night. When he hears that the lowest temperature reached a staggering -45 degrees, he is momentarily stunned. He had never anticipated such a drastic drop in temperature, easily surpassing the record experienced by Zhou Pan. This is merely the beginning, he realizes. Ren Ye furrows his brow, sensing that the threat of death has not yet fully manifested. At this rate, it seems that -50 degrees is merely a matter of time. He must take further action to enhance their chances of survival. Yet, with food and fire secured, what more can be done? After a moment of contemplation, his gaze falls upon the pile of clothing. Last night, he had not slept well, even dreaming of being trapped in an ice pit. The indoor temperature remains too low, and with the tendency to toss and turn during sleep, it is all too easy for the layers of clothing to be dislodged, leaving certain parts exposed. This is particularly true for Xie Zhongyi and Hong Bing, who not only snore, but also have a habit of rolling about in their sleep. If any part of the body is inadequately covered, a night spent in such frigid conditions can easily lead to localized frostbite. Most critically, frostbite differs from burns in that it does not trigger the pain response that would awaken one swiftly. Instead, those afflicted often remain unaware until they feel a numbing chill in a specific area, mistakenly attributing it to insufficient covering. Prolonged exposure to low temperatures is likely to be dismissed. If neglected, it can gradually escalate to severe frostbite, ultimately leading to skin necrosis. Each year, extreme adventurers abroad sustain serious injuries or even amputations due to such circumstances. With this in mind, Ren Ye calls for Huang Xiu. After a discussion, they decide to select all the thick garments available and sew them together to create a blanket, thus significantly reducing the likelihood of localized frostbite. Just as they are deliberating, a voice from outside interrupts. Zhou Pan calls out, "Ren, come quickly." The ice door seems to be frozen shut. The group hastens to the source of the sound. This ice door, constructed from large blocks of ice and water, is intended to block the entrance against the wind and wild beasts, allowing only a person to crawl in and out. Although the group has no immediate plans to venture outside, it remains a crucial entryway for retrieving snow to melt for water. Xie Zhongyi and Hong Bing stepped forward to assist. Yet even their combined efforts proved futile in moving the obstruction. Ren Ye quickly drew a dagger and hurled it towards the door. "It must be that the door frame has frozen shut. You should clear away the ice shards and try again." "It's of no use. I've already attempted that," Zhou Pan remarked, gesturing towards the door. "Today I am on a last shift, and I had intended to step outside to gather some snow for boiling water, only to suddenly realize that the door wouldn't budge." Upon hearing this, Ren Ye seemed to grasp something significant and swiftly made a running leap to scale the ice wall. Leaning his head to peer into the crevice of the wall, he discovered that at least 10 centimeters of accumulated snow had completely blocked the bottom of the ice wall. The temperature had plummeted last night, solidifying the snow into an icy sculpture, firmly wedged in the gap of the ice door. If it could be pushed open by sheer human strength, it would indeed be a miracle. This brought to mind the harrowing experience from the previous night spent outdoors, nearly succumbing to asphyxiation. At that moment, he realized he had perhaps underestimated the challenges of survival, naively believing that securing food and firewood would ensure peace of mind. In reality, if the issue of the accumulated snow was not promptly addressed, the ice shards would continue to multiply, ultimately sealing the ice door entirely. They would then find themselves trapped indoors, with the only option being to break through the wall. Ren Ye leapt down from the ice wall and explained the situation to the others. Upon learning of the blockage at the entrance, their immediate response was to send someone out to smash the ice shards. However, Zhou Pan interjected, saying, "While this seems straightforward, we are currently experiencing heavy snowfall daily. We cannot afford to be the first to break the ice each morning. Even if we had the time, given the rate of snowfall, it is likely to refreeze within a few hours. This would indeed pose a significant inconvenience. So, I suggest we devise a more permanent solution." Ren Ye nodded in agreement, acknowledging that he had no desire to toil in such labor daily. After all the effort put into gathering food, the aim was to alleviate their burdens during the cold snap. "You are correct. I have contemplated this matter as well. Today, we must endure a bit of hardship. We need to construct another ice wall outside the cabin to block the entrance of our existing wall. This will shield the door from the majority of the accumulating snow. I believe that as long as the snow accumulation is minimized, we will not face such a situation again, as we did today." Zhou Pan immediately concurred with this suggestion. The two were recognized as the pillars of the team, and their decisions were seldom questioned by others. Once the plan was established, everyone began to move chairs, while Ren Ye wielded a hammer and axe, climbing up to commence demolishing the wall. This ice wall had been erected within the cabin primarily to block the wind. Thus it was built quite high, allowing only a 2 or 3 fist-high gap for smoke ventilation. This scant space was insufficient for anyone to climb over. Consequently, he could only chip away at the ice bricks. However, to preserve the integrity of the ice bricks, Ren Ye had to carefully carve along the seams. After all, going outside to saw ice in such weather is tormenting, and it is best to save effort whenever possible. People often say that tearing down a house is easy, but building one is difficult. Yet in this weather, the opposite holds true. For men took turns, laboring tirelessly until their hands were weary and stiff before they would switch places. They toiled relentlessly for over an hour, finally managing to pry open a narrow gap at the top of the ice wall, just wide enough for the bare-skinned Huang Xiyu to squeeze through. To alleviate the collective effort, Huang Xiyu volunteered to climb out. After chiseling away at the icy obstruction for another half-hour, she finally succeeded in fully opening the passage. Upon emerging, the group immediately felt the air around them invigoratingly fresh. It dawned on Ren Ye that prolonged confinement in a closed environment could indeed induce a palpable sense of oppression. However, mere seconds later, as 2 gusts of frigid wind, laced with snowflakes, swept across their faces, the initial exhilaration evaporated in an instant. They were once again reminded of the numbing chill that accompanied the low temperatures, prompting them to hastily don thick masks, gloves, and hats. Ren Ye retrieved a thermometer and pressed the button, revealing the current temperature to be a biting -38 degrees. "Everyone, let us get to work. We must complete the ice wall today. Otherwise, we may find ourselves laboring far longer tomorrow." Chapter 82. A fractured mind. Upon concluding his speech, Ren Ye grasped the ice saw and exited the cabin. However, scarcely had he taken a few steps when an ear-piercing gust of wind assaulted him. In the blink of an eye, he sensed an invisible force propelling him forward. His balance faltered, and he skidded across the ice for a full meter. The sudden intensity of the wind caught him off guard, combined with the slick surface of the ice, leading to his eventual tumble. "Ouch!" Ren Ye yelped in pain. Fortunately, he was bundled in layers of clothing, so the impact was not severe, though he was left astonished by the ferocity of the morning chill. Could such a gust be strong enough to knock him down? It must have been at least a force of 6. As he lifted his head, his suspicions were immediately confirmed. Another fierce blast of wind rushed at him, and even with several thick masks on, the piercing sting was almost unbearable. In an instant, Ren Ye felt as though his brain had been short-circuited. The sensation was akin to having his mind immersed in icy water, with every inhalation filled with the tasteless essence of wind oil. The source of this malevolent breeze was the direction from which he had returned the previous night. Seeing him fall, Xie Zhongyi and Zhou Pan rushed to assist him. Yet, just like Ren Ye, they too were swept off their feet by the wind, colliding with one another. "What the hell? Why is the wind so strong?" they exclaimed. "Get up quickly, you're on my leg." The two struggled against the gusts, their eyes squinting against the force, helping each other rise. "Brother Run, the wind is too fierce. It's impossible to work in these conditions," Zhou Pan nearly shouted, as normal conversation was drowned out by the howling wind. Ren Ye nodded in resignation. The combination of heavy winds and snow certainly posed significant dangers. They decided to return to the cabin to finish their meal before venturing out again. Thus, the group endured a restless wait until noon, when the wind finally began to subside. Ren Ye promptly called everyone to join him outside to saw the ice blocks. However, upon stepping out, he noticed that Zhou Pan remained seated, immobile. Zhou's brows were furrowed deeply, his countenance grave, and he was nervously biting his nails, seemingly lost in thought. His expression was more dismal than if he had encountered a polar bear. Ren Ye approached and gently tapped his shoulder. "What are you thinking about, so seriously?" Zhou Pan jolted at the touch, yet his frown remained. He motioned for Ren Ye to sit beside him. "Brother Ren, do you sense something peculiar about this wind?" Ren Ye immediately recognized the underlying concern in Zhou Pan's words. During their wait, he too had pondered this issue. In the Arctic, winds strong enough to topple a person were no trivial matter. They could only be attributed to. "Where are you getting at? Speak plainly." Zhou Pan's brows knitted together even tighter. After a brief silence, he trembled as he uttered 3 words, "Blizzard." Ren Ye, upon hearing this, couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh, a mix of despair and helplessness, cursing in the essence of their culture. In truth, he had contemplated this answer long ago. The reason he refrained from voicing it was not to lend affirmation. Yet, more significantly, he still harbored a flicker of hope. However, upon hearing the pronouncements of professionals, it became abundantly clear that the situation was nearly inevitable. The so-called blizzard is characterized by fierce winds accompanied by snowflakes. Blizzards are classified into 4 levels of intensity: blue alert, yellow alert, orange alert, and red alert. The blue level indicates a snowfall exceeding 4 millimeters within 12 hours. Most people would mistakenly assume this refers to the accumulated snow depth over those 12 hours. In reality, this is a grave misconception. Snowfall refers to the depth of water equivalent derived from the snow, with an approximate ratio of 1 to 15 in relation to snow accumulation. Thus, a snowfall measurement of 4 millimeters translates to a snow depth of 6 centimeters when multiplied by 15. The yellow alert signifies 6 millimeters over 12 hours, while the orange alert indicates 10 millimeters over 6 hours. The most extreme and severe is the red alert, which denotes a snowfall of 15 millimeters over a mere 6 hours, resulting in a snow depth of 22.5 centimeters. Should such a level be reached, the snowfall in a single day could bury all living beings. Contemplating this, Ren Ye exhaled deeply, his trembling hands weakly massaging his temples, his inner turmoil reaching a boiling point. "As for the wind force level, can you estimate it?" Zhou Pan, with a furrowed brow, pondered for a moment before responding. This morning, the wind force was approximately level 6. If a blizzard were indeed to manifest in the future, this omen suggests it would be exceedingly severe. Enough with the preamble. To speak plainly, Ren Ye snapped impatiently. Level 8 to 10. At that moment, Ren Ye could no longer maintain his composure. The suppressed emotions accumulated over the days erupted in an instant. He rose and kicked the fire pit, sending sparks flying, and smoke filled the room. His face contorted in distress as he paced frantically, resembling a person on the brink of madness. While walking, he gesticulated wildly, interspersing his actions with curses. Damn rescue team. Foolish planes. Why on earth did I come here? Wouldn't it have been better to shoot some videos and make money back home? Now you tell me where to face a blizzard of level 8 to 10. Ha ha ha. How am I supposed to confront that? It's a storm fierce enough to uproot trees. We are all doomed. Even this damned cabin will perish once more. What have I done wrong? Why must I confront such a natural disaster? Ren Ye vented the pent-up fury of his despair. He had yet to marry, still had parents, a younger brother, grandparents to support, and even several million in unspent savings in his bank account. These were his ties to this world. He could not fathom why, despite his relentless efforts, he was still unable to escape death. Ren Ye's sudden outburst left Zhou Pan astounded. He instinctively understood that these words were not directed at him. Ren Ye did not truly blame him. He was merely releasing his emotions. Yet in his heart, Ren Ye has always been a composed and unflappable survival expert. Since their acquaintance, he had never witnessed such a disoriented version of Ren Ye. However, it was not long before Zhou Pan expressed his understanding. There's perhaps no greater agony in this world than death, yet the most profound despair lies in the wait for death, especially when one has exhausted every effort in vain, unable to alter the inevitable. This sense of powerlessness, a sorrow that surpasses the death of the heart. He recalled his own reaction when he first encountered a blizzard. It seemed to evoke a similar response. After a considerable commotion, Ren Ye finally returned to his seat in a daze. I apologize, Brother Zhou. I have lost my composure. Chapter 83, Encouragement from the Crowd. Zhou Pan chuckled and shook his head. It's all right, Ren. I can understand your feelings. If we were to leave now, is there a chance we could survive? Ren Ye asked despondently, his gaze hollow. Zhou Pan sighed and patted his shoulder. Given what I know of you, you are certainly aware that such a simple matter of common sense should not elude you. Ren, it is time to face reality. Zhou Pan, having undergone rigorous national training, had faced death more than 3 times and possessed a profound sense of dedication to his country, which rendered him remarkably calm. In contrast, Ren Ye was merely an ordinary citizen, devoid of such noble virtues. The instinct to survive is a primal drive inherent in every individual. A bitter smile crossed Ren Ye's face. How could he possibly be unaware of the prospect of escape? In this frigid weather, whether one could outrun a blizzard was another matter entirely. Even if he managed to evade it, the impending cold wave would surely claim his life. Deep down, he clung to a flicker of hope, but Zhou Pan's words extinguished that glimmer entirely. Seeing Ren Ye's dejection, Zhou Pan felt a pang of sympathy. He recognized that in terms of survival skills and innovative thinking, Ren Ye surpassed him by far. The fact that everyone had made it this far was solely attributable to Ren Ye's leadership. Yet, when it came to battling nature and confronting this blizzard, it was ultimately Ren Ye who held the key. Realizing this, Zhou Pan understood he needed to restore Ren Ye's confidence. Indeed, circumstance. The mindset of a leader becomes paramount. Run, do not lose heart. We are not entirely without options. Oh, Ren Ye's eyes widened, sensing a glimmer of hope. What is the plan? Speak quickly. Zhou Pan smiled, pointing a finger at Ren Ye. My plan is you? Me? Ren Ye looked perplexed, pointing to himself. What do you mean? Zhou Pan regarded him with admiration. If there is anyone capable of devising a way to evade this catastrophe, it can only be you, provided you can think clearly. He chuckled lightly. You are the most intelligent, most professional, and the most unconventional survival expert I have ever encountered. Your thinking is more innovative than that of many professionals I have met. It is an innate talent, and I am confident you will devise a solution. At this point, Zhou Pan's expression turned somber again. In fact, I encountered a blizzard during my first visit to the Arctic. My team leader and I were climbing a snow-capped mountain to collect snow samples from the summit. We had only ascended halfway when we were caught in a sudden blizzard. Although the wind did not reach a force of 8, I was just a rookie at the age of 21. The abruptness of the situation left me utterly bewildered. I did not wish to perish, and once I regained my senses, I frantically sought to escape, my mindset more frantic than yours at present. Upon hearing this, Ren Ye's eyes brightened, as if he had uncovered a crucial insight. He hurriedly inquired, So how did you survive? This question brought tears to Zhou Pan's eyes. his gaze glistening with emotion. After a moment, he spoke with a trembling voice. The captain grasped me tightly and immediately began to dig a pit in the snow. However, due to the urgency of the situation, he could not excavate a second pit. Thus, he left this one for me, granting me a chance at survival. I remained in that pit for an eternity, the snow numbing me to the brink of unconsciousness. It was only when I could bear it no longer that I crawled out of the snowdrift, but the captain had vanished. Our entire team searched the vicinity for 4 or 5 days, ultimately discovering only a bloodied head and a severed leg. At this point, Zhou Pan sniffed, as if swallowing back tears. Ren Ye patted his shoulder, his admiration for the research team deepening. They were heroes who sacrificed themselves for the noble cause of scientific exploration, deserving of every honor and respect. Yet, upon reflection, he also felt the terror of the blizzard. The most frightening aspect of such a natural disaster is not the snow itself, but the wind. Most ordinary people have never experienced true gales and are unaware of their dangers. In fact, a force of wind at level 8 is already considered a super gale, capable of uprooting small trees and lifting an average person off the ground. A level 9 gale can strip the roofs from ordinary houses, while a level 10 wind represents a watershed of power, uprooting small trees and demolishing buildings. Wind speeds can reach between 24.5 to 28.4 meters per second, equivalent to traveling 89 to 102 kilometers per hour. One can only imagine the force of such wind whipping up those frost-hardened snowflakes, striking a person. It would be akin to being subjected to a relentless barrage from a light machine gun, with every fragment of flesh likely to be obliterated. This stark reality elucidates why the dangers of a blizzard far surpass those of typhoons or hurricanes. The captain's ability to recover the body was merely due to the low intensity of the wind that day. Otherwise, not a trace would have been found. Ren, you are quite similar to my captain. He was also a master of survival. In the moment the wind swept him away, he imparted a piece of wisdom that I have carried with me ever since. I have heard you express it more than once. Ren Ye, intrigued, inquired, "What did he say?" "Do your utmost, and accept your fate." Zhou Pan raised his fist, revealing a warm smile. "Whether we survive is another matter. But at the very least, we must take responsibility for our own lives. Strive diligently, and leave the rest to destiny." "Well said." Suddenly, the exuberant voices of Xie Zhongyi and others resonated from outside the cabin. One by one, they climbed in, having been eavesdropping on Ren Ye and Zhou Pan's conversation. Although they had no clear understanding of blizzards or wind levels, witnessing the typically composed Ren Ye in such distress spoke volumes about the peril they faced. Xie Zhongyi stepped forward and embraced Ren Ye's shoulders. Laughing heartily, "My friend, do not lose heart. You are a survival expert. Summon the courage and bravery you possess to confront the polar bear. Let that spirit of yours shine. Even if we are destined to perish, we shall not face it alone, for we are together in this journey. Are we not? Besides, succumbing to the winds is certainly preferable to being devoured alive by that polar bear. Wouldn't you agree?" Unbeknownst to Xie Zhongyi was the ferocity of the blizzard. He too harbored a fear of death. Yet at that moment, his sole desire was to uplift Ren Ye, urging him to rally everyone in their struggle against the elements. The bald man was indeed correct. Hongbing also stepped forward, wrapping his arms around Ren Ye. "If it weren't for you, we would have met our end long ago. To have survived this long, and even feasted on seal meat, is indeed a remarkable fortune." Chapter 84. Reviving confidence. Huang Xiyu and Chen Xian echoed in agreement. "Brother Ren, I recall you once mentioned that the most vital aspect of survival in the wilderness is maintaining a positive and optimistic mindset. Your current demeanor is quite the contrary. Indeed. Handsome, we girls fear not. What is there for you to worry about? Let us face this together." Upon hearing the encouragement from his companions, Ren Ye's spirits lifted considerably. Indeed, he had endured the harshness of the cold wave, willingly traversing days in pursuit of sustenance. After enduring such hardship, was it not all in the name of survival? Why then should he succumb to despair now? While the blizzard was formidable, waiting idly for death was never his style. Noticing Ren Ye's continued silence, the group assumed he remained in a state of dejection. Hongbing quickly devised a clever plan, rising to push Chun Xin toward Ren Ye. Hey, handsome. It is said that a man's struggle and turmoil are the most agonizing. During such times, a woman's comfort is essential. How about this? I'll have my cousin give you a little boost, and I guarantee you'll be brimming with confidence. Wait, what? This remark elicited a startled exclamation from Xiezhongyi. The others widened their eyes in astonishment and amusement, while Chun Xin appeared both flustered and bewildered. Hey, Hongbing, should you at least ask your sister if she is willing? This feels rather coercive. Oh, she would definitely agree. Hongbing chuckled, nudging Chun Xin and exchanging knowing glances. Chun Xin, with a playful demeanor, affirmed, of course I would. Brother Ren is so charming, intelligent, and wealthy. There is no loss for me. With that, she draped an arm over Hongbing's shoulder, striking an alluring pose before Ren Ye, occasionally casting flirtatious glances his way. Come on, handsome. Let me help you regain your confidence. But be cautious, I'm on my period, so you'll have to fight valiantly. The risque jest, delivered from the lips of a lady, only added to the humor, causing an uproar of laughter among the group. The previously somber atmosphere transformed into one of lively camaraderie. After a moment, Ren Ye finally rose, his gaze now filled with unwavering determination. Since everyone is so buoyant, I certainly shan't be the one to dampen the spirits. Let's make one final stand against nature. He extended his hand, and one by one, his companions placed their hands upon his. No one wished for death, nor did anyone desire to wait for it. In that moment, they were filled with fervor, resolute to fight for their lives. After some contemplation, Ren Ye had formulated a rough plan. At 1 p.m., everyone commenced their labor. To shield against the biting wind affecting their progress, he instructed 2 individuals to don bear pelts and act as windbreaks. When those working grew weary, they would rotate, ensuring minimal disruption to their efforts. While others toiled to construct ice walls by sawing ice bricks, Huang Xiyu remained occupied with the seal skins, a task entrusted to her by Ren Ye. The seal skin is remarkably thick, with minimal breathability, yet possesses a soft texture that offers excellent wind and water resistance. Its practical value far surpasses that of wolf and bear pelts. The Inuit, lacking modern clothing, rely on seal skins to craft long garments that sustain them through the frigid winter. Thus, it is imperative to process this material without delay for future expeditions. From noon until 2 o'clock, the temperature reaches its most comfortable peak of the day, albeit still a chilling -37 degrees. The group tirelessly saws through ice blocks, rotating as fatigue and cold set in. The river, while not overly wide, yields an inexhaustible supply of ice bricks in these conditions. Remarkably, the surface of the sawed river refreezes within mere minutes, akin to a perpetual motion machine. However, as the temperature continues to drop, the thickness of the ice blocks increases significantly, demanding greater effort. In 2 hours, they manage to cut out only 30 or so pieces. By 5 in the evening, they finally gather a sufficient quantity of ice bricks. Yet their task is not complete. The sled serves as a vital means of transportation. So to prevent it from being blown away by the wind, Ren Ye constructs a rectangular ice shelter, positioned right in front of the ice wall at the cabin's exit. This structure not only provides immediate access, but also serves as a snow barrier, achieving dual purposes and saving considerable time. For those already experienced in building ice walls, this endeavor proves quite straightforward. Once everything is finished, it is already 7 in the evening, although they intended to reinforce the structure further. The dropping temperature compels them to retreat into the cabin. After a long day of labor, they enjoy a meal of seal and salmon stew with assorted organ meats. While it may not rival the taste of grilled skewers, it is nonetheless a substantial source of warmth and energy. After their meal, they feel significantly warmer. At that moment, Jiang Shangwu, who had been in a coma for 2 days, finally awakens. After taking several doses of medicine, his high fever subsides, though he remains somewhat weak. Upon learning that Ren Ye and the others successfully procured seal meat, the old man smiles with relief, praising their capabilities. In the following moments, Ren Ye informs him of the impending snowstorm and its potential dangers. Expecting Jiang Shangwu to react with panic and anxiety, he is taken aback when the old man, unfazed, Inquires Little Run, since we are all doomed. I cast a few lines one last time. There seemed to be plenty of red-spotted salmon downstream, and I was unfortunate enough to lose my catch the other day when I fell into the river. Such a pity. He punctuates his lament with a frustrated thump of his thigh, feeling he missed a great opportunity. This reaction elicits exasperated headshakes from a group. Such a fisherman seems utterly obsessed. Fear of death pales in comparison to the dread of not catching fish, leaving them bewildered at his thought process. Ren Ye hands him a water bottle, urging him to drink, and then assists him in lying down. Uncle Jiang, please focus on your recovery. Our current provisions are ample to see us through the winter. There is no need to fish. Moreover, the snowstorm may be upon us soon. Let us prioritize survival first and not cause trouble for us younger folks. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shangwu can only nod in agreement. He does not wish to be a burden. He merely desires to contribute something of value to the team. After finishing their meal, the group engaged in casual conversation before planning to retire for the night. However, Zhou Pan could not suppress his curiosity and turned to Ren Ye with a question. Brother Run, have you devised a plan? No, came the succinct reply, which left Zhou Pan momentarily taken aback. He quickly pressed on. Then what was the point of our strenuous efforts this afternoon? I thought you had come up with a solution. Ren Ye sat up, rubbed his hands together, and maintained an air of calm. That is a blizzard, my friend. Even the nation cannot resolve it. So how could we possibly manage? However, he continued, it is not to say that there are no opportunities for survival, however slim. Oh, what do you mean? Zhou Pan leaned in eagerly, his face alight with curiosity. He was keen to learn how Ren Ye intended to navigate such a formidable natural disaster. Chapter 85. The sealskin coat. Ren Ye shook his head in confusion. My thoughts were still unformed, and the blizzard remained merely a conjecture, lacking any tangible confirmation. Thus, I resolved to venture out tomorrow to observe the conditions, at the very least to ascertain the precise strength of the wind, lest we lament in vain without knowing who had perished. Get some rest. Join me tomorrow, I suggested. With that, he collapsed onto his bed and, within 10 minutes, was snoring soundly. This sight left Zhou Pan taken aback. Was this the same Ren Ye who had previously flown into a rage? Truly, Brother Ren had a remarkable ability to adjust his mindset. That night, the cold wind continued to howl outside, and heavy snow swirled through the air. The relentless sound of the wind never ceased, but rather grew stronger, reminiscent of someone wielding a continuously running hairdryer. Outside the cabin, the metallic exterior was obscured entirely, replaced by a layer of snow exceeding 10 centimeters in thickness. The snow clung to the cabin like barnacles, with tiny icicles forming even on the ceiling within. Unbeknownst to us, the temperature continued its steady decline. Inside, only Huang Xiyu remained busy. Her hands were a flurry of activity as she threaded needles and stitched tirelessly, gradually transforming the sealskin into a coat. At dawn the following day, an alarm rang out, jolting Ren Ye and the others awake. As their bleary eyes adjusted, Ren Ye was startled by the sight of Huang Xiyu before him. Her eyes were bloodshot, with dark circles hinting at a sleepless night. Yet in her hands, she bore a broad smile along with 2 grayish-white coats of sealskin. Brother Ren, I succeeded. This is the sealskin coat. Try it on quickly. Ren Ye's sleepiness dissipated instantly, and he hastily removed his outerwear to try on the garment. Drawing from his prior experience with the wolfskin coat, he noted a marked improvement in Huang Xiyu's craftsmanship. He felt no constriction. The coat fit perfectly and was warm, significantly lighter than the wolfskin, allowing for prolonged movement without excessive fatigue. Truly a masterpiece. Impressive, Xiyu. If we manage to evade the blizzard, you shall be hailed as the greatest contributor. The others gathered around, eager to admire and touch the coat, showering Huang Xiyu with praise. Hey, little sister, make me one too. Shut up, bald guy. There are only 2 seal skins, and none for you. Xiyu, your skills are remarkable. Whoever marries you will be truly fortunate. The compliments made Huang Xiyu beam with delight. I have no special talents. I can only do what I am capable of for everyone. By the way, Brother Run, I didn't waste any leftover seal skin. I also crafted gloves, shoe insoles, and masks for you and Brother Zhou. Do try them on. Oh, really? Ren Ye and Pan then realized that their gear had already been swapped. They quickly donned the new items and found them to be just as effective as the seal skin coat, significantly enhancing warmth while reducing breathability. They felt warmer than the most expensive thermal wear available in the city. With this, even in the frigid temperatures of -40 degrees, one could traverse for quite some time. Well done. Ren Ye and Pan extended their hands, exchanging a high five with Huang Xiyu. Whether Huang Xiyu felt elated by the praise was uncertain, as she was preoccupied with the thought of quickly transforming the bare skin into garments for everyone to wear. However, Ren Ye, recognizing the toll her labors had taken on her through the night, urged her to rest. After their meal, Ren Ye directed Xie Zhongyi and the others to continue sawing ice, while he and Pan ventured outside. No sooner had they taken a few steps than they were once again toppled by the fierce wind. Although it did not hurt much, Ren Ye felt that repeatedly falling could adversely affect their journey. An idea struck him as he glanced at the sled in the ice house. The wind was favorable at that moment, and the two of them promptly lay down on the sled. With a gust of wind, they glided swiftly forward. To be honest, this speed surpassed even their usual running pace. The two felt like children playing on scooters. This exhilarating sensation was one only a man could truly appreciate. This route was the downstream path they had previously taken while hunting seals, a result of Ren Ye's careful consideration. The long polar night during the Arctic winter, combined with the intense radiative cold, forms vast cold air masses and a cold high-pressure zone. In the summer and autumn, the Arctic Circle experiences considerable melting of sea ice, allowing warm air and evaporated moisture from the ocean to rise, providing abundant material energy for the development of Arctic cyclones. When this energy accumulates to a certain level, it triggers blizzards. The greater the energy, the stronger the winds. Thus, large oceanic areas are typically the origin points for storms, much like the super typhoons such as Sangmei, Wimaxin, and Nina, as well as the colossal typhoon Mangkhut that struck Dongguan province in 2018. These typhoons resulted in countless casualties and property losses, with coastal cities invariably suffering the most. Ren Ye had not brought an anemometer to the Arctic, so he could only gauge the wind strength through his own experience. He believed that by getting closer to the eye of a storm, he could estimate the wind's intensity. As the saying goes, one must know oneself and one's enemy to emerge victorious in every battle. Even against nature, it is imperative to gather sufficient information. After gliding for a while, the wind suddenly shifted direction, and the sled lost its momentum, beginning to slide backward. At that moment, ice shards covered their masks, nearly obscuring their entire faces. Realizing this, the two could only clear their visors and proceed to pull the sled by foot. However, the wind that could assist them could also prove lethal. The strength of the wind capable of propelling a sled with two adults could easily knock them down while standing still, let alone moving forward. Sure enough, after struggling to walk a mere 7 or 8 meters, they suddenly felt weightless. The icy surface was already slippery, and they were akin to playing on a slide, being blown back several meters. This was untenable. We cannot move, Pan shouted against the wind. Yet, his words were largely drowned out by the howling gusts. Ren Ye could barely catch what he said. What? Speak louder. I said, we should stop walking. The wind's intensity has likely reached 6, 8. If the wind reaches a force of level 7, we shall be in grave peril. Ren Ye comprehended this warning clearly, yet he had no intention of advancing any further. Pan's assessment proved accurate. A ferocious snowstorm was undoubtedly on the horizon, given the wind force level indicated by the advance team. The forecast of levels 8 to 10 is not merely an exaggeration, and it might even be understated. Despite having mentally prepared himself long ago, he felt a shiver of trepidation at this moment. Confronting a snowstorm is undoubtedly a fool's errand. However, he must ascertain one crucial detail: the approximate timing of the impending blizzard's arrival, so he can adequately prepare. Chapter 86. Observing the weather, he called out to Pan and climbed back onto the sled, gliding in reverse. As he turned around, the wind shifted instantly in their favor, allowing them to glide several hundred meters in mere minutes. Upon passing a broad river channel, the wind diminished somewhat, prompting Ren Ye to suddenly break the sled with a swift kick. He had already shared his thoughts with Zhou Pan during their journey, and Zhou's response was a mixture of surprise and curiosity, tinged with disbelief. In all his wilderness survival training, Zhou had never encountered a method for predicting the onset of a storm without any specialized instruments. However, since it was Ren Ye who spoke, there remained a modicum of credibility. "Brother Ren, it seems you are prepared to broaden my horizons once more. Do enlighten me on how you intend to make this prediction," Zhou Pan inquired. Ren Ye stomped on the ice surface, rummaging through his luggage as he replied, "In truth, I cannot predict with precision. I can merely estimate a general time frame, but the margin of error should not exceed 5 days. It will also depend on the fish beneath the ice." At this, he produced an axe and tossed it to Zhou Pan, then retrieved a fishing rod and pulled a handful of bait from his inner pocket. "Hurry and bore through the ice. Make the hole a bit larger. I will shield you from the wind." Without hesitation, Zhou Pan raised the axe and began chopping at the ice. Ren Ye's predictive technique relied primarily on animal behavior. Animals possess an innate ability to sense danger far superior to that of humans, particularly those native to this region. Having lived in this frigid environment for tens of thousands, or even millions of years, they have evolved a keen perception for evading natural disasters. The advent of a blizzard would cover the water's surface, disrupting photosynthesis and, consequently, affecting the growth of aquatic plants and phytoplankton, primary food sources for fish. Without these resources, the ecological chain would falter, forcing fish to reduce their activity and enter a state of dormancy. Furthermore, blizzards diminish the contact between water and air, impacting the oxygen supply within. Although the frozen surface of the water may insulate against oxygen loss, the dissolved oxygen at the bottom can sustain a limited number of small fish. The crux of the matter is that it can only support a scant fraction of the fish population. Armed with this knowledge, Ren Ye contemplated. If they were to break the ice and scatter bait, the starving and oxygen-deprived fish would surely emerge to feed. In this way, they could gauge the impending storm's proximity by the fish's feeding behavior and their numbers. A plentiful catch would indicate that the blizzard had yet to devastate the river's ecosystem. Conversely, a scant or absent catch would signal that the storm was imminent. Upon hearing this, Zhou Pan suddenly ceased his ice chopping, his expression tinged with embarrassment. "Brother Ren, is this method not somewhat far-fetched? How can you ascertain how many fish constitute a state of emergency or relative safety? Moreover, given the current wind strength, it is quite possible that the biological chain in this river has already been disrupted. Considering the river has been frozen for quite some time, the oxygen levels may well be depleted. What if the fish have retreated to the fjord? Should no fish appear, would it not lead to a misjudgment? It seems that true professionals possess an unmatched insight, one that others might overlook." Zhou Pan's words did not unsettle Ren Ye. Instead, he acknowledged the validity of the criticism. Indeed, during winter, larger fish tend to migrate to more expansive seas, yet smaller fish lack the stamina to venture such distances. Thus, I am certain that the river still harbors smaller fish, and I never claimed that fish were the sole indicators. At this point, Ren Ye tilted his head back, gesturing towards a peculiar formation of clouds on the horizon. "Do you see that? What might it be?" Zhou Pan, with a mere glance, identified it. Cirrus clouds, when they appear, herald the imminent arrival of strong winds and heavy rain. Can one discern the timing of a blizzard from this? Ren Ye shook his head. "Of course not, but you are partially correct. Cirrus clouds merely herald the presence of alto stratus clouds. In the Arctic, the appearance of alto stratus clouds is what truly signifies impending heavy rain or snow. In other words, once alto stratus clouds are observed, a blizzard is on its way, typically within 3 hours. However, it could also be a natural atmospheric phenomenon. One cannot distinguish merely by observing one aspect. Yet, we have already felt winds of force 6 and witnessed the cirrus clouds. If the fish are reacting as well, then predicting the blizzard's arrival becomes less arduous." "Oh!" Zhou Pan exclaimed, slapping his palm in excitement, as clarity dawned upon him. "One extraordinary method of discernment, Brother Ren. Your expertise surpasses that of any survival master I have encountered." All right. Ren Ye interrupted hastily. "Let us save the flattery for later and get to work. After approximately half an hour, the two finally broke through the ice layer. Ren Ye quickly scattered the bait into the water and crouched by the hole to observe. Remarkably, within less than 2 minutes, ripples danced across the water surface. Tiny fish, roughly the size of a pinky finger, emerged frantically, vying for the bait. A rough estimate indicated about 20 to 30 of them. Ren Ye slowly sprinkled more bait, waiting for another 10 minutes, yet not a single larger fish appeared. His brow furrowed deeper, and an ominous premonition intensified within him. Merely 2 days prior, Jiang Shangwu had caught a 15-pound red-spotted salmon right here, and according to his account, the fishing conditions had been quite favorable that day. Yet, just 2 days later, not a single sizable fish was in sight. This indicated that they had sensed the impending blizzard and fled swiftly. In such a vast river, only these small fry remained, and they appeared famished. The underwater sustenance must certainly be dwindling. Contemplating this, Ren Ye arrived at a conclusion, letting out a resigned sigh. Let us depart. I suspect the blizzard will arrive in 3 to 5 days. We merely need to observe the changes in the cloud cover to ascertain a more precise timeline. However, the situation isn't dire. Our cabin should be near the eye of the storm, which is a stroke of luck amidst this misfortune. The eye of the storm, after all, is the very center of the tempest. Generally speaking, the most formidable power of a storm is found in its periphery. The eye of the storm, having completed its rotational process, experiences a balance between centrifugal force and atmosphere pressure, resulting in a significant reduction of airflow into its center, thereby diminishing wind strength considerably, at least several degrees weaker than the winds at the periphery. Zhou Pan, having endured blizzards himself, inherently understands the implications of this observation. Is this conclusion drawn from the behavior of fish? Indeed, given the current wind strength, it is improbable that any life could persist in the river at the periphery. With that, Ren Ye pulled the sled closer, beckoning Zhou Pan to lie down upon it once more. As the favorable winds blew, the sled glided effortlessly back along the path they had come. Chapter 87. Watering and casting walls. Now that the time has been established, preparations for the impending disaster must commence. Upon returning to the cabin, Ren Ye earnestly conveyed the situation to everyone. As they learned that they had only 3 to 5 days left, expressions of palpable concern emerged on their faces. No one is immune to the fear of death. In the face of such a catastrophe, humanity appears exceedingly insignificant. They could only look to Ren Ye in a plea for guidance. After a moment of silence, Xie Zhongyi tentatively inquired, "Run, will we survive?" "I do not know," Ren Ye replied, shaking his head decisively, yet maintaining a calm demeanor. "Let us do our utmost and leave the rest to fate. Do not burden yourselves with excessive worry. According to my plan, survival is not entirely impossible. How shall we proceed?" Zhou Pan directly asked. For the next 10 minutes, Ren Ye outlined his strategy to the group. The essence of the plan was succinct: reinforce the shelter. It was clear that escape was no longer an option. A blizzard extended for miles around. The only chance for survival lay in fortifying the cabin, making it resilient enough to withstand the fierce winds. Ren Ye resolved to encase the entire cabin in a layer of thick ice, akin to donning white armor. This would not only augment the cabin's weight, but also shield it from the shards of ice that could be hurled about. The others unanimously agreed, though Zhou Pan remained grave. Recognizing that Zhou had likely identified a flaw in the plan, Ren Ye prompted, "Brother Zhou, please speak freely. This concerns everyone's lives. Being meticulous is indeed prudent, so there is no need for reticence." "Very well," Zhou Pan nodded. "I concur with your method. But have you considered that this cabin is at least 20 meters long? To cover it entirely with ice bricks, even if just a single layer, would require at least 100 bricks. From sawing the ice to transporting it, and then adhering each piece with our group of 6, plus an injured member. I dare say it would take at least a week to complete." Upon hearing this, the group found his reasoning compelling and turned their gazes toward Ren Ye. The scale of the undertaking was indeed monumental. Moreover, the larger ice bricks weighed at least 30 pounds each, and the cabin's height was no less than 2.5 meters. Not only was the sawing and transportation laborious, but the challenge of affixing the bricks securely was equally daunting. Before Ren Ye could respond, Xie Zhongyi appeared to have an epiphany clapping his hands in excitement. I have an idea. We need not worry about the top of the cabin. It is already encased in a thick layer of ice, at least 40 centimeters deep. We can simply cover the sides. No, that will not suffice. Zhou Pan interjected without hesitation. The ice there consists of accumulated snow, formed from countless ice crystals. Although frozen together, it conceals numerous gaps within. Such an ice layer could easily be shattered by a forceful wind. I cannot think of any substitute for solid ice bricks. Surely not. I shall test it, Xie Zhongyi replied, evidently skeptical. That is a 40-centimeter thick layer of snow. It cannot be as fragile as you suggest. He turned directly and walked to the door, first climbing onto the ice house where the sled was stored, then leaping onto the cabin. He stomped hard on the snow layer several times, only to find it unyielding, with no signs of cracks on the surface. Well, this seems rather solid, doesn't it? He remarked. Why not give this a try? Zhou Pan passed the hammer axe over. Xie Zhongyi took the axe and struck down on the snow layer. Thud! With just one blow, a small dent appeared in the snow, sending a few ice shards flying. This, Xie Zhongyi was left speechless. The strength indeed seemed rather insufficient. Zhou Pan shook his head helplessly. I told you long ago, this ice is composed of snowflakes, essentially pieced together temporarily. How could it possibly compare to ice bricks formed from water? Come down quickly. At that moment, Huang Xiu suggested, what if we pour water on it? If we fill the inner spaces of the snow layer, wouldn't it then become solid ice? Zhou Pan shook his head in denial again. 3 days ago, that would have worked, but now the temperature is far too low. The water would freeze before reaching the bottom of the ice layer. In other words, we can at most convert 1/3 of these layers into ice bricks, while the bottom remains a pile of ice shards. Hearing this, Ren Ye finally spoke up. What if I use boiling water? Upon hearing this, Zhou Pan paused, pondering for a moment before excitedly slapping his forehead. How could he not have thought of that? However, just as he was about to commend Ren Ye for his quick thinking, another concern arose. But we only have a small pot. We can boil at most 7 or 8 pounds at a time. In this weather, how many pots will we need to boil, and how much time will that take? Ren Ye, however, smiled confidently. No worries, I have a plan. Baldy and Lao Biao, go to the opposite bank and help me find some stones. What do you need those for? Are you going to stuff them into the ice wall? Xie Zhongyi and Hong Bing looked utterly perplexed. Stop dawdling and hurry up. Make sure they are of suitable size. About the size of a palm will do. After Ren Ye finished speaking, he took up the ice saw and requested the others to shield him from the wind. Soon, he began sawing on the river surface. Ren Ye wholeheartedly agreed with Zhou Pan's opinion. He had never considered the laborious method of using ice bricks for wall insulation. What he aimed to do was utilize large blocks of ice as containers for boiling water. After alternating efforts for over an hour, he finally excavated 6 rectangular thick ice blocks, measuring approximately 60 centimeters in length, with both width and thickness at 40 centimeters. Meanwhile, Xie Zhongyi and Hong Bing did not disappoint, having dug for quite some time in the snow, collecting nearly half a suitcase full of stones, at least 20 or 30 pieces. When these items were transported back to the cabin, Zhou Pan remained utterly bewildered, feeling as though his mind was about to explode. He simply could not fathom what Ren Ye was planning. Given the current situation, it was clear that Ren Ye intended to use these large ice blocks as containers. However, if one were to hollow out an ice block, fill it with water, and place it over a flame, the ice, when met with fire, would undeniably melt. I fear that before the water could even reach a boiling point, the flames would be extinguished by the deluge. Such a rudimentary principle of nature. How could Ren Ye possibly be unaware of it? Unable to contain his curiosity, Zhou Pan inquired. Ren Ye, with a playful smile, raised the stone in his hand and jested, "You professionals are simply too rigid in your thinking, overly reliant on modern tools. You have completely forgotten the primitive skills of our ancestors. Knowledge must be learned and applied flexibly." With that, he casually tossed the stone into the fire, causing a shower of sparks to erupt. "Do you understand now?" Zhou Pan paused for a mere 2 seconds, then broke into a grin, his eyebrows raised in realization. "I get it now. Impressive, Brother Ren." Chapter 88. The rescue team is a cultured individual. He couldn't help but utter a profanity, leaving others perplexed, completely unsure of what was so impressive. "You intend to use the stone boiling method, right?" Exactly. Ren Ye nodded, continuing to toss stones into the fire. Impressive. Hey, I've learned something new today. Your intellect is simply remarkable. At this moment, Zhou Pan's admiration for Ren Ye had transformed into genuine respect. The so-called stone boiling method is an archaic technique rarely seen in modern times. In essence, it involves placing heated stones into a container of water. The temperature of the stones is rapidly transferred to the water, and as long as there are enough stones, the water can be brought to a boil in a short span of time. This method is efficient and does not require fire. Generally speaking, wilderness survivalists seldom employ this technique, as the heated stones are often coated in ash, resulting in blackened water that can lead to gastrointestinal discomfort if consumed. However, since they were using it to reinforce their shelter, it was of little concern. I have some experience in carving. I will handle the hollowing out, Zhou Pan eagerly declared, picking up an axe and a short knife, preparing to begin his task in front of a large ice block. While it was unnecessary to heat the block, its interior needed to be hollowed to create space for the water. However, Ren Ye waved his hand dismissively. Let it be, without professional tools. It would be quite difficult to carve out sufficient space. It's not that complicated. Just watch me. After approximately half an hour, as the stones in the fire began to glow, Ren Ye used 2 flat sticks to extract them and place them atop the ice block. With a sizzling sound, the scorching stones met the ice, akin to cold water being poured into a hot pan, instantly producing a faint crackling noise. Under the watchful eyes of the group, the ice block gradually melted into a pit, with the stones slowly seeping into it. Some of the melted water began to boil vigorously. Soon, the heat from the first stone was entirely dissipated. Ren Ye immediately returned it to the fire and, with a pair of tongs, inserted another stone into the previous cavity. After repeating this process 3 times, he finally melted the pit down to the bottom of the ice block with the 4th stone. When there was still 7 or 8 centimeters left, Ren Ye carefully extracted the stone, not wishing to puncture the ice block and jeopardize the water reservoir. For the next several minutes, he continued this operation. The originally square and even ice block was gradually hollowed out, shaped into a large concavity resembling an oversized cup or a distorted water tank. The murky, boiling black water continuously emitted steam, and the boiling water and its container were completed simultaneously. Applause erupted in the room as the men gazed at him with admiration, their expressions filled with reverence. The 2 women even displayed affectionate smiles, their eyes sparkling with admiration. A clever and powerful man is irresistible to any woman. Wow, Ren, you have truly opened my eyes today. My dear friend, I sense that even Bear Grylls would not possess your level of resourcefulness. Handsome lad, there is no need to instruct me. My footwear is quite adequate. Oh, what a charming gentleman you are. Your intellect rivals your good looks. Little Ren, if you were to diligently hone your angling skills, you would undoubtedly surpass me. Brother Ren, you are truly remarkable. Your prowess is commendable. The praise from the crowd rendered Ren Ye somewhat bashful, for in his eyes, this was merely a trifling skill, not worthy of such acclaim. Enough flattery. Let's focus on survival first. We must hasten our work and pour this pot of water without delay. With that, he signaled to Xie Zhongyi to assist in lifting the barrel of water onto the roof of the sled. Once atop, they ascended to the top of the cabin. The frigid temperature outside caused the water to cool at an alarming rate. Ren Ye daret, not hesitate. He commenced pouring the hot water slowly from one end of the cabin. The snow layer appeared compact and abundant, yet was riddled with tiny holes and crevices. As the boiling water was poured in, it vanished as if it were absorbed by a parched field. Once the entire barrel had been emptied, irregular black-gray patterns mysteriously emerged within the snow layer. Ren Ye smiled in satisfaction, nodding in approval. These patterns were the result of the boiling water seeping into the gaps and freezing. Clearly, the irrigation had been a resounding success, and the snow layer had transformed into a sturdy ice layer, greatly enhancing its solidity. Quickly, Ren Ye fetched a hammer and struck the ice layer with a decisive blow. Thud! The familiar muffled sound resonated, accompanied by the splintering of ice fragments. However, there were significantly fewer shards, and they did not form the small pits seen previously. Haha, it worked. The others eagerly stepped forward to test it and found it had indeed hardened considerably. Receiving positive feedback, the group became even more diligent in their efforts. For them, this endeavor was not merely about creating an ice layer. It represented a potential lifeline in the future. Thus, they labored together with a shared sense of urgency, seemingly casting aside the biting cold, their bodies feeling less affected by the chill. Yet, at this very moment, they were not the only ones occupied with their tasks. To the southwest, 200 kilometers away, a team of 15 individuals clad in black thermal suits, adorned with professional masks and goggles, trudged through the snow. The frigid wind made their progress laborious, yet they pressed on without pause. Leading them was a bearded man named Matterl, Keto, the captain of a Norwegian search and rescue team. On the day of the plane crash, the embassy of Wagwa had promptly informed the Norwegian authorities. Consequently, this rescue team had set off immediately. However, for reasons unknown, the aircraft's fixed-point navigation system inexplicably malfunctioned, leaving officials only able to track the last transmitted location before the disaster. Given that the plane could travel 250 meters in a single second, there was a span of over 20 minutes from the last signal to the moment of complete descent. Now, in the midst of winter, helicopters could not operate for extended periods. Thus, the team was compelled to navigate on foot according to the flight path in their search for the wreckage. Over the course of a week, they had traversed from the mountains to the coast, yet had found no trace of the aircraft. Alas, a tall Caucasian man was suddenly swept off his feet by the wind, landing in the snow. Kaminga. Mater was taken aback and hurried to assist him. Upon realizing that he had merely stumbled, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. "You fool, have you grown to this size just to be so clumsy? You can't even walk without falling." The man, referred to as Kaminga, sat sulkily in the snow, a look of indignation on his face. These damned Chinese maggots. If they wish to perish, why don't they do so far away, sparing us this torment? I finally managed to get a vacation, and now I've been summoned back to work. It's infuriating. His speech, laced with Norwegian, was interspersed with expletives in English and even included the derogatory term maggots, specifically aimed at disparaging the Chinese. Chapter 89. The terror of the blizzard. Never mind, my friend. We earn our keep through this. Mardell's face mirrored his melancholy. For in such treacherous weather, even with full gear, they faced imminent peril in the wilderness. Foreigners lacked the sacrificial spirit that the people of Huagua possessed. Even their soldiers regarded their duties merely as a job. Few were those who would exhibit the selfless bravery akin to that of the people's soldiers, willing to risk everything without fear of death. "Captain, perhaps we should return. We have searched for several days already, and that is quite enough. After all, there are many Huagua people. Losing one plane is not a catastrophe. Must we truly gamble our lives in this search? I'm not that foolish." Cuming refused to rise, fearful that further searching might lead to unforeseen calamity. His sentiments resonated with the other team members, who chimed in, "Indeed, the Arctic is vast. How can we possibly find anything with just our numbers? Moreover, a blizzard may soon descend upon us. If we continue, we may not survive ourselves. Captain, your daughter has just been born. Are you willing to risk your life for these strangers?" "Yes, Captain, we have been searching for a week, and several snowmobiles have already broken down. As the saying goes in Huagua, we have exhausted our benevolence." "That is precisely what it means. Captain, let's withdraw. The survival rate after a plane crash is already low. Coupled with such adverse weather, they have surely perished by now. We must retreat swiftly. If the blizzard arrives, we shall be trapped." As Mardell listened to his team's entreaties, he too began to waver. A seasoned search and rescue veteran with numerous accolades, he was nonetheless reluctant to risk his life for a group of foreigners. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded and indicated toward the 2 o'clock direction. "Very well, comrades. We shall search that ridge. If we find no trace of the aurora, we will return, and I shall prepare the report." Excellent. This proclamation invigorated the previously despondent team, who immediately rose to continue their quest. Yet, in their hearts, they hoped to uncover no clues and hasten their return. As fate would have it, upon reaching the ridge, they conducted a cursory search and found nothing. This news brought them joy, and they clamored to head back. Just then, a phone rang, interrupting their celebration. Mardell quickly rummaged through his belongings, retrieving the phone, which displayed the caller as the minister. Instantly, he concealed his joyful expression and gestured for silence among the group. He understood that the minister rarely called him without significant cause. "Hello, minister, what is it?" "Run. A blizzard is heading your way." A deep, authoritative voice interrupted Mardell. As the loudspeaker blared, the voice echoed through the team, startling them all. "What?" Mardell's face froze, his heart racing. Hadn't he, the meteorological station, reported a northwest trajectory? How could it be heading this way? I inquired, and the person in charge over there mentioned something about the damned deflection force and peripheral guiding airflow. I couldn't articulate it clearly in that moment. We had to run. Damn it. With a furious exclamation, Mardell abruptly ended the call. "Run. Head southeast. I swear I'll make those meteorologists pay for this. If I survive this ordeal, I'll certainly flay them alive." A group of individuals sprinted forward, cursing as they discarded their backpacks and began a frantic escape. As Norwegians, none understood the terror of a blizzard better than they did. However, as soon as they reached the base of the mountain, a fierce gust of wind suddenly swept over them. Whoosh! The two team members at the front were lifted off their feet, soaring 2 to 3 meters into the air before crashing back down. Fortunately, the thick layer of snow cushioned their fall, sparing them from injury. Yet Mardell, the captain, knew this was merely a prelude. Before embarking on the rescue, he had learned from the meteorological station that the storm was predicted to reach at least level 11. Typically, a blizzard heralds itself with gusts, followed by fierce winds, and culminates in a violent climax. The devastation left in its wake is far from trivial. He hastily retrieved his binoculars, and upon looking through them, his eyes nearly bulged in horror. For 5 kilometers away, a flurry of snowflakes was rapidly approaching, forming a curtain of white that appeared as luminous dots from a distance. This was a result of the wind's speed, whipping the snow into a haunting display. In that moment, the snowflakes transformed from mere ice crystals into bullets. My God! At that instant, Mardell felt the looming specter of death. The howling wind was the grim reaper come to claim him. Escaping was no longer an option, so he immediately extracted a shovel from his backpack and began to dig a pit on the spot. "Stop running. Quickly find cover." The rescue team, though frantic, was trained professionals, and Mardell's urgent shout brought back their composure. Everyone simultaneously took out their shovels and began to dig. Yet, the snow, hardened by the frigid temperature, resisted their efforts. Moreover, how could their speed possibly rival that of the wind? Kaminga, the fastest among them, managed to carve out a hole deep enough to reach his calves within seconds. But at that moment, whoosh, 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 a series of piercing sounds suddenly rang in his ears. Instinctively, he turned to see what was happening, but before he could comprehend it, a sharp pain shot through his left eye. A shard of snow, the size of a fingernail, struck his eye, causing a stream of bloody tears to flow. He clutched his left eye, writhing in agony on the ground. As the teammates contemplated advancing to investigate, a fierce gust of wind lashed against their faces, rendering their eyes unable to open. The ominous sound of something piercing through the air, growing ever closer, caused them to hesitate. In mere moments, countless white phantoms surged towards them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The tempestuous winds resembled a colossal launcher, indiscriminately hurling ice crystals and snow fragments in chaotic trajectories aimed directly at the rescue team. The vast area of impact left them with no means of escape. Before long, a snowball the size of a bottle cap struck one team member squarely in the chest. The thick winter gear was pierced in an instant, a trickle of blood escaping as he collapsed to the ground. Ugh! In the following second, cries of agony erupted, reverberating through the desolate expanse. Countless snowflakes pummeled them like a relentless rain, striking every part of their bodies, regardless of any shielding, drawing blood upon contact. Chapter 90. The water wall. Some individuals, fortunate in their fate, were struck directly upon the head, resulting in a small hole and an instantaneous demise, devoid of any suffering. However, Others faced a more harrowing fate, struck in the legs and subjected to relentless blows, leading to the immediate shattering of bones. Their limbs were severed, connected only by mere strands of flesh. This gruesome scene bore a striking resemblance to the aftermath of a machine gun barrage. Yet even in death, their bodies found no peace. Within 30 seconds, a fierce wind swept through the area, disintegrating the snow, which had accumulated to several centimeters, into a frothy chaos. Great masses of snow, mingled with the fallen comrades, were whisked into the sky. This overwhelming tempest obliterated all in its path. After wreaking havoc for about half an hour, it gradually receded, leaving behind what had once been a pristine white expanse, now transformed into a colossal pit. Viewed from above, it appeared as though someone had scooped out a portion with a spoon. The scene was one of utter devastation. All members had vanished, swept away to an unknown fate by the wind. It became evident that digging holes offered no reprieve. In the face of extreme natural disasters, humanity is rendered insignificantly powerless, devoid of any means of resistance. Even the notion of escape was but a fleeting hope. The following day marked the 11th since their arrival in the Arctic. Ren Ye and his companions had just finished breakfast, preparing to further reinforce their shelter. However, as they reached the door, an unexpected gust of wind struck them. At that moment, a small, unidentified object hurtled towards them. With a resounding thud, the leader, Xiezhongyi, suddenly felt a severe blow to his head, emitting a cry of pain as he stumbled backward. Ren Ye and Zhou Pan hurried to support him. Yet, Xiezhongyi clutched his head, exclaiming in agony, "What happened to your head?" Ren Ye inquired urgently. "I don't know. It feels as if someone has suddenly struck me with an electric cannon. The pain is unbearable." Xiezhongyi grimaced, removing his mask. It was then that Ren Ye observed the large bruise on his forehead, with a trickle of blood emerging. Realizing the intensity of the wind, Ren Ye understood immediately. The wind had clearly intensified, likely surpassing level 7, and even small snowflakes, once harmless, now posed a lethal threat. What were they to do? Their work remained unfinished. If they ventured out in such conditions, they might not only face death but also sustain severe injuries. Ren Ye felt a sense of foreboding. Under normal circumstances, wind speed should not escalate so rapidly. Could it be? Had the storm arrived ahead of schedule? "Ren, look!" Zhou Pan shouted, pointing skyward. Squinting against the glare, Ren Ye looked up to see the stratocumulus clouds shifting ominously. He retrieved his binoculars and gazed toward the distant southwestern horizon. The clouds had begun to disperse, forming towering cumulus formations. This indicated that the blizzard was indeed approaching from that direction, and it was not far off. "Oh no, the blizzard has certainly arrived ahead of schedule." These words tightened the hearts of the group. What were they to do? Their tasks remained incomplete. At this juncture, it would be prudent to hasten back to the cabin. If only I had known yesterday, I would have taken the opportunity to prepare. Now, it seems the moment has slipped away. A palpable sense of panic enveloped the crowd, as they felt certain their lives were nearing an end. Ren Ye promptly spoke up to reassure them, urging calmness. "Do not be alarmed. I merely suggested we prepare early. Not that the storm is upon us imminently. The cumulus clouds have only just begun to form, indicating that the blizzard is still a considerable distance away. I estimate we have at least 20 hours to act. We must remain vigilant." However, with snowflakes swirling about them, they risked being bombarded. Hong Bing, shielding his face, inquired about a solution. "I have a plan. Let us return inside," Ren Ye replied before turning back to the cabin. This predicament is not insurmountable. Each individual was clad in no fewer than 4 pairs of thick trousers and 5 heavy garments, bundled up like dumplings. Given the current wind strength, it was insufficient to breach their defenses. Their only vulnerability lay in their heads, particularly the back, where an impact from a snowflake could indeed prove fatal. With this in mind, Ren Ye swiftly instructed everyone to dismantle the seats, specifically extracting the cotton from the cushions. Armed with knives, they found the task uncomplicated, and soon they had removed dozens of cushions. The aircraft seats were constructed from memory foam and other high-fiber materials, perfectly suited to fashion head coverings. By shaping the material into a configuration and securing it atop their heads with ice and rope, they could mitigate the potential harm from falling snow. While this would not entirely shield them from injury, it would certainly lessen the severity. After approximately half an hour, they emerged wearing their makeshift headgear. The cabin's ceiling had been adequately fortified, leaving only the side walls to be addressed. The method remained unchanged. Water was to be thrown onto the walls to freeze naturally. Given the current temperature, the water would solidify before even reaching the floor. Provided there was enough water, the resulting ice wall would grow increasingly thick. At this moment, the animal stomachs Ren Ye had previously secured came into play. He had placed these at the cabin entrance the night before, and they had since frozen solid, serving as vessels for water. Coupled with the passengers' abandoned luggage, they had ample capacity for water storage. Under Ren Ye's direction, 2 young women were tasked with scooping water from the ice hole into the luggage, while Xie Zhongyi and Zhou Pan transported it back to the cabin, with Ren Ye overseeing the pouring of water. Except for the ailing Jiang Shangwu, everyone braved the fierce winds to work. To prevent the water from freezing prematurely during transport, Ren Ye instructed Chun Xin to place 2 heated stones in the luggage. With a heat source, the water would maintain its temperature for a time. Of course, they faced considerable challenges along the way. Snowflakes and ice chunks frequently struck their heads, the pain distinctly evident. Their ears rang incessantly, reminiscent of hail pelting against their clothing. Yet, none of these discomforts overshadowed the fear of death. Each individual pressed on without retreat or cries of exhaustion. Even Jiang Shangwu, who could scarcely walk steadily, was eager to lend a hand. Ren Ye naturally would not agree, yet Jiang Shangwu was resolute in his desire to accomplish something. Reluctantly, Ren Ye entrusted him with the tasks of heating stones and blocking the wind. Ren Ye and Zhou Pan stood atop the icy surface, each responsible for one side. As soon as the water was poured out, the fierce wind scattered it in all directions. Fortunately, most of the water was blown against the cabin walls. Although chaotic, the goal was still achieved. In less than 5 seconds, the water froze into a layer of ice, gradually thickening under the continuous pouring. Thus, the group toiled intermittently from 9 in the morning until noon, and after irrigating dozens of boxes of water, the cabin was finally reinforced. Chapter 91. The final step. The group stood beaming with joy on either side of the cabin, continually admiring and caressing the fruits of their labor. Their cheeks were flushed from the biting cold, and their visors were encrusted with frost. At this moment, the walls of the cabin were entirely enveloped in thick ice. Ren Ye had taken meticulous care to reinforce the ice layer on the roof as well as on the sledding house. The ice on 3 sides measured at least 70 centimeters in thickness. One could hardly imagine its resilience against flying snowflakes, and even bullets would prove inconsequential. Now, Iron, do you think we can withstand this? It's thicker than the hearth in my home, Xie Zhongyi confidently remarked, patting the icy wall. Ren Ye brushed off the frost from his visor and felt the intensifying wind, shaking his head in response. What? This isn't sufficient? The smiles faded from the faces of the crowd. Ren Ye quickly beckoned everyone to retreat back into the cabin for warmth. However, the group was preoccupied with their questions, relentlessly inquiring why it was still inadequate. Reluctantly, Ren Ye explained, if it is to resist the snowflakes, our shelter could indeed suffice. But do not forget, this segment of the cabin is round. What does that mean? Xie Zhongyi inquired again. Zhou Pan immediately grasped the implication. Ren Ye was suggesting that a circular object is the most prone to rolling. Even though we have encased it in thick ice, its rounded form remains unchanged. Should the wind be strong enough, this segment of the cabin could very well be blown about, for its shape inherently limits its resistance to the wind. This is quite the predicament, Xie Zhongyi lamented, scratching his bald head, feeling that all his efforts in braving the cold were in vain. Huang Xiyu then spoke up. What if we pour some water to alter the shape of the cabin to a square? That shouldn't be too difficult, right? That would be futile. The shape of the cabin is merely one factor. Ren Ye pointed toward the icy surface outside and continued. The riverbed itself is slippery, and converting it to a square would not prevent it from sliding away. Unless we secure the entire cabin. Oh, I see, Hong Bing exclaimed with sudden understanding. We could use ice formed from water to anchor the bottom of the cabin, right? Ren Ye nodded in agreement, promptly retrieving a flaming stick from the fire and began drawing on the ground. What you suggested is merely the simplest step. My primary intention is to loop a rope over the top of the cabin and tie it to the ice layer below, coupled with the water to secure the base. The overall stability of the cabin would be significantly enhanced. Do not dismiss this as superfluous. I once read a specialized book on Arctic blizzards. It mentioned that sudden, intensified blizzards are typically fierce and swift, capable of uprooting ordinary houses and trees. However, such winds dissipate quickly, so we must endure those bursts of strong currents. When it comes to life and death, we must be meticulous about every detail, for our adversary in this endeavor is none other than the wrath of nature. Upon hearing this, the group nodded in agreement, recognizing that inconveniences were far preferable to the loss of life. At that moment, Jopan pointed to the sketch on the ground and asked, "But we do not have enough rope. The meager possessions you carry, even when meticulously gathered, would likely only encircle the cabin once. Is that truly sufficient? Haha, one must admire my acute sense of crisis." Ren Ye chuckled as he entered the shed where firewood was stored, soon emerging with a small bundle of long, dark gray strips. They emitted a faint, unpleasant odor, remnants of the Arctic wolves and the intestines of polar bears and seals dissected earlier. After several days of natural drying, they had frozen into hard yet slippery ropes. Ren Ye flung them beside the fire, waiting for the ice shards to gradually thaw. Can this truly work? Xie Zhongyi picked up a piece of intestine, his skepticism evident as he pulled hard with both hands. Crack! The intestine snapped cleanly in two. With such fragility, how could it possibly serve as rope? My friend, are you joking? This is even weaker than fishing line. How can we bind anything with this? Ren Ye merely shook his head and smiled, offering him 3 more pieces. Continue. Xie Zhongyi exerted force once more, but this time, no matter how he tugged, the intestine merely elongated without breaking. Huh, why has it suddenly become sturdy? His remark elicited eye rolls from the others, who regarded him as though he were foolish. Ren Ye, exasperated, gave him a kick, inwardly lamenting the disparity between this fellow's intellect and his hairline. Baldy, I genuinely question whether you completed your 9 years of compulsory education. I pity your parents. The principle that one chopstick is easily broken, yet 10 are unyielding, is taught in elementary school. What were you doing while studying? Oh, upon hearing this, Xie Zhongyi finally grasped the concept, sheepishly scratching his head and chuckling awkwardly. My apologies, I just couldn't wrap my head around it for a moment. I must have frozen my brain. Ren, I suspect these intestines may still be insufficient, and I doubt they can withstand strong winds. Perhaps we should add some more lines. We have plenty of clothing. Excellent suggestion. Zhou Pan's proposal resonated with Ren Ye's thoughts. Binding such a colossal object with merely intestines was indeed quite a stretch. Let us assign this task to C.E. You've got sewing experience, so you're the right person for the job. Remember, I need strong threads. Gather as many as you can. Understood. Huang Si promptly rose and began rummaging through the pile of clothes. After several minutes of searching, she selected 18 pieces of underwear, both male and female. All were made of nylon, the most durable material available. Great. Now let us get to work. We must be swift. Ren Ye began to unravel the threads from one piece of clothing. This was merely the first step. The threads removed were exceedingly fine. Even if dozens were combined to form a single strand, they would still struggle against strong winds. Thus, a final reinforcement was necessary, braiding them together, akin to a girl's ponytail. Lastly, a coat of oil would be applied, rendering them remarkably resilient. The process of unraveling was quite rapid. As long as one located the thread's end, it could be drawn out effortlessly. For the ensuing 2 hours, the group toiled without respite, engrossed in their tasks. Outside, the wind's ferocity intensified. The splintering snowflakes surged with increasing velocity, relentlessly battering the icy walls of the cabin, producing a resounding thud that echoed ominously. To the assembled, it felt akin to the tolling of a death knell, a final countdown orchestrated by the specter of death itself. Each heart was gripped with trepidation, fearing that the next moment might unleash a tempest fierce enough to uproot the entire cabin. With anxious hearts, they finally completed the disassembly of their garments, fashioning 9 ropes, each the girth of a thumb. 3 strands were bound together, augmented with animal intestines, achieving a resilience comparable to that of ordinary hemp rope. Chapter 92. Binding the rope's weaving braids is a task that anyone can accomplish. Merely gather all the small ropes at one end and interlace them back and forth. However, this endeavor does not necessarily accelerate with an increase in manpower. Thus, to save time, a dual approach was adopted. Ren Ye assigned the task of watering and securing the cabin's bottom to Xie Zhongyi and Hongbing. By the time they completed their work, it was already 3 in the afternoon. The 3 ropes measured approximately 15 meters each, while Ren Ye's own rope, when joined, extended to 25 meters. All 4 ropes were coated in seal oil, ensuring they could comfortably encircle the cabin. Come, let us give it a try. Ren Ye eagerly secured one nylon rope to the bottom of the seat, summoning the others to assist in pulling. After several minutes of testing, they found a rope remained intact, showing no signs of damage. Clearly, the construction was quite successful. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the air. Oh no! Oh no! It was Hongbing, dragging Xie Zhongyi through the door. Both of their sponge pads mysteriously vanished. Come quick! The bald man was struck by snow and has passed out. The group hurried to investigate. At that moment, Xie Zhongyi's eyes were squinted to mere slits, displaying signs of fainting, his mouth slightly agape as he murmured, "The wind. Oh dear, my head has been struck again." Chen Xian examined his injuries and determined he had merely been knocked unconscious. There were no serious concerns. Zhou Pan approached the entrance, where he was greeted by a piercing howling sound. The intensity of the wind was evidently increasing. Cautiously, he extended his hand outside, but as soon as half of his palm emerged, something seized it, pushing him forward. The force felt akin to that of a 7 or 8-year-old boy. Ringo, the wind has intensified. It's at least 7. 5 on the scale. Oh no! Ren Ye rushed to the entrance. Looking up, he noted that a portion of the stratocumulus cloud in the southwest had transformed into cumulonimbus. At this rate, the most violent storm would arrive by dawn, at the latest by tomorrow. While the time frame seemed ample, the current wind force posed significant operational challenges. If it continued to strengthen, the final step would become exceedingly difficult to execute. Realizing this, Ren Ye began rummaging through the cabin. Everyone, we are running out of time. We must secure the ropes immediately. I estimate this blizzard will exceed level 9. Zhou Pan, you will assist me in the water to bind the ropes. The rest of you, carry heavy items and take the bear skins to shield against the wind. Quickly, hurry to saw through the ice layer. Let us adhere to the plan we established earlier. Move with urgency. Upon hearing this, everyone donned their gear and sprang into action. The wind outside howled fiercely, and only by increasing their weight could they resist being swept away. During the rope preparation, Ren Ye had explained the situation. To secure the cabin, they needed to excavate an ice hole on each side, then use manpower to dive underwater with the rope, emerging from the opposite hole to finally tie a secure knot, thus completing the task. The challenge of this task lies predominantly in the process of entering the water. It is essential to understand that the current temperature is a biting minus 39 degrees, compounded by the fierce winds outside. Once the skin makes contact with water, it takes merely 2 seconds for the wind to freeze it, transforming one into a veritable ice statue encased in frost. The rate of heat loss is exponentially accelerated, and individuals with compromised physical resilience might even succumb to cardiac arrest from the cold. Ren Ye is acutely aware of these perilous factors, yet time is of the essence. Initially, he had intended for Xie Zhongyi to undertake this task, but after the latter sustained a head injury, Ren was compelled to take matters into his own hands. Swiftly, he retrieved the seal oil and poured it into the pot to commence cooking. The dangers of entering the water are exceedingly high. This is Ren Ye's chosen means of safeguarding his life. Seal oil contains a unique omega-3 fatty acid, which acts like the sun in the polar regions, reducing heat loss when applied to the skin and serving as a natural antifreeze. The Inuit utilized this substance to combat the biting cold. Hongbing and his companions worked with remarkable speed, managing to saw out 4 large holes on either side of the cabin within mere minutes. Although this fell short of the anticipated 8, the water would soon freeze, necessitating a simultaneous binding and sawing effort. Ren Ye and Zhou Pan promptly stripped down to their underwear and shoes, as even standing by the fire, the piercing cold relentlessly invaded their bodies. The 2 bear men trembled uncontrollably, goosebumps erupting across their skin. Hiss! Huh! Who? They could not help but gasp, losing control over their chattering teeth, which collided incessantly. Quick! Quick! Apply it. They shivered as they meticulously smeared the seal oil onto every inch of their bodies. Remarkably, after applying it and warming themselves by the fire, a gentle warmth began to permeate throughout their forms, significantly reducing the goosebumps. Come on, hurry up! The water is about to freeze, came Hong Bing's urgent shout from outside. Without hesitation, the two grabbed 2 ropes and ventured forth. The frigid wind almost swept them off their feet, but fortunately, Jiang Shangwu and the others held up a bearskin to shield them just in time. Ren Ye and Zhou Pan did not falter. They approached their respective ice holes with determination. As Ren Ye gazed upon the glistening surface of the icy water, he could not suppress a gulp. He had never experienced such frigid water during cold weather training. Anyone would feel fear. In that moment, trepidation surged within him, rendering him hesitant to plunge in. It's all right, Ren. The water is warmer than the shore. The real chill hits when you come out. Zhou Pan, sensing his apprehension, quickly took the lead. It's truly fine. Watch me. With a small leap, Zhou Pan dove into the hole, the icy water instantly enveloping him up to his neck. Yet, he surfaced with a smile, waving reassuringly at Ren Ye, indicating that all was well. Witnessing Zhou Pan's bravery, Ren Ye resolved not to retreat. Summoning his courage, he too leapt into the hole. To his surprise, the biting cold he anticipated did not assail him. Instead, the water felt somewhat warm, akin to tepid water, and surprisingly pleasant. This is due to the water's temperature being significantly higher than that of the air on the shore, a simple principle of physics. Sensing this warmth, Ren Ye plunged headfirst into another opening of the cabin, casting the rope out through the gap. However, just as his upper body emerged from the hole, a gust of cold wind swept by, instantly infiltrating his very core with frigid air. His heart seemed to skip a beat, his mind went blank, and his limbs grew rigid. Even his expression became frozen. With an involuntary gasp, Ren Ye opened his mouth, his entire body at that moment encased in shards of ice. Fortunately, Jiang Shangwu and the others had been waiting outside the hole, and the three quickly began to brush off the ice fragments from his body, covering him with a bare hide for warmth. Chapter 93. The onset of the snowstorm. Moments later, Ren Ye gradually regained his awareness of body temperature. Brother Ren, you must not go up there. You cannot withstand it. Leave the nodding to them. Zhou Pan, a seasoned member of the Arctic expedition team, remained composed, seemingly unaffected by the biting cold, a result of rigorous cold resistance training. Ren Ye chose to heed his advice and plunge back into the frigid waters. Do not worry about me. Quickly assist Lao Biao in sawing open the other holes. It is already dark, and the temperature is about to drop. Ren Ye urged the others to aid Hong Bing while he kept a vigilant eye on the clouds above. As the clock approached 4 o'clock, the sky darkened, and the wind intensified. Half an hour later, thanks to everyone's efforts, all the ice holes were sawed open. Ren Ye and Zhou Pan simultaneously donned their ropes. Upon returning to the cabin, both were left shivering, their bodies mottled blue and their veins nearly invisible. Yet even in such a state, they merely rested for a brief moment. Once they donned their clothing and felt a slight return of warmth, they ascended to the top of the cabin to secure all the ropes with tight knots. Thus, for ropes bound the cabin firmly to the ice layer below. To prevent the snowmobile shelter from being swept away, the group disassembled the sled and moved it inside the cabin. By 7 in the evening, after a day of relentless activity, they finally found a moment to relax. Outside, the world was a frozen wasteland, the wind howling mercilessly. Yet within the cabin, warmth and fragrant aromas enveloped them. The group savored sealskin skewers, awaiting the impending snowstorm. They were uncertain if they would survive the impending calamity, but at the very least, they wished to indulge before the end. However, when the sound of snow blocks crashing against the cabin reverberated, anxiety gripped their hearts. Beneath 4 smiles, the skewers lost their allure. Tizi, do you think we will survive this time? Even the usually gluttonous Xie Zhongyi set down his skewer, his smile strained with worry. His questions silenced the others, who turned their gazes toward Ren Ye, clearly eager for an answer. I do not know, Ren Ye replied without concealment, unwilling to elaborate further as he continued to gnaw on his skewer. Yet, noticing the anticipation in their eyes, he could not help but pause his chewing. I truly do not know. I have never experienced a snowstorm. Ask someone with more experience. At this, his eyes darted toward Jopan. The group shifted their attention to him. Don't look at me. I have not encountered a snowstorm of this magnitude either. Jopan spoke truthfully, unsure of how to reassure them. Everyone, do not worry. We have done all we can. The rest is up to. Suddenly, the cabin was jolted by a deafening explosion, akin to a firecracker igniting in an empty room. Everyone jumped in fright, but alas, the windows were frozen over, leaving them to peer anxiously toward the door. The commotion was unmistakably emanating from outside. It was evident that the source was the snowflakes. Ren Ye and Jopan simultaneously furrowed their brows, as the noise was exponentially more intense than before. Such a cacophony could only be attributed to the escalating wind strength, which had accelerated, causing the impact of the snowflakes to multiply. I shall take a look, Jopan declared, rising to approach the doorway. However, just as he crouched to crawl outside, an array of piercing sounds erupted from beyond. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thud, thud, thud. Instantly, the cabin was filled with a thunderous and chaotic drumming noise, akin to a multitude of individuals wielding hammers against the fuselage. The force of the sound prompted everyone to hastily seek refuge beneath their seats. Fortunately, their diligent efforts over the past 2 days were not in vain. As the snowflakes struck the ice layer outside the cabin, they detonated, dispersing into swirling clouds of icy mist. As the noise intensified, Ren Ye promptly instructed everyone to take their seats. Fasten your seatbelts. Protect your heads. A blizzard is upon us. Many seats within the cabin remained unscathed, and everyone took their places, their final recourse for survival. They had done all that was within their power. Now, they could only surrender to fate. The specter of death instilled a tremor in each of them. Xie Zhongyi closed his eyes, trembling as he clasped his hands in prayer. Heaven bless, Buddha bless, ancestors bless. If I survive this, I shall return and offer 100 incense sticks, whatever offerings you desire. Please spare my life. I am the last of the Ciel lineage, and I do not wish to perish. As he spoke, this rugged man's voice quivered with emotion, his accent wavering. His tearful demeanor elicited laughter from Hong Bing, who could not resist mocking him. Baldy, you're being tiresome, sounding like a woman. Aren't you the one who could single-handedly take down a polar bear? Weren't you just comforting the pretty boy? Why isn't that bravado of yours manifesting now? You're so scared you can barely articulate, haha. Hong Bing imitated Xie Zhongyi's accent, momentarily distracting him from his prayers. Shiguang, quiet down. Who are you to question my Mandarin? Do you have the right to doubt me? Ren Ye retorted. Their banter lightened the otherwise oppressive atmosphere in the cabin, much to the bemusement of the others, who shook their heads in amusement at the duo's unexpected levity. However, the impending storm was still looming. Just minutes later, the thudding grew even more frequent and louder, reverberating from all corners of the cabin. Inside, they felt as if they were trapped within a colossal bell, their heads spinning from the vibrations. After several more minutes, Ren Ye and Jopan began to sense something was amiss. Thus far, aside from the sounds of the snowflakes striking, no other disturbances had occurred. If the winds were truly exceeding a magnitude of 9, the cabin would not be so eerily tranquil. There should be some movement, at the very least. With this thought in mind, the two men unbuckled their seatbelts. Armed with a stick, Ren Ye climbed the ice wall within the cabin, gradually extending the stick towards the world beyond. As soon as the end of the stick protruded, Ren Ye's wrist was met with an immense force that began to distort it. This sensation was reminiscent of the time he was bitten by a polar bear while holding a rifle, the power being extraordinarily overwhelming. Gritting his teeth, he endeavored to maintain his grip on the wooden stick, but he could only hold on for a mere 2 seconds. Crack! The extended portion of the stick snapped in response. Losing his balance, Ren Ye tumbled down from the wall. Jopan hurriedly rushed forward to assist him. Are you all right? Ren Ye shook his head, his expression instantly relaxing considerably as he gestured to the flustered Xie Zhongyi and the others. There is no need to be anxious. The storm has yet to arrive. This is merely the prelude. Chapter 94. Level 10 gale, Xiezhongyi was filled with both joy and concern upon hearing these words. Ah, such a commotion, and it is not a storm? No, Ren Ye replied solemnly, stroking the broken wooden stick in his hand. If it were truly a storm exceeding level 9, this stick would have been instantly swept away. Human strength cannot contend with such force, so I estimate. The current wind strength is only around level 8, still far from storm. When will the storm arrive? Huang Xiyu inquired. I do not know. It will come eventually. Everyone should not wait, just sleep. With that, Ren Ye gestured for everyone to rest, for waiting endlessly was not a viable option. However, despite his words, anxiety about the impending storm lingered in everyone's minds. Coupled with the incessant thumping sounds from outside, sleep was elusive. They tossed and turned for hours before finally managing to doze off at dawn. At 7 a.m., 5 kilometers southwest of the cabin, the crackling sounds grew increasingly louder. A white curtain of snow loomed overhead, rapidly approaching the cabin. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be fragments of snow, whipped up by the wind, swirling chaotically in a circular motion. This tempest resembled a colossal meat grinder, akin to a washing machine in the throes of spinning clothes. The layers of snow, measuring several centimeters thick, were shredded into pieces of varying sizes and drawn into the sky, ultimately becoming the instruments of destruction in this storm. Whoosh! Large clumps of snow, comparable in size to a human head, were propelled with bullet-like velocity. Amidst the chaos, they collided with other snow masses, shattering into countless tiny ice shards that continued to wreak havoc on everything around them. Within a minute, a snow chunk, larger than a fist, struck the cabin with a resounding thud. Boom! The sound echoed like thunder in the stillness of the night, reverberating within the cabin. Ah! Xiezhongyi, who had been snoring, was jolted awake and rolled beneath his seat. Everyone was instantly alert, sitting upright. It's here! Zhou Pan, having experienced such events before, was the first to react. Quick! Fasten your seatbelts. Stay away. Thud, thud, thud. Before he could finish, the onslaught of blows intensified, even more relentless than the previous night. The entire cabin trembled slightly, and a cacophony of echoes filled the space, making everyone's head spin as if their eardrums might burst. Fortunately, they had all taken precautions. Everyone fastened their seatbelts and gripped the armrests tightly. The storm had now reached the river's surface, with its fierce winds wreaking havoc, causing the small fish beneath the ice to become restless and swim frantically. The sound of the wind had transformed from a faint, sharp whistle into a roaring akin to helicopter blades, as if nature itself were flaunting its immense power. The surrounding snow had been flung away by the wind, nearly 70% of it, while the ropes binding the cabin suddenly tightened, causing the entire structure to sway ominously from side to side. Although they remained untouched by the external gales, Ren Ye understood all too well that this cabin weighed at least 10 tons. The force required to induce such movement could not be below a wind speed of 10 on the Beaufort scale. Yet, there was nothing they could do but fervently pray for a swift resolution. Brother Zhou, how long does such a tempest typically last? Zhou Pan shook his head gravely, his expression somber. I do not know. I have never encountered winds this fierce, nor can I ascertain the extent of their reach. It's difficult to determine. And what was the strongest wind you've experienced? After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Pan replied, 6 on the scale just last year. We had a professional anemometer then, and the gale lasted only about 25 minutes, covering less than 20 kilometers. I estimate that winds exceeding 10 must persist for at least 40 to 70 minutes. 70 minutes, Ren Ye murmured, his brow knitting in concern. Initially confident in the defensive measures he had implemented, the reality of their situation made him feel woefully inadequate. A wind of such magnitude wreaking havoc in an urban setting would result in catastrophic destruction, with at least 30% of buildings suffering severe damage. As he felt the cabin sway increasingly, dread gripped him tighter. Do you think the cabin can withstand this? Zhou Pan sighed heavily and shook his head decisively. The odds are not in our favor. Why? Ren Ye pressed, unwilling to relent. Zhou Pan closed his eyes in despair, as if he had already foreseen the outcome. The fiercest gust in a storm is often the last, known as the tailwind, which can exceed the preceding winds by a full level. Our research team has faced such an incident before. Just when everyone thought they had evaded the storm, they were swept away by the final gust. If the current wind speed is at 10, 8, the tailwind could reach 11. 5, though brief, it would be exceptionally fierce. These words struck Ren Ye like a chilling breeze, drawing gasps of despair from the others. Coming from Pan, a professional, there was no room for doubt. The thought that, despite their extensive preparations over the past few days, they might still meet their demise filled them with a profound sense of defeat. Ren Ye, in particular, felt his mind racing. He clenched his fists, tempted to kick the chair before him, but as he lifted his foot, he hesitated and lowered it back down. Frustration would not resolve their predicament. It would only lead to irrationality. What he needed to focus on now was how to survive this ordeal. Yet, having done all that could be done and being unable to venture outside, what options remained? For the next several minutes, Ren Ye and Pan engaged in fervent discussion, their minds nearly drained of ideas. They had concepts aplenty, yet none could be put into action. Pan proposed to dig a hole in the ice surface, allowing everyone to submerge beneath the water, thereby evading the biting winds. Ren Ye also found this suggestion quite agreeable. However, the ferocity of the wind outside was such that not only would it be impossible to carve an ice hole, even stepping outside would result in being swept away in an instant, leaving them oblivious to their own demise. Yet, just as the two were in a state of utter desperation, 2 flat chunks of snow suddenly hurtled toward the cabin, striking one of the ropes securing it. Instantly, that rope snapped by a third. With an increasing number of snow blocks being whipped up by the tempest, the aerial projectiles targeting this area multiplied as well. The frozen river had transformed into a battleground, the solid ice layer riddled with countless pits, resembling a scene ravaged by a hail of bullets. Chapter 95. Intensifying winds due to the overwhelming number of flying objects. The cabin became the primary target in this desolate expanse. Within a minute, 2 chunks of snow struck the damaged rope once more. Crack! The speed, barely perceptible to the naked eye, caused the rope to snap in an instant, severing it into 2 pieces. A gale of level 11 was capable of lifting rooftops, even causing some skyscrapers in urban areas to sway slightly. With one less anchor point, how could the cabin withstand such force? Suddenly, the front of the cabin lurched forward, and everyone inside experienced a moment of weightlessness, their bodies jolting sideways. Luggage, clothing, and broken seats tumbled to one side, while the fire dwindled to embers, ash and sparks scattering throughout the cabin, transforming it into a scene of chaos within seconds. Fortunately,